That the prince was almost in a fever was no more than the truth. He wandered about the park for a long while, and at last came to himself in a lonely avenue. He was vaguely conscious that he had already paced this particular walk, from that large, dark tree to the bench at the other end, about 100 yards altogether, at least 30 times backwards and forwards. As to recollecting what he had been thinking of all that time, he could not. He caught himself, however, indulging in one thought which made him roar with laughter, though there was nothing really to laugh at in it, but he felt that he must laugh, and go on laughing. It struck him that the idea of the duel might not have occurred to Keller alone, but that his lesson in the art of pistol loading might have been not altogether accidental. Pooh, nonsense, he said to himself, struck by another thought, of a sudden. Why, she was immensely surprised to find me there on the veranda, and laughed and talked about tea, and yet she had this little note in her hand, therefore she must have known that I was sitting there, so why was she surprised? Ha, ha, ha. He pulled the note out and kissed it, then paused and reflected. How strange it all is, how strange, he muttered, melancholy enough now. In moments of great joy, he invariably felt a sensation of melancholy come over him, he could not tell why. He looked intently around him, and wondered why he had come here. He was very tired, so he approached the bench and sat down on it. Around him was profound silence, the music in the Vauxhall was over. The park seemed quite empty, though it was not, in reality, later than 11:30. It was a quiet, warm, clear night, a real Petersburg night of early June, but in the dense avenue, where he was sitting, it was almost pitch dark. If anyone had come up at this moment and told him that he was in love, passionately in love, he would have rejected the idea with astonishment, and, perhaps, with irritation. And if anyone had added that Aglaia's note was a love letter, and that it contained an appointment to a lover's rendezvous, he would have blushed with shame for the speaker, and, probably, have challenged him to a duel. All this would have been perfectly sincere on his part. He had never for a moment entertained the idea of the possibility of this girl loving him, or even of such a thing as himself falling in love with her. The possibility of being loved himself, a man like me, as he put it, he ranked among ridiculous suppositions. It appeared to him that it was simply a joke on Aglaia's part, if there really were anything in it at all, but that seemed to him quite natural. His preoccupation was caused by something different. As to the few words which the general had let slip about Aglaya laughing at everybody, and at himself most of all, he entirely believed them. He did not feel the slightest sensation of offence, on the contrary, he was quite certain that it was as it should be. His whole thoughts were now as to next morning early, he would see her, he would sit by her on that little green bench, and listen to how pistols were loaded, and look at her. He wanted nothing more. The question as to what she might have to say of special interest to himself occurred to him once or twice. He did not doubt, for a moment, that she really had some such subject of conversation in store, but so very little interested in the matter was he that it did not strike him to wonder what it could be. The crunch of gravel on the path suddenly caused him to raise his head. A man, whose face it was difficult to see in the gloom, approached the bench, and sat down beside him. The prince peered into his face, and recognized the livid features of Rogojin. I knew you'd be wandering about somewhere here, I didn't have to look for you very long, muttered the latter between his teeth. It was the first time they had met since the encounter on the staircase at the hotel. Painfully surprised as he was at this sudden apparition of Rogojin, the prince, for some little while, was unable to collect his thoughts. Rogojin, evidently, saw and understood the impression he had made, and though he seemed more or less confused at first, yet he began talking with what looked like assumed ease and freedom. However, the prince soon changed his mind on this score, and thought that there was not only no affectation of indifference, but that Rogojin was not even particularly agitated. If there were a little apparent awkwardness, it was only in his words and gestures. The man could not change his heart. How did you find me here? Asked the prince for the sake of saying something. Keller told me, I found him at your place, that you were in the park. Of course he is, I thought. Why so? Asked the prince uneasily. Rogojin smiled, but did not explain. I received your letter, Lev Nikolaevich. What's the good of all that? It's no use, you know I've come to you from her, she bade me tell you that she must see you, she has something to say to you, she told me to find you today. I'll come tomorrow, now I'm going home, are you coming to my house? Why should I? I've given you the message, goodbye. Won't you come? Asked the prince in a gentle voice. What an extraordinary man you are, I wonder at you, Rogojin laughed sarcastically. Why do you hate me so? Asked the prince, sadly. You know yourself that all you suspected is quite unfounded. I felt you were still angry with me, though do you know why? Because you tried to kill me, that's why you can't shake off your wrath against me. I tell you that I only remember the Parfen Rogojin with whom I exchanged crosses, and vowed brotherhood. I wrote you this in yesterday's letter, in order that you might forget all that madness on your part, and that you might not feel called to talk about it when we met. Why do you avoid me? Why do you hold your hand back from me? I tell you again, I consider all that has passed a delirium, an insane dream. I can understand all you did, and all you felt that day, as if it were myself. What you were then imagining was not the case, and could never be the case. Why, then, should there be anger between us? You don't know what anger is, laughed Rogojin, in reply to the prince's heated words. He had moved a pace or two away, and was hiding his hands behind him. No, it is impossible for me to come to your house again, he added slowly. Why, do you hate me so much as all that? I don't love you, Lev Nikolaevich, and, therefore, what would be the use of my coming to see you? You are just like a child, you want a plaything, and it must be taken out and given you, and then you don't know how to work it. You are simply repeating all you said in your letter, and what's the use? Of course I believe every word you say, and I know perfectly well that you neither did or ever can deceive me in any way, and yet, I don't love you. You write that you've forgotten everything. And only remember your brother Parfen, with whom you exchanged crosses, and that you don't remember anything about the Rogojin who aimed a knife at your throat. What do you know about my feelings, et? Rogojin laughed disagreeably. Here you are holding out your brotherly forgiveness to me for a thing that I have perhaps never repented of in the slightest degree. I did not think of it again all that evening, all my thoughts were centered on something else. Not think of it again, of course you didn't, cried the prince. And I dare swear that you came straight away down here to Pavlovsk to listen to the music and dog her about in the crowd, and stare at her, just as you did today. There's nothing surprising in that. If you hadn't been in that condition of mind that you could think of nothing but one subject, you would, probably, never have raised your knife against me. I had a presentiment of what you would do, that day, ever since I saw you first in the morning. Do you know yourself what you looked like? I knew you would try to murder me even at the very moment when we exchanged crosses. What did you take me to your mother for? Did you think to stay your hand by doing so? Perhaps you did not put your thoughts into words, but you and I were thinking the same thing, or feeling the same thing looming over us, at the same moment. What should you think of me now if you had not raised your knife to me, the knife which God averted from my throat? I would have been guilty of suspecting you all the same. And you would have intended the murder all the same, therefore we should have been mutually guilty in any case. Come, don't frown, you needn't laugh at me, either. You say you haven't repented. You probably couldn't, if you were to try. You dislike me too much for that. Why, if I were an angel of light, and as innocent before you as a babe, you would still loathe me if you believed that she loved me, instead of loving yourself. That's jealousy, that is the real jealousy. But do you know what I have been thinking out during this last week, Parfen? I'll tell you. What if she loves you now better than anyone, and what if she torments you because she loves you, and in proportion to her love for you, so she torments you the more? She won't tell you this, of course. You must have eyes to see. Why do you suppose she consents to marry you? She must have a reason, and that reason she will tell you some day. Some women desire the kind of love you give her, and she is probably one of these. Your love and your wild nature impress her. Do you know that a woman is capable of driving a man crazy almost, with her cruelties and mockeries, and feels not one single pang of regret, because she looks at him and says to herself, there, I'll torment this man nearly into his grave, and then, oh, how I'll compensate him for it all with my love. Rogojin listened to the end, and then burst out laughing. Why, Prince, I declare you must have had a taste of this sort of thing yourself, haven't you? I have heard tell of something of the kind, you know, is it true? What can you have heard? Said the prince, stammering. Rogojin continued to laugh loudly. He had listened to the prince's speech with curiosity and some satisfaction. The speaker's impulsive warmth had surprised and even comforted him. Why, I've not only heard of it, I see it for myself, he said. When have you ever spoken like that before? It wasn't like yourself, Prince. Why, if I hadn't heard this report about you, I should never have come all this way into the park, at midnight, too. I don't understand you in the least, Parfen. Oh, she told me all about it long ago, and tonight I saw for myself. I saw you at the music, you know, and whom you were sitting with. She swore to me yesterday, and again today, that you are madly in love with Aglaya Ivanovna. But that's all the same to me, Prince, and it's not my affair at all, for if you have ceased to love her, she has not ceased to love you. You know, of course, that she wants to marry you to that girl. She's sworn to it. Ha, she says to me, until then I won't marry you. When they go to church, we'll go too, and not before. What on earth does she mean by it? I don't know, and I never did. Either she loves you without limits or, yet, if she loves you, why does she wish to marry you to another girl? She says, I want to see him happy, which is to say, she loves you. I wrote, and I say to you once more, that she is not in her right mind, said the prince, who had listened with anguish to what Rogojin said. Goodness knows, you may be wrong there. At all events, she named the day this evening, as we left the gardens. In 3 weeks, says she, and perhaps sooner, we shall be married. She swore to it, took off her cross and kissed it. So it all depends upon you now, Prince, you see. Ha, ha. That's all madness what you say about me, Parfen, never can and never will be tomorrow, I shall come and see you. How can she be mad, Rogojin interrupted, when she is sane enough for other people and only mad for you, how can she write letters to her, if she's mad, if she were insane they would observe it in her letters. What letters, said the prince, alarmed. She writes to her, and the girl reads the letters. Haven't you heard? You are sure to hear, she's sure to show you the letters herself. I won't believe this, cried the prince. Why, prince, you've only gone a few steps along this road, I perceive you are evidently a mere beginner. Wait a bit, before long, you'll have your own detectives, you'll watch day and night, and you'll know every little thing that goes on there, that is, if. Drop that subject, Rogojin, and never mention it again and listen, as I have sat here, and talked, and listened, it has suddenly struck me that tomorrow is my birthday. It must be about 12 o'clock, now, come home with me, do, and we'll see the day in, we'll have some wine, and you shall wish me, I don't know what, but you, especially you, must wish me a good wish, and I shall wish you full happiness in return. Otherwise, hand me my cross back again. You didn't return it to me next day. Haven't you got it on now? Yes, I have, said Rogojin. Come along, then. I don't wish to meet my new year without you, my new life, I should say, for a new life is beginning for me. Did you know, Parfen, that a new life had begun for me? I see for myself that it is so, and I shall tell her. But you are not quite yourself, Lev Nikolaevich. Chapter 4. The prince observed with great surprise, as he approached his villa, accompanied by Rogojin, that a large number of people were assembled on his veranda, which was brilliantly lighted up. The company seemed merry and were noisily laughing and talking, even quarreling, to judge from the sounds. At all events they were clearly enjoying themselves, and the prince observed further on closer investigation, that all had been drinking champagne. To judge from the lively condition of some of the party, it was to be supposed that a considerable quantity of champagne had been consumed already. All the guests were known to the prince, but the curious part of the matter was that they had all arrived on the same evening, as though with one accord, although he had only himself recollected the fact that it was his birthday a few moments since. You must have told somebody you were going to trot out the champagne, and that's why they are all come, muttered Rogojin, as the two entered the veranda. We know all about that, you've only to whistle and they come up in shoals, he continued, almost angrily. He was doubtless thinking of his own late experiences with his boon companions. All surrounded the prince with exclamations of welcome, and, on hearing that it was his birthday, with cries of congratulation and delight, many of them were very noisy. The presence of certain of those in the room surprised the prince vastly, but the guest whose advent filled him with the greatest wonder, almost amounting to alarm, was Evgeny Pavlovitch. The prince could not believe his eyes when he beheld the latter, and could not help thinking that something was wrong. Lebedev ran up promptly to explain the arrival of all these gentlemen. He was himself somewhat intoxicated, but the prince gathered from his long-winded periods that the party had assembled quite naturally, and accidentally. First of all Hippolyte had arrived, early in the evening, and feeling decidedly better, had determined to await the prince on the veranda. There Lebedev had joined him, and his household had followed, that is, his daughters and General Ivolgin. Burdovsky had brought Hippolyte, and stayed on with him. Gania and Titsin had dropped in accidentally later on, then came Keller, and he and Kolya insisted on having champagne. Evgeny Pavlovitch had only dropped in half an hour or so ago. Lebedev had served the champagne readily. My own though, prince, my own, mind, he said, and there'll be some supper later on, my daughter is getting it ready now. Come and sit down, prince, we are all waiting for you, we want you with us. Fancy what we have been discussing, you know the question, to be or not to be, out of Hamlet, a contemporary theme, quite up to date. Mr. Hippolyte has been eloquent to a degree. He won't go to bed, but he has only drunk a little champagne, and that can't do him any harm. Come along, prince, and settle the question. Everyone is waiting for you, sighing for the light of your luminous intelligence. The prince noticed the sweet, welcoming look on Vera Lebedev's face, as she made her way towards him through the crowd. He held out his hand to her. She took it, blushing with delight, and wished him a happy life from that day forward. Then she ran off to the kitchen, where her presence was necessary to help in the preparations for supper. Before the prince's arrival she had spent some time on the terrace, listening eagerly to the conversation, though the visitors, mostly under the influence of wine, were discussing abstract subjects far beyond her comprehension. In the next room her younger sister lay on a wooden chest, sound asleep, with her mouth wide open, but the boy, Lebedev's son, had taken up his position close beside Kolya and Hippolyte, his face lit up with interest in the conversation of his father and the rest, to which he would willingly have listened for 10 hours at a stretch. I have waited for you on purpose, and am very glad to see you arrive so happy, said Hippolyte, when the prince came forward to press his hand, immediately after greeting Vera. And how do you know that I am so happy? I can see it by your face. Say how do you do to the others, and come and sit down here, quick, I've been waiting for you, he added, accentuating the fact that he had waited on the prince's asking. Will it not be injurious to you to sit out so late? he replied that he could not believe that he had thought himself dying 3 days or so ago, for he never had felt better than this evening. Burdovsky next jumped up and explained that he had come in by accident, having escorted Hippolyte from town. He murmured that he was glad he had written nonsense in his letter, and then pressed the prince's hand warmly and sat down again. The prince approached Evgeny Pavlovich last of all. The latter immediately took his arm. "I have a couple of words to say to you," he began, "and those on a very important matter. Let's go aside for a minute or two." "Just a couple of words," whispered another voice in the prince's other ear, and another hand took his other arm. Muishkin turned, and to his great surprise observed a red, flushed face and a droll-looking figure which he recognized at once as that of Ferdishenko. Goodness knows where he had turned up from. "Do you remember Ferdishenko?" he asked. "Where have you dropped from?" cried the prince. "He is sorry for his sins now, prince," cried Keller. "He did not want to let you know he was here, he was hidden over there in the corner, but he repents now, he feels his guilt." "Why, what has he done?" "I met him outside and brought him in. He's a gentleman who doesn't often allow his friends to see him, of late, but he's sorry now." "Delighted, I'm sure, I'll come back directly. Gentlemen, sit down there with the others, please." "Excuse me one moment," said the host, getting away with difficulty in order to follow Evgeny. "You are very gay here," began the latter, "and I have had quite a pleasant half-hour while I waited for you. Now then, my dear Lev Nikolaevich, this is what's the matter. I've arranged it all with Moloftsoff, and have just come in to relieve your mind on that score. You need be under no apprehensions. He was very sensible, as he should be, of course, for I think he was entirely to blame himself." "What Moloftsoff?" "The young fellow whose arms you held. Don't you know, he was so wild with you that he was going to send a friend to you tomorrow morning." "What nonsense!" "Of course it is nonsense, and in nonsense it would have ended, doubtless, but you know these fellows, they—" "Excuse me, but I think you must have something else that you wish to speak about, Evgeny Pavlovich." "Of course, I have," said the other, laughing. "You see, my dear fellow, tomorrow, very early in the morning, I must be off to town about this unfortunate business. My uncle, you know, just imagine, my dear sir, it is all true, word for word, and, of course, everybody knew it excepting myself. All this has been such a blow to me that I have not managed to call in at the Epankins' tomorrow. I shall not see them either, because I shall be in town. I may not be here for 3 days or more. In a word, my affairs are a little out of gear, but though my town business is, of course, most pressing, still I determined not to go away until I had seen you, and had a clear understanding with you upon certain points, and that without loss of time. I will wait now, if you will allow me, until the company departs. I may just as well, for I have nowhere else to go to, and I shall certainly not do any sleeping tonight. I'm far too excited. And finally, I must confess that, though I know it is bad form to pursue a man in this way, I have come to beg your friendship. My dear prince, you are an unusual sort of a person. You don't lie at every step, as some men do. In fact, you don't lie at all, and there is a matter in which I need a true and sincere friend, for I really may claim to be among the number of bona fide unfortunates just now." He laughed again. "But the trouble is," said the prince, after a slight pause for reflection, "that goodness only knows when this party will break up. Hadn't we better stroll into the park? I'll excuse myself, there's no danger of their going away." "No, no, I have my reasons for wishing them not to suspect us of being engaged in any specially important conversation. There are gentry present who are a little too much interested in us. You are not aware of that perhaps, prince. It will be a great deal better if they see that we are friendly just in an ordinary way. They'll all go in a couple of hours, and then I'll ask you to give me 20 minutes, half an hour at most." "By all means, I assure you I am delighted. You need not have entered into all these explanations. As for your remarks about friendship with me, thanks, very much indeed. You must excuse my being a little absent this evening. Do you know, I cannot somehow be attentive to anything just now." I see," said Evgeny, smiling gently. His mirth seemed very near the surface this evening. "What do you see?" said the prince, startled. "I don't want you to suspect that I have simply come here to deceive you and pump information out of you," said Evgeny, still smiling, and without making any direct reply to the question. "Oh, but I haven't the slightest doubt that you did come to pump me," said the prince, laughing himself, at last, "and I dare say you are quite prepared to deceive me too, so far as that goes. But what of that? I'm not afraid of you. Besides, you'll hardly believe it, I feel as though I really didn't care a scrap one way or the other, just now, and as you are a capital fellow, I am convinced of that. I dare say we really shall end by being good friends. I like you very much, Evgeny Pavlovich, I consider you a very good fellow indeed." "Well, in any case, you are a most delightful man to have to deal with, be the business what it may," concluded Evgeny. "Come along now, I'll drink a glass to your health. I'm charmed to have entered into alliance with you. By the by," he added suddenly, "has this young Hippolyte come down to stay with you?" "Yes. He's not going to die at once, I should think, is he?" "Why? Oh, I don't know, I've been half an hour here with him, and he. Hippolyte had been waiting for the prince all this time, and had never ceased looking at him and Evgeny Pavlovitch as they conversed in the corner. He became much excited when they approached the table once more. He was disturbed in his mind, it seemed, perspiration stood in large drops on his forehead, in his gleaming eyes it was easy to read impatience and agitation, his gaze wandered from face to face of those present, and from object to object in the room, apparently without aim. He had taken a part, and an animated one, in the noisy conversation of the company, but his animation was clearly the outcome of fever. His talk was almost incoherent, he would break off in the middle of a sentence which he had begun with great interest, and forget what he had been saying. The prince discovered to his dismay that Hippolyte had been allowed to drink 2 large glasses of champagne, the one now standing by him being the third. All this he found out afterwards, at the moment he did not notice anything. Very particularly. "Do you know, I am specially glad that today is your birthday," cried Hippolyte. "Why? You'll soon see. Do you know, I had a feeling that there would be a lot of people here tonight. It's not the first time that my presentiments have been fulfilled. I wish I had known it was your birthday, I'd have brought you a present. Perhaps I have got a present for you, who knows? Ha, ha, how long is it now before daylight?" "Not a couple of hours," said Titson, looking at his watch. "What's the good of daylight now, one can read all night in the open air without it," said someone. "The good of it, well, I want just to see a ray of the sun," said Hippolyte. "Can one drink to the sun's health, do you think, Prince?" "Oh, I dare say one can, but you had better be calm and lie down, Hippolyte, that's much more important. You are always preaching about resting, you are a regular nurse to me, Prince. As soon as the sun begins to resound in the sky, what poet said that? The sun resounded in the sky, it is beautiful, though there's no sense in it, then we will go to bed. Lebedev, tell me, is the sun the source of life? What does the source, or spring, of life really mean in the apocalypse? You have heard of the star that is called wormwood, Prince? I have heard that Lebedev explains it as the railroads that cover Europe like a net." Everybody laughed, and Lebedev got up abruptly. "No, allow me, that is not what we are discussing," he cried, waving his hand to impose silence. "Allow me, with these gentlemen, all these gentlemen," he added, suddenly addressing the prince, "on certain points, that is," he thumped the table repeatedly, and the laughter increased. Lebedev was in his usual evening condition, and had just ended a long and scientific argument, which had left him excited and irritable. On such occasions he was apt to evince a supreme contempt for his opponents. "It is not right, half an hour ago, Prince, it was agreed among us that no one should interrupt, no one should laugh, that each person was to express his thoughts freely, and then at the end, when everyone had spoken, objections might be made, even by the atheists. We chose the general as president. Now without some such rule and order, anyone might be shouted down, even in the loftiest and most profound thought." Go on, nobody is going to interrupt you," cried several voices. "Speak, but keep to the point." "What is this star?" asked another. "I have no idea," replied General Ivolgin, who presided with much gravity. "I love these arguments, Prince," said Keller, also more than half intoxicated, moving restlessly in his chair. "Scientific and political." Then, turning suddenly towards Evgeny Pavlovitch, who was seated near him, "Do you know, I simply adore reading the accounts of the debates in the English Parliament. Not that the discussions themselves interest me, I am not a politician, you know, but it delights me to see how they address each other. The noble lord who agrees with me, my honourable opponent who astonished Europe with his proposal, the noble viscount sitting opposite, all these expressions. All this parliamentarism of a free people, has an enormous attraction for me. It fascinates me, Prince. I have always been an artist in the depths of my soul, I assure you, Evgeny Pavlovitch." "Do you mean to say," cried Gania, from the other corner, "do you mean to say that railways are accursed inventions, that they are a source of ruin to humanity, a poison poured upon the earth to corrupt the springs of life?" Gavrila Ardalionovitch was in high spirits that evening, and it seemed to the prince that his gaiety was mingled with triumph. Of course he was only joking with Lebedev, meaning to egg him on, but he grew excited himself at the same time. "Not the railways, oh dear, no," replied Lebedev, with a mixture of violent anger and extreme enjoyment. "Considered alone, the railways will not pollute the springs of life, but as a whole they are accursed. The whole tendency of our latest centuries, in its scientific and materialistic aspect, is most probably accursed." "Is it certainly accursed? Or do you only mean it might be?" "That is an important point," said Evgeny Pavlovitch. "It is accursed, certainly accursed," replied the clerk, vehemently. "Don't go so fast, Lebedev, you are much milder in the morning," said Titson, smiling. "But, on the other hand, more frank in the evening sincere and frank," repeated Lebedev, earnestly. "More candid, more exact, more honest, more honourable, and although I may show you my weak side, I challenge you all, you atheists, for instance, how are you going to save the world, How find a straight road of progress, you men of science, of industry, of cooperation, of trades unions, and all the rest, how are you going to save it, I say, by what? By credit. What is credit? To what will credit lead you? You are too inquisitive, remarked Evgeny Pavlovitch. Well, anyone who does not interest himself in questions such as this is, in my opinion, a mere fashionable dummy. But it will lead at least to solidarity, and balance of interests, said Titson. You will reach that with nothing to help you but credit, without recourse to any moral principle, having for your foundation only individual selfishness, and the satisfaction of material desires, universal peace, and the happiness of mankind as a whole, being the result. Is it really so that I may understand you, sir? But the universal necessity of living, of drinking, of eating, in short, the whole scientific conviction that this necessity can only be satisfied by universal cooperation and the solidarity of interests, is, it seems to me, a strong enough idea to serve as a basis, so to speak, an A-spring of life, for humanity in future centuries, said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, now thoroughly roused. The necessity of eating and drinking, that is to say, solely the instinct of self-preservation. Is not that enough? The instinct of self-preservation is the normal law of humanity. Who told you that? Broke in Evgeny Pavlovitch. It is a law, doubtless, but a law neither more nor less normal than that of destruction, even self-destruction. Is it possible that the whole normal law of humanity is contained in this sentiment of self-preservation? Ah, cried Hippolyte, turning towards Evgeny Pavlovitch, and looking at him with a queer sort of curiosity. Then seeing that Radomsky was laughing, he began to laugh himself, nudged Kolya, who was sitting beside him, with his elbow, and again asked what time it was. He even pulled Kolya's silver watch out of his hand, and looked at it eagerly. Then, as if he had forgotten everything, he stretched himself out on the sofa, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. After a minute or two he got up and came back to the table to listen to Lebedev's outpourings, as the latter passionately commentated on Evgeny Pavlovitch's paradox. That is an artful and traitorous idea, a smart notion, vociferated the clerk, thrown out as an apple of discord. But it is just you are a scoffer, a man of the world, a cavalry officer, and, though not without brains, you do not realize how profound is your thought, nor how true. Yes, the laws of self-preservation and of self-destruction are equally powerful in this world. The devil will hold his empire over humanity until a limit of time which is still unknown. You laugh, you do not believe in the devil? Skepticism as to the devil is a French idea, and it is also a frivolous idea. Do you know who the devil is? Do you know his name? Although you don't know his name, you make a mockery of his form, following the example of Voltaire. You sneer at his hoofs, at his tail, at his horns, all of them the produce of your imagination. In reality the devil is a great and terrible spirit, with neither hoofs, nor tail, nor horns. It is you who have endowed him with these attributes. But he is not the question just now. How do you know he is not the question now? Cried Hippolyte, laughing hysterically. Another excellent idea, and worth considering, replied Lebedev. But, again, that is not the question. The question at this moment is whether we have not weakened the springs of life by the extension of railways, put in Kolya eagerly. Not railways, properly speaking, presumptuous youth, but the general tendency of which railways may be considered as the outward expression and symbol. We hurry and push and hustle, for the good of humanity. The world is becoming too noisy, too commercial, groans some solitary thinker. Undoubtedly it is, but the noise of wagons bearing bread to starving humanity is of more value than tranquility of soul, replies another triumphantly, and passes on with an air of pride. As for me, I don't believe in these wagons bringing bread to humanity. For, founded on no moral principle, these may well, even in the act of carrying bread to humanity, coldly exclude a considerable portion of humanity from enjoying it. That has been seen more than once. What, these wagons may coldly exclude, repeated someone. That has been seen already, continued Lebedev, not deigning to notice the interruption. Malthus was a friend of humanity, but, with ill-founded moral principles, the friend of humanity is the devourer of humanity, without mentioning his pride. For, touch the vanity of one of these numberless philanthropists, and to avenge his self-esteem, he will be ready at once to set fire to the whole globe. And to tell the truth, we are all more or less like that. I, perhaps, might be the first to set a light to the fuel, and then run away. But, again, I must repeat, that is not the question. What is it then, for goodness sake? He is boring us. The question is connected with the following anecdote of past times, for I am obliged to relate a story in our times, and in our country, which I hope you love as much as I do, for as far as I am concerned, I am ready to shed the last drop of my blood. Go on, go on. In our dear country, as indeed in the whole of Europe, a famine visits humanity about 4 times a century, as far as I can remember, once in every 25 years. I won't swear to this being the exact figure, but anyhow they have become comparatively rare. Comparatively to what? To the 12th century, and those immediately preceding and following it. We are told by historians that widespread famines occurred in those days every 2 or 3 years, and such was the condition of things that men actually had recourse to cannibalism, in secret. Of course one of these cannibals, who had reached a good age, declared of his own free will that during the course of his long and miserable life he had personally killed and eaten, in the most profound secrecy, 60 monks, not to mention several children. The number of the latter he thought was about 6, an insignificant total when compared with the enormous mass of ecclesiastics consumed by him. As to adults, laymen that is to say, he had never touched them. The president joined in the general outcry. "That's impossible," said he in an aggrieved tone. "I am often discussing subjects of this nature with him, gentlemen, but for the most part he talks nonsense enough to make one deaf. This story has no pretense of being true. General, remember the siege of Kars, and you, gentlemen, I assure you my anecdote is the naked truth. I may remark that reality, although it is governed by invariable law, has at times a resemblance to falsehood. In fact, the truer a thing is the less true it sounds." "But could anyone possibly eat 60 monks?" objected the scoffing listeners. "It is quite clear that he did not eat them all at once, but in a space of 15 or 20 years, from that point of view the thing is comprehensible and natural." "Natural and natural," repeated Lebedev with pedantic obstinacy. "Besides, a Catholic monk is by nature excessively curious. It would be quite easy therefore to entice him into a wood, or some secret place, on false pretenses, and there to deal with him as said. But I do not dispute in the least that the number of persons consumed appears to denote a spice of greediness." "It is perhaps true, gentlemen," said the prince, quietly. He had been listening in silence up to that moment without taking part in the conversation, but laughing heartily with the others from time to time. Evidently he was delighted to see that everybody was amused, that everybody was talking at once, and even that everybody was drinking. It seemed as if he were not intending to speak at all, when suddenly he intervened in such a serious voice that everyone looked at him with interest. "It is true that there were frequent famines at that time, gentlemen. I have often heard of them, though I do not know much history, but it seems to me that it must have been so. When I was in Switzerland I used to look with astonishment at the many ruins of feudal castles perched on the top of steep and rocky heights, half a mile at least above sea level, so that to reach them one had to climb many miles of stony tracks. A castle, as you know, is a kind of mountain of stones, a dreadful, almost an impossible, labor. Doubtless the builders were all poor men, vassals, and had to pay heavy taxes, and to keep up the priesthood. How, then, could they provide for themselves, and when had they time to plough and sow their fields? The greater number must, literally, have died of starvation. I have sometimes asked myself how it was that these communities were not utterly swept off the face of the earth, and how they could possibly survive. Lebedev is not mistaken, in my opinion, when he says that there were cannibals in those days, perhaps in considerable numbers, but I do not understand why he should have dragged in the monks, nor what he means by that. It is undoubtedly because, in the 12th century, monks were the only people one could eat. They were the fat, among many lean, said Gavrila Ardalionovitch. "A brilliant idea, and most true," cried Lebedev, "for he never even touched the laity. 60 monks, and not a single layman. It is a terrible idea, but it is historic, it is statistic, it is indeed one of those facts which enables an intelligent historian to reconstruct the physiognomy of a special epoch, for it brings out this further point with mathematical accuracy, that the clergy were in those days 60 times richer and more flourishing than the rest of humanity, and perhaps 60 times fatter also." You are exaggerating, Lebedev," cried his hearers, amid laughter. "I admit that it is an historic thought, but what is your conclusion?" asked the prince. He spoke so seriously in addressing Lebedev, that his tone contrasted quite comically with that of the others. They were very nearly laughing at him, too, but he did not notice it. "Don't you see he is a lunatic, prince?" whispered Evgeny Pavlovitch in his ear. "Someone told me just now that he is a bit touched on the subject of lawyers, that he has a mania for making speeches and intends to pass the examinations. I am expecting a splendid burlesque now." "My conclusion is vast," replied Lebedev, in a voice like thunder. "Let us examine first the psychological and legal position of the criminal. We see that in spite of the difficulty of finding other food, the accused, or, as we may say, my client, has often during his peculiar life exhibited signs of repentance, and of wishing to give up this clerical diet. Incontrovertible facts prove this assertion. He has eaten 5 or 6 children, a relatively insignificant number, no doubt, but remarkable enough from another point of view. It is manifest that, pricked by remorse, for my client is religious, in his way, and has a conscience, as I shall prove later, and desiring to extenuate his sin as far as possible, he has tried 6 times at least to substitute lay nourishment for clerical. That this was merely an experiment we can hardly doubt, for if it had been only a question of gastronomic variety, 6 would have been too few. Why only 6? Why not 30? But if we regard it as an experiment, inspired by the fear of committing new sacrilege, then this number 6 becomes intelligible. 6 attempts to calm his remorse, and the pricking of his conscience, would amply suffice, for these attempts could scarcely have been happy ones. In my humble opinion, a child is too small, I should say, not sufficient, which would result in 4 or 5 times more lay children than monks being required in a given time. The sin, lessened on the one hand, would therefore be increased on the other, in quantity, not in quality. Please understand, gentlemen, that in reasoning thus, I am taking the point of view which might have been taken by a criminal of the Middle Ages. As for myself, a man of the late 19th century, I, of course, should reason differently, I say so plainly, and therefore you need not jeer at me nor mock me, gentlemen. As for you, General, it is still more unbecoming on your part. In the second place, and giving my own personal opinion, a child's flesh is not a satisfying diet, it is too insipid, too sweet, and the criminal, in making these experiments, could have satisfied neither his conscience nor his appetite. I am about to conclude, gentlemen, and my conclusion contains a reply to one of the most important questions of that day and of our own. This criminal ended at last by denouncing himself to the clergy, and giving himself up to justice. We cannot but ask, remembering the penal system of that day, and the tortures that awaited him, the wheel, the stake, the fire, we cannot but ask, I repeat, what induced him to accuse himself of this crime? Why did he not simply stop short at the number 60, and keep his secret until his last breath? Why could he not simply leave the monks alone, and go into the desert to repent? Or why not become a monk himself? That is where the puzzle comes in. There must have been something stronger than the stake or the fire, or even than the habits of 20 years. There must have been an idea more powerful than all the calamities and sorrows of this world, famine or torture, leprosy or plague. An idea which entered into the heart, directed and enlarged the springs of life, and made even that hell supportable to humanity. Show me a force, a power like that, in this our century of vices and railways. I might say, perhaps, in our century of steamboats and railways, but I repeat in our century of vices and railways, because I am drunk but truthful. Show me a single idea which unites men nowadays with half the strength that it had in those centuries, and dare to maintain that the springs of life have not been polluted and weakened beneath this star, beneath this network in which men are entangled. Don't talk to me about your prosperity, your riches, the rarity of famine, the rapidity of the means of transport. There is more of riches, but less of force. The idea uniting heart and soul exists no more. All is loose, soft, limp. We are all of us limp. Enough, gentlemen. I have done. That is not the question. No, the question is now, Excellency, I believe, to sit down to the banquet you are about to provide for us. Lebedev had roused great indignation in some of his auditors. It should be remarked that the bottles were constantly uncorked during his speech, but this unexpected conclusion calmed even the most turbulent spirits. That's how a clever barrister makes a good point, said he, when speaking of his peroration later on. The visitors began to laugh and chatter once again. The committee left their seats, and stretched their legs on the terrace. Keller alone was still disgusted with Lebedev and his speech. He turned from one to another, saying in a loud voice, "He attacks education, he boasts of the fanaticism of the 12th century, he makes absurd grimaces," and added to that, "He is by no means the innocent he makes himself out to be. How did he get the money to buy this house, allow me to ask?" In another corner was the general, holding forth to a group of hearers, among them Titsyn, whom he had buttonholed. "I have known," said he, "a real interpreter of the apocalypse, the late Gregory Semyonovich Bamistrov, and he pierced the heart like a fiery flash. He began by putting on his spectacles, then he opened a large black book, his white beard, and his 2 medals on his breast, recalling acts of charity, all added to his impressiveness. He began in a stern voice, and before him generals, hard men of the world, bowed down, and ladies fell to the ground fainting. But this one here, he ends by announcing a banquet. That is not the real thing." Titsyn listened and smiled, then turned as if to get his hat, but if he had intended to leave, he changed his mind. Before the others had risen from the table, Gania had suddenly left off drinking, and pushed away his glass. A dark shadow seemed to come over his face. When they all rose, he went and sat down by Rogojin. It might have been believed that quite friendly relations existed between them. Rogojin, who had also seemed on the point of going away, now sat motionless, his head bent, seeming to have forgotten his intention. He had drunk no wine, and appeared absorbed in reflection. From time to time he raised his eyes, and examined everyone present. One might have imagined that he was expecting something very important to himself, and that he had decided to wait for it. The prince had taken 2 or 3 glasses of champagne, and seemed cheerful. As he rose he noticed Evgeny Pavlovitch, and, remembering the appointment he had made with him, smiled pleasantly. Evgeny Pavlovitch made a sign with his head towards Hippolyte, whom he was attentively watching. The invalid was fast asleep, stretched out on the sofa. "Tell me, prince, why on earth did this boy intrude himself upon you?" he asked, with such annoyance and irritation in his voice that the prince was quite surprised. "I wouldn't mind laying odds that he is up to some mischief." "I have observed," said the prince, that he seems to be an object of very singular interest to you, Evgeny Pavlovitch. Why is it? You may add that I have surely enough to think of, on my own account, without him, and therefore it is all the more surprising that I cannot tear my eyes and thoughts away from his detestable physiognomy. Oh, come, he has a handsome face. Why, look at him now. The prince glanced again at Evgeny Pavlovitch with considerable surprise. Chapter 5. Hippolyte, who had fallen asleep during Lebedev's discourse, now suddenly woke up, just as though someone had jogged him in the side. He shuddered, raised himself on his arm, gazed around, and grew very pale. A look almost of terror crossed his face as he recollected. What, are they all off? Is it all over? Is the sun up? He trembled, and caught at the prince's hand. What time is it? Tell me, quick, for goodness sake, how long have I slept? He added, almost in despair, just as though he had overslept something upon which his whole fate depended. You have slept 7 or perhaps 8 minutes, said Evgeny Pavlovitch. Hippolyte gazed eagerly at the latter, and mused for a few moments. Oh, is that all? He said at last. Then He drew a long, deep breath of relief, as it seemed. He realized that all was not over as yet, that the sun had not risen, and that the guests had merely gone to supper. He smiled, and 2 hectic spots appeared on his cheeks. So you counted the minutes while I slept, did you, Evgeny Pavlovitch? He said, ironically. You have not taken your eyes off me all the evening, I have noticed that much. You see, Rogojin, I've just been dreaming about him, prince, he added, frowning. Yes, by the by, starting up, where's the orator, where's Lebedev, has he finished, what did he talk about? Is it true, prince, that you once declared that beauty would save the world? Great heaven, the prince says that beauty saves the world, and I declare that he only has such playful ideas because he's in love. Gentlemen, the prince is in love. I guessed it the moment he came in. Don't blush, prince, you make me sorry for you. What beauty saves the world? Kolya told me that you are a zealous Christian, is it so? Kolya says you call yourself a Christian. The prince regarded him attentively, but said nothing. You don't answer me, perhaps you think I am very fond of you, added Hippolyte, as though the words had been drawn from him. No, I don't think that. I know you don't love me. What, after yesterday, wasn't I honest with you? I knew yesterday that you didn't love me. Why so, because I envy you? You always think that, I know, but do you know why I am saying all this? Look here, I must have some more champagne, pour me out some, Keller, will you? No, you're not to drink any more, Hippolyte, I won't let you. The prince moved the glass away. Well, perhaps you're right, said Hippolyte, musing. They might say, yet, devil take them, what does it matter, prince, what can it matter what people will say of us then? I believe I'm half asleep. I've had such a dreadful dream, I've only just remembered it, prince. I don't wish you such dreams as that, though sure enough, perhaps, I don't love you. Why wish a man evil, though you do not love him? Give me your hand, let me press it sincerely. There, you've given me your hand, you must feel that I do press it sincerely, don't you? I don't think I shall drink any more. What time is it? Never mind, I know the time. The time has come, at all events. What? They are laying supper over there, are they? Then this table is free? Capital, gentlemen. These gentlemen are not listening. Prince, I will just read over an article I have here. Supper is more interesting, of course, but... Here Hippolyte suddenly, and most unexpectedly, pulled out of his breast pocket a large sealed paper. This imposing-looking document he placed upon the table before him. The effect of this sudden action upon the company was instantaneous. Evgeny Pavlovitch almost bounded off his chair in excitement. Rogojin drew nearer to the table with a look on his face as if he knew what was coming. Gania came nearer too, so did Lebedev and the others. The paper seemed to be an object of great interest to the company in general. What have you got there? Asked the prince, with some anxiety. At the first glimpse of the rising sun, Prince, I will go to bed. I told you I would, word of honor, you shall see, cried Hippolyte. You think I'm not capable of opening this packet, do you? He glared defiantly round at the audience in general. The prince observed that he was trembling all over. None of us ever thought such a thing, Muishkin replied for all. Why should you suppose it of us, and what are you going to read, Hippolyte, what is it? Yes, what is it? Asked others. The packet sealed with red wax seemed to attract everyone, as though it were a magnet. I wrote this yesterday, myself, just after I saw you, Prince, and told you I would come down here. I wrote all day and all night, and finished it this morning early. Afterwards I had a dream. Hadn't we better hear it tomorrow? Asked the prince timidly. Tomorrow there will be no more time, laughed Hippolyte, hysterically. You needn't be afraid, I shall get through the whole thing in 40 minutes, at most an hour. Look how interested everybody is, everybody has drawn near. Look, Look at them all staring at my sealed packet. If I hadn't sealed it up it wouldn't have been half so effective. Ha, ha, that's mystery, that is. Now then, gentlemen, shall I break the seal or not? Say the word, it's a mystery, I tell you, a secret. Prince, you know who said there would be no more time, it was the great and powerful angel in the apocalypse. Better not read it now, said the prince, putting his hand on the packet. No, don't read it, cried Evgeny suddenly. He appeared so strangely disturbed that many of those present could not help wondering. Reading, none of your reading now, said somebody, it's supper time. What sort of an article is it? For a paper, probably it's very dull, said another. But the prince's timid gesture had impressed even Hippolyte. Then I'm not to read it, he whispered, nervously. Am I not to read it? He repeated, gazing around at each face in turn. What are you afraid of, prince? He turned and asked the latter suddenly. What should I be afraid of? Has anyone a coin about them? Give me a 20 kopeck piece, somebody, and Hippolyte leapt from his chair. Here you are, said Lebedev, handing him one. He thought the boy had gone mad. Vera Lukyanovna, said Hippolyte, toss it, will you? Heads, I read, tails, I don't. Vera Lebedev tossed the coin into the air and let it fall on the table. It was heads. Then I read it, said Hippolyte, in the tone of one bowing to the fiat of destiny. He could not have grown paler if a verdict of death had suddenly been presented to him. But after all, what is it? Is it possible that I should have just risked my fate by tossing up? He went on, shuddering, and looked round him again. His eyes had a curious expression of sincerity. That is an astonishing psychological fact, he cried, suddenly addressing the prince, in a tone of the most intense surprise. It is something quite inconceivable, prince, he repeated with growing animation, like a man regaining consciousness. Take note of it, prince, remember it, you collect, I am told, facts concerning capital punishment, they told me so. Ha, ha, my God, how absurd. He sat down on the sofa, put his elbows on the table, and laid his head on his hands. It is shameful, though what does it matter to me if it is shameful? Gentlemen, I am about to break the seal, he continued, with determination. Of course I don't insist upon anyone listening if they do not wish to. With trembling fingers he broke the seal and drew out several sheets of paper, smoothed them out before him, and began sorting them. What on earth does all this mean? What's he going to read? Muttered several voices. Others said nothing, but one and all sat down and watched with curiosity. They began to think something strange might really be about to happen. Vera stood and trembled behind her father's chair, almost in tears with fright. Kolya was nearly as much alarmed as she was. Lebedev jumped up and put a couple of candles nearer to Hippolyte, so that he might see better. Gentlemen, you'll soon see what this is, began Hippolyte, and suddenly commenced his reading. It's headed, A Necessary Explanation, with the motto, Après moi le deluge. Oh, deuce take it all, surely I can never have seriously written such a silly motto as that. Look here, gentlemen, I beg to give notice that all this is very likely terrible nonsense. It is only a few ideas of mine if you think that there is anything mysterious coming, or in a word. Better read on without any more beating about the bush, said Gania. Affectation, remarked someone else. Too much talk, said Rogojin, breaking the silence for the first time. Hippolyte glanced at him suddenly, and when their eyes met Rogojin showed his teeth in a disagreeable smile, and said the following strange words, That's not the way to settle this business, my friend, that's not the way at all. Of course nobody knew what Rogojin meant by this, but his words made a deep impression upon all. Everyone seemed to see in a flash the same idea. As for Hippolyte, their effect upon him was astounding. He trembled so that the prince was obliged to support him, and would certainly have cried out, but that his voice seemed to have entirely left him for the moment. For a minute or two he could not speak at all, but panted and stared at Rogojin. At last he managed to ejaculate. Then it was you who came, you. Came where? What do you mean? Asked Rogojin, amazed. But Hippolyte, panting and choking with excitement, interrupted him violently. You came to me last week, in the night, at 2 o'clock, the day I was with you in the morning, confess it was you. Last week, in the night, have you gone cracked, my good friend? Hippolyte paused and considered a moment. Then a smile of cunning, almost triumph, crossed his lips. It was you, he murmured, almost in a whisper, but with absolute conviction. Yes, it was you who came to my room and sat silently on a chair at my window for a whole hour, more, it was between 1 and 2 at night, you rose and went out at about 3. It was you, why you should have frightened me so, why you should have wished to torment me like that, I cannot tell, but you it was. There was absolute hatred in his eyes as he said this, but his look of fear and his trembling had not left him. You shall hear all this directly, gentlemen. Listen. He seized his paper in a desperate hurry, he fidgeted with it, and tried to sort it, but for a long while his trembling hands could not collect the sheets together. "He's either mad or delirious," murmured Rogojin. At last he began. For the first 5 minutes the reader's voice continued to tremble, and he read disconnectedly and unevenly, but gradually his voice strengthened. Occasionally a violent fit of coughing stopped him, but his animation grew with the progress of the reading, as did also the disagreeable impression which it made upon his audience, until it reached the highest pitch of excitement. Here is the article. My necessary explanation. Après moi le deluge. Yesterday morning the prince came to see me. Among other things he asked me to come down to his villa. I knew he would come and persuade me to this step, and that he would adduce the argument that it would be easier for me to die among people and green trees, as he expressed it, but today he did not say die, he said live. It is pretty much the same to me, in my position, which he says. When I asked him why he made such a point of his green trees, he told me, to my astonishment, that he had heard that last time I was in Pavlovsk I had said that I had come to have a last look at the trees. When I observed that it was all the same whether one died among trees or in front of a blank brick wall, as here, and that it was not worth making any fuss over a fortnight, he agreed at once, but he insisted that the good air at Pavlovsk and the greenness would certainly cause a physical change for the better, and that my excitement, and my dreams, would be perhaps relieved. I remarked to him, with a smile, that he spoke like a materialist, and he answered that he had always been one, as he never tells a lie. There must be something in his words. His smile is a pleasant one. I have had a good look at him. I don't know whether I like him or not, and I have no time to waste over the question. The hatred which I felt for him for 5 months has become considerably modified, I may say, during the last month. Who knows, perhaps I am going to Pavlovsk on purpose to see him. But why do I leave my chamber? Those who are sentenced to death should not leave their cells. If I had not formed a final resolve, but had decided to wait until the last minute, I should not leave my room, or accept his invitation to come and die at Pavlovsk. I must be quick and finish this explanation before tomorrow. I shall have no time to read it over and correct it, for I must read it tomorrow to the prince and 2 or 3 witnesses whom I shall probably find there. As it will be absolutely true, without a touch of falsehood, I am curious to see what impression it will make upon me myself at the moment when I read it out. This is my last and solemn, but why need I call it that? There is no question about the truth of it, for it is not worthwhile lying for a fortnight. A fortnight of life is not itself worth having, which is a proof that I write nothing here but pure truth. N.B. Let me remember to consider, am I mad at this moment, or not, or rather at these moments? I have been told that consumptives sometimes do go out of their minds for a while in the last stages of the malady. I can prove this tomorrow when I read it out. By the impression it makes upon the audience I must settle this question once and for all, otherwise I can't go on with anything. I believe I have just written dreadful nonsense, but there's no time for correcting, as I said before. Besides that, I have made myself a promise not to alter a single word of what I write in this paper, even though I find that I am contradicting myself every 5 lines. I wish to verify the working of the natural logic of my ideas tomorrow during the reading, whether I am capable of detecting logical errors, and whether all that I have meditated over during the last 6 months be true, or nothing but delirium. If 2 months since I had been called upon to leave my room and the view of Meyer's wall opposite, I verily believe I should have been sorry, but now I have no such feeling, and yet I am leaving this room and Meyer's brick wall forever, so that my conclusion, that it is not worthwhile indulging in grief, or any other emotion, for a fortnight, has proved stronger than my very nature, and has taken over the direction of my feelings. But is it so? Is it the case that my nature is conquered entirely? If I were to be put on the rack now, I should certainly cry out. I should not say that it is not worthwhile to yell and feel pain because I have but a fortnight to live. But is it true that I have but a fortnight of life left to me? I know I told some of my friends that Dr. B had informed me that this was the case, but I now confess that I lied. B has not even seen me. However, a week ago, I called in a medical student, Kislorodov, who is a nationalist, an atheist, and a nihilist, by conviction, and that is why I had him. I needed a man who would tell me the bare truth without any humbug or ceremony, and so he did, indeed, almost with pleasure, which I thought was going a little too far. Well, he plumped out that I had about a month left me. It might be a little more, he said, under favorable circumstances, but it might also be considerably less. According to his opinion I might die quite suddenly, tomorrow. For instance, there had been such cases only a day or 2 since. A young lady at Kolomna who suffered from consumption, and was about on a par with myself in the march of the disease, was going out to market to buy provisions, when she suddenly felt faint, lay down on the sofa, gasped once, and died. Kislorodov told me all this with a sort of exaggerated devil-may-care negligence, and as though he did me great honor by talking to me so, because it showed that he considered me the same sort of exalted nihilistic being as himself, to whom death was a matter of no consequence whatever, either way. At all events, the fact remained, a month of life and no more, that he is right in his estimation. I am absolutely persuaded. It puzzles me much to think how on earth the prince guessed yesterday that I have had bad dreams. He said to me, "Your excitement and dreams will find relief at Pavlovsk." Why did he say dreams? Either he is a doctor, or else he is a man of exceptional intelligence and wonderful powers of observation. But that he is an idiot, at bottom there can be no doubt whatever. It so happened that just before he arrived I had a delightful little dream, one of a kind that I have hundreds of just now. I had fallen asleep about an hour before he came in, and dreamed that I was in some room, not my own. It was a large room, well furnished, with a cupboard, chest of drawers, sofa, and my bed, a fine wide bed covered with a silken counterpane. But I observed in the room a dreadful-looking creature, a sort of monster. It was a little like a scorpion, but was not a scorpion, but far more horrible, and especially so, because there are no creatures anything like it in nature, and because it had appeared to me for a purpose, and bore some mysterious signification. I looked at the beast well. It was brown in color and had a shell. It was a crawling kind of reptile, about 8 inches long, and narrowed down from the head, which was about a couple of fingers in width, to the end of the tail, which came to a fine point. Out of its trunk, about a couple of inches below its head, came 2 legs at an angle of 45 degrees, each about 3 inches long, so that the beast looked like a trident from above. It had 8 hard needle-like whiskers coming out from different parts of its body. It went along like a snake, bending its body about in spite of the shell it wore, and its motion was very quick and very horrible to look at. I was dreadfully afraid it would sting me. Somebody had told me, I thought, that it was venomous, but what tormented me most of all was the wondering as to who had sent it into my room, and what was the mystery which I felt it contained. It hid itself under the cupboard and under the chest of drawers, and crawled into the corners. I sat on a chair and kept my legs tucked under me. Then the beast crawled quietly across the room and disappeared somewhere near my chair. I looked about for it in terror, but I still hoped that as my feet were safely tucked away it would not be able to touch me. Suddenly I heard behind me, and about on a level with my head, a sort of rattling sound. I turned sharp round and saw that the brute had crawled up the wall as high as the level of my face, and that its horrible tail, which was moving incredibly fast from side to side, was actually touching my hair. I jumped up, and it disappeared. I did not dare lie down on my bed for fear it should creep under my pillow. My mother came into the room, and some friends of hers. They began to hunt for the reptile and were more composed than I was. They did not seem to be afraid of it. But they did not understand as I did. Suddenly the monster reappeared. It crawled slowly across the room and made for the door, as though with some fixed intention, and with a slow movement that was more horrible than ever. Then my mother opened the door and called my dog. Norma. Norma was a great Newfoundland, and died 5 years ago. She sprang forward and stood still in front of the reptile as if she had been turned to stone. The beast stopped too, but its tail and claws still moved about. I believe animals are incapable of feeling supernatural fright, if I have been rightly informed, but at this moment there appeared to me to be something more than ordinary about Norma's terror, as though it must be supernatural, and as though she felt, just as I did myself, that this reptile was connected with some mysterious secret. Some fatal omen. Norma backed slowly and carefully away from the brute, which followed her, creeping deliberately after her as though it intended to make a sudden dart and sting her. In spite of Norma's terror she looked furious, though she trembled in all her limbs. At length she slowly bared her terrible teeth, opened her great red jaws, hesitated, took courage, and seized the beast in her mouth. It seemed to try to dart out of her jaws twice, but Norma caught at it and half swallowed it as it was escaping. The shell cracked in her teeth, and the tail and legs stuck out of her mouth and shook about in a horrible manner. Suddenly Norma gave a piteous whine. The reptile had bitten her tongue. She opened her mouth wide with the pain, and I saw the beast lying across her tongue, and out of its body, which was almost bitten in two, came a hideous white-looking substance, oozing out into Norma's mouth. It was of the consistency of a crushed black beetle. Just then I awoke and the prince entered the room. "Gentlemen," said Hippolyte, breaking off here, "I have not done yet, but it seems to me that I have written down a great deal here that is unnecessary. This dream." "You have indeed," said Gania. "There is too much about myself, I know, but," as Hippolyte said this his face wore a tired, pained look, and he wiped the sweat off his brow. "Yes," said Lebedev, "you certainly think a great deal too much about yourself. Well, gentlemen, I do not force anyone to listen. If any of you are unwilling to sit it out, please go away, by all means." "He turns people out of a house that isn't his own," muttered Rogojin. "Suppose we all go away," said Ferdishenko suddenly. Hippolyte clutched his manuscript, and gazing at the last speaker with glittering eyes, said, "You don't like me at all." A few laughed at this, but not all. "Hippolyte," said the prince, "give me the papers, and go to bed like a sensible fellow. We'll have a good talk tomorrow, but you really mustn't go on with this reading, it is not good for you." How can I, cried Hippolyte, looking at him in amazement. "Gentlemen, I was a fool, I won't break off again. Listen, everyone who wants to." He gulped down some water out of a glass standing near, bent over the table, in order to hide his face from the audience, and recommenced. "The idea that it is not worthwhile living for a few weeks took possession of me a month ago, when I was told that I had 4 weeks to live, but only partially so at that time. The idea quite overmastered me 3 days since. That evening at Pavlovsk, the first time that I felt really impressed with this thought was on the terrace at the prince's. At the very moment when I had taken it into my head to make a last trial of life, I wanted to see people and trees. I believe I said so myself. I got excited. I maintained Burdovsky's rights, my neighbor. I dreamt that one and all would open their arms and embrace me, that there would be an indescribable exchange of forgiveness between us all. In a word, I behaved like a fool, and then, at that very same instant, I felt my last conviction. I ask myself now how I could have waited 6 months for that conviction. I knew that I had a disease that spares no one, and I really had no illusions, but the more I realized my condition, the more I clung to life. I wanted to live at any price. I confess I might well have resented that blind, deaf fate, which, with no apparent reason, seemed to have decided to crush me like a fly, but why did I not stop at resentment? Why did I begin to live, knowing that it was not worthwhile to begin? Why did I attempt to do what I knew to be an impossibility? And yet I could not even read a book to the end. I had given up reading. What is the good of reading? What is the good of learning anything, for just 6 months? That thought has made me throw aside a book more than once. Yes, that wall of Myers could tell a tale if it liked. There was no spot on its dirty surface that I did not know by heart. Accursed wall, and yet it is dearer to me than all the Pavlovsk trees. That is, it would be dearer if it were not all the same to me, now. I remember now with what hungry interest I began to watch the lives of other people, interest that I had never felt before. I used to wait for Kolya's arrival impatiently, for I was so ill myself, then, that I could not leave the house. I so threw myself into every little detail of news, and took so much interest in every report and rumor, that I believe I became a regular gossip. I could not understand, among other things, how all these people, with so much life in and before them, do not become rich, and I don't understand it now. I remember being told of a poor wretch I once knew, who had died of hunger. I was almost beside myself with rage. I believe if I could have resuscitated him I would have done so for the sole purpose of murdering him. Occasionally I was so much better that I could go out, but the streets used to put me in such a rage that I would lock myself up for days rather than go out. Even if I were well enough to do so, I could not bear to see all those preoccupied, anxious-looking creatures continuously surging along the streets past me. Why are they always anxious? What is the meaning of their eternal care and worry? It is their wickedness, their perpetual detestable malice. That's what it is. They are all full of malice, malice. Whose fault is it that they are all miserable, that they don't know how to live, though they have 50 or 60 years of life before them? Why did that fool allow himself to die of hunger with 60 years of unlived life before him? And every one of them shows his rags, his toil-worn hands, and yells in his wrath, here are we, working like cattle all our lives, and always as hungry as dogs, and there are others who do not work, and are fat and rich, the eternal refrain, and side by side with them trots along some wretched fellow who has known better days, doing light porter's work from morn to night for a living, always blubbering and saying that his wife died because he had no money to buy medicine with, and his children dying of cold and hunger, and his eldest daughter gone to the bad, and so on. Oh! I have no pity and no patience for these fools of people. Why can't they be Rothschilds? Whose fault is it that a man has not got millions of money like Rothschild? If he has life, all this must be in his power. Whose fault is it that he does not know how to live his life? Oh, it's all the same to me now, but at that time I would soak my pillow at night with tears of mortification, and tear at my blanket in my rage and fury. Oh, how I longed at that time to be turned out, me, 18 years old, poor, half-clothed, turned out into the street, quite alone, without lodging, without work, without a crust of bread, without relations, without a single acquaintance, in some large town, hungry, beaten, if you like, but in good health, and then I would show them. What would I show them? Oh, don't think that I have no sense of my own humiliation. I have suffered already in reading so far. Which of you all does not think me a fool at this moment, a young fool who knows nothing of life, forgetting that to live as I have lived these last 6 months is to live longer than grey-haired old men? Well, let them laugh, and say it is all nonsense. If they please they may say it is all fairy tales, if they like, and I have spent whole nights telling myself fairy tales. I remember them all. But how can I tell fairy tales now? The time for them is over. They amused me when I found that there was not even time for me to learn the Greek grammar, as I wanted to do. I shall die before I get to the syntax, I thought at the first page, and threw the book under the table. It is there still, for I forbade anyone to pick it up. If this explanation gets into anybody's hands, and they have patience to read it through, they may consider me a madman, or a schoolboy, or, more likely, a man condemned to die, who thought it only natural to conclude that all men, excepting himself, esteem life far too lightly, live it far too carelessly and lazily, and are, therefore, one and all, unworthy of it. Well, I affirm that my reader is wrong again, for my convictions have nothing to do with my sentence of death. Ask them, ask any one of them, or all of them, what they mean by happiness. Oh, you may be perfectly sure that if Columbus was happy, it was not after he had discovered America, but when he was discovering it. You may be quite sure that he reached the culminating point of his happiness 3 days before he saw the New World with his actual eyes, when his mutinous sailors wanted to tack about, and return to Europe. What did the New World matter after all? Columbus had hardly seen it when he died. And in reality he was entirely ignorant of what he had discovered. The important thing is life, and nothing else. What is any discovery whatever compared with the incessant, eternal discovery of life? But what is the use of talking? I'm afraid all this is so commonplace that my confession will be taken for a schoolboy exercise, the work of some ambitious lad writing in the hope of his work seeing the light, or perhaps my readers will say that I had perhaps something to say, but did not know how to express it. Let me add to this that in every idea emanating from genius, or even in every serious human idea, born in the human brain, there always remains something, some sediment, which cannot be expressed to others, though one wrote volumes and lectured upon it for 35 years there is always a something, a remnant, which will never come out from your brain, but will remain there with you, and you alone, forever and ever, and you will die, perhaps, without having imparted what may be the very essence of your idea to a single living soul. So that if I cannot now impart all that has tormented me for the last 6 months, at all events you will understand that, having reached my last convictions, I must have paid a very dear price for them. That is what I wished, for reasons of my own, to make a point of in this my explanation. But let me resume. Chapter 6. I will not deceive you. Reality got me so entrapped in its meshes now and again during the past 6 months, that I forgot my sentence, or perhaps I did not wish to think of it, and actually busied myself with affairs. A word as to my circumstances when, 8 months since, I became very ill. I threw up all my old connections and dropped all my old companions as I was always a gloomy, morose sort of individual. My friends easily forgot me, of course, they would have forgotten me all the same. Without that excuse my position at home was solitary enough. 5 months ago I separated myself entirely from the family, and no one dared enter my room except at stated times, to clean and tidy it, and so on, and to bring me my meals. My mother dared not disobey me, she kept the children quiet, for my sake, and beat them if they dared to make any noise and disturb me. I so often complained of them that I should think they must be very fond, indeed, of me by this time. I think I must have tormented my faithful Kolya, as I called him, a good deal too. He tormented me of late. I could see that he always bore my tempers as though he had determined to spare the poor invalid. This annoyed me, naturally. He seemed to have taken it into his head to imitate the prince in Christian meekness. Surikov, who lived above us, annoyed me, too. He was so miserably poor, and I used to prove to him that he had no one to blame but himself for his poverty. I used to be so angry that I think I frightened him eventually, for he stopped coming to see me. He was a most meek and humble fellow, was Surikov. N.B. They say that meekness is a great power. I must ask the prince about this, for the expression is his, but I remember one day in March, when I went up to his lodgings to see whether it was true that one of his children had been starved and frozen to death, I began to hold forth to him about his poverty being his own fault, and, in the course of my remarks, I accidentally smiled at the corpse of his child. Well, the poor wretch's lips began to tremble, and he caught me by the shoulder, and pushed me to the door. "Go out," he said, in a whisper. I went out, of course, and I declare I liked it. I liked it at the very moment when I was turned out. But his words filled me with a strange sort of feeling of disdainful pity for him whenever I thought of them, a feeling which I did not in the least desire to entertain. At the very moment of the insult, for I admit that I did insult him, though I did not mean to, this man could not lose his temper. His lips had trembled, but I swear it was not with rage. He had taken me by the arm, and said, "Go out," without the least anger. There was dignity, a great deal of dignity, about him, and it was so inconsistent with the look of him that, I assure you, it was quite comical. But there was no anger. Perhaps he merely began to despise me at that moment. Since that time he has always taken off his hat to me on the stairs, whenever I met him, which is a thing he never did before, but he always gets away from me as quickly as he can, as though he felt confused if he did despise me. He despised me meekly, after his own fashion. I dare say he only took his hat off out of fear, as it were, to the son of his creditor, for he always owed my mother money. I thought of having an explanation with him, but I knew that if I did, he would begin to apologize in a minute or two, so I decided to let him alone. Just about that time, that is, the middle of March, I suddenly felt very much better. This continued for a couple of weeks. I used to go out at dusk. I like the dusk, especially in March, when the night frost begins to harden the day's puddles, and the gas is burning. Well, one night in the Shestelavochnaya, a man passed me with a paper parcel under his arm. I did not take stock of him very carefully, but he seemed to be dressed in some shabby summer dust coat, much too light for the season. When he was opposite the lamp post, some 10 yards away, I observed something fall out of his pocket. I hurried forward to pick it up, just in time, for an old wretch in a long kaftan rushed up too. He did not dispute the matter, but glanced at what was in my hand and disappeared. It was a large old-fashioned pocket-book, stuffed full, but I guessed, at a glance, that it had anything in the world inside it, except money. The owner was now some 40 yards ahead of me, and was very soon lost in the crowd. I ran after him, and began calling out, but as I knew nothing to say excepting hey, he did not turn round. Suddenly he turned into the gate of a house to the left, and when I darted in after him, the gateway was so dark that I could see nothing whatever. It was one of those large houses built in small tenements, of which there must have been at least 100. When I entered the yard I thought I saw a man going along on the far side of it, but it was so dark I could not make out his figure. I crossed to that corner and found a dirty dark staircase. I heard a man mounting up above me, some way higher than I was, and thinking I should catch him before his door would be opened to him, I rushed after him. I heard a door open and shut on the 5th story. As I panted along, the stairs were narrow, and the steps innumerable, but at last I reached the door. I thought the right one. Some moments passed before I found the bell and got it to ring. An old peasant woman opened the door. She was busy lighting the samovar in a tiny kitchen. She listened silently to my questions, did not understand a word, of course, and opened another door leading into a little bit of a room, low and scarcely furnished at all, but with a large, wide bed in it. Hung with curtains. On this bed lay one Tarantich, as the woman called him, drunk. It appeared to me on the table was an end of candle and an iron candlestick, and a half bottle of vodka, nearly finished. Tarantich muttered something to me, and signed towards the next room. The old woman had disappeared, so there was nothing for me to do but to open the door indicated. I did so, and entered the next room. This was still smaller than the other, so cramped that I could scarcely turn round. A narrow single bed at one side took up nearly all the room. Besides the bed there were only 3 common chairs, and a wretched old kitchen table standing before a small sofa. One could hardly squeeze through between the table and the bed. On the table, as in the other room, burned a tallow candle and in an iron candlestick, and on the bed there whined a baby of scarcely 3 weeks old. A pale-looking woman was dressing the child, probably the mother. She looked as though she had not as yet got over the trouble of childbirth. She seemed so weak and was so carelessly dressed. Another child, a little girl of about 3 years old, lay on the sofa, covered over with what looked like a man's old dress coat. At the table stood a man in his shirt sleeves. He had thrown off his coat, it lay upon the bed, and he was unfolding a blue paper parcel in which were a couple of pounds of bread, and some little sausages. On the table along with these things were a few old bits of black bread, and some tea in a pot. From under the bed there protruded an open portmanteau full of bundles of rags. In a word, the confusion and untidiness of the room were indescribable. It appeared to me, at the first glance, that both the man and the woman were respectable people, but brought to that pitch of poverty where untidiness seems to get the better of every effort to cope with it, till at last they take a sort of bitter satisfaction in it. When I entered the room, the man, who had entered but a moment before me, and was still unpacking his parcels, was saying something to his wife in an excited manner. The news was apparently bad, as usual, for the woman began whimpering. The man's face seemed to me to be refined and even pleasant. He was dark complexioned, and about 28 years of age. He wore black whiskers, and his lip and chin were shaved. He looked morose, but with a sort of pride of expression. A curious scene followed. There are people who find satisfaction in their own touchy feelings, especially when they have just taken the deepest offense. At such moments they feel that they would rather be offended than not. These easily ignited natures, if they are wise, are always full of remorse afterwards, when they reflect that they have been 10 times as angry as they need have been. The gentleman before me gazed at me for some seconds in amazement, and his wife in terror, as though there was something alarmingly extraordinary in the fact that anyone could come to see them. But suddenly he fell upon me almost with fury. I had had no time to mutter more than a couple of words, but he had doubtless observed that I was decently dressed and, therefore, took deep offense because I had dared enter his den so unceremoniously, and spy out the squalor and untidiness of it. Of course he was delighted to get hold of someone upon whom to vent his rage against things in general. For a moment I thought he would assault me. He grew so pale that he looked like a woman about to have hysterics. His wife was dreadfully alarmed. "How dare you come in so? Be off," he shouted, trembling all over with rage and scarcely able to articulate the words. Suddenly, however, he observed his pocketbook in my hand. "I think you dropped this," I remarked, as quietly and drily as I could. I thought it best to treat him so. For some while he stood before me in downright terror, and seemed unable to understand. He then suddenly grabbed at his side pocket, opened his mouth in alarm, and beat his forehead with his hand. "My God," he cried, "where did you find it?" "How?" I explained in as few words as I could, and as drily as possible, how I had seen it and picked it up, how I had run after him, and called out to him, and how I had followed him upstairs and groped my way to his door. "Gracious heaven," he cried, "all our papers are in it, my dear sir, you little know what you have done for us. I should have been lost." I had taken hold of the door handle meanwhile, intending to leave the room without reply, but I was panting with my run upstairs, and my exhaustion came to a climax in a violent fit of coughing, so bad that I could hardly stand. I saw how the man dashed about the room to find me an empty chair, how he kicked the rags off a chair which was covered up by them, brought it to me, and helped me to sit down, but my cough went on for another 3 minutes or so. When I came to myself he was sitting by me on another chair, which he had also cleared of the rubbish by throwing it all over the floor, and was watching me intently. "I'm afraid you are ill," he remarked, in the tone which doctors use when they address a patient. "I am myself a medical man," he did not say doctor, with which words he waved his hands towards the room and its contents as though in protest at his present condition. "I see that you. I'm in consumption," I said laconically, rising from my seat. He jumped up, too. "Perhaps you are exaggerating, if you were to take proper measures perhaps." He was terribly confused and did not seem able to collect his scattered senses. The pocketbook was still in his left hand. "Oh, don't mind me," I said. "Dr. saw me last week, I lugged him in again, and my hash is quite settled, pardon me." I took hold of the door handle again. I was on the point of opening the door and leaving my grateful but confused medical friend to himself and his shame, when my damnable cough got hold of me again. My doctor insisted on my sitting down again to get my breath. He now said something to his wife who, without leaving her place, addressed a few words of gratitude and courtesy to me. She seemed very shy over it, and her sickly face flushed up with confusion. I remained, but with the air of a man who knows he is intruding and is anxious to get away. The doctor's remorse at last seemed to need a vent, I could see. "If I," he began, breaking off abruptly every other moment, and starting another sentence. I am so very grateful to you, and I am so much to blame in your eyes, I feel sure. You see," he pointed to the room again, "at this moment I am in such a position." "Oh," I said, "there's nothing to see, it's quite a clear case. You've lost your post and have come up to make explanations and get another, if you can." "How do you know that?" he asked in amazement. "Oh, it was evident at the first glance," I said ironically, but not intentionally so. "There are lots of people who come up from the provinces full of hope, and run about town, and have to live as best they can." He began to talk at once excitedly and with trembling lips. He began complaining and telling me his story. He interested me, I confess. I sat there nearly an hour. His story was a very ordinary one. He had been a provincial doctor, he had a civil appointment, and had no sooner taken it up than intrigues began. Even his wife was dragged into these. He was proud, and flew into a passion. There was a change of local government which acted in favor of his opponents. His position was undermined. Complaints were made against him. He lost his post and came up to Petersburg with his last remaining money, in order to appeal to higher authorities. Of course nobody would listen to him for a long time. He would come and tell his story one day and be refused promptly, another day he would be fed on false promises, again he would be treated harshly, then he would be told to sign some documents, then he would sign the paper and hand it in, and they would refuse to receive it, and tell him to file a formal petition. In a word, he had been driven about from office to office for 5 months and had spent every farthing he had. His wife's last rags had just been pawned, and meanwhile a child had been born to them, and today I have a final refusal to my petition, and I have hardly a crumb of bread left. I have nothing left. My wife has had a baby lately, and I. He sprang up from his chair and turned away. His wife was crying in the corner. The child had begun to moan again. I pulled out my notebook and began writing in it. When I had finished and rose from my chair, he was standing before me with an expression of alarmed curiosity. "I have jotted down your name," I told him, "and all the rest of it, the place you served at, the district, the date, and all. I have a friend, Bachmatov, whose uncle is a councillor of state and has to do with these matters, one Peter Matveyevich Bachmatov." "Peter Matveyevich Bachmatov," he cried, trembling all over with excitement. "Why, nearly everything depends on that very man. It is very curious, this story of the medical man, and my visit, and the happy termination to which I contributed by accident. Everything fitted in, as in a novel. I told the poor people not to put much hope in me, because I was but a poor schoolboy myself. I am not really, but I humiliated myself as much as possible in order to make them less hopeful, but that I would go at once to the Vasily Ostrov and see my friend, and that as I knew for certain that his uncle adored him, and was absolutely devoted to him as the last hope and branch of the family, perhaps the old man might do something to oblige his nephew. If only they would allow me to explain all to his excellency, if I could but be permitted to tell my tale to him," he cried, trembling with feverish agitation, and his eyes flashing with excitement. I repeated once more that I could not hold out much hope, that it would probably end in smoke, and if I did not turn up next morning they must make up their minds that there was no more to be done in the matter. They showed me out with bows and every kind of respect. They seemed quite beside themselves. I shall never forget the expression of their faces. I took a droshky and drove over to the Vasily Ostrov at once. For some years I had been at enmity with this young Bachmatov. At school we considered him an aristocrat. At all events I called him one. He used to dress smartly, and always drove to school in a private trap. He was a good companion, and was always merry and jolly, sometimes even witty, though he was not very intellectual. In spite of the fact that he was always top of the class, I myself was never top in anything. All his companions were very fond of him, excepting myself. He had several times during those years come up to me and tried to make friends, but I had always turned sulkily away and refused to have anything to do with him. I had not seen him for a whole year now. He was at the university. When, at 9 o'clock, or so, this evening, I arrived and was shown up to him with great ceremony, he first received me with astonishment, and not too affably, but he soon cheered up, and suddenly gazed intently at me and burst out laughing. "Why, what on earth can have possessed you to come and see me, Terentiev?" he cried, with his usual pleasant, sometimes audacious, but never offensive familiarity, which I liked in reality, but for which I also detested him. "Why, what's the matter?" he cried in alarm. "Are you ill?" That confounded cough of mine had come on again. I fell into a chair, and with difficulty recovered my breath. "It's all right, it's only consumption," I said. "I have come to you with a petition." He sat down in amazement, and I lost no time in telling him the medical man's history, and explained that he, with the influence which he possessed over his uncle, might do some good to the poor fellow. I'll do it, of course," he said. "I shall attack my uncle about it tomorrow morning, and I'm very glad you told me the story, but how was it that you thought of coming to me about it, Terentiev?" "So much depends upon your uncle," I said. "And besides, we have always been enemies, Bachmatov, and as you are a generous sort of fellow, I thought you would not refuse my request because I was your enemy," I added with irony. "Like Napoleon going to England, cried he, laughing. "I'll do it though, of course, and at once, if I can," he added, seeing that I rose seriously from my chair at this point. And sure enough, the matter ended as satisfactorily as possible. A month or so later my medical friend was appointed to another post. He got his travelling expenses paid, and something to help him to start life with once more. I think Bachmatov must have persuaded the doctor to accept a loan from himself. I saw Bachmatov 2 or 3 times, about this period, the third time being when he gave a farewell dinner to the doctor and his wife before their departure, a champagne dinner. Bachmatov saw me home after the dinner and we crossed the Nikolai Bridge. We were both a little drunk. He told me of his joy, the joyful feeling of having done a good action. He said that it was all thanks to myself that he could feel this satisfaction, and held forth about the foolishness of the theory that individual charity is useless. I, too, was burning to have my say. "In Moscow," I said, "there was an old state councillor, a civil general, who, all his life, had been in the habit of visiting the prisons and speaking to criminals. Every party of convicts on its way to Siberia knew beforehand that on the Voroviev Hills the old general would pay them a visit. He did all he undertook seriously and devotedly. He would walk down the rows of the unfortunate prisoners, stop before each individual and ask after his needs. He never sermonized them, he spoke kindly to them, he gave them money, he brought them all sorts of necessaries for the journey, and gave them devotional books, choosing those who could read, under the firm conviction that they would read to those who could not, as they went along. He scarcely ever talked about the particular crimes of any of them, but listened if any volunteered information on that point. All the convicts were equal for him, and he made no distinction. He spoke to all as to brothers, and every one of them looked upon him as a father. When he observed among the exiles some poor woman with a child, he would always come forward and fondle the little one, and make it laugh. He continued these acts of mercy up to his very death, and by that time all the criminals, all over Russia and Siberia, knew him. A man I knew who had been to Siberia and returned, told me that he himself had been a witness of how the very most hardened criminals remembered the old general, though, in point of fact, he could never, of course, have distributed more than a few pence to each member of a party. Their recollection of him was not sentimental or particularly devoted. Some wretch, for instance, who had been a murderer, cutting the throat of a dozen fellow creatures, for instance, or stabbing 6 little children. For his own amusement, there have been such men, would perhaps, without rhyme or reason, suddenly give a sigh and say, "I wonder whether that old general is alive still," although perhaps he had not thought of mentioning him for a dozen years before. How can one say what seed of good may have been dropped into his soul, never to die? I continued in that strain for a long while, pointing out to Bachmatov how impossible it is to follow up the effects of any isolated good deed one may do, in all its influences and subtle workings upon the heart and after actions of others. "And to think that you are to be cut off from life," remarked Bachmatov, in a tone of reproach, as though he would like to find someone to pitch into on my account. We were leaning over the balustrade of the bridge, looking into the Neva at this moment. "Do you know what has suddenly come into my head?" said I, suddenly, leaning further and further over the rail. "Surely not to throw yourself into the river," cried Bachmatov in alarm. Perhaps he read my thought in my face. "No, not yet, at present nothing but the following consideration. You see, I have some 2 or 3 months left me to live, perhaps 4, well, supposing that when I have but a month or 2 more, I take a fancy for some good deed that needs both trouble and time, like this business of our doctor friend, for instance, why, I shall have to give up the idea of it and take to something else, some little good deed, more within my means. Isn't that an amusing idea?" Poor Bachmatov was much impressed, painfully so. He took me all the way home, not attempting to console me, but behaving with the greatest delicacy. On taking leave he pressed my hand warmly and asked permission to come and see me. I replied that if he came to me as a comforter, so to speak, for he would be in that capacity whether he spoke to me in a soothing manner or only kept silence, as I pointed out to him, he would but remind me each time of my approaching death. He shrugged his shoulders, but quite agreed with me, and we parted better friends than I had expected. But that evening and that night were sown the first seeds of my last conviction. I seized greedily on my new idea, I thirstily drank in all its different aspects, I did not sleep a wink that night, and the deeper I went into it the more my being seemed to merge itself in it, and the more alarmed I became. A dreadful terror came over me at last, and did not leave me all next day. Sometimes, thinking over this, I became quite numb with the terror of it, and I might well have deduced from this fact, that my last conviction was eating into my being too fast and too seriously, and would undoubtedly come to its climax before long, and for the climax I needed greater determination than I yet possessed. However, within 3 weeks my determination was taken, owing to a very strange circumstance. Here on my paper, I make a note of all the figures and dates that come into my explanation. Of course, it is all the same to me, but just now, and perhaps only at this moment, I desire that all those who are to judge of my action should see clearly out of how logical a sequence of deductions has at length preceded my last conviction. I have said above that the determination needed by me for the accomplishment of my final resolve, came to hand not through any sequence of causes, but thanks to a certain strange circumstance which had perhaps no connection whatever with the matter at issue. 10 days ago Rogojin called upon me about certain business of his own with which I have nothing to do at present. I had never seen Rogojin before, but had often heard about him. I gave him all the information he needed, and he very soon took his departure, so that, since he only came for the purpose of gaining the information, the matter might have been expected to end there. But he interested me too much, and all that day I was under the influence of strange thoughts connected with him, and I determined to return his visit the next day. Rogojin was evidently by no means pleased to see me, and hinted, delicately, that he saw no reason why our acquaintance should continue. For all that, however, I spent a very interesting hour, and so, I dare say, did he. There was so great a contrast between us that I am sure we must both have felt it. Anyhow, I felt it acutely. Here was I, with my days numbered, and he, a man in the full vigor of life, living in the present, without the slightest thought for final convictions, or numbers, or days, or, in fact, for anything but that which he was mad about, if he will excuse me the expression, as a feeble author who cannot express his ideas properly. In spite of his lack of amiability, I could not help seeing, in Rogojin a man of intellect and sense, and although, perhaps, there was little in the outside world which was of interest to him, still he was clearly a man with eyes to see. I hinted nothing to him about my final conviction, but it appeared to me that he had guessed it from my words. He remained silent. He is a terribly silent man. I remarked to him, as I rose to depart, that, in spite of the contrast and the wide differences between us two, les extremités se touchent, extremes meet, as I explained to him in Russian, so that maybe he was not so far from my final conviction as appeared. His only reply to this was a sour grimace. He rose and looked for my cap, and placed it in my hand, and led me out of the house, that dreadful gloomy house of his, to all appearances, of course, as though I were leaving of my own accord, and he were simply seeing me to the door out of politeness. His house impressed me much. It is like a burial ground. He seems to like it, which is, however, quite natural. Such a full life as he leads is so overflowing with absorbing interests that he has little need of assistance from his surroundings. The visit to Rogojin exhausted me terribly. Besides, I had felt ill since the morning, and by evening I was so weak that I took to my bed, and was in high fever at intervals, and even delirious. Kolya sat with me until 11 o'clock. Yet I remember all he talked about, and every word we said, though whenever my eyes closed for a moment I could picture nothing but the image of Surikov just in the act of finding 1,000,000 rubles. He could not make up his mind what to do with the money, and tore his hair over it. He trembled with fear that somebody would rob him, and at last he decided to bury it in the ground. I persuaded him that, instead of putting it all away uselessly underground, he had better melt it down and make a golden coffin out of it for his starved child, and then dig up the little one and put her into the golden coffin. Surikov accepted this suggestion, I thought, with tears of gratitude, and immediately commenced to carry out my design. I thought I spat on the ground and left him in disgust. Kolya told me, when I quite recovered my senses, that I had not been asleep for a moment, but that I had spoken to him about Surikov the whole while. At moments I was in a state of dreadful weakness and misery, so that Kolya was greatly disturbed when he left me. When I arose to lock the door after him, I suddenly called to mind a picture I had noticed at Rogojin's in one of his gloomiest rooms. Over the door he had pointed it out to me himself as we walked past it, and I believe I must have stood a good 5 minutes in front of it. There was nothing artistic about it, but the picture made me feel strangely uncomfortable. It represented Christ just taken down from the cross. It seems to me that painters as a rule represent the Saviour, both on the cross and taken down from it, with great beauty still upon his face. This marvelous beauty they strive to preserve even in his moments of deepest agony and passion. But there was no such beauty in Rogojin's picture. This was the presentment of a poor mangled body which had evidently suffered unbearable anguish even before its crucifixion, full of wounds and bruises, marks of the violence of soldiers and people, and of the bitterness of the moment when he had fallen with the cross. All this combined with the anguish of the actual crucifixion. The face was depicted as though still suffering, as though the body, only just dead, was still almost quivering with agony. The picture was one of pure nature, for the face was not beautified by the artist, but was left as it would naturally be, whosoever the sufferer, after such anguish. I know that the earliest Christian faith taught that the Saviour suffered actually and not figuratively, and that nature was allowed her own way even while his body was on the cross. It is strange to look on this dreadful picture of the mangled corpse of the Savior, and to put this question to oneself, supposing that the disciples, the future apostles, the women who had followed him and stood by the cross, all of whom believed in and worshipped him, supposing that they saw this tortured body, this face so mangled and bleeding and bruised, and they must have so seen it, how could they have gazed upon the dreadful sight and yet have believed that he would rise again? The thought steps in, whether one likes it or no, that death is so terrible and so powerful, that even he who conquered it in his miracles during life was unable to triumph over it at the last. He who called to Lazarus, "Lazarus, come forth," and the dead man lived, he was now himself a prey to nature and death. Nature appears to one, looking at this picture, as some huge, implacable, dumb monster, or still better, a stranger simile, some enormous mechanical engine of modern days which has seized and crushed and swallowed up a great and invaluable being, a being worth nature and all her laws, worth the whole earth, which was perhaps created merely for the sake of the advent of that being. This blind, dumb, implacable, eternal, unreasoning force is well shown in the picture, and the absolute subordination of all men and things to it is so well expressed that the idea unconsciously arises in the mind of anyone who looks at it. All those faithful people who were gazing at the cross and its mutilated occupant must have suffered agony of mind that evening, for they must have felt that all their hopes and almost all their faith had been shattered at a blow. They must have separated in terror and dread that night, though each perhaps carried away with him one great thought which was never eradicated from his mind forever afterwards. If this great teacher of theirs could have seen himself after the crucifixion, how could he have consented to mount the cross and to die as he did? This thought also comes into the mind of the man who gazes at this picture. I thought of all this by snatches, probably between my attacks of delirium, for an hour and a half or so before Kolya's departure. Can there be an appearance of that which has no form, and yet it seemed to me, at certain moments, that I beheld in some strange and impossible form, that dark, dumb, irresistibly powerful, eternal force. I thought someone led me by the hand and showed me, by the light of a candle, a huge, loathsome insect, which he assured me was that very force, that very almighty, dumb, irresistible power, and laughed at the indignation with which I received this information. In my room they always light the little lamp before my icon for the night. It gives a feeble flicker of light, but it is strong enough to see by dimly, and if you sit just under it you can even read by it. I think it was about 12 or a little past that night. I had not slept a wink, and was lying with my eyes wide open, when suddenly the door opened, and in came Rogojin. He entered, and shut the door behind him. Then he silently gazed at me and went quickly to the corner of the room where the lamp was burning and sat down underneath it. I was much surprised, and looked at him expectantly. Rogojin only leaned his elbow on the table and silently stared at me. So passed 2 or 3 minutes, and I recollect that his silence hurt and offended me very much. Why did he not speak? That his arrival at this time of night struck me as more or less strange may possibly be the case, but I remember I was by no means amazed at it. On the contrary, though I had not actually told him my thought in the morning, yet I know he understood it, and this thought was of such a character that it would not be anything very remarkable, if one were to come for further talk about it at any hour of night, however late. I thought he must have come for this purpose. In the morning we had parted not the best of friends. I remember he looked at me with disagreeable sarcasm once or twice, and this same look I observed in his eyes now, which was the cause of the annoyance I felt. I did not for a moment suspect that I was delirious and that this Rogojin was but the result of fever and excitement. I had not the slightest idea of such a theory at first. Meanwhile he continued to sit and stare jeeringly at me. I angrily turned round in bed and made up my mind that I would not say a word unless he did, so I rested silently on my pillow determined to remain dumb. If it were to last till morning I felt resolved that he should speak first. Probably 20 minutes or so passed in this way. Suddenly the idea struck me, what if this is an apparition and not Rogojin himself? Neither during my illness nor at any previous time had I ever seen an apparition, but I had always thought, both when I was a little boy, and even now, that if I were to see one I should die on the spot, though I don't believe in ghosts. And yet now, when the idea struck me that this was a ghost and not Rogojin at all, I was not in the least alarmed. Nay, the thought actually irritated me strangely enough. The decision of the question as to whether this were a ghost or Rogojin did not, for some reason or other, interest me nearly so much as it ought to have done. I think I began to muse about something altogether different. For instance, I began to wonder why Rogojin, who had been in dressing gown and slippers when I saw him at home, had now put on a dress coat and white waistcoat and tie. I also thought to myself, I remember, if this is a ghost, and I am not afraid of it, why don't I approach it and verify my suspicions? Perhaps I am afraid. And no sooner did this last idea enter my head than an icy blast blew over me. I felt a chill down my backbone and my knees shook. At this very moment, as though divining my thoughts, Rogojin raised his head from his arm and began to part his lips as though he were going to laugh, but he continued to stare at me as persistently as before. I felt so furious with him at this moment that I longed to rush at him, but as I had sworn that he should speak first, I continued to lie still, and the more willingly, as I was still by no means satisfied as to whether it really was Rogojin or not. I cannot remember how long this lasted. I cannot recollect, either, whether consciousness forsook me at intervals, or not, but at last Rogojin rose, staring at me as intently as ever, but not smiling any longer, and walking very softly, almost on tiptoes, to the door. He opened it, went out, and shut it behind him. I did not rise from my bed, and I don't know how long I lay with my eyes open, thinking. I don't know what I thought about, nor how I fell asleep or became insensible, but I awoke next morning after 9 o'clock when they knocked at my door. My general orders are that if I don't open the door and call, by 9 o'clock, Matriona is to come and bring my tea. When I now opened the door to her, the thought suddenly struck me, how could he have come in, since the door was locked? I made inquiries, and found that Rogojin himself could not possibly have come in, because all our doors were locked for the night. Well, this strange circumstance, which I have described with so much detail, was the ultimate cause which led me to taking my final determination, so that no logic, or logical deductions, had anything to do with my resolve. It was simply a matter of disgust. It was impossible for me to go on living when life was full of such detestable, strange, tormenting forms. This ghost had humiliated me, nor could I bear to be subordinate to that dark, horrible force which was embodied in the form of the loathsome insect. It was only towards evening, when I had quite made up my mind on this point, that I began to feel easier. Chapter 7. I had a small pocket pistol. I had procured it while still a boy, at that droll age when the stories of duels and highwaymen begin to delight one, and when one imagines oneself nobly standing fire at some future day, in a duel. There were a couple of old bullets in the bag which contained the pistol, and powder enough in an old flask for 2 or 3 charges. The pistol was a wretched thing, very crooked, and wouldn't carry farther than 15 paces at the most. However, it would send your skull flying well enough if you pressed the muzzle of it against your temple. I determined to die at Pavlovsk at sunrise, in the park, so as to make no commotion in the house. This explanation will make the matter clear enough to the police students of psychology, and anyone else who likes, may make what they please of it. I should not like this paper, however, to be made public. I request the prince to keep a copy himself, and to give a copy to Aglaya Ivanovna Epenkin. This is my last will and testament. As for my skeleton, I bequeath it to the Medical Academy for the benefit of science. I recognize no jurisdiction over myself, and I know that I am now beyond the power of laws and judges. A little while ago a very amusing idea struck me. What if I were now to commit some terrible crime, murder 10 fellow creatures, for instance, or anything else that is thought most shocking and dreadful in this world? What a dilemma my judges would be in, with a criminal who only has a fortnight to live in any case, now that the rack and other forms of torture are abolished. Why, I should die comfortably in their own hospital, in a warm, clean room, with an attentive doctor, probably much more comfortably than I should at home. I don't understand why people in my position do not oftener indulge in such ideas, if only for a joke. Perhaps they do, who knows? There are plenty of merry souls among us. But though I do not recognize any jurisdiction over myself, still I know that I shall be judged, when I am nothing but a voiceless lump of clay. Therefore I do not wish to go before I have left a word of reply, the reply of a free man, not one forced to justify himself. Oh no, I have no need to ask forgiveness of anyone. I wish to say a word merely because I happen to desire it of my own free will. Here, in the first place, comes a strange thought. Who, in the name of what law, would think of disputing my full personal right over the fortnight of life left to me? What jurisdiction can be brought to bear upon the case? Who would wish me, not only to be sentenced, but to endure the sentence to the end? Surely there exists no man who would wish such a thing. Why should anyone desire it? For the sake of morality? Well, I can understand that if I were to make an attempt upon my own life while in the enjoyment of full health and vigor, my life which might have been useful, etc., etc., morality might reproach me, according to the old routine, for disposing of my life without permission, or whatever its tenet may be. But now, when my sentence is out and my days numbered, how can morality have need of my last breaths, and why should I die listening to the consolations offered by the prince, who, without doubt, would not omit to demonstrate that death is actually a benefactor to me? Christians like him always end up with that. It is their pet theory, and what do they want with their ridiculous Pavlovsk trees? To sweeten my last hours. Cannot they understand that the more I forget myself, the more I let myself become attached to these last illusions of life and love, by means of which they try to hide from me Meyer's wall, and all that is so plainly written on it, the more unhappy they make me? What is the use of all your nature to me, all your parks and trees, your sunsets and sunrises, your blue skies and your self-satisfied faces, when all this wealth of beauty and happiness begins with the fact that it accounts me, only me, one too many? What is the good of all this beauty and glory to me, when every second, every moment, I cannot but be aware that this little fly which buzzes around my head in the sun's rays, even this little fly is a sharer and participator in all the glory of the universe, and knows its place and is happy in it, while I, only I, am an outcast, and have been blind to the fact hitherto, thanks to my simplicity. Oh! I know well how the prince and others would like me, instead of indulging in all these wicked words of my own, to sing, to the glory and triumph of morality, that well-known verse of Gilbert's. Oh, vous sent voir longtemps votre but sacré. Tant d'amos, sourds à mes adieux. Chu ils mourant pleins de jours, que leur mort soit pleuré. Chu un ami leur ferme les yeux. But believe me, my simple-hearted friends, that in this highly moral verse, in this academical blessing to the world in general in the French language, is hidden the intensest gall and bitterness, but so well concealed is the venom, that I dare say the poet actually persuaded himself that his words were full of the tears of pardon and peace, instead of the bitterness of disappointment and malice, and so died in the delusion. Do you know there is a limit of ignominy, beyond which man's consciousness of shame cannot go, and after which begins satisfaction in shame? Well, of course humility is a great force in that sense, I admit that, though not in the sense in which religion accounts humility to be strength. Religion, I admit eternal life, and perhaps I always did admit it. Admitted that consciousness is called into existence by the will of a higher power, admitted that this consciousness looks out upon the world and says I am, and admitted that the higher power wills that the consciousness so called into existence, be suddenly extinguished, for some unexplained reason, it is and must be. Still there comes the eternal question, why must I be humble through all this? Is it not enough that I am devoured, without my being expected to bless the power that devours me? Surely I need not suppose that somebody, there, will be offended because I do not wish to live out the fortnight allowed me? I don't believe it. It is much simpler, and far more likely, to believe that my death is needed, the death of an insignificant atom, in order to fulfill the general harmony of the universe, in order to make even some plus or minus in the sum of existence, just as every day the death of numbers of beings is necessary because without their annihilation the rest cannot live on, although we must admit that the idea is not a particularly grand one in itself. However, admit the fact, admit that without such perpetual devouring of one another the world cannot continue to exist, or could never have been organized. I am ever ready to confess that I cannot understand why this is so, but I'll tell you what I do know, for certain if I have once been given to understand and realize that I am, what does it matter to me that the world is organized on a system full of errors and that otherwise it cannot be organized at all? Who will or can judge me after this? Say what you like, the thing is impossible and unjust. And meanwhile I have never been able, in spite of my great desire to do so, to persuade myself that there is no future existence, and no providence. The fact of the matter is that all this does exist, but that we know absolutely nothing about the future life and its laws. But it is so difficult, and even impossible to understand, that surely I am not to be blamed because I could not fathom the incomprehensible? Of course I know they say that one must be obedient, and of course, too, the prince is one of those who say so, that one must be obedient without questions, out of pure goodness of heart, and that for my worthy conduct in this matter I shall meet with reward in another world. We degrade God when we attribute our own ideas to him, out of annoyance that we cannot fathom his ways. Again, I repeat, I cannot be blamed because I am unable to understand that which it is not given to mankind to fathom. Why am I to be judged because I could not comprehend the will and laws of providence? No, we had better drop religion. And enough of this. By the time I have got so far in the reading of my document the sun will be up and the huge force of his rays will be acting upon the living world. So be it. I shall die gazing straight at the great fountain of life and power. I do not want this life. If I had had the power to prevent my own birth I should certainly never have consented to accept existence under such ridiculous conditions. However, I have the power to end my existence. Although I do but give back days that are already numbered, it is an insignificant gift, and my revolt is equally insignificant. Final explanation, I die, not in the least because I am unable to support these next 3 weeks. Oh no, I should find strength enough, and if I wished it I could obtain consolation from the thought of the injury that is done me, but I am not a French poet, and I do not desire such consolation. And finally, nature has so limited my capacity for work or activity of any kind, in allotting me but 3 weeks of time, that suicide is about the only thing left that I can begin and end in the time of my own free will. Perhaps then I am anxious to take advantage of my last chance of doing something for myself. A protest is sometimes no small thing. The explanation was finished. Hippolyte paused at last. There is, in extreme cases, a final stage of cynical candor when a nervous man, excited, and beside himself with emotion, will be afraid of nothing and ready for any sort of scandal, nay, glad of it. The extraordinary, almost unnatural, tension of the nerves which upheld Hippolyte up to this point, had now arrived at this final stage. This poor feeble boy of 18, exhausted by disease, looked for all the world as weak and frail as a leaflet torn from its parent tree and trembling in the breeze, but no sooner had his eye swept over his audience, for the first time during the whole of the last hour, than the most contemptuous, the most haughty expression of repugnance lighted up his face. He defied them all, as it were. But his hearers were indignant, too. They rose to their feet with annoyance. Fatigue, the wine consumed, the strain of listening so long, all added to the disagreeable impression which the reading had made upon them. Suddenly Hippolyte jumped up as though he had been shot. "The sun is rising," he cried, seeing the gilded tops of the trees, and pointing to them as to a miracle. "See, it is rising now." "Well, what then, did you suppose it wasn't going to rise?" asked Ferdishenko. "It's going to be atrociously hot again all day," said Gania, with an air of annoyance, taking his hat. A month of this, are you coming home, Titsyn? Hippolyte listened to this in amazement, almost amounting to stupefaction. Suddenly he became deadly pale and shuddered. You manage your composure too awkwardly. I see you wish to insult me, he cried to Gania. You are a cur, he looked at Gania with an expression of malice. What on earth is the matter with the boy, what phenomenal feeble-mindedness, exclaimed Ferdishenko. Oh, he's simply a fool, said Gania. Hippolyte braced himself up a little. I understand, gentlemen, he began, trembling as before, and stumbling over every word, that I have deserved your resentment, and am sorry that I should have troubled you with this raving nonsense, pointing to his article, or rather, I am sorry that I have not troubled you enough. He smiled feebly. Have I troubled you, Evgeny Pavlovich? He suddenly turned on Evgeny with this question. Tell me now, have I troubled you or not? Well, it was a little drawn out, perhaps, but... Come, speak out, don't lie, for once in your life, speak out, continued Hippolyte, quivering with agitation. Oh, my good sir, I assure you it's entirely the same to me. Please leave me in peace, said Evgeny, angrily, turning his back on him. Good night, prince, said Titsyn, approaching his host. What are you thinking of? Don't go, he'll blow his brains out in a minute, cried Vera Lebedev, rushing up to Hippolyte and catching hold of his hands in a torment of alarm. What are you thinking of? He said he would blow his brains out at sunrise. Oh, he won't shoot himself, cried several voices, sarcastically. Gentlemen, you'd better look out, cried Kolya, also seizing Hippolyte by the hand. Just look at him, prince, what are you thinking of? Vera and Kolya and Keller and Burdovsky were all crowding round Hippolyte now and holding him down. He has the right, murmured Burdovsky. Excuse me, prince, but what are your arrangements? Asked Lebedev, tipsy and exasperated, going up to Muishkin. What do you mean by arrangements? No, excuse me, I'm master of this house, though I do not wish to lack respect towards you. You are master of the house too, in a way, but I can't allow this sort of thing. He won't shoot himself, the boy is only playing the fool, said General Ivolgin, suddenly and unexpectedly, with indignation. I know he won't, General, but I'm master here. Listen, Mr. Terentiev, said Titsyn, who had bidden the prince good night, and was now holding out his hand to Hippolyte, I think you remark in that manuscript of yours, that you bequeath your skeleton to the academy. Are you referring to your own skeleton, I mean, your very bones? Yes, my bones, Quite so, I see, because, you know, little mistakes have occurred now and then. There was a case. Why do you tease him? Cried the prince, suddenly. You've moved him to tears, added Ferdishenko. But Hippolyte was by no means weeping. He was about to move from his place, when his 4 guards rushed at him and seized him once more. There was a laugh at this. He led up to this on purpose. He took the trouble of writing all that so that people should come and grab him by the arm, observed Rogojin. Good night, prince. What a time we've sat here, my very bones ache. If you really intended to shoot yourself, Terentiev, said Evgeny Pavlovich, laughing, if I were you, after all these compliments, I should just not shoot myself in order to vex them all. They are very anxious to see me blow my brains out, said Hippolyte, bitterly. Yes, they'll be awfully annoyed if they don't see it. Then you think they won't see it? I am not trying to egg you on the contrary, I think it very likely that you may shoot yourself, but the principal thing is to keep cool, said Evgeny with a drawl, and with great condescension. I only now perceive what a terrible mistake I made in reading this article to them, said Hippolyte, suddenly, addressing Evgeny, and looking at him with an expression of trust and confidence, as though he were applying to a friend for counsel. Yes, it's a droll situation, I really don't know what advice to give you, replied Evgeny, laughing. Hippolyte gazed steadfastly at him, but said nothing. To look at him one might have supposed that he was unconscious at intervals. Excuse me, said Lebedev, but did you observe the young gentleman's style? I'll go and blow my brains out in the park, says he, so as not to disturb anyone. He thinks he won't disturb anybody if he goes 3 yards away, into the park, and blows his brains out there. Gentlemen, began the prince. No, excuse me, most revered prince, Lebedev interrupted, excitedly. Since you must have observed yourself that this is no joke, and since at least half your guests must also have concluded that after all that has been said this youth must blow his brains out for honor's sake, I, as master of this house, and before these witnesses, now call upon you to take steps. Yes, but what am I to do, Lebedev? What steps am I to take? I am ready. I'll tell you. In the first place, he must immediately deliver up the pistol which he boasted of, with all its appurtenances. If he does this, I shall consent to his being allowed to spend the night in this house, considering his feeble state of health, and of course conditionally upon his being under proper supervision. But tomorrow he must go elsewhere. Excuse me, prince, should he refuse to deliver up his weapon, then I shall instantly seize one of his arms and General Ivolgin the other, and we shall hold him until the police arrive and take the matter into their own hands. Mr. Ferdishenko will kindly fetch them." At this there was a dreadful noise. Lebedev danced about in his excitement. Ferdishenko prepared to go for the police. Gania frantically insisted that it was all nonsense, for nobody was going to shoot themselves. Evgeny Pavlovich said nothing. "Prince," whispered Hippolyte, suddenly, his eyes all ablaze, "you don't suppose that I did not foresee all this hatred?" He looked at the prince as though he expected him to reply, for a moment. "Enough," he added at length, and addressing the whole company, he cried, "It's all my fault, gentlemen. Lebedev, here's the key." He took out a small bunch of keys. "This one, the last but one, Kolya will show you." "Kolya, where's Kolya?" he cried, looking straight at Kolya and not seeing him. "Yes, he'll show you. He packed the bag with me this morning. Take him up, Kolya. My bag is upstairs in the prince's study, under the table. Here's the key, and in the little case you'll find my pistol and the powder," and all. Kolya packed it himself. "Mr. Lebedev, he'll show you, but it's on condition that tomorrow morning, when I leave for Petersburg, you will give me back my pistol, do you hear? I do this for the prince's sake, not yours." "Capital, that's much better," cried Lebedev, and seizing the key he made off in haste. Kolya stopped a moment as though he wished to say something, but Lebedev dragged him away. Hippolyte looked around at the laughing guests. The prince observed that his teeth were chattering as though in a violent attack of ague. "What brutes they all are," he whispered to the prince. Whenever he addressed him he lowered his voice. "Let them alone, you're too weak now." "Yes, directly, I'll go away directly I'll." Suddenly he embraced Muishkin. "Perhaps you think I am mad, he asked him, laughing very strangely. "No, but you." Directly, stand still a moment, I wish to look in your eyes." "Don't speak, stand so, let me look at you, I am bidding farewell to mankind." He stood so for 10 seconds, gazing at the prince, motionless, deadly pale, his temples wet with perspiration. He held the prince's hand in a strange grip, as though afraid to let him go. Hippolyte, what is the matter with you?" cried Muishkin. "Directly, there, that's enough. I'll lie down directly. I must drink to the son's health. I wish to, I insist upon it, let go." He seized a glass from the table, broke away from the prince, and in a moment had reached the terrace steps. The prince made after him, but it so happened that at this moment Evgeny Pavlovich stretched out his hand to say good night. The next instant there was a general outcry, and then followed a few moments of indescribable excitement. Reaching the steps, Hippolyte had paused, holding the glass in his left hand while he put his right hand into his coat pocket. Keller insisted afterwards that he had held his right hand in his pocket all the while, when he was speaking to the prince, and that he had held the latter's shoulder with his left hand only. This circumstance, Keller affirmed, had led him to feel some suspicion from the first. However this may be, Keller ran after Hippolyte, but he was too late. He caught sight of something flashing in Hippolyte's right hand, and saw that it was a pistol. He rushed at him, but at that very instant Hippolyte raised the pistol to his temple and pulled the trigger. There followed a sharp metallic click, but no report. When Keller seized the would-be suicide, the latter fell forward into his arms, probably actually believing that he was shot. Keller had hold of the pistol now. Hippolyte was immediately placed in a chair, while the whole company thronged around excitedly, talking and asking each other questions. Every one of them had heard the snap of the trigger, and yet they saw a live and apparently unharmed man before them. Hippolyte himself sat quite unconscious of what was going on, and gazed around with a senseless expression. Lebedev and Kolya came rushing up at this moment. "What is it?" someone asked, breathlessly. "A misfire." "Perhaps it wasn't loaded," said several voices. "It's loaded all right," said Keller, examining the pistol, "but..." "What, did it misfire?" "There was no cap in it," Keller announced. It would be difficult to describe the pitiable scene that now followed. The first sensation of alarm soon gave place to amusement. Some burst out laughing loud and heartily, and seemed to find a malicious satisfaction in the joke. Poor Hippolyte sobbed hysterically, he wrung his hands, he approached everyone in turn, even Ferdishenko, and took them by both hands, and swore solemnly that he had forgotten, absolutely forgotten, accidentally, and not on purpose, to put a cap in, that he had 10 of them, at least, in his pocket. He pulled them out and showed them to everyone. He protested that he had not liked to put one in beforehand for fear of an accidental explosion in his pocket. That he had thought he would have lots of time to put it in afterwards, when required, and, that, in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten all about it. He threw himself upon the prince, then on Evgeny Pavlovich. He entreated Keller to give him back the pistol, and he'd soon show them all that his honor. But he was dishonored, now, forever. He fell senseless at last, and was carried into the prince's study. Lebedev, now quite sobered down, sent for a doctor, and he and his daughter, with Burdovsky and General Ivolgin, remained by the sick man's couch. When he was carried away unconscious, Keller stood in the middle of the room, and made the following declaration to the company in general, in a loud tone of voice, with emphasis upon each word. Gentlemen, if any one of you casts any doubt again, before me, upon Hippolyte's good faith, or hints that the cap was forgotten intentionally, or suggests that this unhappy boy was acting a part before us, I beg to announce that the person so speaking shall account to me for his words. No one replied. The company departed very quickly, in a mass. Titsin, Gania, and Rogojin went away together. The prince was much astonished that Evgeny Pavlovitch changed his mind, and took his departure without the conversation he had requested. Why, you wished to have a talk with me when the others left, he said. Quite so, said Evgeny, sitting down suddenly beside him, but I have changed my mind for the time being. I confess, I am too disturbed, and so, I think, are you, and the matter as to which I wish to consult you is too serious to tackle with one's mind even a little disturbed, too serious both for myself and for you. You see, Prince, for once in my life I wish to perform an absolutely honest action, that is, an action with no ulterior motive, and I think I am hardly in a condition to talk of it just at this moment, and, well, we'll discuss it another time. Perhaps the matter may gain in clearness if we wait for 2 or 3 days, just the 2 or 3 days which I must spend in Petersburg. Here he rose again from his chair, so that it seemed strange that he should have thought it worthwhile to sit down at all. The prince thought, too, that he looked vexed and annoyed, and not nearly so friendly towards himself as he had been earlier in the night. I suppose you will go to the sufferer's bedside now, he added. Yes, I am afraid, began the prince. Oh, you needn't fear, he'll live another 6 weeks all right. Very likely he will recover altogether, but I strongly advise you to pack him off tomorrow. I think I may have offended him by saying nothing just now. I am afraid he may suspect that I doubted his good faith, about shooting himself. You know, what do you think, Evgeny Pavlovitch? Not a bit of it, you are much too good to him, you shouldn't care a hang about what he thinks. I have heard of such things before, but never came across, till tonight, a man who would actually shoot himself in order to gain a vulgar notoriety, or blow out his brains for spite, if he finds that people don't care to pat him on the back for his sanguinary intentions. But what astonishes me more than anything is the fellow's candid confession of weakness. You'd better get rid of him tomorrow, in any case. Do you think he will make another attempt? Oh no, not he, not now, but you have to be very careful with this sort of gentleman. Crime is too often the last resource of these petty nonentities. This young fellow is quite capable of cutting the throats of 10 people, simply for a lark, as he told us in his explanation. I assure you those confounded words of his will not let me sleep. I think you disturb yourself too much. What an extraordinary person you are, Prince. Do you mean to say that you doubt the fact that he is capable of murdering 10 men? I daren't say, one way or the other, all this is very strange, but... Well, as you like, just as you like, said Evgeny Pavlovitch, irritably. Only you are such a plucky fellow, take care you don't get included among the 10 victims. Oh, he is much more likely not to kill anyone at all, said the prince, gazing thoughtfully at Evgeny. The latter laughed disagreeably. Well, au revoir, did you observe that he willed a copy of his confession to Aglaya Ivanovna? Yes, I did, I am thinking of it. In connection with the 10, laughed Evgeny, as he left the room. An hour later, towards 4 o'clock, the prince went into the park. He had endeavored to fall asleep, but could not, owing to the painful beating of his heart. He had left things quiet and peaceful, the invalid was fast asleep, and the doctor, who had been called in, had stated that there was no special danger. Lebedev, Kolya, and Burdovsky were lying down in the sick room, ready to take it in turns to watch. There was nothing to fear, therefore, at home. But the prince's mental perturbation increased every moment. He wandered about the park, looking absently around him, and paused in astonishment when he suddenly found himself in the empty space with the rows of chairs round it, near the Vauxhall. The look of the place struck him as dreadful now, so he turned round and went by the path which he had followed with the Epankins on the way to the band, until he reached the green bench which Aglaya had pointed out for their rendezvous. He sat down on it and suddenly burst into a loud fit of laughter, immediately followed by a feeling of irritation. His disturbance of mind continued. He felt that he must go away somewhere, anywhere. Above his head some little bird sang out. Of a sudden, he began to peer about for it among the leaves. Suddenly the bird darted out of the tree and away, and instantly he thought of the fly buzzing about in the sun's rays that Hippolyte had talked of, how that it knew its place and was a participator in the universal life, while he alone was an outcast. This picture had impressed him at the time, and he meditated upon it now. An old, forgotten memory awoke in his brain, and suddenly burst into clearness and light. It was a recollection of Switzerland, during the first year of his cure, the very first months. At that time he had been pretty nearly an idiot still, he could not speak properly, and had difficulty in understanding when others spoke to him. He climbed the mountainside, one sunny morning, and wandered long and aimlessly with a certain thought in his brain, which would not become clear. Above him was the blazing sky, below, the lake, all around was the horizon, clear and infinite. He looked out upon this, long and anxiously. He remembered how he had stretched out his arms towards the beautiful, boundless blue of the horizon, and wept, and wept. What had so tormented him was the idea that he was a stranger to all this, that he was outside this glorious festival. What was this universe? What was this grand, eternal pageant to which he had yearned from his childhood up, and in which he could never take part? Every morning the same magnificent sun, every morning the same rainbow in the waterfall, every evening the same glow on the snow mountains. Every little fly that buzzed in the sun's rays was a singer in the universal chorus, knew its place, and was happy in it. Every blade of grass grew and was happy. Everything knew its path and loved it, went forth with a song and returned with a song, only he knew nothing, understood nothing, neither men, nor words, nor any of nature's voices. He was a stranger and an outcast. Oh, he could not then speak these words, or express all he felt. He had been tormented dumbly, but now it appeared to him that he must have said these very words, even then, and that Hippolyte must have taken his picture of the little fly from his tears and words of that time. He was sure of it, and his heart beat excitedly at the thought, he knew not why. He fell asleep on the bench, but his mental disquiet continued through his slumbers. Just before he dozed off, the idea of Hippolyte murdering 10 men flitted through his brain, and he smiled at the absurdity of such a thought. Around him all was quiet, only the flutter and whisper of the leaves broke the silence, but broke it only to cause it to appear yet more deep and still. He dreamed many dreams as he sat there, and all were full of disquiet, so that he shuddered every moment. At length a woman seemed to approach him. He knew her, oh! He knew her only too well. He could always name her and recognize her anywhere, but, strange, she seemed to have quite a different face from hers, as he had known it, and he felt a tormenting desire to be able to say she was not the same woman. In the face before him there was such dreadful remorse and horror that he thought she must be a criminal, that she must have just committed some awful crime. Tears were trembling on her white cheek. She beckoned him, but placed her finger on her lip as though to warn him that he must follow her very quietly. His heart froze within him. He couldn't confess her to be a criminal, and yet he felt that something dreadful would happen the next moment, something which would blast his whole life. She seemed to wish to show him something, not far off, in the park. He rose from his seat in order to follow her, when a bright, clear peal of laughter rang out by his side. He felt somebody's hand suddenly in his own, seized it, pressed it hard, and awoke. Before him stood Aglaya, laughing aloud. Chapter 8. She laughed, but she was rather angry too. He's asleep, you were asleep, she said, with contemptuous surprise. Is it really you, muttered the prince, not quite himself as yet, and recognizing her with a start of amazement. Oh yes, of course, he added, this is our rendezvous. I fell asleep here. So I saw. Did no one awake me besides yourself? Was there no one else here? I thought there was another woman. There was another woman here. At last he was wide awake. It was a dream, of course, he said, musingly. Strange that I should have a dream like that at such a moment. Sit down. He took her hand and seated her on the bench, then sat down beside her and reflected. Aglaya did not begin the conversation, but contented herself with watching her companion intently. He looked back at her, but at times it was clear that he did not see her and was not thinking of her. Aglaya began to flush up. Oh yes, cried the prince, starting. Hippolyte's suicide. What, at your house? She asked, but without much surprise. He was alive yesterday evening, wasn't he? How could you sleep here after that? She cried, growing suddenly animated. Oh, but he didn't kill himself, the pistol didn't go off. Aglaya insisted on hearing the whole story. She hurried the prince along, but interrupted him with all sorts of questions, nearly all of which were irrelevant. Among other things, she seemed greatly interested in every word that Evgeny Pavlovitch had said, and made the prince repeat that part of the story over and over again. Well, that'll do, we must be quick, she concluded, after hearing all. We have only an hour here, till 8, I must be home by then without fail, so that they may not find out that I came and sat here with you, but I've come on business. I have a great deal to say to you, but you have bowled me over considerably with your news as to Hippolyte. I think his pistol was bound not to go off, it was more consistent with the whole affair. Are you sure he really wished to blow his brains out, and that there was no humbug about the matter? No humbug at all. Very likely so. He wrote that you were to bring me a copy of his confession, did he? Why didn't you bring it? Why, he didn't die, I'll ask him for it, if you like. Bring it by all means, you needn't ask him, he will be delighted, you may be sure, for, in all probability, he shot it himself simply in order that I might read his confession. Don't laugh at what I say, please, Lev Nikolaevich, because it may very well be the case. I'm not laughing, I am convinced, myself, that that may have been partly the reason. You are convinced, you don't really mean to say you think that honestly, asked Aglaya, extremely surprised. She put her questions very quickly and talked fast, every now and then forgetting what she had begun to say, and not finishing her sentence. She seemed to be impatient to warn the prince about something or other. She was in a state of unusual excitement, and though she put on a brave and even defiant air, she seemed to be rather alarmed. She was dressed very simply, but this suited her well. She continually trembled and blushed, and she sat on the very edge of the seat. The fact that the prince confirmed her idea, about Hippolyte shooting himself that she might read his confession, surprised her greatly. Of course, added the prince, he wished us all to applaud his conduct, besides yourself. How do you mean, applaud? Well, how am I to explain? He was very anxious that we should all come around him, and say we were so sorry for him, and that we loved him very much, and all that, and that we hoped he wouldn't kill himself, but remain alive. Very likely he thought more of you than the rest of us, because he mentioned you at such a moment, though perhaps he did not know himself that he had you in his mind's eye. I don't understand you. How could he have me in view, and not be aware of it himself, and yet, I don't know, perhaps I do. Do you know I have intended to poison myself at least 30 times, ever since I was 13 or so, and to write to my parents before I did it. I used to think how nice it would be to lie in my coffin, and have them all weeping over me and saying it was all their fault for being so cruel, and all that. What are you smiling at? She added, knitting her brow. What do you think of when you go mooning about alone? I suppose you imagine yourself a field marshal, and think you have conquered Napoleon. Well, I really have thought something of the sort now and then, especially when just dozing off, laughed the prince. Only it is the Austrians whom I conquer, not Napoleon. I don't wish to joke with you, Lev Nikolaevich. I shall see Hippolyte myself. Tell him so. As for you, I think you are behaving very badly, because it is not right to judge a man's soul as you are judging Hippolyte's. You have no gentleness, but only justice, so you are unjust. The prince reflected. I think you are unfair towards me, he said. There is nothing wrong in the thoughts I ascribe to Hippolyte, they are only natural, but of course I don't know for certain what he thought. Perhaps he thought nothing, but simply longed to see human faces once more, and to hear human praise and feel human affection. Who knows, only it all came out wrong. Somehow some people have luck, and everything comes out right with them, others have none, and never a thing turns out fortunately. I suppose you have felt that in your own case, said Aglaya. Yes, I have, replied the prince, quite unsuspicious of any irony in the remark. Well, at all events, I shouldn't have fallen asleep here. In your place it wasn't nice of you, that I suppose you fall asleep wherever you sit down. But I didn't sleep a wink all night. I walked and walked about, and went to where the music was. What music? Where they played last night. Then I found this bench and sat down, and thought, and at last I fell fast asleep. Oh, is that it? That makes a difference. Perhaps. What did you go to the bandstand for? I don't know. Very well, afterwards you are always interrupting me. What woman was it you were dreaming about? It was, about, you saw her. Quite so, I understand quite well. You are very, well, how did she appear to you? What did she look like? No, I don't want to know anything about her, said Aglaya, angrily, don't interrupt me. She paused a moment as though getting breath, or trying to master her feeling of annoyance. Look here, this is what I called you here for. I wish to make you to ask you to be my friend. What do you stare at me like that for? She added, almost angrily. The prince certainly had darted a rather piercing look at her, and now observed that she had begun to blush violently. At such moments, the more Aglaya blushed, the angrier she grew with herself, and this was clearly expressed in her eyes, which flashed like fire. As a rule, she vented her wrath on her unfortunate companion, be it who it might. She was very conscious of her own shyness, and was not nearly so talkative as her sisters for this reason. In fact, at times she was much too quiet. When, therefore, she was bound to talk, especially at such delicate moments as this, she invariably did so with an air of haughty defiance. She always knew beforehand when she was going to blush, long before the blush came. Perhaps you do not wish to accept my proposition, she asked, gazing haughtily at the prince. Oh yes, I do, but it is so unnecessary. I mean, I did not think you need make such a proposition, said the prince, looking confused. What did you suppose, then? Why did you think I invited you out here? I suppose you think me a little fool, as they all call me at home. I didn't know they called you a fool. I certainly don't think you one. You don't think me one? Oh, dear me, that's very clever of you, you put it so neatly, too. In my opinion, you are far from a fool sometimes. In fact, you are very intelligent. You said a very clever thing just now about my being unjust because I had only justice. I shall remember that, and think about it. Aglaya blushed with pleasure. All these changes in her expression came about so naturally and so rapidly, they delighted the prince. He watched her, and laughed. Listen, she began again, I have long waited to tell you all this, ever since the time when you sent me that letter. Even before that, half of what I have to say you heard yesterday. I consider you the most honest and upright of men, more honest and upright than any other man, and if anybody says that your mind is sometimes affected, you know, it is unfair. I always say so and uphold it, because even if your surface mind be a little affected, of course you will not feel angry with me for talking so. I am speaking from a higher point of view, yet your real mind is far better than all theirs put together. Such a mind as they have never even dreamed of, because really, there are two minds, the kind that matters, and the kind that doesn't matter. Isn't it so? Maybe so, said the prince, faintly, his heart was beating painfully. I knew you would not misunderstand me, she said, triumphantly. Princess and Evgeny Pavlovich and Alexandra don't understand anything about these two kinds of mind, but, just fancy, Mama does. You are very like Lizabetha Prokofyevna. What, surely not, said Aglaya. Yes, you are, indeed. Thank you, I am glad to be like Mama, she said, thoughtfully. You respect her very much, don't you, she added, quite unconscious of the naiveness of the question. Very much, and I am so glad that you have realized the fact. I am very glad, too, because she is often laughed at by people, but listen to the chief point. I have long thought over the matter, and at last I have chosen you. I don't wish people to laugh at me, I don't wish people to think me a little fool, I don't want to be chaffed. I felt all this of a sudden, and I refused Evgeny Pavlovich flatly, because I am not going to be forever thrown at people's heads to be married. I want, well, I'll tell you, I wish to run away from home, and I have chosen you to help me. Run away from home, cried the prince. Yes, run away from home, she repeated, in a transport of rage. I won't be made to blush every minute by them all. I don't want to blush before Princess or Evgeny Pavlovich, or anyone, and therefore I have chosen you. I shall tell you everything, even the most important things of all, whenever I like, and you are to hide nothing from me. On your side I want to speak to at least one person, as I would to myself. They have suddenly begun to say that I am waiting for you, and in love with you. They began this before you arrived here. And so I didn't show them the letter, and now they all say it, every one of them. I want to be brave, and be afraid of nobody. I don't want to go to their balls and things, I want to do good. I have long desired to run away, for I have been kept shut up for 20 years, and they are always trying to marry me off. I wanted to run away when I was 14 years old, I was a little fool then, I know, but now I have worked it all out, and I have waited for you to tell me about foreign countries. I have never seen a single Gothic cathedral. I must go to Rome, I must see all the museums, I must study in Paris. All this last year I have been preparing and reading forbidden books. Alexandra and Adelaida are allowed to read anything they like, but I mayn't. I don't want to quarrel with my sisters, but I told my parents long ago that I wish to change my social position. I have decided to take up teaching, and I count on you because you said you loved children. Can we go in for education together, if not at once, then afterwards? We could do good together. I won't be a general's daughter anymore. Tell me, are you a very learned man? Oh no, not at all. I'm sorry for that. I thought you were. I wonder why I always thought so, but at all events you'll help me, won't you, because I've chosen you, you know. Aglaya Ivanovna, it's absurd. But I will run away, she cried, and her eyes flashed again with anger, and if you don't agree I shall go and marry Gavrila Ardalionovich. I won't be considered a horrible girl, and accused of goodness knows what. Are you out of your mind? Cried the prince, almost starting from his seat. What do they accuse you of? Who accuses you? At home, everybody, mother, my sisters, Princess, even that detestable Kolya. If they don't say it, they think it. I told them also to their faces. I told mother and father and everybody. Mama was ill all the day after it, and next day father and Alexandra told me that I didn't understand what nonsense I was talking. I informed them that they little knew me. I was not a small child, I understood every word in the language, that I had read a couple of Paul de Kock's novels 2 years since on purpose, so as to know all about everything. No sooner did Mama hear me say this than she nearly fainted. A strange thought passed through the prince's brain. He gazed intently at Aglaya and smiled. He could not believe that this was the same haughty young girl who had once so proudly shown him gain his letter. He could not understand how that proud and austere beauty could show herself to be such an utter child, a child who probably did not even now understand some words. Have you always lived at home, Aglaya Ivanovna? He asked. I mean, have you never been to school, or college, or anything? No, never, nowhere. I've been at home all my life, corked up in a bottle, and they expect me to be married straight out of it. What are you laughing at again? I observe that you, too, have taken to laughing at me, and range yourself on their side against me, she added, frowning angrily. Don't irritate me, I'm bad enough without that. I don't know what I am doing. Sometimes I am persuaded that you came here today in the full belief that I am in love with you, and that I arranged this meeting because of that, she cried, with annoyance. I admit I was afraid that that was the case, yesterday, blundered the prince. He was rather confused, but today I am quite convinced that. How? Cried Aglaya, and her lower lip trembled violently. You were afraid that you dared to think that good gracious, you suspected, perhaps, that I sent for you to come here in order to catch you in a trap, so that they should find us here together, and make you marry me. Aglaya Ivanovna, aren't you ashamed of saying such a thing? How could such a horrible idea enter your sweet, innocent heart? I am certain you don't believe a word of what you say, and probably you don't even know what you are talking about. Aglaya sat with her eyes on the ground. She seemed to have alarmed even herself by what she had said. No, I'm not a bit ashamed, she murmured. And how do you know my heart is innocent, and how dared you send me a love letter that time? Love letter, my letter, a love letter. That letter was the most respectful of letters, it went straight from my heart. At what was perhaps the most painful moment of my life, I thought of you at the time as a kind of light eye. Well, very well, she said, but quite in a different tone. She was remorseful now, and bent forward to touch his shoulder, though still trying not to look him in the face, as if the more persuasively to beg him not to be angry with her. Very well, she continued, looking thoroughly ashamed of herself, I feel that I said a very foolish thing. I only did it just to try you take it as unsaid, and if I offended you, forgive me. Don't look straight at me like that, please, turn your head away. You called it a horrible idea, I only said it to shock you. Very often I am myself afraid of saying what I intend to say, and out it comes all the same. You have just told me that you wrote that letter at the most painful moment of your life. I know what moment that was, she added softly, looking at the ground again. Oh, if you could know all. I do know all, she cried, with another burst of indignation. You were living in the same house as that horrible woman with whom you ran away. She did not blush as she said this, on the contrary, she grew pale, and started from her seat, apparently oblivious of what she did, and immediately sat down again. Her lip continued to tremble for a long time. There was silence for a moment. The prince was taken aback by the suddenness of this last reply, and did not know to what he should attribute it. I don't love you a bit, she said suddenly, just as though the words had exploded from her mouth. The prince did not answer, and there was silence again. I love Gavrila Ardalionovitch, she said, quickly, but hardly audibly, and with her head bent lower than ever. That is not true, said the prince, in an equally low voice. What, I tell stories, do I? It is true, I gave him my promise a couple of days ago on this very seat. The prince was startled, and reflected for a moment. It is not true, he repeated, decidedly, you have just invented it. You are wonderfully polite. You know he is greatly improved. He loves me better than his life. He let his hand burn before my very eyes in order to prove to me that he loved me better than his life. He burned his hand. Yes, believe it or not, it's all the same to me. The prince sat silent once more. Aglaya did not seem to be joking, she was too angry for that. What, he brought a candle with him to this place, that is, if the episode happened here, otherwise I can't. Yes, a candle, what's there improbable about that? A whole one, and in a candlestick. Yes, no, half a candle, an end, you know, no, it was a whole candle, it's all the same. Be quiet, can't you? He brought a box of matches too, if you like, and then lighted the candle and held his finger in it for half an hour and more. There, can't that be? I saw him yesterday, and his fingers were all right. Aglaya suddenly burst out laughing, as simply as a child. Do you know why I have just told you these lies? She appealed to the prince, of a sudden, with the most childlike candor, and with the laugh still trembling on her lips. Because when one tells a lie, if one insists on something unusual and eccentric, something too out of the way for anything, you know, the more impossible the thing is, the more plausible does the lie sound. I've noticed this, but I managed it badly, I didn't know how to work it. She suddenly frowned again at this point as though at some sudden unpleasant recollection. If, she began, looking seriously and even sadly at him, if when I read you all that about the poor knight, I wished to praise you for one thing, I also wished to show you that I knew all, and did not approve of your conduct. You are very unfair to me, and to that unfortunate woman of whom you spoke just now in such dreadful terms, Aglaya. Because I know all, and that is why I speak so. I know very well how you, half a year since, offered her your hand before everybody. Don't interrupt me. You see, I am merely stating facts without any comment upon them. After that she ran away with Rogojin. Then you lived with her at some village or town, and she ran away from you. Aglaya blushed dreadfully. Then she returned to Rogojin again, who loves her like a madman. Then you, like a wise man as you are, came back here after her. As soon as ever you heard that she had returned to Petersburg yesterday evening, you sprang forward to protect her, and just now you dreamed about her. You see, I know all. You did come back here for her, now didn't you? Yes, for her, said the prince softly and sadly, and bending his head down, quite unconscious of the fact that Aglaya was gazing at him with eyes which burned like live coals. I came to find out something. I don't believe in her future happiness as Rogojin's wife, although, in a word, I did not know how to help her or what to do for her, but I came, on the chance. He glanced at Aglaya, who was listening with a look of hatred on her face. If you came without knowing why, I suppose you love her very much indeed, she said at last. No, said the prince, no, I do not love her. Oh, if you only knew with what horror I recall the time I spent with her. A shudder seemed to sweep over his whole body at the recollection. Tell me about it, said Aglaya. There is nothing which you might not hear why I should wish to tell you, and only you, this experience of mine, I really cannot say, perhaps it really is because I love you very much. This unhappy woman is persuaded that she is the most hopeless, fallen creature in the world. Oh, do not condemn her, do not cast stones at her, she has suffered too much already in the consciousness of her own undeserved shame. And she is not guilty, oh God, every moment she bemoans and bewails herself, and cries out that she does not admit any guilt, that she is the victim of circumstances, the victim of a wicked libertine. But whatever she may say, remember that she does not believe it herself, remember that she will believe nothing but that she is a guilty creature. When I tried to rid her soul of this gloomy fallacy, she suffered so terribly that my heart will never be quite at peace so long as I can remember that dreadful time. Do you know why she left me? Simply to prove to me what is not true, that she is base. But the worst of it is, she did not realize herself that that was all she wanted to prove by her departure. She went away in response to some inner prompting to do something disgraceful, in order that she might say to herself, there, you've done a new act of shame, you degraded creature. Oh, Aglaya, perhaps you cannot understand all this. Try to realize that in the perpetual admission of guilt she probably finds some dreadful unnatural satisfaction, as though she were revenging herself upon someone. Now and then I was able to persuade her almost to see light around her again, but she would soon fall, once more, into her old tormenting delusions, and would go so far as to reproach me for placing myself on a pedestal above her. I never had an idea of such a thing, and informed me, in reply to my proposal of marriage, that she did not want condescending sympathy or help from anybody. You saw her last night. You don't suppose she can be happy among such people as those? You cannot suppose that such society is fit for her? You have no idea how well educated she is, and what an intellect she has. She astonished me sometimes. And you preached her sermons there, did you? Oh no, continued the prince thoughtfully, not noticing Aglaya's mocking tone, I was almost always silent there. I often wished to speak, but I really did not know what to say. In some cases it is best to say nothing. I think I loved her, yes, I loved her very much indeed, but afterwards she guessed all. What did she guess? That I only pitied her, and loved her no longer. How do you know that? How do you know that she is not really in love with that rich cad, the man she eloped with? Oh no, I know she only laughs at him, she has made a fool of him all along. Has she never laughed at you? No, in anger, perhaps. Oh yes, she reproached me dreadfully in anger, and suffered herself, too, but afterwards, oh, don't remind me of that. He hid his face in his hands. Are you aware that she writes to me almost every day? So that is true, is it? Cried the prince, greatly agitated. I had heard a report of it, but would not believe it. Whom did you hear it from? Asked Aglaya, alarmed. Rogojin said something about it yesterday, but nothing definite. Yesterday, morning or evening, before the music or after? After, it was about 12 o'clock. Ah, well, if it was Rogojin, but do you know what she writes to me about? I should not be surprised by anything. She is mad. There are the letters. Aglaya took 3 letters out of her pocket and threw them down before the prince. For a whole week she has been entreating and worrying and persuading me to marry you. Well, she is clever, though she may be mad, much cleverer than I am, as you say. Well, she writes that she is in love with me herself, and tries to see me every day, if only from a distance. She writes that you love me, and that she has long known it and seen it, and that you and she talked about me. There she wishes to see you happy, and she says that she is certain only I can ensure you the happiness you deserve. She writes such strange, wild letters, I haven't shown them to anyone. Now, do you know what all this means? Can you guess anything? It is madness, it is merely another proof of her insanity, said the prince, and his lips trembled. You are crying, aren't you? No, Aglaya, no, I'm not crying. The prince looked at her. Well, what am I to do? What do you advise me? I cannot go on receiving these letters, you know. Oh, let her alone, I entreat you, cried the prince. What can you do in this dark, gloomy mystery? Let her alone, and I'll use all my power to prevent her writing you any more letters. If so, you are a heartless man, cried Aglaya. As if you can't see that it is not myself she loves, but you, and only you. Surely you have not remarked everything else in her, and only not this. Do you know what these letters mean? They mean jealousy, sir, nothing but pure jealousy. Do you think she will ever really marry this Rogojin? As she says here she will, she would take her own life the day after you and I were married. The prince shuddered, his heart seemed to freeze within him. He gazed at Aglaya in wonderment. It was difficult for him to realize that this child was also a woman. God knows, Aglaya, that to restore her peace of mind and make her happy I would willingly give up my life, but I cannot love her, and she knows that. Oh, make a sacrifice of yourself, that sort of thing becomes you. Well, you know why not do it, and don't call me Aglaya, You have done it several times lately. You are bound, it is your duty to raise her, you must go off somewhere again to soothe and pacify her. Why, you love her, you know. I cannot sacrifice myself so, though I admit I did wish to do so once. Who knows, perhaps I still wish to, but I know for certain, that if she married me it would be her ruin. I know this and therefore I leave her alone. I ought to go to see her today, now I shall probably not go. She is proud, she would never forgive me the nature of the love I bear her, and we should both be ruined. This may be unnatural, I don't know, but everything seems unnatural. You say she loves me, as if this were love. As if she could love me, after what I have been through. No, no, it is not love. How pale you have grown, cried Aglaya in alarm. Oh, it's nothing, I haven't slept, that's all, and I'm rather tired. We certainly did talk about you, Aglaya. Oh, indeed, it is true then, you could actually talk about me with her, and how could you have been fond of me when you had only seen me once? I don't know, perhaps it was that I seemed to come upon light in the midst of my gloom. I told you the truth when I said I did not know why I thought of you before all others. Of course it was all a sort of dream, a dream amidst the horrors of reality. Afterwards I began to work. I did not intend to come back here for 2 or 3 years. Then you came for her sake? Aglaya's voice trembled. Yes, I came for her sake. There was a moment or two of gloomy silence. Aglaya rose from her seat. If you say, she began in shaky tones, if you say that this woman of yours is mad, at all events I have nothing to do with her insane fancies. Kindly take these 3 letters, Lev Nikolaevich, and throw them back to her, from me. And if she dares, cried Aglaya suddenly, much louder than before, if she dares so much as write me 1 word again, tell her I shall tell my father, and that she shall be taken to a lunatic asylum. The prince jumped up in alarm at Aglaya's sudden wrath, and a mist seemed to come before his eyes. You cannot really feel like that, you don't mean what you say. It is not true, he murmured. It is true, cried Aglaya, almost beside herself with rage. What's true, what's all this, what's true, said an alarmed voice just beside them. Before them stood Lizabetha Prokofyevna. Why, it's true that I am going to marry Gavrila Ardalionovich, that I love him and intend to elope with him tomorrow, cried Aglaya, turning upon her mother. Do you hear? Is your curiosity satisfied? Are you pleased with what you have heard? Aglaya rushed away homewards with these words. Well, you are not going away just yet, my friend, at all events, said Lizabetha, stopping the prince. Kindly step home with me, and let me have a little explanation of the mystery. Nice goings on, these, I haven't slept a wink all night as it is. The prince followed her. Chapter 9. Arrived at her house, Lizabetha Prokofyevna paused in the first room. She could go no farther, and subsided onto a couch quite exhausted, too feeble to remember so much as to ask the prince to take a seat. This was a large reception room, full of flowers, and with a glass door leading into the garden. Alexandra and Adelaida came in almost immediately, and looked inquiringly at the prince and their mother. The girls generally rose at about 9 in the morning in the country. Aglaya, of late, had been in the habit of getting up rather earlier and having a walk in the garden, but not at 7 o'clock, about 8 or a little later was her usual time. Lizabetha Prokofyevna, who really had not slept all night, rose at about 8 on purpose to meet Aglaya in the garden and walk with her, but she could not find her either in the garden or in her own room. This agitated the old lady considerably, and she awoke her other daughters. Next, she learned from the maid that Aglaya had gone into the park before 7 o'clock. The sisters made a joke of Aglaya's last freak, and told their mother that if she went into the park to look for her, Aglaya would probably be very angry with her, and that she was pretty sure to be sitting reading on the green bench that she had talked of 2 or 3 days since, and about which she had nearly quarrelled with Prince S, who did not see anything particularly lovely in it. Arrived at the rendezvous of the prince and her daughter, and hearing the strange words of the latter, Lizabetha Prokofyevna had been dreadfully alarmed, for many reasons. However, now that she had dragged the prince home with her, she began to feel a little frightened at what she had undertaken. Why should not Aglaya meet the prince in the park and have a talk with him, even if such a meeting should be by appointment? Don't suppose, prince, she began, bracing herself up for the effort, don't suppose that I have brought you here to ask questions after last night. I assure you, I am not so exceedingly anxious to see you at all. I could have postponed the pleasure for a long while. She paused. But at the same time you would be very glad to know how I happened to meet Aglaya Ivanovna this morning. The prince finished her speech for her with the utmost composure. Well, what then, supposing I should like to know, cried Lizabetha Prokofyevna, blushing. I'm sure I am not afraid of plain speaking. I'm not offending anyone, and I never wish to, and... Pardon me, it is no offense to wish to know this. You are her mother. We met at the green bench this morning, punctually at 7 o'clock. According to an agreement made by Aglaya Ivanovna with myself yesterday, she said that she wished to see me and speak to me about something important. We met and conversed for an hour about matters concerning Aglaya Ivanovna herself, and that's all. Of course it is all, my friend. I don't doubt you for a moment, said Lizabetha Prokofyevna with dignity. Well done, prince, capital, cried Aglaya, who entered the room at this moment. Thank you for assuming that I would not demean myself with lies. Come, is that enough, Mama, or do you intend to put any more questions? You know I have never needed to blush before you, up to this day, though perhaps you would have been glad enough to make me, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna, with majesty. Goodbye, Prince, forgive me for bothering you. I trust you will rest assured of my unalterable esteem for you. The prince made his bows and retired at once. Alexandra and Adelaida smiled and whispered to each other, while Lizaveta Prokofyevna glared severely at them. We are only laughing at the prince's beautiful bows, Mama, said Adelaida. Sometimes he bows just like a meal sack, but today he was like Evgeny Pavlovich. It is the heart which is the best teacher of refinement and dignity, not the dancing master, said her mother, sententiously, and departed upstairs to her own room, not so much as glancing at Aglaya. When the prince reached home, about 9 o'clock, he found Vera Lebedev and the maid on the veranda. They were both busy trying to tidy up the place after last night's disorderly party. Thank goodness, we've just managed to finish it before you came in, said Vera, joyfully. Good morning, my head whirls so, I didn't sleep all night. I should like to have a nap now. Here, on the veranda, very well, I'll tell them all not to come and wake you. Papa has gone out somewhere. The servant left the room. Vera was about to follow her, but returned and approached the prince with a preoccupied air. Prince, she said, have pity on that poor boy, don't turn him out today. Not for the world, he shall do just as he likes. He won't do any harm now, and don't be too severe with him. Oh dear no, why? And you won't laugh at him, that's the chief thing. Oh no, never. How foolish I am to speak of such things to a man like you, said Vera, blushing. Though you do look tired, she added, half turning away, your eyes are so splendid at this moment, so full of happiness. Really? Asked the prince, gleefully, and he laughed in delight. But Vera, simple-minded little girl that she was, just like a boy, in fact, here became dreadfully confused, of a sudden, and ran hastily out of the room, laughing and blushing. What a dear little thing she is, thought the prince, and immediately forgot all about her. He walked to the far end of the veranda, where the sofa stood, with a table in front of it. Here he sat down and covered his face with his hands, and so remained for 10 minutes. Suddenly he put his hand in his coat pocket and hurriedly produced 3 letters. But the door opened again, and out came Kolya. The prince actually felt glad that he had been interrupted, and might return the letters to his pocket. He was glad of the respite. Well, said Kolya, plunging in medias res, as he always did, here's a go, what do you think of Hippolyte now? Don't respect him any longer, eh? Why not? But look here, Kolya, I'm tired, besides, the subject is too melancholy to begin upon again. How is he, though? Asleep? He'll sleep for a couple of hours yet. I quite understand, you haven't slept, you walked about the park, I know, agitation, excitement, all that sort of thing, quite natural, too. How do you know I walked in the park and didn't sleep at home? Vera just told me. She tried to persuade me not to come, but I couldn't help myself. Just for 1 minute I have been having my turn at the bedside for the last 2 hours. Kostya Lebedev is there now. Burdovsky has gone now. Lie down, prince, make yourself comfortable, and sleep well. I'm awfully impressed, you know. Naturally, all this. No, I mean with the explanation, especially that part of it where he talks about providence and a future life. There is a gigantic thought there. The prince gazed affectionately at Kolya, who, of course, had come in solely for the purpose of talking about this gigantic thought. But it is not any one particular thought, only, it is the general circumstances of the case. If Voltaire had written this now, or Rousseau, I should have just read it and thought it remarkable, but should not have been so impressed by it. But a man who knows for certain that he has but 10 minutes to live and can talk like that, why, it's pride, that is, it is really a most extraordinary, exalted assertion of personal dignity, it's defiant. What a gigantic strength of will, and to accuse a fellow like that of not putting in the cap on purpose, it's base and mean. You know he deceived us last night, the cunning rascal. I never packed his bag for him, and I never saw his pistol. He packed it himself. But he put me off my guard like that, you see. Vera says you are going to let him stay on. I swear there's no danger, especially as we are always with him. Who was by him at night? I, and Burdovsky, and Kostya Lebedev. Keller stayed a little while, and then went over to Lebedev's to sleep. Ferdishenko slept at Lebedev's, too, but he went away at 7 o'clock. My father is always at Lebedev's, but he has gone out just now. I dare say Lebedev will be coming in here directly. He has been looking for you. I don't know what he wants. Shall we let him in or not? If you are asleep, I'm going to have a nap, too. By the by, such a curious thing happened. Burdovsky woke me at 7, and I met my father just outside the room, so drunk, he didn't even know me. He stood before me like a log, and when he recovered himself, asked hurriedly how Hippolyte was. Yes, he said, when I told him, that's all very well, but I really came to warn you that you must be very careful what you say before Ferdishenko. Do you follow me, prince? Yes, is it really so? However, it's all the same to us, of course. Of course it is, we are not a secret society, and that being the case, it is all the more curious that the general should have been on his way to wake me up in order to tell me this. Ferdishenko has gone, you say? Yes, he went at 7 o'clock. He came into the room on his way out. I was watching just then. He said he was going to spend the rest of the night at Wilkins. There's a tipsy fellow, a friend of his, of that name. Well, I'm off. Oh, here's Lebedev himself. The prince wants to go to sleep, Lukian Timofeyovich, so you may just go away again. One moment, my dear prince, just one. I must absolutely speak to you about something which is most grave, said Lebedev, mysteriously and solemnly, entering the room with a bow and looking extremely important. He had but just returned, and carried his hat in his hand. He looked preoccupied and most unusually dignified. The prince begged him to take a chair. I hear you have called twice. I suppose you are still worried about yesterday's affair. What, about that boy, you mean? Oh dear no, yesterday my ideas were a little, well, mixed. Today, I assure you, I shall not oppose in the slightest degree any suggestions it may please you to make. What's up with you this morning, Lebedev? You look so important and dignified, and you choose your words so carefully, said the prince, smiling. Nikolai Ardalionovich, said Lebedev, in a most amiable tone of voice, addressing the boy. As I have a communication to make to the prince which concerns only myself. Of course, not my affair. All right, said Kolya, and away he went. I love that boy for his perception, said Lebedev, looking after him. My dear prince, he continued, I have had a terrible misfortune, either last night or early this morning. I cannot tell the exact time. What is it? I have lost 400 rubles out of my side pocket. They're gone, said Lebedev, with a sour smile. You've lost 400 rubles, oh, I'm sorry for that. Yes, it is serious for a poor man who lives by his toil. Of course, how was it? Oh, the wine is to blame, of course. I confess to you, prince, as I would to Providence itself. Yesterday I received 400 rubles from a debtor at about 5 in the afternoon, and came down here by train. I had my purse in my pocket when I changed. I put the money into the pocket of my plain clothes, intending to keep it by me, as I expected to have an applicant for it in the evening. It's true then, Lebedev, that you advertise to lend money on gold or silver articles? Yes, through an agent. My own name doesn't appear. I have a large family, you see, and at a small percentage. Quite so, I only asked for information. Excuse the question, go on. Well, meanwhile that sick boy was brought here, and those guests came in, and we had tea, and, well, we made merry, to my ruin. Hearing of your birthday afterwards, and excited with the circumstances of the evening, I ran upstairs and changed my plain clothes once more for my uniform. Civil service clerks in Russia wear uniform. You must have noticed I had my uniform on all the evening. Well, I forgot the money in the pocket of my old coat. You know when God will ruin a man he first of all bereaves him of his senses, and it was only this morning at 7:30 that I woke up and grabbed at my coat pocket, first thing. The pocket was empty, the purse gone, and not a trace to be found. Dear me, this is very unpleasant. Unpleasant, indeed it is. You have found a very appropriate expression, said Lebedev, politely, but with sarcasm. But what's to be done? It's a serious matter, said the prince, thoughtfully. Don't you think you may have dropped it out of your pocket whilst intoxicated? Certainly anything is possible when one is intoxicated, as you neatly express it, prince. But consider, if I, intoxicated or not, dropped an object out of my pocket onto the ground, that object ought to remain on the ground. Where is the object, then? Didn't you put it away in some drawer, perhaps? I've looked everywhere, and turned out everything. I confess this disturbs me a good deal. Someone must have picked it up, then. Or taken it out of my pocket, two alternatives. It is very distressing, because who, that's the question. Most undoubtedly, excellent prince, you have hit it, that is the very question. How wonderfully you express the exact situation in a few words. Come, Lebedev, no sarcasm, it's a serious sarcasm, cried Lebedev, wringing his hands. All right, I'm not angry. I'm only put out about this. Whom do you suspect? That is a very difficult and complicated question. I cannot suspect the servant, for she was in the kitchen the whole evening, nor do I suspect any of my children. I should think not. Go on. Then it must be one of the guests. Is such a thing possible? Absolutely and utterly impossible, and yet, so it must be. But one thing I am sure of, if it be a theft, it was committed, not in the evening when we were all together, but either at night or early in the morning, therefore, by one of those who slept here. Burdovsky and Kolya I accept, of course they did not even come into my room. Yes, or even if they had, but who did sleep with you? 4 of us, including myself, in 2 rooms. The general, myself, Keller, And Ferdishenko one of us four it must have been. I don't suspect myself, though such cases have been known. Oh, do go on, Lebedev, don't drag it out so. Well, there are three left, then. Keller. Firstly, he is a drunkard to begin with, and a liberal, in the sense of other people's pockets, otherwise with more of the ancient knight about him than of the modern liberal. He was with the sick man at first, but came over afterwards because there was no place to lie down in the room and the floor was so hard. You suspect him? I did suspect him when I woke up at 7:30 and tore my hair in despair for my loss and carelessness. I awoke the general, who was sleeping the sleep of innocence near me. Taking into consideration the sudden disappearance of Ferdishenko, which was suspicious in itself, we decided to search Keller, who was lying there sleeping like a top. Well, we searched his clothes thoroughly, and not a farthing did we find. In fact, his pockets all had holes in them. We found a dirty handkerchief and a love letter from some scullery maid. The general decided that he was innocent. We awoke him for further inquiries, and had the greatest difficulty in making him understand what was up. He opened his mouth and stared. He looked so stupid and so absurdly innocent. It wasn't Keller. Oh, I'm so glad, said the prince, joyfully. I was so afraid. Afraid? Then you had some grounds for supposing he might be the culprit, said Lebedev, frowning. Oh no, not a bit. It was foolish of me to say I was afraid. Don't repeat it please, Lebedev. Don't tell anyone I said that. My dear prince, your words lie in the lowest depth of my heart. It is their tomb, said Lebedev, solemnly, pressing his hat to the region of his heart. Thanks, very well then I suppose it's Ferdishenko, that is, I mean, you suspect Ferdishenko. Whom else, said Lebedev, softly, gazing intently into the prince's face. Of course, quite so, whom else, but what are the proofs? We have evidence in the first place, his mysterious disappearance at 7 o'clock, or even earlier. I know, Kolya told me that he had said he was off to, I forget the name, some friend of his, to finish the night. Then Kolya has spoken to you already. Not about the theft. He does not know of it, I have kept it a secret very well. Ferdishenko went off to Wilkins. That is not so curious in itself, but here the evidence opens out further. He left his address, you see, when he went. Now prince, consider, why did he leave his address? Why do you suppose he went out of his way to tell Kolya that he had gone to Wilkins? Who cared to know that he was going to Wilkins? No, no, prince, this is finesse, thieves' finesse. This is as good as saying, there, how can I be a thief when I leave my address? I'm not concealing my movements as a thief would. Do you understand, prince? Oh yes, but that is not enough. Second proof, the scent turns out to be false, and the address given is a sham. An hour after, that is at about 8, I went to Wilkins myself, and there was no trace of Ferdishenko. The maid did tell me, certainly, that an hour or so since someone had been hammering at the door, and had smashed the bell. She said she would not open the door because she didn't want to wake her master. Probably she was too lazy to get up herself. Such phenomena are met with occasionally. But is that all your evidence? It is not enough. Well, prince, whom are we to suspect, then? Consider, said Lebedev with almost servile amiability, smiling at the prince. There was a look of cunning in his eyes, however. You should search your room and all the cupboards again, said the prince, after a moment or two of silent reflection. But I have done so, my dear prince, said Lebedev, more sweetly than ever. Why must you needs go up and change your coat like that? Asked the prince, banging the table with his fist, in annoyance. Oh, don't be so worried on my account, prince, I assure you I am not worth it, at least, not I alone, but I see you are suffering on behalf of the criminal too, for wretched Ferdishenko, in fact. Of course you have given me a disagreeable enough thing to think about, said the prince, irritably, but what are you going to do, since you are so sure it was Ferdishenko? But who else could it be, my very dear prince, repeated Lebedev, as sweet as sugar again. If you don't wish me to suspect Mr. Burdovsky. Of course not. Nor the general, ha, ha, ha. Nonsense, said the prince, angrily, turning round upon him. Quite so, nonsense, ha, 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 dear me, he did amuse me, did the general. We went off on the hot scent to Wilkins together, you know, but I must first observe that the general was even more thunderstruck than I myself this morning, when I awoke him after discovering the theft, so much so that his very face changed. He grew red and then pale, and at length flew into a paroxysm of such noble wrath that I assure you I was quite surprised. He is a most generous-hearted man, he tells lies by the thousands, I know, but it is merely a weakness. He is a man of the highest feelings, a simple-minded man too, and a man who carries the conviction of innocence in his very appearance. I love that man, sir, I may have told you so before, it is a weakness of mine. Well, he suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, opened out his coat and bared his breast. Search me, he says. You searched Keller, why don't you search me too? It is only fair, says he. And all the while his legs and hands were trembling with anger, and he as white as a sheet all over. So I said to him, "Nonsense, General, if anybody but yourself had said that to me, I'd have taken my own head, and put it on a large dish and carried it round to anyone who suspected you, and I should have said, 'There, you see that head, it's my head, and I'll go bail with that head for him, yes, and walk through the fire for him, too there,' says I, that's how I'd answer for you, General." Then he embraced me, in the middle of the street, and hugged me so tight, crying over me all the while, that I coughed fit to choke. "You are the one friend left to me amid all my misfortunes," says he. Oh, he's a man of sentiment, that. He went on to tell me a story of how he had been accused, or suspected, of stealing 500,000 rubles once, as a young man, and how, the very next day, he had rushed into a burning, blazing house and saved the very count who suspected him, and Nina Alexandrovna, who was then a young girl, from a fiery death. The count embraced him, and that was how he came to marry Nina Alexandrovna, he said. As for the money, it was found among the ruins next day in an English iron box with a secret lock. It had got under the floor somehow, and if it had not been for the fire it would never have been found. The whole thing is, of course, an absolute fabrication, though when he spoke of Nina Alexandrovna he wept. She's a grand woman, is Nina Alexandrovna, though she is very angry with me. Are you acquainted with her? Well, hardly at all. I wish I were, if only for the sake of justifying myself in her eyes. Nina Alexandrovna has a grudge against me for, as she thinks, encouraging her husband in drinking, whereas in reality I not only do not encourage him, but I actually keep him out of harm's way, and out of bad company besides. He's my friend, Prince, so that I shall not lose sight of him. Again, where he goes, I go. He's quite given up visiting the captain's widow, though sometimes he thinks sadly of her. Especially in the morning, when he's putting on his boots. I don't know why it's at that time. But he has no money, and it's no use his going to see her without. Has he borrowed any money from you, Prince? No, he has not. Ah, he's ashamed to. He meant to ask you, I know, for he said so. I suppose he thinks that as you gave him some once, you remember, you would probably refuse if he asked you again. Do you ever give him money? Prince, money, why I would give that man not only my money, but my very life, if he wanted it. Well, perhaps that's exaggeration, not life, we'll say, but some illness, a boil or a bad cough, or anything of that sort, I would stand with pleasure, for his sake, for I consider him a great man. Fallen, money, indeed. Then you do give him money. And no, I have never given him money, and he knows well that I will never give him any, because I am anxious to keep him out of intemperate ways. He is going to town with me now, for you must know I am off to Petersburg after Ferdishenko. While the scent is hot, I'm certain he is there. I shall let the general go one way, while I go the other. We have so arranged matters in order to pop out upon Ferdishenko, you see, from different sides, but I am going to follow that naughty old general and catch him, I know where, at a certain widow's house, for I think it will be a good lesson, to put him to shame by catching him with the widow. Oh, Lebedev, don't make any scandal about it, said the prince, much agitated, and speaking in a low voice. Not for the world, not for the world, I merely wish to make him ashamed of himself. Oh, Prince, great though this misfortune be to myself, I cannot help thinking of his morals. I have a great favor to ask of you, esteemed Prince. I confess that it is the chief object of my visit. You know the Ivolgins, you have even lived in their house, so if you would lend me your help, honored Prince, in the general's own interest and for his good. Lebedev clasped his hands in supplication. What help do you want from me? You may be certain that I am most anxious to understand you, Lebedev. I felt sure of that, or I should not have come to you. We might manage it with the help of Nina Alexandrovna, so that he might be closely watched in his own house. Unfortunately I am not on terms, otherwise, but Nikolai Ardalionovich, who adores you with all his youthful soul, might help, too. No, heaven forbid that we should bring Nina Alexandrovna into this business, or Kolya, either, but perhaps I have not yet quite understood you, Lebedev. Lebedev made an impatient movement. But there is nothing to understand, sympathy and tenderness, that is all our poor invalid requires. You will permit me to consider him an invalid? Yes, it shows delicacy and intelligence on your part. I will explain my idea by a practical example, to make it clearer. You know the sort of man he is at present. His only failing is that he is crazy about that captain's widow, and he cannot go to her without money, and I mean to catch him at her house today, for his own good. But supposing it was not only the widow, but that he had committed a real crime, or at least some very dishonorable action, of which he is, of course, incapable, I repeat that even in that case, if he were treated with what I may call generous tenderness, one could get at the whole truth, for he is very soft-hearted. Believe me, he would betray himself before 5 days were out. He would burst into tears, and make a clean breast of the matter, especially if managed with tact, and if you and his family watched his every step, so to speak. Oh, my dear Prince, Lebedev added most emphatically, I do not positively assert that he has. I am ready, as the saying is, to shed my last drop of blood for him this instant. But you will admit that debauchery, drunkenness, and the captain's widow, all these together may lead him very far. I am, of course, quite ready to add my efforts to yours in such a case, said the prince, rising, but I confess, Lebedev, that I am terribly perplexed. Tell me, do you still think, plainly, you say yourself that you suspect Mr. Ferdishenko? Lebedev clasped his hands once more. Why, who else could I possibly suspect, who else, most outspoken prince, he replied, with an unctuous smile. Muishkin frowned, and rose from his seat. You see, Lebedev, a mistake here would be a dreadful thing. This Ferdishenko, I would not say a word against him, of course, but, who knows, perhaps it really was he. I mean, he really does seem to be a more likely man than any other. Lebedev strained his eyes and ears to take in what the prince was saying. The latter was frowning more and more, and walking excitedly up and down, trying not to look at Lebedev. You see, he said, I was given to understand that Ferdishenko was that sort of man, that one can't say everything before him, one has to take care not to say too much. You understand, I say this to prove that he really is, so to speak, more likely to have done this than anyone else. You understand, the important thing is, not to make a mistake. And who told you this about Ferdishenko? Oh, I was told. Of course I don't altogether believe it. I am very sorry that I should have had to say this, because I assure you I don't believe it myself. It is all nonsense. Of course it was stupid of me to say anything about it. You see, it is very important, it is most important to know where you got this report from, said Lebedev, excitedly. He had risen from his seat, and was trying to keep step with the prince, running after him, up and down. Because look here, prince, I don't mind telling you now that as we were going along to Wilkins this morning, after telling me what you know about the fire, and saving the count and all that, the general was pleased to drop certain hints to the same effect about Ferdishenko, but so vaguely and clumsily that I thought better to put a few questions to him on the matter, with the result that I found the whole thing was an invention of His Excellency's own mind. Of course, he only lies with the best intentions, still, he lies. But, such being the case, where could you have heard the same report? It was the inspiration of the moment with him, you understand, so who could have told you? It is an important question, you see. It was Kolya told me, and his father told him at about 6 this morning. They met at the threshold. When Kolya was leaving the room for something or other, the prince told Lebedev all that Kolya had made known to himself, in detail. There now, that's what we may call scent, said Lebedev, rubbing his hands and laughing silently. I thought it must be so. You see, the general interrupted his innocent slumbers, at 6 o'clock, in order to go and wake his beloved son, and warn him of the dreadful danger of companionship with Ferdishenko. Dear me, what a dreadfully dangerous man Ferdishenko must be, and what touching paternal solicitude, on the part of His Excellency, ha, ha, ha. Listen, Lebedev, began the prince, quite overwhelmed, do act quietly, don't make a scandal, Lebedev, I ask you, I entreat you, no one must know, no one, mind, in that case only, I will help you. Be assured, most honorable, most worthy of princes, be assured that the whole matter shall be buried within my heart, cried Lebedev, in a paroxysm of exaltation. I'd give every drop of my blood, illustrious prince, I am a poor wretch in soul and spirit, but ask the veriest scoundrel whether he would prefer to deal with one like himself, or with a noble-hearted man like you, and there is no doubt as to his choice. He'll answer that he prefers the noble-hearted man, and there you have the triumph of virtue. Au revoir, honored prince, you and I together, softly, softly. Chapter 10. The prince understood at last why he shivered with dread every time he thought of the 3 letters in his pocket, and why he had put off reading them until the evening. When he fell into a heavy sleep on the sofa on the veranda, without having had the courage to open a single one of the 3 envelopes, he again dreamed a painful dream, and once more that poor, sinful woman appeared to him. Again she gazed at him with tears sparkling on her long lashes, and beckoned him after her, and again he awoke, as before, with the picture of her face haunting him. He longed to get up and go to her at once, but he could not. At length, almost in despair, he unfolded the letters, and began to read them. These letters, too, were like a dream. We sometimes have strange, impossible dreams, contrary to all the laws of nature. When we awake we remember them and wonder at their strangeness. You remember, perhaps, that you were in full possession of your reason during this succession of fantastic images, even that you acted with extraordinary logic and cunning while surrounded by murderers who hid their intentions and made great demonstrations of friendship, while waiting for an opportunity to cut your throat. You remember how you escaped them by some ingenious stratagem, then you doubted if they were really deceived, or whether they were only pretending not to know your hiding place, then you thought of another plan and hoodwinked them once again. You remember all this quite clearly, but how is it that your reason calmly accepted all the manifest absurdities and impossibilities that crowded into your dream? One of the murderers suddenly changed into a woman before your very eyes. Then the woman was transformed into a hideous, cunning little dwarf, and you believed it, and accepted it all almost as a matter of course, while at the same time your intelligence seemed unusually keen, and accomplished miracles of cunning, sagacity, and logic. Why is it that when you awake to the world of realities you nearly always feel, sometimes very vividly, that the vanished dream has carried with it some enigma which you have failed to solve? You smile at the extravagance of your dream, and yet you feel that this tissue of absurdity contains some real idea, something that belongs to your true life, something that exists, and has always existed, in your heart. You search your dream for some prophecy that you were expecting. It has left a deep impression upon you, joyful or cruel, but what it means, or what has been predicted to you in it, you can neither understand nor remember. The reading of these letters produced some such effect upon the prince. He felt, before he even opened the envelopes, that the very fact of their existence was like a nightmare. How could she ever have made up her mind to write to her? He asked himself. How could she write about that at all? And how could such a wild idea have entered her head? And yet, the strangest part of the matter was, that while he read the letters, he himself almost believed in the possibility, and even in the justification, of the idea he had thought so wild. Of course it was a mad dream, a nightmare, and yet there was something cruelly real about it. For hours he was haunted by what he had read. Several passages returned again and again to his mind, and as he brooded over them, he felt inclined to say to himself that he had foreseen and known all that was written here. It even seemed to him that he had read the whole of this some time or other, long, long ago. And all that had tormented and grieved him up to now was to be found in these old, long since read, letters. When you open this letter, so the first began, look first at the signature will tell you all, so that I need explain nothing, nor attempt to justify myself were I in any way on a footing with you. You might be offended at my audacity, but who am I, and who are you? We are at such extremes, and I am so far removed from you, that I could not offend you if I wished to do so. Farther on, in another place, she wrote, do not consider my words as the sickly ecstasies of a diseased mind, but you are, in my opinion, perfection. I have seen you, I see you every day. I do not judge you, I have not weighed you in the scales of reason and found you perfection. It is simply an article of faith, but I must confess one sin against you. I love you. One should not love perfection, one should only look on it as perfection, yet I am in love with you though love equalizes. Do not fear. I have not lowered you to my level, even in my most secret thoughts. I have written do not fear, as if you could fear. I would kiss your footprints if I could, but, oh. I am not putting myself on a level with you. Look at the signature, quick, look at the signature. However, observe, she wrote in another of the letters, that although I couple you with him, yet I have not once asked you whether you love him. He fell in love with you, though he saw you but once. He spoke of you as of the light. These are his own words. I heard him use them, but I understood without his saying it that you were all that light is to him. I lived near him for a whole month, and I understood then that you, too, must love him. I think of you and him as one. What was the matter yesterday? She wrote on another sheet. I passed by you, and you seemed to me to blush. Perhaps it was only my fancy. If I were to bring you to the most loathsome den, and show you the revelation of undisguised vice, you should not blush. You can never feel the sense of personal affront. You may hate all who are mean, or base, or unworthy, but not for yourself, only for those whom they wrong. No one can wrong you. Do you know, I think you ought to love me, for you are the same in my eyes as in his. You are as light an angel cannot hate, perhaps cannot love, either. I often ask myself, is it possible to love everybody? Indeed it is not in nature. Abstract love of humanity is nearly always love of self. But you are different. You cannot help loving all, since you can compare with none, and are above all personal offense or anger. Oh! How bitter it would be to me to know that you felt anger or shame on my account, for that would be your fall. You would become comparable at once with such as me. Yesterday, after seeing you, I went home and thought out a picture. Artists always draw the Savior as an actor in one of the Gospel stories. I should do differently. I should represent Christ alone. The disciples did leave him alone occasionally. I should paint one little child left with him. This child has been playing about near him, and had probably just been telling the Savior something in its pretty baby prattle. Christ had listened to it, but was now musing, one hand reposing on the child's bright head. His eyes have a faraway expression. Thought, great as the universe, is in them. His face is sad. The little one leans its elbow upon Christ's knee, and with its cheek resting on its hand, gazes up at him, pondering as children sometimes do ponder. The sun is setting. There you have my picture. You are innocent, and in your innocence lies all your perfection. Oh, remember that. What is my passion to you? You are mine now. I shall be near you all my life. I shall not live long. At length, in the last letter of all, he found. For heaven's sake, don't misunderstand me. Do not think that I humiliate myself by writing thus to you, or that I belong to that class of people who take a satisfaction in humiliating themselves. From pride I have my consolation, though it would be difficult to explain it, but I do not humiliate myself. Why do I wish to unite you two? For your sakes or my own? For my own sake. Naturally all the problems of my life would thus be solved, I have thought so for a long time. I know that once when your sister Adelaida saw my portrait she said that such beauty could overthrow the world, but I have renounced the world. You think it strange that I should say so, for you saw me decked with lace and diamonds, in the company of drunkards and wastrels. Take no notice of that. I know that I have almost ceased to exist. God knows what it is dwelling within me now. It is not myself. I can see it every day in two dreadful eyes which are always looking at me, even when not present. These eyes are silent now, they say nothing, but I know their secret. His house is gloomy, and there is a secret in it. I am convinced that in some box he has a razor hidden, tied round with silk, just like the one that Moscow murderer had. This man also lived with his mother, and had a razor hidden away, tied round with white silk. And with this razor he intended to cut a throat. All the while I was in their house I felt sure that somewhere beneath the floor there was hidden away some dreadful corpse, wrapped in oilcloth, perhaps buried there by his father, who knows, just as in the Moscow case I could have shown you the very spot. He is always silent, but I know well that he loves me so much that he must hate me. My wedding and yours are to be on the same day, so I have arranged with him. I have no secrets from him. I would kill him from very fright, but he will kill me first. He has just burst out laughing, and says that I am raving. He knows I am writing to you. There was much more of this delirious wandering in the letters. One of them was very long. At last the prince came out of the dark, gloomy park, in which he had wandered about for hours just as yesterday. The bright night seemed to him to be lighter than ever. It must be quite early, he thought. He had forgotten his watch. There was a sound of distant music somewhere. Ah, he thought, the Vauxhall, they won't be there today. Of course, at this moment he noticed that he was close to their house. He had felt that he must gravitate to this spot eventually, and, with a beating heart, he mounted the veranda steps. No one met him. The veranda was empty, and nearly pitch dark. He opened the door into the room, but it, too, was dark and empty. He stood in the middle of the room in perplexity. Suddenly the door opened, and in came Alexandra, candle in hand. Seeing the prince she stopped before him in surprise, looking at him questioningly. It was clear that she had been merely passing through the room from door to door, and had not had the remotest notion that she would meet anyone. "How did you come here?" she asked, at last. I came in. Mama is not very well, nor is Aglaya. Adelaida has gone to bed, and I am just going. We were alone the whole evening. Father and Princess have gone to town. I have come to you, now, too. Do you know what time it is? No. 12:30. We are always in bed by 1. I thought it was 9:30. Never mind, she laughed, but why didn't you come earlier? Perhaps you were expected. I thought, he stammered, making for the door. Au revoir, I shall amuse them all with this story tomorrow. He walked along the road towards his own house. His heart was beating, his thoughts were confused, everything around seemed to be part of a dream. And suddenly, just as twice already he had awaked from sleep with the same vision, that very apparition now seemed to rise up before him. The woman appeared to step out from the park, and stand in the path in front of him, as though she had been waiting for him there. He shuddered and stopped. She seized his hand and pressed it frenziedly. No, this was no apparition. There she stood at last, face to face with him, for the first time since their parting. She said something, but he looked silently back at her. His heart ached with anguish. Oh! Never would he banish the recollection of this meeting with her, and he never remembered it but with the same pain and agony of mind. She went on her knees before him, there in the open road, like a madwoman. He retreated a step, but she caught his hand and kissed it, and, just as in his dream, the tears were sparkling on her long, beautiful lashes. "Get up," he said, in a frightened whisper, raising her. "Get up at once." "Are you happy, are you happy?" she asked. "Say this one word. Are you happy now, today, this moment? Have you just been with her? What did she say?" She did not rise from her knees, she would not listen to him, she put her questions hurriedly, as though she were pursued. "I am going away tomorrow, as you bade me. I won't write, so that this is the last time I shall see you, the last time, this is really the last time." "Oh, be calm, get up," he entreated, in despair. She gazed thirstily at him and clutched his hands. "Goodbye," she said at last, and rose and left him, very quickly. The prince noticed that Rogojin had suddenly appeared at her side, and had taken her arm and was leading her away. "Wait a minute, prince," shouted the latter, as he went. "I shall be back in 5 minutes." He reappeared in 5 minutes as he had said. The prince was waiting for him. "I've put her in the carriage," he said, "it has been waiting round the corner there since 10 o'clock. She expected that you would be with them all the evening. I told her exactly what you wrote me. She won't write to the girl any more, she promises, and tomorrow she will be off, as you wish. She desired to see you for the last time, although you refused, so we've been sitting and waiting on that bench till you should pass on your way home." "Did she bring you with her of her own accord?" "Of course she did," said Rogojin, showing his teeth, "and I saw for myself what I knew before. You've read her letters, I suppose." Did you read them? Asked the prince, struck by the thought. Of course, she showed them to me herself. You are thinking of the razor, ha, ha, ha. Oh, she is mad, cried the prince, wringing his hands. Who knows, perhaps she is not so mad after all, said Rogojin, softly, as though thinking aloud. The prince made no reply. Well, goodbye, said Rogojin. I'm off tomorrow too, you know, remember me kindly, by the by, he added, turning round sharply again. Did you answer her question just now? Are you happy, or not? No, 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 cried the prince, with unspeakable sadness. Ha, ha, I never supposed you would say yes, cried Rogojin, laughing sardonically. And he disappeared, without looking round again. Part 4. A week had elapsed since the rendezvous of our two friends on the green bench in the park, when, one fine morning at about 10:30, Varvara Ardalionovna, otherwise Mrs. Titson, who had been out to visit a friend, returned home in a state of considerable mental depression. There are certain people of whom it is difficult to say anything which will at once throw them into relief, in other words, describe them graphically in their typical characteristics. These are they who are generally known as commonplace people, and this class comprises, of course, the immense majority of mankind. Authors, as a rule, attempt to select and portray types rarely met with in their entirety, but these types are nevertheless more real than real life itself. Podkoleosin, a character in Gogol's comedy, The Wedding, was perhaps an exaggeration, but he was by no means a non-existent character. On the contrary, how many intelligent people, after hearing of this Podkoleosin from Gogol, immediately began to find that scores of their friends were exactly like him. They knew, perhaps, before Gogol told them, that their friends were like Podkoleosin, but they did not know what name to give them. In real life, young fellows seldom jump out of the window just before their weddings, because such a feat, not to speak of its other aspects, must be a decidedly unpleasant mode of escape, and yet there are plenty of bridegrooms, intelligent fellows too, who would be ready to confess themselves Podkoleosins in the depths of their consciousness, just before marriage. Nor does every husband feel bound to repeat at every step, Tu el Asvalu, Georges Dandin, like another typical personage. And yet how many millions and billions of Georges Dandins there are in real life who feel inclined to utter this soul-drawn cry after their honeymoon, if not the day after the wedding. Therefore, without entering into any more serious examination of the question, I will content myself with remarking that in real life typical characters are watered down, so to speak, and all these Dandins and Podkoleosins actually exist among us every day, but in a diluted form. I will just add, however, that Georges Dandin might have existed exactly as Molière presented him, and probably does exist now and then, though rarely, and so I will end this scientific examination, which is beginning to look like a newspaper criticism. But for all this, the question remains, what are the novelists to do with commonplace people, and how are they to be presented to the reader in such a form as to be in the least degree interesting? They cannot be left out altogether, for commonplace people meet one at every turn of life. And to leave them out would be to destroy the whole reality and probability of the story. To fill a novel with typical characters only, or with merely strange and uncommon people, would render the book unreal and improbable, and would very likely destroy the interest. In my opinion, the duty of the novelist is to seek out points of interest and instruction even in the characters of commonplace people. For instance, when the whole essence of an ordinary person's nature lies in his perpetual and unchangeable commonplaceness, and when in spite of all his endeavors to do something out of the common, this person ends, eventually, by remaining in his unbroken line of routine. I think such an individual really does become a type of his own, a type of commonplaceness which will not for the world, if it can help it, be contented, but strains and yearns to be something original and independent, without the slightest possibility of being so. To this class of commonplace people belong several characters in this novel, characters which, I admit, I have not drawn very vividly up to now for my reader's benefit. Such were, for instance, Varvara Ardalionovna Titson, her husband, and her brother, Gania. There is nothing so annoying as to be fairly rich, of a fairly good family, pleasing presence, average education, to be not stupid, kind-hearted, and yet to have no talent at all, no originality, not a single idea of one's own, to be, in fact, just like everyone else. Of such people there are countless numbers in this world, far more even than appear. They can be divided into two classes as all men can, that is, those of limited intellect, and those who are much cleverer. The former of these classes is the happier. To a commonplace man of limited intellect, for instance, nothing is simpler than to imagine himself an original character, and to revel in that belief without the slightest misgiving. Many of our young women have thought fit to cut their hair short, put on blue spectacles, and call themselves nihilists. By doing this they have been able to persuade themselves, without further trouble, that they have acquired new convictions of their own. Some men have but felt some little qualm of kindness towards their fellow men, and the fact has been quite enough to persuade them that they stand alone in the van of enlightenment and that no one has such humanitarian feelings as they. Others have but to read an idea of somebody else's, and they can immediately assimilate it and believe that it was a child of their own brain. The impudence of ignorance, if I may use the expression, is developed to a wonderful extent in such cases. Unlikely as it appears, it is met with at every turn. This confidence of a stupid man in his own talents has been wonderfully depicted by Gogol in the amazing character of Pirogov. Pirogov has not the slightest doubt of his own genius, nay, of his superiority of genius, so certain is he of it that he never questions it. How many Pirogovs have there not been among our writers, scholars, propagandists? I say have been, but indeed there are plenty of them at this very day. Our friend, Gania, belonged to the other class, to the much cleverer persons, though he was from head to foot permeated and saturated with the longing to be original. This class, as I have said above, is far less happy. For the clever commonplace person, though he may possibly imagine himself a man of genius and originality, none the less has within his heart the deathless worm of suspicion and doubt, and this doubt sometimes brings a clever man to despair. As a rule, however, nothing tragic happens, his liver becomes a little damaged in the course of time, nothing more serious. Such men do not give up their aspirations after originality without a severe struggle, and there have been men who, though good fellows in themselves, and even benefactors to humanity, have sunk to the level of base criminals for the sake of originality. Gania was a beginner, as it were, upon this road. A deep and unchangeable consciousness of his own lack of talent, combined with a vast longing to be able to persuade himself that he was original, had rankled in his heart, even from childhood. He seemed to have been born with overwrought nerves, and in his passionate desire to excel, he was often led to the brink of some rash step, and yet, having resolved upon such a step, when the moment arrived, he invariably proved too sensible to take it. He was ready, in the same way, to do a base action in order to obtain his wished-for object, and yet, when the moment came to do it, he found that he was too honest for any great baseness. Not that he objected to acts of petty meanness, he was always ready for them. He looked with hate and loathing on the poverty and downfall of his family, and treated his mother with haughty contempt, although he knew that his whole future depended on her character and reputation. Aglaya had simply frightened him, yet he did not give up all thoughts of her, though he never seriously hoped that she would condescend to him. At the time of his adventure with Nastasia Philippovna he had come to the conclusion that money was his only hope, money should do all for him. At the moment when he lost Aglaya, and after the scene with Nastasia, he had felt so low in his own eyes that he actually brought the money back to the prince. Of this returning of the money given to him by a madwoman who had received it from a madman, he had often repented since, though he never ceased to be proud of his action. During the short time that Muishkin remained in Petersburg Gania had had time to come to hate him for his sympathy, though the prince told him that it was not everyone who would have acted so nobly as to return the money. He had long pondered, too, over his relations with Aglaya, and had persuaded himself that with such a strange, childish, innocent character as hers, things might have ended very differently. Remorse then seized him, he threw up his post, and buried himself in self-torment and reproach. He lived at Titson's, and openly showed contempt for the latter, though he always listened to his advice, and was sensible enough to ask for it when he wanted it. Gavrila Ardalionovitch was angry with Titson because the latter did not care to become a Rothschild. "If you are to be a Jew," he said, "do it properly, squeeze people right and left, show some character, be the king of the Jews while you are about it." Titson was quiet and not easily offended, he only laughed. But on one occasion he explained seriously to Gania that he was no Jew, that he did nothing dishonest, that he could not help the market price of money, that, thanks to his accurate habits, he had already a good footing and was respected, and that his business was flourishing. "I shan't ever be a Rothschild, and there is no reason why I should," he added, smiling, "but I shall have a house in the Litinaya, perhaps two, and that will be enough for me. Who knows but what I may have three," he concluded to himself, but this dream, cherished inwardly, he never confided to a soul. Nature loves and favors such people. Titson will certainly have his reward, not 3 houses, but 4, precisely because from childhood up he had realized that he would never be a Rothschild. That will be the limit of Titson's fortune, and, come what may, he will never have more than 4 houses. Varvara Ardalionovna was not like her brother. She too, had passionate desires, but they were persistent rather than impetuous. Her plans were as wise as her methods of carrying them out. No doubt she also belonged to the category of ordinary people who dream of being original, but she soon discovered that she had not a grain of true originality, and she did not let it trouble her too much. Perhaps a certain kind of pride came to her help. She made her first concession to the demands of practical life with great resolution when she consented to marry Titson. However, when she married she did not say to herself, "Never mind a mean action if it leads to the end in view," as her brother would certainly have said in such a case. It is quite probable that he may have said it when he expressed his elder brotherly satisfaction at her decision. Far from this, Varvara Ardalionovna did not marry until she felt convinced that her future husband was unassuming, agreeable, almost cultured, and that nothing on earth would tempt him to a really dishonorable deed. As to small meannesses, such trifles did not trouble her. Indeed, who is free from them? It is absurd to expect the ideal. Besides, she knew that her marriage would provide a refuge for all her family. Seeing Gania unhappy, she was anxious to help him, in spite of their former disputes and misunderstandings. Titson, in a friendly way, would press his brother-in-law to enter the army. You know, he said sometimes, jokingly, you despise generals and generaldom, but you will see that they will all end by being generals in their turn. You will see it if you live long enough. But why should they suppose that I despise generals? Gania thought sarcastically to himself. To serve her brother's interests, Varvara Ardalionovna was constantly at the Epankins' house, helped by the fact that in childhood she and Gania had played with General Ivan Fyodorovitch's daughters. It would have been inconsistent with her character if in these visits she had been pursuing a chimera. Her project was not chimerical at all, she was building on a firm basis, on her knowledge of the character of the Epankin family, especially Aglaya, whom she studied closely. All Varvara's efforts were directed towards bringing Aglaya and Gania together. Perhaps she achieved some result, perhaps, also, she made the mistake of depending too much upon her brother, and expecting more from him than he would ever be capable of giving. However this may be, her maneuvers were skillful enough. For weeks at a time she would never mention Gania. Her attitude was modest but dignified, and she was always extremely truthful and sincere. Examining the depths of her conscience, she found nothing to reproach herself with. And this still further strengthened her in her designs. But Varvara Ardalionovna sometimes remarked that she felt spiteful, that there was a good deal of vanity in her, perhaps even of wounded vanity. She noticed this at certain times more than at others, and especially after her visits to the Epankins. Today, as I have said, she returned from their house with a heavy feeling of dejection. There was a sensation of bitterness, a sort of mocking contempt, mingled with it. Arrived at her own house, Varya heard a considerable commotion going on in the upper story, and distinguished the voices of her father and brother. On entering the salon she found Gania pacing up and down at frantic speed, pale with rage and almost tearing his hair. She frowned, and subsided onto the sofa with a tired air, and without taking the trouble to remove her hat. She very well knew that if she kept quiet and asked her brother nothing about his reason for tearing up and down the room, his wrath would fall upon her head. So she hastened to put the question. The old story, et. Old story? No, heaven knows what's up now, I don't. Father has simply gone mad, mother's in floods of tears upon my word, Varya, I must kick him out of the house, or else go myself, he added, probably remembering that he could not well turn people out of a house which was not his own. You must make allowances, murmured Varya. Make allowances? For whom? Him, the old blackguard? No, no, Varya, that won't do, it won't do, I tell you, and look at the swagger of the man, he's all to blame himself, and yet he puts on so much side that you'd think, my word, it's too much trouble to go through the gate, you must break the fence for me, that's the sort of air he puts on, but what's the matter with you, Varya, what a curious expression you have. I'm all right, said Varya, in a tone that sounded as though she were all wrong. Gania looked more intently at her. You've been there? He asked, suddenly. Yes. Did you find out anything? Nothing unexpected. I discovered that it's all true. My husband was wiser than either of us, just as he suspected from the beginning, so it has fallen out. Where is he? Out. Well, what has happened? Go on. The prince is formally engaged to her, that's settled. The elder sisters told me about it. Aglaya has agreed they don't attempt to conceal it any longer. You know how mysterious and secret they have all been up to now. Adelaida's wedding is put off again, so that both can be married on one day. Isn't that delightfully romantic? Somebody ought to write a poem on it. Sit down and write an ode instead of tearing up and down like that. This evening Princess Bielokonsky is to arrive, she comes just in time, they have a party tonight. He is to be presented to old Bielokonsky, though I believe he knows her already, probably the engagement will be openly announced. They are only afraid that he may knock something down, or trip over something when he comes into the room. It would be just like him. Gania listened attentively, but to his sister's astonishment he was by no means so impressed by this news, which should, she thought, have been so important to him, as she had expected. Well, it was clear enough all along, he said, after a moment's reflection. So that's the end, he added, with a disagreeable smile, continuing to walk up and down the room, but much slower than before, and glancing slyly into his sister's face. It's a good thing that you take it philosophically, at all events, said Varya. I'm really very glad of it. Yes, it's off our hands, off yours, I should say. I think I have served you faithfully. I never even asked you what happiness you expected to find with Aglaya. Did I ever expect to find happiness with Aglaya? Come, come, don't overdo your philosophy. Of course you did. Now it's all over, and a good thing, too. Pair of fools that we have been. I confess I have never been able to look at it seriously. I busied myself in it for your sake, thinking that there was no knowing what might happen with a funny girl like that to deal with. There were 90 to 1 chances against it. To this moment I can't make out why you wished for it. Now, I suppose, you and your husband will never weary of egging me on to work again. You'll begin your lectures about perseverance and strength of will, and all that I know it all by heart, said Gania, laughing. He's got some new idea in his head, thought Varia. Are they pleased over there, the parents? Asked Gania, suddenly. And no, I don't think they are. You can judge for yourself. I think the general is pleased enough. Her mother is a little uneasy. She always loathed the idea of the prince as a husband, everybody knows that. Of course, naturally the bridegroom is an impossible and ridiculous one. I mean, has she given her formal consent? She has not said no, up to now, and that's all. It was sure to be so with her. You know what she is like. You know how absurdly shy she is. You remember how she used to hide in a cupboard as a child, so as to avoid seeing visitors, for hours at a time. She is just the same now, but, do you know, I think there is something serious in the matter, even from her side, I feel it. Somehow she laughs at the prince, they say, from morn to night in order to hide her real feelings, but you may be sure she finds occasion to say something or other to him on the sly, for he himself is in a state of radiant happiness. He walks in the clouds. They say he is extremely funny just now, I heard it from themselves. They seem to be laughing at me in their sleeves, those elder girls, I don't know why. Gania had begun to frown, and probably Varia added this last sentence in order to probe his thought. However, at this moment, the noise began again upstairs. I'll turn him out, shouted Gania, glad of the opportunity of venting his vexation. I shall just turn him out, we can't have this. Yes, and then he'll go about the place and disgrace us as he did yesterday. How as he did yesterday? What do you mean? What did he do yesterday? Asked Gania, in alarm. Why, goodness me, don't you know? Varia stopped short. What, you don't mean to say that he went there yesterday? Cried Gania, flushing red with shame and anger. Good heavens, Varia, speak, you have just been there. Was he there or not? Quick, and Gania rushed for the door. Varia followed and caught him by both hands. What are you doing? Where are you going to? You can't let him go now, if you do he'll go and do something worse. What did he do there? What did he say? They couldn't tell me themselves, they couldn't make head or tail of it, but he frightened them all. He came to see the general, who was not at home, so he asked for Lizabetha Prokofyevna first of all. He begged her for some place, or situation, for work of some kind, and then he began to complain about us, about me and my husband, and you, especially you. He said a lot of things. Oh, couldn't you find out? Muttered Gania, trembling hysterically. No, nothing more than that. Why, they couldn't understand him themselves, and very likely didn't tell me all. Gania seized his head with both hands and tottered to the window. Varia sat down at the other window. Funny girl, Aglaya, she observed, after a pause. When she left me she said, give my special and personal respects to your parents. I shall certainly find an opportunity to see your father one day, and so serious over it. She's a strange creature. Wasn't she joking? She was speaking sarcastically. Not a bit of it, that's just the strange part of it. Does she know about father, do you think, or not? That they do not know about it in the house is quite certain, the rest of them, I mean, but you have given me an idea. Aglaya perhaps knows she alone, though, if anyone, for the sisters were as astonished as I was to hear her speak so seriously. If she knows, the prince must have told her. Oh, it's not a great matter to guess who told her. A thief in our family, and the head of the family, too. Oh, nonsense, cried Varia, angrily. That was nothing but a drunkard's tale. Nonsense. Why, who invented the whole thing? Lebedev and the prince, a pretty pair, both were probably drunk. Father is a drunkard and a thief, I am a beggar, and the husband of my sister is a usurer, continued Gania, bitterly. There was a pretty list of advantages with which to enchant the heart of Aglaya. That same husband of your sister, the usurer, feeds me. Go on, don't stand on ceremony, pray. Don't lose your temper. You are just like a schoolboy. You think that all this sort of thing would harm you in Aglaya's eyes, do you? You little know her character. She is capable of refusing the most brilliant party, and running away and starving in a garret with some wretched student. That's the sort of girl she is. You never could or did understand how interesting you would have seen in her eyes if you had come firmly and proudly through our misfortunes. The prince has simply caught her with hook and line, firstly, because he never thought of fishing for her, and secondly, because he is an idiot in the eyes of most people. It's quite enough for her that by accepting him she puts her family out and annoys them all round. That's what she likes. You don't understand these things. We shall see whether I understand or no, said Gania, enigmatically. But I shouldn't like her to know all about father. All the same, I thought the prince would manage to hold his tongue about this. At least he prevented Lebedev spreading the news. He wouldn't even tell me all when I asked him. Then you must see that he is not responsible. What does it matter to you now? In any case, what are you hoping for still? If you have a hope left, it is that your suffering heir may soften her heart towards you. Oh, she would funk a scandal like anyone else. You are all tarred with one brush. What, Aglaya would have funked? You are a chicken-hearted fellow, Gania, said Varia, looking at her brother with contempt. Not one of us is worth much. Aglaya may be a wild sort of a girl, but she is far nobler than any of us, 1,000 times nobler. Well, Come, there's nothing to get cross about, said Gania. All I'm afraid of is, mother, I'm afraid this scandal about father may come to her ears, perhaps it has already. I am dreadfully afraid. It undoubtedly has already, observed Gania. Varia had risen from her place and had started to go upstairs to her mother, but at this observation of Gania's she turned and gazed at him attentively. Who could have told her? Hippolyte, probably he would think it the most delightful amusement in the world to tell her of it the instant he moved over here, I haven't a doubt of it. But how could he know anything of it? Tell me that Lebedev and the prince determined to tell no one, even Kolya knows nothing. What, Hippolyte, he found it out himself, of course. Why, you have no idea what a cunning little animal he is, dirty little gossip, he has the most extraordinary nose for smelling out other people's secrets, or anything approaching to scandal, believe it or not, but I'm pretty sure he has got round Aglaya. If he hasn't, he soon will. Rogojin is intimate with him, too. How the prince doesn't notice it, I can't understand. The little wretch considers me his enemy now and does his best to catch me tripping. What on earth does it matter to him, when he's dying? However, you'll see, I shall catch him tripping yet, and not he me. Why did you get him over here, if you hate him so, and is it really worth your while to try to score off him? Why, it was yourself who advised me to bring him over. I thought he might be useful. You know he is in love with Aglaya himself, now, and has written to her. He has even written to Lizabetha Prokofyevna. Oh, he's not dangerous there, cried Gania, laughing angrily. However, I believe there is something of that sort in the air. He is very likely to be in love, for he is a mere boy, but he won't write anonymous letters to the old lady. That would be too audacious a thing for him to attempt, but I dare swear the very first thing he did was to show me up to Aglaya as a base deceiver and intriguer. I confess I was fool enough to attempt something through him. At first I thought he would throw himself into my service out of revengeful feelings towards the prince, the sly little beast. But I know him better now. As for the theft, he may have heard of it from the widow in Petersburg, for if the old man committed himself to such an act, he can have done it for no other object but to give the money to her. Hippolyte said to me, without any prelude, that the general had promised the widow 400 rubles. Of course I understood, and the little wretch looked at me with a nasty sort of satisfaction. I know him, you may depend upon it. He went and told mother too. For the pleasure of wounding her. And why doesn't he die, I should like to know? He undertook to die within 3 weeks, and here he is getting fatter. His cough is better, too. It was only yesterday that he said that was the second day he hadn't coughed blood. Well, turn him out. I don't hate, I despise him, said Gania, grandly. Well, I do hate him, if you like, he added, with a sudden access of rage, and I'll tell him so to his face, even when he's dying. If you had but read his confession, good Lord, what refinement of impudence. Oh, but I'd have liked to whip him then and there, like a schoolboy, just to see how surprised he would have been. Now he hates everybody because he, oh, I say, what on earth are they doing there? Listen to that noise, I really can't stand this any longer. Titson, he cried, as the latter entered the room, what in the name of goodness are we coming to? Listen to that. But the noise came rapidly nearer, the door burst open, and old General Ivolgin, raging, furious, purple-faced, and trembling with anger, rushed in. He was followed by Nina Alexandrovna, Kolya, and behind the rest, Hippolyte. Chapter 2. Hippolyte had now been 5 days at the Titsons. His flitting from the prince's to these new quarters had been brought about quite naturally and without many words. He did not quarrel with the prince, in fact, they seemed to part as friends. Gania, who had been hostile enough on that eventful evening, had himself come to see him a couple of days later, probably in obedience to some sudden impulse. For some reason or other, Rogojin too had begun to visit the sick boy. The prince thought it might be better for him to move away from the prince's, house. Hippolyte informed him, as he took his leave, that Titson had been kind enough to offer him a corner, and did not say a word about Gania, though Gania had procured his invitation, and himself came to fetch him away. Gania noticed this at the time, and put it to Hippolyte's debit on account. Gania was right when he told his sister that Hippolyte was getting better. That he was better was clear at the first glance. He entered the room now last of all, deliberately, and with a disagreeable smile on his lips. Nina Alexandrovna came in, looking frightened. She had changed much since we last saw her, half a year ago, and had grown thin and pale. Kolya looked worried and perplexed. He could not understand the vagaries of the general, and knew nothing of the last achievement of that worthy, which had caused so much commotion in the house. But he could see that his father had of late changed very much, and that he had begun to behave in so extraordinary a fashion both at home and abroad that he was not like the same man. What perplexed and disturbed him as much as anything was that his father had entirely given up drinking during the last few days. Kolya knew that he had quarrelled with both Lebedev and the prince, and had just bought a small bottle of vodka and brought it home for his father. Really, mother, he had assured Nina Alexandrovna upstairs, really you had better let him drink. He has not had a drop for 3 days, he must be suffering agonies. The general now entered the room, threw the door wide open, and stood on the threshold trembling with indignation. "Look here, my dear sir," he began, addressing Titsyn in a very loud tone of voice, "if you have really made up your mind to sacrifice an old man, your father too, or at all events father of your wife, an old man who has served his emperor, to a wretched little atheist like this, all I can say is, sir, my foot shall cease to tread your floors. Make your choice, sir, make your choice quickly, if you please, me or this, screw, yes, screw, sir, I said it accidentally, but let the word stand, this screw, for he screws and drills himself into my soul." "Hadn't you better say corkscrew," said Hippolyte. "No, sir, not corkscrew. I am a general, not a bottle, sir. Make your choice, sir, me or him." Here Colia handed him a chair, and he subsided into it, breathless with rage. "Hadn't you better, take a nap," murmured the stupefied Titsyn. "A nap," shrieked the general. "I am not drunk, sir, you insult me, I see," he continued, rising, "I see that all are against me here. Enough, I go, but no, sirs, know that." He was not allowed to finish his sentence. Somebody pushed him back into his chair, and begged him to be calm. Nina Alexandrovna trembled, and cried quietly. Gania retired to the window in disgust. "But what have I done, what is his grievance?" asked Hippolyte, grinning. "What have you done, indeed?" put in Nina Alexandrovna. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, teasing an old man like that, and in your position, too." "And pray what is my position, madam? I have the greatest respect for you, personally, but—" "He's a little screw," cried the general, "he drills holes in my heart and soul. He wishes me to be a pervert to atheism. No, you young greenhorn, that I was covered with honors before ever you were born, and you are nothing better than a wretched little worm, torn in two with coughing, and dying slowly of your own malice and unbelief. What did Gavrila bring you over here for? They're all against me, even to my own son, all against me." "Oh, come, nonsense," cried Gania, "if you did not go shaming us all over the town, things might be better for all parties." "What, shame you? What do you mean, you young calf? I shame you? I can only do you honor, sir, I cannot shame you." He jumped up from his chair in a fit of uncontrollable rage. Gania was very angry too. "Honor, indeed," said the latter, with contempt. "What do you say, sir?" growled the general, taking a step towards him. "I say that I have but to open my mouth, and you—" Gania began, but did not finish. The two, father and son, stood before one another, both unspeakably agitated, especially Gania. Gania, reflect," cried his mother, hurriedly. "It's all nonsense on both sides," snapped out Varia. "Let them alone, mother." "It's only for mother's sake that I spare him," said Gania, tragically. "Speak," said the general, beside himself with rage and excitement, "speak, under the penalty of a father's curse." "Oh, father's curse be hanged, you don't frighten me that way," said Gania. "Whose fault is it that you have been as mad as a March hare all this week? It is just a week, you see, I count the days. Take care now, don't provoke me too much, or I'll tell all. Why did you go to the Epankins yesterday? Tell me that, and you call yourself an old man, too, with grey hair, and father of a family? Nice sort of a father." "Be quiet, Gania," cried Colia. "Shut up, you fool." "Yes, but how have I offended him?" repeated Hippolyte, still in the same jeering voice. "Why does he call me a screw? You all heard it. He came to me himself and began telling me about some Captain Irabagov. I don't wish for your company, General. I always avoided you, you know that. What have I to do with Captain Irabagov? All I did was to express my opinion that probably Captain Irabagov never existed at all." "Of course he never existed," Gania interrupted. But the general only stood stupefied and gazed around in a dazed way. Gania's speech had impressed him, with its terrible candor. For the first moment or two he could find no words to answer him, and it was only when Hippolyte burst out laughing, and said, "There, you see, even your own son supports my statement that there never was such a person as Captain Irabagov," that the old fellow muttered confusedly. "Kapitan Irabagov, not Captain Irabagov, Kapitan, Major retired, Irabagov, Kapitan." "Kapitan didn't exist either," persisted Gania, maliciously. "What, didn't exist?" cried the poor general, and a deep blush suffused his face. "That'll do, Gania," cried Varia and Titsyn. "Shut up, Gania," said Colia. But this intercession seemed to rekindle the general. "What did you mean, sir, that he didn't exist? Explain yourself," he repeated, angrily. "Because he didn't exist, never could and never did. There, you'd better drop the subject, I warn you. And this is my son, my own son, whom oh, gracious heaven, Irabagov, Eroshka Irabagov didn't exist." "Ha, ha, it's Eroshka now," laughed Hippolyte. "No, sir, Kapitoshka, not Eroshka. I mean, Kapitan Alexeyevich, retired major, married Maria Petrovna Lu, he was my friend and companion, Ludogov. From our earliest beginnings I closed his eyes for him, he was killed. Kapitan Irabagov never existed, Tifu. The general shouted in his fury, but it was to be concluded that his wrath was not kindled by the expressed doubt as to Kapitan's existence. This was his scapegoat, but his excitement was caused by something quite different. As a rule he would have merely shouted down the doubt as to Kapitan, told a long yarn about his friend, and eventually retired upstairs to his room. But today, in the strange uncertainty of human nature, it seemed to require but so small an offense as this to make his cup to overflow. The old man grew purple in the face, he raised his hands. Enough of this, he yelled. My curse, away, out of the house I go, Kolya, bring my bag away. He left the room hastily and in a paroxysm of rage. His wife, Kolya, and Titsin ran out after him. What have you done now, said Varya to Gania. He'll probably be making off there again, what a disgrace it all is. Well, he shouldn't steal, cried Gania, panting with fury. And just at this moment his eye met Hippolyte's. As for you, sir, he cried, you should at least remember that you are in a strange house and, receiving hospitality, you should not take the opportunity of tormenting an old man, sir, who is too evidently out of his mind. Hippolyte looked furious, but he restrained himself. I don't quite agree with you that your father is out of his mind, he observed, quietly. On the contrary, I cannot help thinking he has been less demented of late. Don't you think so? He has grown so cunning and careful, and weighs his words so deliberately. He spoke to me about that Kapitan fellow with an object, you know, just fancy, he wanted me to. Oh, devil take what he wanted you to do, don't try to be too cunning with me, young man, shouted Gania. If you are aware of the real reason for my father's present condition, and you have kept such an excellent spying watch during these last few days that you are sure to be aware of it, you had no right whatever to torment the unfortunate man, and to worry my mother by your exaggerations of the affair, because the whole business is nonsense, simply a drunken freak, and nothing more, quite unproved by any evidence, and I don't believe that much of it. He snapped his fingers. But you must needs spy and watch over us all, because you are a screw, laughed Hippolyte. Because you are a humbug, sir, and thought fit to worry people for half an hour, and tried to frighten them into believing that you would shoot yourself with your little empty pistol, pirouetting about and playing at suicide. I gave you hospitality, you have fattened on it, your cough has left you, and you repay all this. Excuse me, 2 words, I am Varvara Ardalionovna's guest, not yours. You have extended no hospitality to me. On the contrary, if I am not mistaken, I believe you are yourself indebted to Mr. Titsin's hospitality. 4 days ago I begged my mother to come down here and find lodgings, because I certainly do feel better here, though I am not fat, nor have I ceased to cough. I am today informed that my room is ready for me, therefore, having thanked your sister and mother for their kindness to me, I intend to leave the house this evening. I beg your pardon, I interrupted you, I think you were about to add something. Oh, if that is the state of affairs, began Gania. Excuse me, I will take a seat, interrupted Hippolyte once more, sitting down deliberately, for I am not strong yet. Now then, I am ready to hear you, especially as this is the last chance we shall have of a talk, and very likely the last meeting we shall ever have at all. Gania felt a little guilty. I assure you I did not mean to reckon up debits and credits, he began, and if you... I don't understand your condescension, said Hippolyte. As for me, I promised myself, on the first day of my arrival in this house, that I would have the satisfaction of settling accounts with you in a very thorough manner before I said goodbye to you. I intend to perform this operation now, if you like, after you, though, of course. May I ask you to be so good as to leave this room? You'd better speak out, you'll be sorry afterwards if you don't. Hippolyte, stop, please, it's so dreadfully undignified, said Varya. Well, only for the sake of a lady, said Hippolyte, laughing. I am ready to put off the reckoning, but only put it off, Varvara Ardalionovna, because an explanation between your brother and myself has become an absolute necessity, and I could not think of leaving the house without clearing up all misunderstandings first. In a word, you are a wretched little scandalmonger, cried Gania, and you cannot go away without a scandal. You see, said Hippolyte, coolly, you can't restrain yourself. You'll be dreadfully sorry afterwards if you don't speak out. Now come, you shall have the first say. I'll wait. Gania was silent and merely looked contemptuously at him. You won't? Very well, I shall be as short as possible. For my part, 2 or 3 times today I have had the word hospitality pushed down my throat. This is not fair in inviting me here. You yourself entrapped me for your own use. You thought I wished to revenge myself upon the prince. You heard that Aglaya Ivanovna had been kind to me and read my confession, making sure that I should give myself up to your interests. You hoped that you might get some assistance out of me. I will not go into details. I don't ask either admission or confirmation of this from yourself. I am quite content to leave you to your conscience, and to feel that we understand one another capitally. What a history you are weaving out of the most ordinary circumstances, cried Varya. I told you the fellow was nothing but a scandalmonger, said Gania. Excuse me, Varya Ardalionovna, I will proceed. I can, of course, neither love nor respect the prince, though he is a good-hearted fellow, if a little queer, but there is no need whatever for me to hate him. I quite understood your brother when he first offered me aid against the prince, though I did not show it. I knew well that your brother was making a ridiculous mistake in me. I am ready to spare him, however, even now, but solely out of respect for yourself, Varvara Ardalionovna. Having now shown you that I am not quite such a fool as I look, and that I have to be fished for with a rod and line for a good long while before I am caught, I will proceed to explain why I specially wish to make your brother look a fool. That my motive power is hate. I do not attempt to conceal. I have felt that before dying, and I am dying. However much fatter I may appear to you, I must absolutely make a fool of, at least, one of that class of men which has dogged me all my life, which I hate so cordially, and which is so prominently represented by your much esteemed brother. I should not enjoy paradise nearly so much without having done this first. I hate you, Gavrila Ardalionovitch, solely, this may seem curious to you, but I repeat, solely because you are the type and incarnation and head and crown of the most impudent, the most self-satisfied, the most vulgar and detestable form of commonplaceness. You are ordinary of the ordinary. You have no chance of ever fathering the pettiest idea of your own. And yet you are as jealous and conceited as you can possibly be. You consider yourself a great genius, of this you are persuaded, although there are dark moments of doubt and rage, when even this fact seems uncertain. There are spots of darkness on your horizon, though they will disappear when you become completely stupid. But a long and checkered path lies before you, and of this I am glad. In the first place, you will never gain a certain person. Come, come, this is intolerable, you had better stop, you little mischief-making wretch, cried Varya. Gania had grown very pale, he trembled, but said nothing. Hippolyte paused, and looked at him intently and with great gratification. He then turned his gaze upon Varya, bowed, and went out, without adding another word. Gania might justly complain of the hardness with which fate treated him. Varya dared not speak to him for a long while, as he strode past her, backwards and forwards. At last he went and stood at the window, looking out, with his back turned towards her. There was a fearful row going on upstairs again. Are you off? Said Gania, suddenly, remarking that she had risen and was about to leave the room. Wait a moment, look at this. He approached the table and laid a small sheet of paper before her. It looked like a little note. Good heavens, cried Varya, raising her hands. This was the note. Gavrila Ardalionovitch, persuaded of your kindness of heart, I have determined to ask your advice on a matter of great importance to myself. I should like to meet you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock by the green bench in the park. It is not far from our house. Varvara Ardalionovna, who must accompany you, knows the place well. What on earth is one to make of a girl like that, said Varya. Gania, little as he felt inclined for swagger at this moment, could not avoid showing his triumph, especially just after such humiliating remarks as those of Hippolyte. A smile of self-satisfaction beamed on his face, and Varya too was brimming over with delight. And this is the very day that they were to announce the engagement. What will she do next? What do you suppose she wants to talk about tomorrow? Asked Gania. Oh, that's all the same, the chief thing is that she wants to see you after 6 months' absence. Look here, Gania, this is a serious business. Don't swagger again and lose the game, play carefully, but don't funk, do you understand? As if she could possibly avoid seeing what I have been working for all this last 6 months, and just imagine, I was there this morning and not a word of this. I was there, you know, on the sly. The old lady did not know, or she would have kicked me out. I ran some risk for you, you see. I did so want to find out, at all hazards. Here there was a frantic noise upstairs once more, several people seemed to be rushing downstairs at once. Now, Gania, cried Varya, frightened, we can't let him go out, we can't afford to have a breath of scandal about the town at this moment. Run after him and beg his pardon, quick. But the father of the family was out in the road already. Kolya was carrying his bag for him. Nina Alexandrovna stood and cried on the doorstep. She wanted to run after the general, but Titsin kept her back. You will only excite him more, he said. He has nowhere else to go to, he'll be back here in half an hour. I've talked it all over with Kolya, let him play the fool a bit, it will do him good. What are you up to? Where are you off to? You've nowhere to go to, you know, cried Gania, out of the window. Come back, father, the neighbors will hear, cried Varya. The general stopped, turned round, raised his hands and remarked, my curse be upon this house. Which observation should always be made in as theatrical a tone as possible, muttered Gania, shutting the window with a bang. The neighbors undoubtedly did hear. Varya rushed out of the room. No sooner had his sister left him alone, than Gania took the note out of his pocket, kissed it, and pirouetted around. Chapter 3. As a general rule, old General Ivolgin's paroxysms ended in smoke. He had before this experienced fits of sudden fury, but not very often, because he was really a man of peaceful and kindly disposition. He had tried hundreds of times to overcome the dissolute habits which he had contracted of late years. He would suddenly remember that he was a father, would be reconciled with his wife, and shed genuine tears. His feeling for Nina Alexandrovna amounted almost to adoration. She had pardoned so much in silence, and loved him still in spite of the state of degradation into which he had fallen. But the general's struggles with his own weakness never lasted very long. He was, in his way, an impetuous man, and a quiet life of repentance in the bosom of his family soon became insupportable to him. In the end he rebelled, and flew into rages which he regretted, perhaps, even as he gave way to them, but which were beyond his control. He picked quarrels with everyone, began to hold forth eloquently, exacted unlimited respect, and at last disappeared from the house, and sometimes did not return for a long time. He had given up interfering in the affairs of his family for 2 years now, and knew nothing about them but what he gathered from hearsay. But on this occasion there was something more serious than usual. Everyone seemed to know something, but to be afraid to talk about it. The general had turned up in the bosom of his family 2 or 3 days before, but not, as usual, with the olive branch of peace in his hand, not in the garb of penitence, in which he was usually clad on such occasions, but, on the contrary, in an uncommonly bad temper. He had arrived in a quarrelsome mood, pitching into everyone he came across, and talking about all sorts and kinds of subjects in the most unexpected manner, so that it was impossible to discover what it was that was really putting him out. At moments he would be apparently quite bright and happy, but as a rule he would sit moody and thoughtful. He would abruptly commence to hold forth about the Epankins, about Lebedev or the prince, and equally abruptly would stop short and refuse to speak another word, answering all further questions with a stupid smile, unconscious that he was smiling, or that he had been asked a question. The whole of the previous night he had spent tossing about and groaning. And poor Nina Alexandrovna had been busy making cold compresses and warm fomentations and so on, without being very clear how to apply them. He had fallen asleep after a while, but not for long, and had awaked in a state of violent hypochondria which had ended in his quarrel with Hippolyte, and the solemn cursing of Titson's establishment generally. It was also observed during those 2 or 3 days that he was in a state of morbid self-esteem, and was specially touchy on all points of honor. Kolya insisted, in discussing the matter with his mother, that all this was but the outcome of abstinence from drink, or perhaps of pining after Lebedev, with whom up to this time the general had been upon terms of the greatest friendship, but with whom, for some reason or other, he had quarrelled a few days since, parting from him in great wrath. There had also been a scene with the prince. Kolya had asked an explanation of the latter, but had been forced to conclude that he was not told the whole truth. If Hippolyte and Nina Alexandrovna had, as Gania suspected, had some special conversation about the general's actions, it was strange that the malicious youth, whom Gania had called a scandalmonger to his face, had not allowed himself a similar satisfaction with Kolya. The fact is that probably Hippolyte was not quite so black as Gania painted him, and it was hardly likely that he had informed Nina Alexandrovna of certain events, of which we know, for the mere pleasure of giving her pain. We must never forget that human motives are generally far more complicated than we are apt to suppose, and that we can very rarely accurately describe the motives of another. It is much better for the writer, as a rule, to content himself with the bare statement of events, and we shall take this line with regard to the catastrophe recorded above, and shall state the remaining events connected with the general's trouble shortly, because we feel that we have already given to this secondary character in our story more attention than we originally intended. The course of events had marched in the following order. When Lebedev returned, in company with the general, after their expedition to town a few days since, for the purpose of investigation, he brought the prince no information whatever. If the latter had not himself been occupied with other thoughts and impressions at the time, he must have observed that Lebedev not only was very uncommunicative, but even appeared anxious to avoid him. When the prince did give the matter a little attention, he recalled the fact that during these days he had always found Lebedev to be in radiantly good spirits, when they happened to meet, and further, that the general and Lebedev were always together. The two friends did not seem ever to be parted for a moment. Occasionally the prince heard loud talking and laughing upstairs, and once he detected the sound of a jolly soldier's song going on above, and recognized the unmistakable bass of the general's voice. But the sudden outbreak of song did not last, and for an hour afterwards the animated sound of apparently drunken conversation continued to be heard from above. At length there was the clearest evidence of a grand mutual embracing, and someone burst into tears. Shortly after this, however, there was a violent but short-lived quarrel, with loud talking on both sides. All these days Kolya had been in a state of great mental preoccupation. Muishkin was usually out all day, and only came home late at night. On his return he was invariably informed that Kolya had been looking for him. However, when they did meet, Kolya never had anything particular to tell him, excepting that he was highly dissatisfied with the general and his present condition of mind and behavior. They drag each other about the place, he said, and get drunk together at the pub close by here, and quarrel in the street on the way home, and embrace one another after it, and don't seem to part for a moment. When the prince pointed out that there was nothing new about that, for that they had always behaved in this manner together. Kolya did not know what to say, in fact he could not explain what it was that specially worried him, just now, about his father. On the morning following the Bacchanalian songs and quarrels recorded above, as the prince stepped out of the house at about 11 o'clock, the general suddenly appeared before him, much agitated. "I have long sought the honor and opportunity of meeting you, much esteemed Lev Nikolaevich," he murmured, pressing the prince's hand very hard, almost painfully so. "Long, very long." The prince begged him to step in and sit down. "No, I will not sit down, I am keeping you, I see, another time. I think I may be permitted to congratulate you upon the realization of your heart's best wishes, is it not so?" "What best wishes?" The prince blushed. He thought, as so many in his position do, that nobody had seen, heard, noticed, or understood anything. "Oh, be easy, sir, be easy, I shall not wound your tenderest feelings. I've been through it all myself, and I know well how unpleasant it is when an outsider sticks his nose in where he is not wanted. I experience this every morning. I came to speak to you about another matter, though, an important matter, a very important matter, prince." The latter requested him to take a seat once more, and sat down himself. "Well, just for 1 second, then the fact is, I came for advice. Of course I live now without any very practical objects in life, but, being full of self-respect, in which quality the ordinary Russian is so deficient as a rule, and of activity, I am desirous, in a word, prince, of placing myself and my wife and children in a position of, in fact, I want advice." The prince commended his aspirations with warmth. Quite so, but this is all mere nonsense. I came here to speak of something quite different, something very important, prince, and I have determined to come to you as to a man in whose sincerity and nobility of feeling I can trust. Like, are you surprised at my words, prince?" The prince was watching his guest, if not with much surprise, at all events with great attention and curiosity. The old man was very pale, every now and then his lips trembled, and his hands seemed unable to rest quietly, but continually moved from place to place. He had twice already jumped up from his chair and sat down again without being in the least aware of it. He would take up a book from the table and open it, talking all the while, look at the heading of a chapter, shut it and put it back again, seizing another immediately, but holding it unopened in his hand, and waving it in the air as he spoke. "But enough," he cried, suddenly. "I see I have been boring you with my—" "Not in the least, not in the least, I assure you. On the contrary, I am listening most attentively, and am anxious to guess. Prince, I wish to place myself in a respectable position, I wish to esteem myself, and to—" "My dear sir, a man of such noble aspirations is worthy of all esteem by virtue of those aspirations alone." The prince brought out his copybook sentence in the firm belief that it would produce a good effect. He felt instinctively that some such well-sounding humbug, brought out at the proper moment, would soothe the old man's feelings, and would be specially acceptable to such a man in such a position. At all hazards, his guest must be dispatched with heart relieved and spirit comforted. That was the problem before the prince at this moment. The phrase flattered the general, touched him, and pleased him mightily. He immediately changed his tone, and started off on a long and solemn explanation. But listen as he would, the prince could make neither head nor tail of it. The general spoke hotly and quickly for 10 minutes, he spoke as though his words could not keep pace with his crowding thoughts. Tears stood in his eyes, and yet his speech was nothing but a collection of disconnected sentences without beginning and without end, a string of unexpected words and unexpected sentiments, colliding with one another, and jumping over one another, as they burst from his lips. "Enough," he concluded at last, "you understand me, and that is the great thing. A heart like yours cannot help understanding the sufferings of another. Prince, you are the ideal of generosity. What are other men beside yourself? But you are young, accept my blessing. My principal object is to beg you to fix an hour for a most important conversation, that is my great hope. Prince, my heart needs but a little friendship and sympathy, and yet I cannot always find means to satisfy it. But why not now? I am ready to listen, and—" "No, Prince, not now. Now is a dream, and it is too important. It is to be the hour of fate to me, my own hour. Our interview is not to be broken in upon by every chance comer, every impertinent guest, and there are plenty of such stupid, impertinent fellows," he bent over and whispered mysteriously, with a funny, frightened look on his face, "who are unworthy to tie your shoe. Prince, I don't say mine, mind, you will understand me, Prince, only you understand me, Prince, no one else. He doesn't understand me, he is absolutely unable to sympathize. The first qualification for understanding another is heart." The prince was rather alarmed at all this, and was obliged to end by appointing the same hour of the following day for the interview desired. The general left him much comforted and far less agitated than when he had arrived. At 7 in the evening, the prince sent to request Lebedev to pay him a visit. Lebedev came at once, and esteemed it an honor, as he observed, the instant he entered the room. He acted as though there had never been the slightest suspicion of the fact that he had systematically avoided the prince for the last 3 days. He sat down on the edge of his chair, smiling and making faces, and rubbing his hands, and looking as though he were in delighted expectation of hearing some important communication, which had been long guessed by all. The prince was instantly covered with confusion, for it appeared to be plain that everyone expected something of him, that everyone looked at him as though anxious to congratulate him, and greeted him with hints, and smiles, and knowing looks. Keller, for instance, had run into the house 3 times of late, just for a moment, and each time with the air of desiring to offer his congratulations. Kolya, too, in spite of his melancholy, had once or twice begun sentences in much the same strain of suggestion or insinuation. The prince, however, immediately began, with some show of annoyance, to question Lebedev categorically, as to the general's present condition, and his opinion thereon. He described the morning's interview in a few words. "Everyone has his worries, prince, especially in these strange and troublous times of ours," Lebedev replied, drily, and with the air of a man disappointed of his reasonable expectations. "Dear me, what a philosopher you are," laughed the prince. "Philosophy is necessary, sir, very necessary. In our day it is too much neglected. As for me, much esteemed prince, I am sensible of having experienced the honor of your confidence in a certain matter up to a certain point, but never beyond that point I do not for a moment complain." "Lebedev, you seem to be angry for some reason," said the prince. "Not the least bit in the world, esteemed and revered prince, not the least bit in the world," cried Lebedev, solemnly, with his hand upon his heart. "On the contrary, I am too painfully aware that neither by my position in the world, nor by my gifts of intellect and heart, nor by my riches, nor by any former conduct of mine, have I in any way deserved your confidence, which is far above my highest aspirations and hopes. Oh no, prince, I may serve you, but only as your humble slave. I am not angry, oh no, not angry, pained perhaps, but nothing more. My dear Lebedev, oh, nothing more, I was saying to myself but now. I am quite unworthy of friendly relations with him, say I, but perhaps as landlord of this house I may, at some future date, in his good time, receive information as to certain imminent and much to be desired changes." So saying, Lebedev fixed the prince with his sharp little eyes, still in hope that he would get his curiosity satisfied. The prince looked back at him in amazement. "I don't understand what you are driving at," he cried, almost angrily, and, what an intriguer you are, Lebedev," he added, bursting into a fit of genuine laughter. Lebedev followed suit at once, and it was clear from his radiant face that he considered his prospects of satisfaction immensely improved. "And do you know," the prince continued, "I am amazed at your naive ways, Lebedev. Don't be angry with me, not only yours, everybody else's also. You are waiting to hear something from me at this very moment with such simplicity that I declare I feel quite ashamed of myself for having nothing whatever to tell you. I swear to you solemnly, that there is nothing to tell there. Can you take that in?" The prince laughed again. Lebedev assumed an air of dignity. It was true enough that he was sometimes naive to a degree in his curiosity, but he was also an excessively cunning gentleman, and the prince was almost converting him into an enemy by his repeated rebuffs. The prince did not snub Lebedev's curiosity, however, because he felt any contempt for him, but simply because the subject was too delicate to talk about. Only a few days before he had looked upon his own dreams almost as crimes. But Lebedev considered the refusal as caused by personal dislike to himself, and was hurt accordingly. Indeed, there was at this moment a piece of news, most interesting to the prince, which Lebedev knew and even had wished to tell him, but which he now kept obstinately to himself. "And what can I do for you, esteemed prince, since I am told you sent for me just now?" he said, after a few moments' silence. "Oh, it was about the general," began the prince, waking abruptly from the fit of musing which he too had indulged in, and about the theft you told me of. "That is, about, what theft? Oh come, just as if you didn't understand, Lukian Timofeyovitch, what are you up to? I can't make you out. The money, sir, the 400 rubles that you lost that day you came and told me about it one morning, and then went off to Petersburg there, now do you understand?" "Oh, you mean the 400 rubles, said Lebedev, dragging the words out, just as though it had only just dawned upon him what the prince was talking about. "Thanks very much, prince, for your kind interest, you do me too much honor. I found the money, long ago." "You found it, thank God for that. Your exclamation proves the generous sympathy of your nature, prince, for 400 rubles, to a struggling family man like myself, is no small matter." "I didn't mean that, at least, of course, I'm glad for your sake, too," added the prince, correcting himself, "but, how did you find it?" "Very simply indeed, I found it under the chair upon which my coat had hung, so that it is clear the purse simply fell out of the pocket and onto the floor." "Under the chair? Impossible. Why, you told me yourself that you had searched every corner of the room. How could you not have looked in the most likely place of all?" "Of course I looked there, of course I did, very much so. I looked and scrambled about, and felt for it, and wouldn't believe it was not there, and looked again and again. It is always so in such cases. One longs and expects to find a lost article, one sees it is not there, and the place is as bare as one's palm, and yet one returns and looks again and again, 15 or 20 times, likely enough. Oh, quite so, of course, but how was it in your case? I don't quite understand, said the bewildered prince. You say it wasn't there at first, and that you searched the place thoroughly, and yet it turned up on that very spot. Yes, sir, on that very spot. The prince gazed strangely at Lebedev. And the general? He asked, abruptly. The general, how do you mean, the general? Said Lebedev, dubiously, as though he had not taken in the drift of the prince's remark. Oh, good heavens, I mean, what did the general say when the purse turned up under the chair? You and he had searched for it together there, hadn't you? Quite so, together, but the second time I thought better to say nothing about finding it. I found it alone. But, why in the world, and the money, was it all there? I opened the purse and counted it myself, right to a single ruble. I think you might have come and told me, said the prince, thoughtfully. Oh, I didn't like to disturb you, prince, in the midst of your private and doubtless most interesting personal reflections. Besides, I wanted to appear, myself, to have found nothing. I took the purse, and opened it, and counted the money, and shut it and put it down again under the chair. What in the world for? Oh, just out of curiosity, said Lebedev, rubbing his hands and sniggering. What, it's still there then, is it, ever since the day before yesterday? Oh no, you see, I was half in hopes the general might find it, because if I found it, why should not he too observe an object lying before his very eyes? I moved the chair several times so as to expose the purse to view, but the general never saw it. He is very absent just now, evidently he talks and laughs and tells stories, and suddenly flies into a rage with me, goodness knows why. Well, but, have you taken the purse away now? No, it disappeared from under the chair in the night. Where is it now, then? Here, laughed Lebedev, at last, rising to his full height and looking pleasantly at the prince. Here, in the lining of my coat. Look, you can feel it for yourself, if you like. Sure enough, there was something sticking out of the front of the coat, something large. It certainly felt as though it might well be the purse fallen through a hole in the pocket into the lining. I took it out and had a look at it. It's all right, I've let it slip back into the lining now, as you see, and so I have been walking about ever since yesterday morning. It knocks against my legs when I walk along. And you take no notice of it? Quite so, I take no notice of it. And think of this, prince, my pockets are always strong and whole, and yet, here in one night, is a huge hole. I know the phenomenon is unworthy of your notice, but such is the case. I examined the hole, and I declare it actually looks as though it had been made with a penknife, a most improbable contingency. And, the general. Very angry all day, sir, all yesterday and all today. He shows decided bacchanalian predilections at one time, and at another is tearful and sensitive, but at any moment he is liable to paroxysms of such rage that I assure you, prince, I am quite alarmed. I am not a military man. You know, yesterday we were sitting together in the tavern, and the lining of my coat was, quite accidentally, of course, sticking out right in front. The general squinted at it, and flew into a rage. He never looks me quite in the face now, unless he is very drunk or maudlin, but yesterday he looked at me in such a way that a shiver went all down my back. I intend to find the purse tomorrow, but till then I am going to have another night of it with him. What's the good of tormenting him like this? Cried the prince. I don't torment him, prince, I don't indeed, cried Lebedev, hotly. I love him, my dear sir, I esteem him, and believe it or not, I love him all the better for this business, yes, and value him more. Lebedev said this so seriously that the prince quite lost his temper with him. Nonsense, love him and torment him so? Why, by the very fact that he put the purse prominently before you, first under the chair and then in your lining, he shows that he does not wish to deceive you, but is anxious to beg your forgiveness in this artless way. Do you hear? He is asking your pardon. He confides in the delicacy of your feelings, and in your friendship for him, and you can allow yourself to humiliate so thoroughly honest a man. Thoroughly honest, quite so, prince, thoroughly honest, said Lebedev, with flashing eyes. And only you, prince, could have found so very appropriate an expression. I honor you for it, prince. Very well, that's settled. I shall find the purse now and not tomorrow. Here, I find it and take it out before your eyes, and the money is all right. Take it, prince, and keep it till tomorrow, will you? Tomorrow or next day I'll take it back again. I think, prince, that the night after its disappearance it was buried under a bush in the garden, so I believe. What do you think of that? Well, take care you don't tell him to his face that you have found the purse. Simply let him see that it is no longer in the lining of your coat, and form his own conclusions. Do you think so? Had I not just better tell him I have found it, and pretend I never guessed where it was? No, I don't think so, said the prince, thoughtfully. It's too late for that. That would be dangerous now. No, better say nothing about it. Be nice with him, you know, but don't show him. Oh, you know well enough. I know, prince, of course I know, but I'm afraid I shall not carry it out, for to do so one needs a heart like your own. He is so very irritable just now, and so proud. At one moment he will embrace me, and the next he flies out at me and sneers at me, and then I stick the lining forward on purpose. Well, au revoir, Prince, I see I am keeping you, and boring you, too, interfering with your most interesting private reflections. Now, do be careful, secrecy, as before. Oh, silence isn't the word, softly, softly. But in spite of this conclusion to the episode, the prince remained as puzzled as ever, if not more so. He awaited next morning's interview with the general most impatiently. Chapter 4. The time appointed was 12 o'clock, and the prince, returning home unexpectedly late, found the general waiting for him. At the first glance, he saw that the latter was displeased, perhaps because he had been kept waiting. The prince apologized, and quickly took a seat. He seemed strangely timid before the general this morning, for some reason, and felt as though his visitor were some piece of china which he was afraid of breaking. On scrutinizing him, the prince soon saw that the general was quite a different man from what he had been the day before. He looked like one who had come to some momentous resolve. His calmness, however, was more apparent than real. He was courteous, but there was a suggestion of injured innocence in his manner. "I've brought your book back," he began, indicating a book lying on the table. "Much obliged to you for lending it to me." "Ah, yes, well, did you read it, General? It's curious, isn't it?" said the prince, delighted to be able to open up conversation upon an outside subject. "Curious enough, yes, but crude, and of course dreadful nonsense. Probably the man lies in every other sentence." The general spoke with considerable confidence, and dragged his words out with a conceited drawl. "Oh, but it's only the simple tale of an old soldier who saw the French enter Moscow. Some of his remarks were wonderfully interesting. Remarks of an eyewitness are always valuable, whoever he be, don't you think so? Had I been the publisher I should not have printed it as to the evidence of eyewitnesses. In these days people prefer impudent lies to the stories of men of worth and long service. I know of some notes of the year 1812, which, I have determined, Prince, to leave this house, Mr. Lebedev's house." The general looked significantly at his host. "Of course you have your own lodging at Pavlovsk at your daughter's house," began the prince, quite at a loss what to say. He suddenly recollected that the general had come for advice on a most important matter, affecting his destiny. "At my wife's, in other words, at my own place, my daughter's house. I beg your pardon, I leave Lebedev's house, my dear prince, because I have quarrelled with this person. I broke with him last night, and am very sorry that I did not do so before. I expect respect, prince, even from those to whom I give my heart, so to speak. Prince, I have often given away my heart, and am nearly always deceived. This person was quite unworthy of the gift." "There is much that might be improved in him," said the prince, moderately, "but he has some qualities which, though amid them one cannot but discern a cunning nature, reveal what is often a diverting intellect." The prince's tone was so natural and respectful that the general could not possibly suspect him of any insincerity. "Oh, that he possesses good traits, I was the first to show, when I very nearly made him a present of my friendship. I am not dependent upon his hospitality, and upon his house. I have my own family. I do not attempt to justify my own weakness. I have drunk with this man, and perhaps I deplore the fact now, but I did not take him up for the sake of drink alone. Excuse the crudeness of the expression, Prince, I did not make friends with him for that alone. I was attracted by his good qualities. But when the fellow declares that he was a child in 1812, and had his left leg cut off, and buried in the Vagarkov cemetery, in Moscow, such a cock and bull story amounts to disrespect, my dear sir, to impudent exaggeration." "Oh, he was very likely joking, he said it for fun." "I quite understand you. You mean that an innocent lie for the sake of a good joke is harmless, and does not offend the human heart. Some people lie, if you like to put it so, out of pure friendship, in order to amuse their fellows, but when a man makes use of extravagance in order to show his disrespect and to make clear how the intimacy bores him, it is time for a man of honor to break off the said intimacy, and to teach the offender his place." The general flushed with indignation as he spoke. "Oh, but Lebedev cannot have been in Moscow in 1812. He is much too young, it is all nonsense." "Very well, but even if we admit that he was alive in 1812, can one believe that a French chasseur pointed a cannon at him for a lark, and shot his left leg off? He says he picked his own leg up and took it away and buried it in the cemetery. He swore he had a stone put up over it with the inscription, 'Here lies the leg of Collegiate Secretary Lebedev,' and on the other side, 'Rest, beloved ashes, till the morn of joy,' and that he has a service read over it every year, which is simply sacrilege, and goes to Moscow once a year on purpose. He invites me to Moscow in order to prove his assertion, and show me his leg's tomb, and the very cannon that shot him. He says it's the 11th from the gate of the Kremlin, an old-fashioned falconet taken from the French afterwards. And, meanwhile both his legs are still on his body," said the prince, laughing. "I assure you, it is only an innocent joke, and you need not be angry about it." "Excuse me, wait a minute, he says that the leg we see is a wooden one, made by Chernisvitov. They do say one can dance with those. Quite so, and he swears that his wife never found out that one of his legs was wooden all the while they were married. When I showed him the ridiculousness of all this, he said, well, if you were one of Napoleon's pages in 1812, you might let me bury my leg in the Moscow cemetery. Why, did you say, began the prince, and paused in confusion. The general gazed at his host disdainfully. Oh, go on, he said, finish your sentence, by all means say how odd it appears to you that a man fallen to such a depth of humiliation as I, can ever have been the actual eyewitness of great events. Go on, I don't mind. Has he found time to tell you scandal about me? No, I've heard nothing of this from Lebedev, if you mean Lebedev. I thought differently. You see, we were talking over this period of history. I was criticizing a current report of something which then happened, and having been myself an eyewitness of the occurrence, you are smiling, prince, you are looking at my face as if... Oh no, not at all, I am rather young looking, I know, but I am actually older than I appear to be. I was 10 or 11 in the year 1812. I don't know my age exactly, but it has always been a weakness of mine to make it out less than it really is. I assure you, General, I do not in the least doubt your statement. One of our living autobiographers states that when he was a small baby in Moscow in 1812 the French soldiers fed him with bread. Well, there you see, said the general, condescendingly. There is nothing whatever unusual about my tale. Truth very often appears to be impossible. I was a page. It sounds strange. I dare say had I been 15 years old I should probably have been terribly frightened when the French arrived, as my mother was, who had been too slow about clearing out of Moscow, but as I was only just 10 I was not in the least alarmed, and rushed through the crowd to the very door of the palace when Napoleon alighted from his horse. Undoubtedly, at 10 years old you would not have felt the sense of fear, as you say, blurted out the prince, horribly uncomfortable in the sensation that he was just about to blush. Of course, and it all happened so easily and naturally, and yet, were a novelist to describe the episode, he would put in all kinds of impossible and incredible details. Oh, cried the prince, I have often thought that, why, I know of a murder, for the sake of a watch it's in all the papers now, but if some writer had invented it, all the critics would have jumped down his throat and said the thing was too improbable for anything, and yet you read it in the paper, and you can't help thinking that out of these strange disclosures is to be gained the full knowledge of Russian life and character. You said that well, General, it is so true, concluded the prince, warmly, delighted to have found a refuge from the fiery blushes which had covered his face. Yes, it's quite true, isn't it? Cried the general, his eyes sparkling with gratification. A small boy, a child, would naturally realize no danger. He would shove his way through the crowds to see the shine and glitter of the uniforms, and especially the great man of whom everyone was speaking, for at that time all the world had been talking of no one but this man. For some years past the world was full of his name. I, so to speak, drew it in with my mother's milk. Napoleon, passing a couple of paces from me, caught sight of me accidentally. I was very well dressed, and being all alone, in that crowd, as you will easily imagine. Oh, of course, naturally the sight impressed him, and proved to him that not all the aristocracy had left Moscow, that at least some nobles and their children had remained behind. Just so, he wanted to win over the aristocracy. When his eagle eye fell on me, mine probably flashed back in response. Voila un garçon bien élevé, qui est ton père, I immediately replied, almost panting with excitement, a general, who died on the battlefields of his country. Le fils d'un boyard et d'un brave, part sous le marche jamais les boyards mmas tout, petit. To this keen question I replied as keenly, the Russian heart can recognize a great man even in the bitter enemy of his country. At least, I don't remember the exact words, you know, but the idea was as I say. Napoleon was struck. He thought a minute and then said to his suite, I like that boy's pride. If all Russians think like this child, then, he didn't finish, but went on and entered the palace. I instantly mixed with his suite, and followed him. I was already in high favor. I remember when he came into the first hall, the emperor stopped before a portrait of the Empress Catherine, and after a thoughtful glance remarked, that was a great woman, and passed on. Well, in a couple of days I was known all over the palace and the Kremlin as Le Petit Boyard. I only went home to sleep. They were nearly out of their minds about me at home. A couple of days after this, Napoleon's page, de Bazencourt, died. He had not been able to stand the trials of the campaign. Napoleon remembered me. I was taken away without explanation. The dead page's uniform was tried on me, and when I was taken before the emperor, dressed in it, he nodded his head to me, and I was told that I was appointed to the vacant post of page. Well, I was glad enough, for I had long felt the greatest sympathy for this man, and then the pretty uniform and all that, only a child, you know, and so on. It was a dark green dress coat with gold buttons, red facings, white trousers, and a white silk waistcoat, silk stockings, shoes with buckles, and top boots if I were riding out with His Majesty or with the suite. Though the position of all of us at that time was not particularly brilliant, and the poverty was dreadful all round, yet the etiquette at court was strictly preserved, and the more strictly in proportion to the growth of the forebodings of disaster. Quite so, of course, murmured the poor prince, who didn't know where to look. Your memoirs would be most interesting. The general was, of course, repeating what he had told Lebedev the night before, and thus brought it out glibly enough, but here he looked suspiciously at the prince out of the corners of his eyes. My memoirs, he began, with redoubled pride and dignity. Write my memoirs, the idea has not tempted me, and yet, if you please, my memoirs have long been written, but they shall not see the light until dust returns to dust. Then, I doubt not, they will be translated into all languages, not of course on account of their actual literary merit, but because of the great events of which I was the actual witness. Though but a child at the time, as a child, I was able to penetrate into the secrecy of the great man's private room at nights. I have heard the groans and wailings of this giant in distress. He could feel no shame in weeping before such a mere child as I was, though I understood even then that the reason for his suffering was the silence of the Emperor Alexander. Yes, of course, he had written letters to the latter with proposals of peace, had he not, put in the prince. We did not know the details of his proposals, but he wrote letter after letter, all day and every day. He was dreadfully agitated. Sometimes at night I would throw myself upon his breast with tears. Oh, how I loved that man! Ask forgiveness, oh, ask forgiveness of the Emperor Alexander, I would cry. I should have said, of course, make peace with Alexander, but as a child I expressed my idea in the naive way recorded. Oh, my child, he would say, he loved to talk to me and seemed to forget my tender years. Oh, my child, I am ready to kiss Alexander's feet, but I hate and abominate the King of Prussia and the Austrian Emperor, but you know nothing of politics, my child. He would pull up, remembering whom he was speaking to, but his eyes would sparkle for a long while after this. Well now, if I were to describe all this, and I have seen greater events than these, all these critical gentlemen of the press and political parties, oh, no thanks. I'm their very humble servant, but no thanks. Quite so, parties, you are very right, said the prince. I was reading a book about Napoleon and the Waterloo campaign only the other day, by Cheras, in which the author does not attempt to conceal his joy at Napoleon's discomfiture at every page. Well now, I don't like that, it smells of party. You know you are quite right. And were you much occupied with your service under Napoleon? The general was in ecstasies, for the prince's remarks, made, as they evidently were, in all seriousness and simplicity, quite dissipated the last relics of his suspicion. I know Cheras's book. Oh, I was so angry with his work, I wrote to him and said, I forget what. At this moment you ask whether I was very busy under the emperor. Oh no, I was called page, but hardly took my duty seriously. Besides, Napoleon very soon lost hope of conciliating the Russians, and he would have forgotten all about me had he not loved me, for personal reasons. I don't mind saying so now. My heart was greatly drawn to him, too. My duties were light. I merely had to be at the palace occasionally to escort the emperor out riding, and that was about all. I rode very fairly well. He used to have a ride before dinner, and his suite on those occasions were generally Davist, myself, and Rouston. Constant, said the prince, suddenly, and quite involuntarily. No, Constant was away then, taking a letter to the Empress Josephine. Instead of him there were always a couple of orderlies, and that was all, excepting, of course, the generals and marshals whom Napoleon always took with him for the inspection of various localities, and for the sake of consultation generally. I remember there was one, Davist, nearly always with him, a big man with spectacles. They used to argue and quarrel sometimes. Once they were in the emperor's study together, just those two and myself. I was unobserved, and they argued, and the emperor seemed to be agreeing to something under protest. Suddenly his eye fell on me and an idea seemed to flash across him. Child, he said, abruptly. If I were to recognize the Russian Orthodox religion and emancipate the serfs, do you think Russia would come over to me? Never, I cried, indignantly. The emperor was much struck. In the flashing eyes of this patriotic child I read and accept the fiat of the Russian people. Enough, Davist, it is mere fantasy on our part. Come, let's hear your other project. Yes, but that was a great idea, said the prince, clearly interested. You ascribe it to Davist, do you? Well, at all events, they were consulting together at the time. Of course it was the idea of an eagle, and must have originated with Napoleon, but the other project was good too. It was the Conseil du Lion, as Napoleon called it. This project consisted in a proposal to occupy the Kremlin with the whole army, to arm and fortify it scientifically, to kill as many horses as could be got, and salt their flesh, and spend the winter there, and in spring to fight their way out. Napoleon liked the idea, it attracted him. We rode round the Kremlin walls every day, and Napoleon used to give orders where they were to be patched, where built up, where pulled down, and so on. All was decided at last. They were alone together, those two and myself. Napoleon was walking up and down with folded arms. I could not take my eyes off his face. My heart beat loudly and painfully. I'm off, said Davist. Where to? Asked Napoleon. To salt horse flesh, said Davist. Napoleon shuddered, his fate was being decided. Child, he addressed me suddenly, "What do you think of our plan?" Of course he only applied to me as a sort of toss-up, you know. I turned to Davis and addressed my reply to him. I said, as though inspired. "Escape, General, go home." The project was abandoned. Davis shrugged his shoulders and went out, whispering to himself, "Bah, il deviant superstitieux." Next morning the order to retreat was given. "All this is most interesting," said the prince, very softly, "if it really was so, that is, I mean," he hastened to correct himself. "Oh, my dear prince," cried the general, who was now so intoxicated with his own narrative that he probably could not have pulled up at the most patent indiscretion. "You say, if it really was so, there was more, much more. I assure you, these are merely a few little political acts. I tell you I was the eyewitness of the nightly sorrow and groanings of the great man, and of that no one can speak but myself." Towards the end he wept no more, though he continued to emit an occasional groan, but his face grew more overcast day by day, as though eternity were wrapping its gloomy mantle about him. Occasionally we passed whole hours of silence together at night. Roused and snoring in the next room, that fellow slept like a pig. "But he's loyal to me and my dynasty," said Napoleon of him. "Sometimes it was very painful to me, and once he caught me with tears in my eyes. He looked at me kindly. 'You are sorry for me,' he said, 'you, my child, and perhaps one other child, my son, the King of Rome, may grieve for me. All the rest hate me, and my brothers are the first to betray me in misfortune.' I sobbed and threw myself into his arms. He could not resist me, he burst into tears, and our tears mingled as we folded each other in a close embrace. 'Write, oh, write a letter to the Empress Josephine,' I cried, sobbing. Napoleon started, reflected, and said, 'You remind me of a third heart which loves me. Thank you, my friend,' and then and there he sat down and wrote that letter to Josephine, with which Constant was sent off next day. 'You did a good action,' said the prince, 'for in the midst of his angry feelings you insinuated a kind thought into his heart.' 'Just so, prince, just so. How well you bring out that fact, because your own heart is good,' cried the ecstatic old gentleman, and, strangely enough, real tears glistened in his eyes. 'Yes, prince, it was a wonderful spectacle, and, do you know, I all but went off to Paris, and should assuredly have shared his solitary exile with him, but, alas, our destinies were otherwise ordered. We parted, he to his island, where I am sure he thought of the weeping child who had embraced him so affectionately at parting in Moscow, and I was sent off to the cadet corps, where I found nothing but roughness and harsh discipline. Alas, my happy days were done. I do not wish to deprive your mother of you, and, therefore, I will not ask you to go with me,' he said, the morning of his departure, 'but I should like to do something for you.' He was mounting his horse as he spoke. 'Write something in my sister's album for me,' I said rather timidly, for he was in a state of great dejection at the moment. He turned, called for a pen, took the album. 'How old is your sister?' he asked, holding the pen in his hand. 3 years old, I said. 'Ah, petite Fyodor,' and he wrote in the album. 'Ne mentes jamais, Napoleon, votre ami sincere.' Such advice, and at such a moment, you must allow, prince, was. Yes, quite so, very remarkable. This page of the album, framed in gold, hung on the wall of my sister's drawing room all her life, in the most conspicuous place, till the day of her death. Where it is now, I really don't know. Heavens, it's 2 o'clock, how I have kept you, prince, it is really most unpardonable of me.' The general rose. 'Oh, not in the least,' said the prince. 'On the contrary, I have been so much interested, I'm really very much obliged to you.' 'Prince,' said the general, pressing his hand, and looking at him with flashing eyes, and an expression as though he were under the influence of a sudden thought which had come upon him with stunning force. 'Prince, you are so kind, so simple-minded, that sometimes I really feel sorry for you. I gaze at you with a feeling of real affection. Oh, heaven bless you, may your life blossom and fructify in love. Mine is over. Forgive me, forgive me.' He left the room quickly, covering his face with his hands. The prince could not doubt the sincerity of his agitation. He understood, too, that the old man had left the room intoxicated with his own success. The general belonged to that class of liars, who, in spite of their transports of lying, invariably suspect that they are not believed. On this occasion, when he recovered from his exaltation, he would probably suspect Muishkin of pitying him, and feel insulted. 'Have I been acting rightly in allowing him to develop such vast resources of imagination?' the prince asked himself. But his answer was a fit of violent laughter which lasted 10 whole minutes. He tried to reproach himself for the laughing fit, but eventually concluded that he needn't do so, since in spite of it he was truly sorry for the old man. The same evening he received a strange letter, short but decided. The general informed him that they must part forever, that he was grateful, but that even from him he could not accept signs of sympathy which were humiliating to the dignity of a man already miserable enough. When the prince heard that the old man had gone to Nina Alexandrovna, though, he felt almost easy on his account. We have seen, however, that the general paid a visit to Lizabetha Prokofyevna and caused trouble there, the final upshot being that he frightened Mrs. Epankin, and angered her by bitter hints as to his son Gania. He had been turned out in disgrace, eventually, and this was the cause of his bad night and quarrelsome day, which ended in his sudden departure into the street in a condition approaching insanity, as recorded before. Kolya did not understand the position. He tried severity with his father, as they stood in the street after the latter had cursed the household, hoping to bring him round that way. "Well, where are we to go to now, father?" he asked. "You don't want to go to the prince's, you have quarrelled with Lebedev, you have no money, I never have any, and here we are in the middle of the road, in a nice sort of mess. Better to be of a mess than in a mess. I remember making a joke something like that at the mess in 1840, I forget. Where is my youth, where is my golden youth, who was it said that, Kolya?" "It was Gogol, in Dead Souls, father," cried Kolya, glancing at him in some alarm. "Dead souls, yes, of course, dead when I die, Kolya, you must engrave on my tomb. Here lies a dead soul. Shame pursues me." "Who said that, Kolya?" "I don't know, father. There was no Irapigov, Eroshka Irapigov," he cried, suddenly, stopping in the road in a frenzy. "No Irapigov, and my own son to say it. Irapigov was in the place of a brother to me for 11 months. I fought a duel for him. He was married afterwards, and then killed on the field of battle. The bullet struck the cross on my breast and glanced off straight into his temple. I'll never forget you," he cried, and expired. "I served my country well and honestly, Kolya, but shame, shame has pursued me. You and Nina will come to my grave, Kolya, poor Nina, I always used to call her Nina in the old days, and how she loved. Nina, Nina, oh, Nina. What have I ever done to deserve your forgiveness and long suffering? Oh, Kolya, your mother has an angelic spirit, Kolya. I know that, father. Look here, dear old father, come back home, let's go back to mother. Look, she ran after us when we came out. What have you stopped her for, just as though you didn't take in what I said? Why are you crying, father?" Poor Kolya cried himself, and kissed the old man's hands. "You kiss my hands, mine?" "Yes, yes, yours, yours, what is there to surprise anyone in that? Come, come, you mustn't go on like this, crying in the middle of the road, and you a general too, a military man. Come, let's go back. God bless you, dear boy, for being respectful to a disgraced man. Yes, to a poor disgraced old fellow, your father. You shall have such a son yourself. Leroi de Romo, curses on this house." "Come, come, what does all this mean?" cried Kolya beside himself at last. "What is it? What has happened to you? Why don't you wish to come back home? Why have you gone out of your mind, like this?" "I'll explain it, I'll explain all to you. Don't shout, you shall hear. Leroi de Romo, I am sad, I am melancholy. Nurse, where is your tomb?" "Who said that, Kolya?" I don't know who said it. Come home at once, come on, I'll punch Gania's head myself, if you like, only come. Oh, where are you off to again?" The general was dragging him away towards the door of a house nearby. He sat down on the step, still holding Kolya by the hand. Bend down your ear. I'll tell you all, disgrace, bend down, I'll tell you in your ear." "What are you dreaming of?" said poor, frightened Kolya, stooping down towards the old man. "All the same. Leroi de Rome," whispered the general, trembling all over. What do you mean, what roi de Rome?" I, the general continued to whisper, clinging more and more tightly to the boy's shoulder. "I wish to tell you all, Maria Petrovna, so. Kolya broke loose, seized his father by the shoulders, and stared into his eyes with frenzied gaze. The old man had grown livid, his lips were shaking, convulsions were passing over his features. Suddenly he leant over and began to sink slowly into Kolya's arms. "He's got a stroke," cried Kolya, loudly, realizing what was the matter at last. Chapter 5. In point of fact, Varya had rather exaggerated the certainty of her news as to the prince's betrothal to Aglaya. Very likely, with the perspicacity of her sex, she gave out as an accomplished fact what she felt was pretty sure to become a fact in a few days. Perhaps she could not resist the satisfaction of pouring one last drop of bitterness into her brother Gania's cup, in spite of her love for him. At all events, she had been unable to obtain any definite news from the Epankin girls, the most she could get out of them being hints and surmises, and so on. Perhaps Aglaya's sisters had merely been pumping Varya for news while pretending to impart information, or perhaps, again, they had been unable to resist the feminine gratification of teasing a friend, for, after all this time, they could scarcely have helped divining the aim of her frequent visits. On the other hand, the prince, although he had told Lebedev, as we know, that nothing had happened, and that he had nothing to impart, the prince may have been in error. Something strange seemed to have happened, without anything definite having actually happened. Varya had guessed that with her true feminine instinct. How or why it came about that everyone at the Epankins became imbued with one conviction, that something very important had happened to Aglaya, and that her fate was in process of settlement, it would be very difficult to explain. But no sooner had this idea taken root, than all at once declared that they had seen and observed it long ago, that they had remarked it at the time of the poor night joke, and even before, though they had been unwilling to believe in such nonsense. So said the sisters. Of course, Lizaveta Prokofyevna had foreseen it long before the rest. Her heart had been sore for a long while, she declared, and it was now so sore that she appeared to be quite overwhelmed, and the very thought of the prince became distasteful to her. There was a question to be decided, most important, but most difficult, so much so, that Mrs. Epankin did not even see how to put it into words. Would the prince do or not? Was all this good or bad? If good, which might be the case, of course, why good? If bad, which was hardly doubtful, wherein, especially, bad? Even the general, the paterfamilias, though astonished at first, suddenly declared that, upon his honor, he really believed he had fancied something of the kind. After all, at first, it seemed a new idea, and then, somehow, it looked as familiar as possible. His wife frowned him down there. This was in the morning, but in the evening, alone with his wife, he had given tongue again. Well, really, you know, silence, of course, you know all this is very strange, if true, which I cannot deny, but, silence, but, on the other hand, if one looks things in the face, you know, upon my honor, the prince is a rare good fellow, and, well, his name, you know, your family name, all this looks well, and perpetuates the name and title and all that, which at this moment is not standing so high as it might, from one point of view, don't you know, the world is the world, of course, and people will talk, and, the prince has property, you know, if it is not very large, and then he, continued silence, and collapse of the general. Hearing these words from her husband, Lizaveta Prokofyevna was driven beside herself. According to her opinion, the whole thing had been one huge, fantastical, absurd, unpardonable mistake. First of all, this prince is an idiot, and, secondly, he is a fool, knows nothing of the world, and has no place in it. Whom can he be shown to? Where can you take him to? What will old Bilokonsky say? We never thought of such a husband as that for our Aglaya. Of course, the last argument was the chief one. The maternal heart trembled with indignation to think of such an absurdity, although in that heart there rose another voice, which said, and why is not the prince such a husband as you would have desired for Aglaya? It was this voice which annoyed Lizaveta Prokofyevna more than anything else. For some reason or other, the sisters liked the idea of the prince. They did not even consider it very strange, in a word, they might be expected at any moment to range themselves strongly on his side. But both of them decided to say nothing either way. It had always been noticed in the family that the stronger Mrs. Epankin's opposition was to any project, the nearer she was, in reality, to giving in. Alexandra, however, found it difficult to keep absolute silence on the subject. Long since holding, as she did, the post of confidential advisor to Mamma, she was now perpetually called in council, and asked her opinion, and especially her assistance, in order to recollect how on earth all this happened. Why did no one see it? Why did no one say anything about it? What did all that wretched poor night joke mean? Why was she, Lizaveta Prokofyevna, driven to think and foresee and worry for everybody, while they all sucked their thumbs, and counted the crows in the garden, and did nothing? At first, Alexandra had been very careful, and had merely replied that perhaps her father's remark was not so far out, that, in the eyes of the world, probably the choice of the prince as a husband for one of the Epankin girls would be considered a very wise one. Warming up, however, she added that the prince was by no means a fool, and never had been, and that is to place in the world. No one knew what the position of a respectable person in Russia would imply in a few years, whether it would depend on successes in the government service, on the old system, or what. To all this her mother replied that Alexandra was a freethinker, and that all this was due to that cursed woman's rights question. Half an hour after this conversation, she went off to town, and thence to the Kameny Ostrov, Stone Island, a suburb and park of St. Petersburg, to see Princess Bilokonsky, who had just arrived from Moscow on a short visit. The princess was Aglaya's godmother. Old Bilokonsky listened to all the fevered and despairing lamentations of Lizaveta Prokofyevna without the least emotion. The tears of this sorrowful mother did not evoke answering sighs, in fact, she laughed at her. She was a dreadful old despot, this princess. She could not allow equality in anything, not even in friendship of the oldest standing, and she insisted on treating Mrs. Epankin as her protégé, as she had been 35 years ago. She could never put up with the independence and energy of Lizaveta's character. She observed that, as usual, the whole family had gone much too far ahead, and had converted a fly into an elephant, that, so far as she had heard their story, she was persuaded that nothing of any seriousness had occurred, that it would surely be better to wait until something did happen, that the prince, in her opinion, was a very decent young fellow, though perhaps a little eccentric through illness and not quite as weighty in the world as one could wish. The worst feature was, she said, Nastasia Philipovna. Lizabetha Prokofyevna well understood that the old lady was angry at the failure of Evgeny Pavlovitch, her own recommendation. She returned home to Pavlovsk in a worse humor than when she left, and of course everybody in the house suffered. She pitched into everyone, because, she declared, they had gone mad. Why were things always mismanaged in her house? Why had everybody been in such a frantic hurry in this matter? So far as she could see, nothing whatever had happened. Surely they had better wait and see what was to happen, instead of making mountains out of molehills. And so the conclusion of the matter was that it would be far better to take it quietly, and wait coolly to see what would turn up. But, alas! Peace did not reign for more than 10 minutes. The first blow dealt to its power was in certain news communicated to Lizabetha Prokofyevna as to events which had happened during her trip to see the princess. This trip had taken place the day after that on which the prince had turned up at the Epankins at nearly 1 o'clock at night, thinking it was 9. The sisters replied candidly and fully enough to their mother's impatient questions on her return. They said, in the first place, that nothing particular had happened since her departure, that the prince had been, and that Aglaya had kept him waiting a long while before she appeared, half an hour, at least, that she had then come in, and immediately asked the prince to have a game of chess, that the prince did not know the game, and Aglaya had beaten him easily, that she had been in a wonderfully merry mood, and had laughed at the prince, and chaffed him so unmercifully that one was quite sorry to see his wretched expression. She had then asked him to play cards, the game called Little Fools. At this game the tables were turned completely, for the prince had shown himself a master at it. Aglaya had cheated and changed cards, and stolen others, in the most barefaced way, but, in spite of everything the prince had beaten her hopelessly 5 times running, and she had been left little fool each time. Aglaya then lost her temper, and began to say such awful things to the prince that he laughed no more, but grew dreadfully pale, especially when she said that she should not remain in the house with him, and that he ought to be ashamed of coming to their house at all, especially at night, after all that had happened. So saying, she had left the room, banging the door after her, and the prince went off, looking as though he were on his way to a funeral, in spite of all their attempts at consolation. Suddenly, a quarter of an hour after the prince's departure, Aglaya had rushed out of her room in such a hurry that she had not even wiped her eyes, which were full of tears. She came back because Kolya had brought a hedgehog. Everybody came in to see the hedgehog. In answer to their questions, Kolya explained that the hedgehog was not his, and that he had left another boy, Kostya Lebedev, waiting for him outside. Kostya was too shy to come in, because he was carrying a hatchet. They had bought the hedgehog and the hatchet from a peasant whom they had met on the road. He had offered to sell them the hedgehog, and they had paid 50 kopecks for it, and the hatchet had so taken their fancy that they had made up their minds to buy it of their own accord. On hearing this, Aglaya urged Kolya to sell her the hedgehog. She even called him Dear Kolya, in trying to coax him. He refused for a long time, but at last he could hold out no more, and went to fetch Kostya Lebedev. The latter appeared, carrying his hatchet, and covered with confusion. Then it came out that the hedgehog was not theirs, but the property of a schoolmate, one Petrov, who had given them some money to buy Schlosser's history for him, from another schoolfellow who at that moment was driven to raising money by the sale of his books. Kolya and Kostya were about to make this purchase for their friend when chance brought the hedgehog to their notice, and they had succumbed to the temptation of buying it. They were now taking Petrov the hedgehog and hatchet which they had bought with his money, instead of Schlosser's history. But Aglaya so entreated them that at last they consented to sell her the hedgehog. As soon as she had got possession of it, she put it in a wicker basket with Kolya's help, and covered it with a napkin. Then she said to Kolya, "Go and take this hedgehog to the prince from me, and ask him to accept it as a token of my profound respect." Kolya joyfully promised to do the errand, but he demanded explanations. "What does the hedgehog mean? What is the meaning of such a present?" Aglaya replied that it was none of his business. "I am sure that there is some allegory about it," Kolya persisted. Aglaya grew angry, and called him a silly boy. "If I did not respect all women in your person," replied Kolya, "and if my own principles would permit it, I would soon prove to you, that I know how to answer such an insult." But, in the end, Kolya went off with the hedgehog in great delight, followed by Kostya Lebedev. Aglaya's annoyance was soon over, and seeing that Kolya was swinging the hedgehog's basket violently to and fro, she called out to him from the veranda, as if they had never quarrelled, "Kolya, dear, please take care not to drop him." Kolya appeared to have no grudge against her, either, for he stopped, and answered most cordially, "No, I will not drop him, don't be afraid, Aglaya Ivanovna," after which he went on his way. Aglaya burst out laughing and ran up to her room, highly delighted. Her good spirits lasted the whole day. All this filled poor Lizabetha's mind with chaotic confusion. What on earth did it all mean? The most disturbing feature was the hedgehog. What was the symbolic signification of a hedgehog? What did they understand by it? What underlay it? Was it a cryptic message? Poor General Epenkin put his foot in it by answering the above questions in his own way. He said there was no cryptic message at all. As for the hedgehog, it was just a hedgehog, which meant nothing, unless, indeed, it was a pledge of friendship, the sign of forgetting of offences and so on. At all events, it was a joke, and, of course, a most pardonable and innocent one. We may as well remark that the general had guessed perfectly accurately. The prince, returning home from the interview with Aglaya, had sat gloomy and depressed for half an hour. He was almost in despair when Kolya arrived with the hedgehog. Then the sky cleared in a moment. The prince seemed to arise from the dead. He asked Kolya all about it, made him repeat the story over and over again, and laughed and shook hands with the boys in his delight. It seemed clear to the prince that Aglaya forgave him, and that he might go there again this very evening, and in his eyes that was not only the main thing, but everything in the world. What children we are still, Kolya, he cried at last, enthusiastically, and how delightful it is that we can be children still. Simply, my dear prince, simply she is in love with you, that's the whole of the secret, replied Kolya, with authority. The prince blushed, but this time he said nothing. Kolya burst out laughing and clapped his hands. A minute later the prince laughed too, and from this moment until the evening he looked at his watch every other minute to see how much time he had to wait before evening came. But the situation was becoming rapidly critical. Mrs. Epenkin could bear her suspense no longer, and in spite of the opposition of husband and daughters, she sent for Aglaya, determined to get a straightforward answer out of her, once for all. Otherwise, she observed hysterically, I shall die before evening. It was only now that everyone realized to what a ridiculous deadlock the whole matter had been brought. Excepting feigned surprise, indignation, laughter, and jeering, both at the prince and at everyone who asked her questions, nothing could be got out of Aglaya. Lizaveta Prokofyevna went to bed and only rose again in time for tea, when the prince might be expected. She awaited him in trembling agitation, and when he at last arrived she nearly went off into hysterics. Muishkin himself came in very timidly. He seemed to feel his way, and looked in each person's eyes in a questioning way, for Aglaya was absent, which fact alarmed him at once. This evening there were no strangers present, no one but the immediate members of the family. Prince S. was still in town, occupied with the affairs of Evgeny Pavlovitch's uncle. I wish at least he would come and say something, complained poor Lizaveta Prokofyevna. The general sat still with a most preoccupied air. The sisters were looking very serious and did not speak a word, and Lizaveta Prokofyevna did not know how to commence the conversation. At length she plunged into an energetic and hostile criticism of railways, and glared at the prince defiantly. Alas, Aglaya still did not come, and the prince was quite lost. He had the greatest difficulty in expressing his opinion that railways were most useful institutions, and in the middle of his speech Adelaida laughed, which threw him into a still worse state of confusion. At this moment in marched Aglaya, as calm and collected as could be. She gave the prince a ceremonious bow and solemnly took up a prominent position near the big round table. She looked at the prince questioningly. All present realized that the moment for the settlement of perplexities had arrived. Did you get my hedgehog? She inquired, firmly and almost angrily. Yes, I got it, said the prince, blushing. Tell us now, at once, what you made of the present. I must have you answer this question for mother's sake, she needs pacifying, and so do all the rest of the family. Look here, Aglaya, began the general. This is going beyond all limits, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna, suddenly alarmed. It is not in the least beyond all limits, Mama, said her daughter, firmly. I sent the prince a hedgehog this morning, and I wish to hear his opinion of it. Go on, prince. What sort of opinion, Aglaya Ivanovna? About the hedgehog. That is, I suppose you wish to know how I received the hedgehog, Aglaya Ivanovna, or, I should say, how I regarded your sending him to me. In that case, I may tell you, in a word, that I, in fact. He paused, breathless. Come, you haven't told us much, said Aglaya, after waiting some 5 seconds. Very well, I am ready to drop the hedgehog, if you like, but I am anxious to be able to clear up this accumulation of misunderstandings. Allow me to ask you, Prince, I wish to hear from you, personally, are you making me an offer, or not? Gracious heavens, exclaimed Lizaveta Prokofyevna. The prince started. The general stiffened in his chair, the sisters frowned. Don't deceive me now, prince, tell the truth. All these people persecute me with astounding questions, about you. Is there any ground for all these questions, or not? Come. I have not asked you to marry me yet, Aglaya Ivanovna, said the prince, becoming suddenly animated, but you know yourself how much I love you and trust you. No, I asked you this, answer this, do you intend to ask for my hand, or not? Yes, I do ask for it, said the prince, more dead than alive now. There was a general stir in the room. No, my dear girl, began the general. You cannot proceed like this, Aglaya, if that's how the matter stands. It's impossible. Prince, forgive it, my dear fellow, but, Lizaveta Prokofyevna, he appealed to his spouse for help, you must really. Not I retire from all responsibility, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna, with a wave of the hand. Allow me to speak, please, Mama, said Aglaya. I think I ought to have something to say in the matter. An important moment of my destiny is about to be decided. This is how Aglaya expressed herself, and I wish to find out how the matter stands, for my own sake, though I am glad you are all here. Allow me to ask you, Prince, since you cherish those intentions, how you consider that you will provide for my happiness. I don't quite know how to answer your question, Aglaya Ivanovna. What is there to say to such a question, and must I answer? I think you are rather overwhelmed and out of breath. Have a little rest, and try to recover yourself. Take a glass of water, but they'll give you some tea directly. I love you, Aglaya Ivanovna, I love you very much. I love only you, and, please don't jest about it, for I do love you very much. Well, this matter is important. We are not children, we must look into it thoroughly. Now then, kindly tell me, what does your fortune consist of? No, Aglaya, come, enough of this, you mustn't behave like this, said her father, in dismay. It's disgraceful, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna in a loud whisper. She's mad, quite, said Alexandra. Fortune, money, do you mean? Asked the prince in some surprise. Just so. I have now, let's see, I have 135,000 rubles, said the prince, blushing violently. Is that all, really? Said Aglaya, candidly, without the slightest show of confusion. However, it's not so bad, especially if managed with economy. Do you intend to serve? I intended to try for a certificate as private tutor. Very good, that would increase our income nicely. Have you any intention of being a kammerjunker? A kammerjunker, I had not thought of it, but here the two sisters could restrain themselves no longer, and both of them burst into irrepressible laughter. Adelaida had long since detected in Aglaya's features the gathering signs of an approaching storm of laughter, which she restrained with amazing self-control. Aglaya looked menacingly at her laughing sisters, but could not contain herself any longer, and the next minute she too had burst into an irrepressible, and almost hysterical, fit of mirth. At length she jumped up, and ran out of the room. I knew it was all a joke, cried Adelaida. I felt it ever since the hedgehog. No, I cannot allow this is a little too much, cried Lizaveta Prokofyevna, exploding with rage, and she rose from her seat and followed Aglaya out of the room as quickly as she could. The two sisters hurriedly went after her. The prince and the general were the only two persons left in the room. It's really, now could you have imagined anything like it, Lev Nikolaevich, cried the general. He was evidently so much agitated that he hardly knew what he wished to say. Seriously now, seriously I mean. I only see that Aglaya Ivanovna is laughing at me, said the poor prince, sadly. Wait a bit, my boy, I'll just go, you stay here, but do just explain, if you can, Lev Nikolaevich, how in the world has all this come about, and what does it all mean? You must understand, my dear fellow, I am a father, you see, and I ought to be allowed to understand the matter. Do explain, I beg you. I love Aglaya Ivanovna, she knows it, and I think she must have long known it. The general shrugged his shoulders. Strange, it's strange, he said, and you love her very much. Yes, very much. Well, it's almost strange to me, that is, my dear fellow, it is such a surprise, such a blow, that, you see, it is not your financial position, though I should not object if you were a bit richer. I am thinking of my daughter's happiness, of course, and the thing is, are you able to give her the happiness she deserves? And then, is all this a joke on her part, or is she in earnest? I don't mean on your side, but on hers. At this moment Alexandra's voice was heard outside the door, calling out, Papa. Wait for me here, my boy, will you? Just wait and think it all over, and I'll come back directly, he said hurriedly, and made off with what looked like the rapidity of alarm in response to Alexandra's call. He found the mother and daughter locked in one another's arms, mingling their tears. These were the tears of joy and peace and reconciliation. Aglaya was kissing her mother's lips and cheeks and hands, they were hugging each other in the most ardent way. There, look at her now, Ivan Fedorovitch, here she is, all of her, this is our real Aglaya at last, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna. Aglaya raised her happy, tearful face from her mother's breast, glanced at her father, and burst out laughing. She sprang at him and hugged him too, and kissed him over and over again. She then rushed back to her mother and hid her face in the maternal bosom, and there indulged in more tears. Her mother covered her with a corner of her shawl. Oh, you cruel little girl, how will you treat us all next, I wonder, she said, but she spoke with a ring of joy in her voice, and as though she breathed at last without the oppression which she had felt so long. Cruel, sobbed Aglaya. Yes, I am cruel and worthless and spoiled, tell father so. Oh, here he is, I forgot father, listen, she laughed through her tears. My darling, my little idol, cried the general, kissing and fondling her hands. Aglaya did not draw them away. So you love this young man, do you? No, 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 can't bear him, I can't bear your young man, cried Aglaya, raising her head. And if you dare say that once more, Papa, I'm serious, you know, do you hear me, I'm serious. She certainly did seem to be serious enough. She had flushed up all over and her eyes were blazing. The general felt troubled and remained silent, while Lizaveta Prokofyevna telegraphed to him from behind Aglaya to ask no questions. If that's the case, darling, then, of course, you shall do exactly as you like. He is waiting alone downstairs. Hadn't I better hint to him gently that he can go? The general telegraphed to Lizaveta Prokofyevna in his turn. No, no, you needn't do anything of the sort, you mustn't hint gently at all. I'll go down myself directly. I wish to apologize to this young man, because I hurt his feelings. Yes, seriously, said the general, gravely. Well, you'd better stay here, all of you, for a little, and I'll go down to him alone to begin with. I'll just go in and then you can follow me almost at once. That's the best way. She had almost reached the door when she turned round again. I shall laugh, I know I shall die of laughing, she said, lugubriously. However, she turned and ran down to the prince as fast as her feet could carry her. Well, what does it all mean, what do you make of it, asked the general of his spouse, hurriedly. I hardly dare say, said Lizaveta, as hurriedly, but I think it's as plain as anything can be. I think so too, as clear as day, she loves him. Loves him, she is head over ears in love, that's what she is, put in Alexandra. Well, God bless her, if such is her destiny, said Lizaveta, crossing herself devoutly. Destiny it is, said the general, and there's no getting out of destiny. With these words they all moved off towards the drawing room, where another surprise awaited them. Aglaya had not only not laughed, as she had feared, but had gone to the prince rather timidly, and said to him. Forgive a silly, horrid, spoilt girl, she took his hand here, and be quite assured that we all of us esteem you beyond all words, and if I dared to turn your beautiful, admirable simplicity to ridicule, forgive me as you would a little child its mischief. Forgive me all my absurdity of just now, which, of course, meant nothing, and could not have the slightest consequence. She spoke these words with great emphasis. Her father, mother, and sisters came into the room and were much struck with the last words, which they just caught as they entered, absurdity, which of course meant nothing, and still more so with the emphasis with which Aglaya had spoken. They exchanged glances questioningly, but the prince did not seem to have understood the meaning of Aglaya's words. He was in the highest heaven of delight. Why do you speak so? He murmured. Why do you ask my forgiveness? He wished to add that he was unworthy of being asked for forgiveness by her, but paused. Perhaps he did understand Aglaya's sentence about absurdity, which meant nothing, and like the strange fellow that he was, rejoiced in the words. Undoubtedly the fact that he might now come and see Aglaya as much as he pleased again was quite enough to make him perfectly happy, that he might come and speak to her, and see her, and sit by her, and walk with her, who knows, but that all this was quite enough to satisfy him for the whole of his life, and that he would desire no more to the end of time? Lizaveta Prokofyevna felt that this might be the case, and she didn't like it, though very probably she could not have put the idea into words. It would be difficult to describe the animation and high spirits which distinguished the prince for the rest of the evening. He was so happy that it made one feel happy to look at him, as Aglaya's sisters expressed it afterwards. He talked, and told stories just as he had done once before, and never since, namely on the very first morning of his acquaintance with the Epankins, 6 months ago. Since his return to Petersburg from Moscow, he had been remarkably silent, and had told Princess on one occasion, before everyone, that he did not think himself justified in degrading any thought by his unworthy words. But this evening he did nearly all the talking himself, and told stories by the dozen, while he answered all questions put to him clearly, gladly, and with any amount of detail. There was nothing, however, of love-making in his talk. His ideas were all of the most serious kind, some were even mystical and profound. He aired his own views on various matters, some of his most private opinions and observations, many of which would have seemed rather funny, so his hearers agreed afterwards, had they not been so well expressed. The general liked serious subjects of conversation, but both he and Lizaveta Prokofyevna felt that they were having a little too much of a good thing tonight, and as the evening advanced, they both grew more or less melancholy, but towards night, the prince fell to telling funny stories, and was always the first to burst out laughing himself, which he invariably did so joyously and simply that the rest laughed just as much at him as at his stories. As for Aglaya, she hardly said a word all the evening, but she listened with all her ears to Lev Nikolaevitch's talk, and scarcely took her eyes off him. She looked at him, and stared, and hung on every word he said Lizaveta afterwards, to her husband, and yet, tell her that she loves him, and she is furious. What's to be done, it's fate, said the general, shrugging his shoulders, and, for a long while after, he continued to repeat, it's fate, its fate. We may add that to a businessman like General Epankin the present position of affairs was most unsatisfactory. He hated the uncertainty in which they had been, perforce, left. However, he decided to say no more about it, and merely to look on, and take his time and tune from Lizaveta Prokofyevna. The happy state in which the family had spent the evening, as just recorded, was not of very long duration. Next day Aglaya quarrelled with the prince again, and so she continued to behave for the next few days. For whole hours at a time she ridiculed and chaffed the wretched man, and made him almost a laughing-stock. It is true that they used to sit in the little summer house together for an hour or two at a time, very often, but it was observed that on these occasions the prince would read the paper, or some book, aloud to Aglaya. "Do you know," Aglaya said to him once, interrupting the reading, "I've remarked that you are dreadfully badly educated, you never know anything thoroughly, if one asks you, neither anyone's name, nor dates, nor about treaties and so on. It's a great pity, you know." "I told you I had not had much of an education," replied the prince. "How am I to respect you, if that's the case? Read on now. No, don't, stop reading." And once more, that same evening, Aglaya mystified them all. Prince S had returned, and Aglaya was particularly amiable to him, and asked a great deal after Evgeny Pavlovitch. Myushkin had not come in as yet. Suddenly Prince S hinted something about a new and approaching change in the family. He was led to this remark by a communication inadvertently made to him by Lizaveta Prokofyevna, that Adelaida's marriage must be postponed a little longer, in order that the two weddings might come off together. It is impossible to describe Aglaya's irritation. She flared up, and said some indignant words about all these silly insinuations. She added that she had no intentions as yet of replacing anybody's mistress. These words painfully impressed the whole party, but especially her parents. Lizaveta Prokofyevna summoned a secret council of two, and insisted upon the general's demanding from the prince a full explanation of his relations with Nastasia Philipovna. The general argued that it was only a whim of Aglaya's, and that, had not Prince S unfortunately made that remark, which had confused the child and made her blush, she never would have said what she did, and that he was sure Aglaya knew well that anything she might have heard of the prince and Nastasia Philipovna was merely the fabrication of malicious tongues, and that the woman was going to marry Rogojin. He insisted that the prince had nothing whatever to do with Nastasia Philipovna, so far as any liaison was concerned, and, if the truth were to be told about it, he added, never had had. Meanwhile nothing put the prince out, and he continued to be in the seventh heaven of bliss. Of course he could not fail to observe some impatience and ill temper in Aglaya now and then, but he believed in something else, and nothing could now shake his conviction. Besides, Aglaya's frowns never lasted long, they disappeared of themselves. Perhaps he was too easy in his mind. So thought Hippolyte, at all events, who met him in the park one day. "Didn't I tell you the truth now, when I said you were in love?" he said, coming up to Myushkin of his own accord, and stopping him. The prince gave him his hand and congratulated him upon looking so well. Hippolyte himself seemed to be hopeful about his state of health, as is often the case with consumptives. He had approached the prince with the intention of talking sarcastically about his happy expression of face, but very soon forgot his intention and began to talk about himself. He began complaining about everything, disconnectedly and endlessly, as was his wont. "You wouldn't believe," he concluded, "how irritating they all are there. They are such wretchedly small, vain, egotistical, commonplace people. Would you believe it, they invited me there under the express condition that I should die quickly, and they are all as wild as possible with me for not having died yet, and for being, on the contrary, a good deal better. Isn't it a comedy? I don't mind betting that you don't believe me." The prince said nothing. "I sometimes think of coming over to you again," said Hippolyte, carelessly. "So you don't think them capable of inviting a man on the condition that he is to look sharp and die? I certainly thought they invited you with quite other views." Ho, you are not nearly so simple as they try to make you out. This is not the time for it, or I would tell you a thing or two about that beauty, Gania, and his hopes. You are being undermined, pitilessly undermined, and it is really melancholy to see you so calm about it, but alas, it's your nature, you can't help it. My word, what a thing to be melancholy about. Why, do you think I should be any happier if I were to feel disturbed about the excavations you tell me of? It is better to be unhappy and know the worst, than to be happy in a fool's paradise. I suppose you don't believe that you have a rival in that quarter. Your insinuations as to rivalry are rather cynical, Hippolyte. I'm sorry to say I have no right to answer you. As for Gania, I put it to you, can any man have a happy mind after passing through what he has had to suffer? I think that is the best way to look at it. He will change yet, he has lots of time before him, and life is rich. Besides, the prince hesitated. As to being undermined, I don't know what in the world you are driving at, Hippolyte. I think we had better drop the subject. Very well, we'll drop it for a while. You can't look at anything but in your exalted, generous way. You must put out your finger and touch a thing before you'll believe it. Ha, I suppose you despise me dreadfully, prince. What do you think? Why, because you have suffered more than we have. No, because I am unworthy of my sufferings, if you like. Whoever can suffer is worthy to suffer. I should think Aglaya Ivanovna wished to see you, after she had read your confession, but she postponed the pleasure. I see, I quite understand, said Hippolyte, hurriedly, as though he wished to banish the subject. I hear, they tell me, that you read her all that nonsense aloud. Stupid bosh it was, written in delirium, and I can't understand how anyone can be so, I won't say cruel, because the word would be humiliating to myself, but will say childishly vain and revengeful, as to reproach me with this confession, and use it as a weapon against me. Don't be afraid, I'm not referring to yourself. Oh, but I'm sorry you repudiate the confession, Hippolyte, it is sincere, and, do you know, even the absurd parts of it, and these are many, here Hippolyte frowned savagely, are, as it were, redeemed by suffering, for it must have cost you something to admit what you there say, great torture, perhaps, for all I know your motive must have been a very noble one all through whatever may have appeared to the contrary. I give you my word, I see this more plainly every day. I do not judge you, I merely say this to have it off my mind, and I am only sorry that I did not say it all then. Hippolyte flushed hotly. He had thought at first that the prince was humbugging him, but on looking at his face he saw that he was absolutely serious, and had no thought of any deception. Hippolyte beamed with gratification. And yet I must die, he said, and almost added, a man like me. And imagine how that Gania annoys me. He has developed the idea, or pretends to believe, that in all probability 3 or 4 others who heard my confession will die before I do. There's an idea for you, and all this by way of consoling me, ha, ha, ha. In the first place they haven't died yet, and in the second, if they did die, all of them, what would be the satisfaction to me in that? He judges me by himself, but he goes further, he actually pitches into me because, as he declares, any decent fellow would die quietly, and that all this is mere egotism on my part. He doesn't see what refinement of egotism it is on his own part, and at the same time, what ox-like coarseness. Have you ever read of the death of one Stepan Glebov, in the 18th century? I read of it yesterday by chance. Who was he? He was impaled on a stake in the time of Peter. I know, he lay there 15 hours in the hard frost, and died with the most extraordinary fortitude. I know, what of him? Only that God gives that sort of dying to some, and not to others. Perhaps you think, though, that I could not die like Glebov. Not at all, said the prince, blushing. I was only going to say that you, not that you could not be like Glebov, but that you would have been more like. I guess what you mean, I should be an Osterman, not a Glebov, is that what you meant? What Osterman? Asked the prince in some surprise. Why, Osterman, the diplomatist Peters Osterman, muttered Hippolyte, confused. There was a moment's pause of mutual confusion. Oh, no, said the prince at last, that was not what I was going to say. Oh no, I don't think you would ever have been like Osterman. Hippolyte frowned gloomily. I'll tell you why I draw the conclusion, explained the prince, evidently desirous of clearing up the matter a little. Because, though I often think over the men of those times, I cannot for the life of me imagine them to be like ourselves. It really appears to me that they were of another race altogether than ourselves of today. At that time people seemed to stick so to one idea. Now, they are more nervous, more sensitive, more enlightened, people of 2 or 3 ideas at once, as it were. The man of today is a broader man, so to speak, and I declare I believe that is what prevents him from being so self-contained and independent a being as his brother of those earlier days. Of course my remark was only made under this impression, and not in the least. I quite understand you are trying to comfort me for the naiveness with which you disagreed with me, ha, you are a regular child, prince. However, I cannot help seeing that you always treat me like a fragile china cup. Never mind, I'm not a bit angry. At all events we have had a very funny talk. Do you know, all things considered, I should like to be something better than Osterman. I wouldn't take the trouble to rise from the dead to be an Osterman. However, I see I must make arrangements to die soon, or I myself. Well, leave me now. Au revoir. Look here, before you go, just give me your opinion. How do you think I ought to die, now? I mean, the best, the most virtuous way? Tell me. You should pass us by and forgive us our happiness, said the prince in a low voice. Ha, I thought so. I thought I should hear something like that. Well, you really are, oh dear me, eloquence, goodbye. Chapter 6. As to the evening party at the Epankins at which Princess Bielokonsky was to be present, Varya had reported with accuracy, though she had perhaps expressed herself too strongly. The thing was decided in a hurry and with a certain amount of quite unnecessary excitement, doubtless because nothing could be done in this house like anywhere else. The impatience of Lizabetha Prokofyevna to get things settled explained a good deal, as well as the anxiety of both parents for the happiness of their beloved daughter. Besides, Princess Bielokonsky was going away soon, and they hoped that she would take an interest in the prince. They were anxious that he should enter society under the auspices of this lady, whose patronage was the best of recommendations for any young man. Even if there seems something strange about the match, the general and his wife said to each other, the world will accept Aglaya's fiancé without any question if he is under the patronage of the princess. In any case, the prince would have to be shown sooner or later, that is, introduced into society, of which he had, so far, not the least idea. Moreover, it was only a question of a small gathering of a few intimate friends. Besides Princess Belokonsky, only one other lady was expected, the wife of a high dignitary. Evgeny Pavlovich, who was to escort the princess, was the only young man. Myushkin was told of the princess's visit 3 days beforehand, but nothing was said to him about the party until the night before it was to take place. He could not help observing the excited and agitated condition of all members of the family, and from certain hints dropped in conversation he gathered that they were all anxious as to the impression he should make upon the princess. But the Epankins, one and all, believed that Myushkin, in his simplicity of mind, was quite incapable of realizing that they could be feeling any anxiety on his account, and for this reason they all looked at him with dread and uneasiness. In point of fact, he did attach marvelously little importance to the approaching event. He was occupied with altogether different thoughts. Aglaya was growing hourly more capricious and gloomy, and this distressed him. When they told him that Evgeny Pavlovich was expected, he evinced great delight, and said that he had long wished to see him, and somehow these words did not please anyone. Aglaya left the room in a fit of irritation, and it was not until late in the evening, past 11, when the prince was taking his departure, that she said a word or two to him, privately, as she accompanied him as far as the front door. I should like you, she said, not to come here tomorrow until evening, when the guests are all assembled. You know there are to be guests, don't you? She spoke impatiently and with severity. This was the first allusion she had made to the party of tomorrow. She hated the idea of it, everyone saw that, and she would probably have liked to quarrel about it with her parents, but pride and modesty prevented her from broaching the subject. The prince jumped to the conclusion that Aglaya, too, was nervous about him, and the impression he would make, and that she did not like to admit her anxiety, and this thought alarmed him. Yes, I am invited, he replied. She was evidently in difficulties as to how best to go on. May I speak of something serious to you, for once in my life? She asked, angrily. She was irritated at she knew not what, and could not restrain her wrath. Of course you may, I am very glad to listen, replied Myushkin. Aglaya was silent a moment and then began again with evident dislike of her subject. I do not wish to quarrel with them about this, in some things they won't be reasonable. I always did feel a loathing for the laws which seem to guide Mama's conduct at times. I don't speak of father, for he cannot be expected to be anything but what he is. Mother is a noble-minded woman, I know, you try to suggest anything mean to her, and you'll see, but she is such a slave to these miserable creatures. I don't mean old Belokonsky alone, she is a contemptible old thing, but she is able to twist people round her little finger, and I admire that in her, at all events. How mean it all is, and how foolish. We were always middle class, thoroughly middle class, people. Why should we attempt to climb into the giddy heights of the fashionable world? My sisters are all for it. It's Princess they have to thank for poisoning their minds. Why are you so glad that Evgeny Pavlovich is coming? Listen to me, Aglaya, said the prince, I do believe you are nervous lest I shall make a fool of myself tomorrow at your party. Nervous about you? Aglaya blushed. Why should I be nervous about you? What would it matter to me if you were to make ever such a fool of yourself? How can you say such a thing? What do you mean by making a fool of yourself? What a vulgar expression. I suppose you intend to talk in that sort of way tomorrow evening. Look up a few more such expressions in your dictionary, do, you'll make a grand effect. I'm sorry that you seem to be able to come into a room as gracefully as you do. Where did you learn the art? Do you think you can drink a cup of tea decently, when you know everybody is looking at you, on purpose to see how you do it? Yes, I think I can. Can you? I'm sorry for it then, for I should have had a good laugh at you. Otherwise do break something at least, in the drawing room, upset the Chinese vase, won't you? It's a valuable one, do break it. Mama values it, and she'll go out of her mind. It was a present. She'll cry before everyone, you'll see. Wave your hand about, you know, as you always do, and just smash it. Sit down near it on purpose. On the contrary, I shall sit as far from it as I can. Thanks for the hint. Ha, ha, then you are afraid you will wave your arms about. I wouldn't mind betting that you'll talk about some lofty subject, something serious and learned. How delightful, how tactful that will be. I should think it would be very foolish indeed, unless it happened to come inappropriately. Look here, once for all, cried Aglaya, boiling over, if I hear you talking about capital punishment, or the economical condition of Russia, or about beauty redeeming the world, or anything of that sort, well, of course I shall laugh and seem very pleased, but I warn you beforehand, don't look me in the face again. I'm serious now, mind, this time I am really serious. She certainly did say this very seriously, so much so, that she looked quite different from what she usually was, and the prince could not help noticing the fact. She did not seem to be joking in the slightest degree. Well, you've put me into such a fright that I shall certainly make a fool of myself, and very likely break something too. I wasn't a bit alarmed before, but now I'm as nervous as can be. Then don't speak at all, sit still and don't talk. Oh, I can't do that, you know, I shall say something foolish out of pure funk, and break something for the same excellent reason. I know I shall, perhaps I shall slip and fall on the slippery floor. I've done that before now, you know I shall dream of it all night now. Why did you say anything about it? Aglaya looked blackly at him. Do you know what, I had better not come at all tomorrow, I'll plead sick list and stay away, said the prince, with decision. Aglaya stamped her foot, and grew quite pale with anger. Oh, my goodness, just listen to that. Better not come, when the party is on purpose for him. Good Lord! What a delightful thing it is to have to do with such a stupid as you are. Well, I'll come, interrupted the prince, hastily, and I'll give you my word of honor that I will sit the whole evening and not say a word. I believe that's the best thing you can do. You said you'd plead sick list just now. Where in the world do you get hold of such expressions? Why do you talk to me like this? Are you trying to irritate me, or what? Forgive me, it's a schoolboy expression. I won't do it again. I know quite well, I see it, that you are anxious on my account. Now, don't be angry, and it makes me very happy to see it. You wouldn't believe how frightened I am of misbehaving somehow, and how glad I am of your instructions, but all this panic is simply nonsense, you know, Aglaya, I give you my word it is. I am so pleased that you are such a child, such a dear good child. How charming you can be if you like, Aglaya. Aglaya wanted to be angry, of course, but suddenly some quite unexpected feeling seized upon her heart, all in a moment. And you won't reproach me for all these rude words of mine, some day, afterwards, she asked, of a sudden. What an idea, of course not. And what are you blushing for again? And there comes that frown once more. You've taken to looking too gloomy sometimes, Aglaya, much more than you used to. I know why it is. Be quiet, do be quiet. No, I had much better speak out. I have long wished to say it, and have said it, but that's not enough, for you didn't believe me. Between us two there stands a being who. Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, Aglaya struck in, suddenly, seizing his hand in hers, and gazing at him almost in terror. At this moment she was called by someone. She broke loose from him with an air of relief and ran away. The prince was in a fever all night. It was strange, but he had suffered from fever for several nights in succession. On this particular night, while in semi-delirium, he had an idea. What if on the morrow he were to have a fit before everybody? The thought seemed to freeze his blood within him. All night he fancied himself in some extraordinary society of strange persons. The worst of it was that he was talking nonsense. He knew that he ought not to speak at all, and yet he talked the whole time. He seemed to be trying to persuade them all to something. Evgenie and Hippolyte were among the guests, and appeared to be great friends. He awoke towards 9 o'clock with a headache, full of confused ideas and strange impressions. For some reason or other he felt most anxious to see Rogojin, to see and talk to him, but what he wished to say he could not tell. Next, he determined to go and see Hippolyte. His mind was in a confused state, so much so that the incidents of the morning seemed to be imperfectly realized, though acutely felt. One of these incidents was a visit from Lebedev. Lebedev came rather early, before 10, but he was tipsy already. Though the prince was not in an observant condition, yet he could not avoid seeing that for at least 3 days, ever since General Ivolgin had left the house, Lebedev had been behaving very badly. He looked untidy and dirty at all times of the day, and it was said that he had begun to rage about in his own house, and that his temper was very bad. As soon as he arrived this morning, he began to hold forth, beating his breast and apparently blaming himself for something. I've had a reward for my meanness, I've had a slap in the face, he concluded, tragically. A slap in the face, from whom, and so early in the morning? Early, said Lebedev, sarcastically. Time counts for nothing, even in physical chastisement, but my slap in the face was not physical, it was moral. He suddenly took a seat, very unceremoniously, and began his story. It was very disconnected. The prince frowned, and wished he could get away, but suddenly a few words struck him. He sat stiff with wonder. Lebedev said some extraordinary things. In the first place he began about some letter. The name of Aglaya Ivanovna came in. Then suddenly he broke off and began to accuse the prince of something. He was apparently offended with him. At first he declared that the prince had trusted him with his confidences as to a certain person, Nastasia Philipovna, but that of late his friendship had been thrust back into his bosom, and his innocent question as to approaching family changes had been curtly put aside, which Lebedev declared, with tipsy tears, he could not bear, especially as he knew so much already both from Rogojin and Nastasia Philipovna and her friend, and from Varvara Ardalionovna, and even from Aglaya Ivanovna. Through his daughter Vera. And who told Lizabetha Prokofyevna something in secret, by letter, who told her all about the movements of a certain person called Nastasia Philipovna, who was the anonymous person, tell me. Surely not you, cried the prince. Just so, said Lebedev with dignity, and only this very morning I have sent up a letter to the noble lady, stating that I have a matter of great importance to communicate. She received the letter, I know she got it, and she received me, too. Have you just seen Lizabetha Prokofyevna? Asked the prince, scarcely believing his ears. Yes, I saw her, and got the said slap in the face as mentioned. She chucked the letter back to me unopened, and kicked me out of the house, morally, not physically, although not far off it. What letter do you mean she returned unopened? What, didn't I tell you? Ha, 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 I thought I had. Why, I received a letter, you know, to be handed over. From whom, to whom? But it was difficult, if not impossible, to extract anything from Lebedev. All the prince could gather was, that the letter had been received very early, and had a request written on the outside that it might be sent on to the address given. Just as before, sir, just as before, to a certain person, and from a certain hand. The individual's name who wrote the letter is to be represented by the letter A. What, impossible, to Nastasia Philipovna, nonsense, cried the prince. It was, I assure you, and if not to her then to Rogojin, which is the same thing. Mr. Hippolyte has had letters, too, and all from the individual whose name begins with an A, smirked Lebedev, with a hideous grin. As he kept jumping from subject to subject, and forgetting what he had begun to talk about, the prince said nothing, but waited, to give him time. It was all very vague. Who had taken the letters, if letters there were? Probably Vera, and how could Lebedev have got them? In all probability, he had managed to steal the present letter from Vera, and had himself gone over to Lizabetha Prokofyevna with some idea in his head. So the prince concluded at last. You are mad, he cried, indignantly. Not quite, esteemed prince, replied Lebedev, with some acerbity. I confess I thought of doing you the service of handing the letter over to yourself, but I decided that it would pay me better to deliver it up to the noble lady aforesaid, as I had informed her of everything hitherto by anonymous letters. So when I sent her up a note from myself, with the letter, you know, in order to fix a meeting for 8 o'clock this morning, I signed it your secret correspondent. They let me in at once, very quickly, by the back door, and the noble lady received me. Well, go on. Oh, well, when I saw her she almost punched my head, as I say, in fact so nearly that one might almost say she did punch my head. She threw the letter in my face. She seemed to reflect first, as if she would have liked to keep it, but thought better of it and threw it in my face instead. If anybody can have been such a fool as to trust a man like you to deliver the letter, says she, take it and deliver it, hey. She was grandly indignant. A fierce, fiery lady that, sir. Where's the letter now? Oh, I've still got it, here. And he handed the prince the very letter from Aglaya to Gania, which the latter showed with so much triumph to his sister at a later hour. This letter cannot be allowed to remain in your hands. It's for you, I've brought it you on purpose, cried Lebedev, excitedly. Why, I'm yours again now, heart and hand, your slave. There was but a momentary pause in the flow of my love and esteem for you. Mea culpa, as the Pope of Rome says. This letter should be sent on at once, said the prince, disturbed. I'll hand it over myself. Wouldn't it be better, esteemed prince, wouldn't it be better, to, don't you know? Lebedev made a strange and very expressive grimace. He twisted about in his chair, and did something, apparently symbolical, with his hands. What do you mean, said the prince. Why, open it, for the time being, don't you know, he said, most confidentially and mysteriously. The prince jumped up so furiously that Lebedev ran towards the door. Having gained which strategic position, however, he stopped and looked back to see if he might hope for pardon. Oh, Lebedev, can a man really sink to such depths of meanness, said the prince, sadly. Lebedev's face brightened. Oh, I'm a mean wretch, he said, approaching the prince once more, and beating his breast, with tears in his eyes. It's abominable dishonesty, you know. Dishonesty, it is, that's the very word. What in the world induces you to act so? You are nothing but a spy. Why did you write anonymously to worry so noble and generous a lady? Why should not Aglaya Ivanovna write a note to whomever she pleases? What did you mean to complain of today? What did you expect to get by it? What made you go at all? Pure amiable curiosity, I assure you. Desire to do a service, that's all. Now I'm entirely yours again, your slave, hang me if you like. Did you go before Lizabetha Prokofyevna in your present condition? Inquired the prince. No, oh no, fresher, more the correct card. I only became this like after the humiliation I suffered there. Well, that'll do, now leave me. This injunction had to be repeated several times before the man could be persuaded to move. Even then he turned back at the door, came as far as the middle of the room, and there went through his mysterious motions designed to convey the suggestion that the prince should open the letter. He did not dare put his suggestion into words again. After this performance, he smiled sweetly and left the room on tiptoe. All this had been very painful to listen to. One fact stood out certain and clear, and that was that poor Aglaya must be in a state of great distress and indecision and mental torment, from jealousy, the prince whispered to himself. Undoubtedly in this inexperienced, but hot and proud little head, there were all sorts of plans forming, wild and impossible plans, maybe, and the idea of this so frightened the prince that he could not make up his mind what to do. Something must be done, that was clear. He looked at the address on the letter once more. Oh, he was not in the least degree alarmed about Aglaya writing such a letter, he could trust her. What he did not like about it was that he could not trust Gania. However, he made up his mind that he would himself take the note and deliver it. Indeed, he went so far as to leave the house and walk up the road, but changed his mind when he had nearly reached Titson's door. However, he there luckily met Kolya, and commissioned him to deliver the letter to his brother as if direct from Aglaya. Kolya asked no questions but simply delivered it, and Gania consequently had no suspicion that it had passed through so many hands. Arrived home again, the prince sent for Vera Lebedev and told her as much as was necessary, in order to relieve her mind, for she had been in a dreadful state of anxiety since she had missed the letter. She heard with horror that her father had taken it. Muishkin learned from her that she had on several occasions performed secret missions both for Aglaya and for Rogojin, without, however, having had the slightest idea that in so doing she might injure the prince in any way. The latter, with one thing and another, was now so disturbed and confused, that when, a couple of hours or so later, a message came from Kolya that the general was ill, he could hardly take the news in. However, when he did master the fact, it acted upon him as a tonic by completely distracting his attention. He went at once to Nina Alexandrovna's, whither the general had been carried, and stayed there until the evening. He could do no good, but there are people whom to have near one is a blessing at such times. Kolya was in an almost hysterical state, he cried continuously, but was running about all day, all the same, fetching doctors, of whom he collected 3, going to the chemists, and so on. The general was brought round to some extent, but the doctors declared that he could not be said to be out of danger. Varya and Nina Alexandrovna never left the sick man's bedside. Gania was excited and distressed, but would not go upstairs, and seemed afraid to look at the patient. He wrung his hands when the prince spoke to him, and said that such a misfortune at such a moment was terrible. The prince thought he knew what Gania meant by such a moment. Hippolyte was not in the house. Lebedev turned up late in the afternoon, he had been asleep ever since his interview with the prince in the morning. He was quite sober now, and cried with real sincerity over the sick general, mourning for him as though he were his own brother. He blamed himself aloud, but did not explain why. He repeated over and over again to Nina Alexandrovna that he alone was to blame, no one else, but that he had acted out of pure amiable curiosity, and that the deceased, as he insisted upon calling the still living general, had been the greatest of geniuses. He laid much stress on the genius of the sufferer, as if this idea must be one of immense solace in the present crisis. Nina Alexandrovna, seeing his sincerity of feeling, said at last, and without the faintest suspicion of reproach in her voice, "Come, come, don't cry, God will forgive you." Lebedev was so impressed by these words, and the tone in which they were spoken, that he could not leave Nina Alexandrovna all the evening, in fact, for several days. Till the general's death, indeed, he spent almost all his time at his side. Twice during the day a messenger came to Nina Alexandrovna from the Epankins to inquire after the invalid. When, late in the evening, the prince made his appearance in Lizabetha Prokofyevna's drawing room, he found it full of guests. Mrs. Epankin questioned him very fully about the general as soon as he appeared, and when old Princess Bilokonsky wished to know who this general was, and who was Nina Alexandrovna, she proceeded to explain in a manner which pleased the prince very much. He himself, when relating the circumstances of the general's illness to Lizabetha Prokofyevna, spoke beautifully, as Aglaya's sisters declared afterwards, modestly, quietly, without gestures or too many words, and with great dignity he had entered the room with propriety and grace, and he was perfectly dressed. He not only did not fall down on the slippery floor, as he had expressed it, but evidently made a very favourable impression upon the assembled guests. As for his own impression on entering the room and taking his seat, he instantly remarked that the company was not in the least such as Aglaya's words had led him to fear, and as he had dreamed of, in nightmare form, all night. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a little corner of what was generally known by the terrible name of society. He had long thirsted, for reasons of his own, to penetrate the mysteries of the magic circle, and, therefore, this assemblage was of the greatest possible interest to him. His first impression was one of fascination. Somehow or other he felt that all these people must have been born on purpose to be together. It seemed to him that the Epankins were not having a party at all, that these people must have been here always, and that he himself was one of them, returned among them after a long absence, but one of them, naturally and indisputably. It never struck him that all this refined simplicity and nobility and wit and personal dignity might possibly be no more than an exquisite artistic polish. The majority of the guests, who were somewhat empty-headed, after all, in spite of their aristocratic bearing, never guessed, in their self-satisfied composure, that much of their superiority was mere veneer, which indeed they had adopted unconsciously and by inheritance. The prince would never so much as suspect such a thing in the delight of his first impression. He saw, for instance, that one important dignitary, old enough to be his grandfather, broke off his own conversation in order to listen to him, a young and inexperienced man, and not only listened, but seemed to attach value to his opinion, and was kind and amiable, and yet they were strangers and had never seen each other before. Perhaps what most appealed to the prince's impressionability was the refinement of the old man's courtesy towards him. Perhaps the soil of his susceptible nature was really predisposed to receive a pleasant impression. Meanwhile all these people, though friends of the family and of each other to a certain extent, were very far from being such intimate friends of the family and of each other as the prince concluded. There were some present who never would think of considering the Epankins their equals. There were even some who hated one another cordially. For instance, old Princess Bielokonsky had all her life despised the wife of the dignitary, while the latter was very far from loving Lizabetha Prokofyevna. The dignitary himself had been General Epankin's protector from his youth up, and the general considered him so majestic a personage that he would have felt a hearty contempt for himself if he had even for one moment allowed himself to pose as the great man's equal, or to think of him, in his fear and reverence, as anything less than an Olympic god. There were others present who had not met for years, and who had no feeling whatever for each other, unless it were dislike. And yet they met tonight as though they had seen each other but yesterday in some friendly and intimate assembly of kindred spirits. It was not a large party, however. Besides Princess Bielokonsky and the old dignitary, who was really a great man, and his wife, there was an old military general, a count or baron with a German name, a man reputed to possess great knowledge and administrative ability. He was one of those Olympian administrators who know everything except Russia, pronounce a word of extraordinary wisdom, admired by all, about once in 5 years, and, after being an eternity in the service, generally die full of honor and riches, though they have never done anything great, and have even been hostile to all greatness. This general was Ivan Fyodorovich's immediate superior in the service, and it pleased the latter to look upon him also as a patron. On the other hand, the great man did not at all consider himself Epankin's patron. He was always very cool to him, while taking advantage of his ready services, and would instantly have put another in his place if there had been the slightest reason for the change. Another guest was an elderly, important-looking gentleman, a distant relative of Lizabetha Prokofyevna's. This gentleman was rich, held a good position, was a great talker, and had the reputation of being one of the dissatisfied, though not belonging to the dangerous sections of that class. He had the manners, to some extent, of the English aristocracy, and some of their tastes, especially in the matter of underdone roast beef, harness, men-servants, etc. He was a great friend of the dignitaries, and Lizabetha Prokofyevna, for some reason or other, had got hold of the idea that this worthy intended at no distant date to offer the advantages of his hand and heart to Alexandra. Besides the elevated and more solid individuals enumerated, there were present a few younger though not less elegant guests. Besides Prince S. and Evgeny Pavlovich, we must name the eminent and fascinating Prince N., once the vanquisher of female hearts all over Europe. This gentleman was no longer in the first bloom of youth, he was 45, but still very handsome. He was well off, and lived, as a rule, abroad, and was noted as a good teller of stories. Then came a few guests belonging to a lower stratum of society, people who, like the Epankins themselves, moved only occasionally in this exalted sphere. The Epankins liked to draft among their more elevated guests a few picked representatives of this lower stratum, and Lizabetha Prokofyevna received much praise for this practice, which proved, her friends said, that she was a woman of tact. The Epankins prided themselves upon the good opinion people held of them. One of the representatives of the middle class present today was a colonel of engineers, a very serious man and a great friend of Prince S., who had introduced him to the Epankins. He was extremely silent in society, and displayed on the forefinger of his right hand a large ring, probably bestowed upon him for services of some sort. There was also a poet, German by name, but a Russian poet, very presentable, and even handsome, the sort of man one could bring into society with impunity. This gentleman belonged to a German family of decidedly bourgeois origin, but he had a knack of acquiring the patronage of bigwigs, and of retaining their favor. He had translated some great German poem into Russian verse, and claimed to have been a friend of a famous Russian poet, since dead. It is strange how great a multitude of literary people there are who have had the advantages of friendship with some great man of their own profession who is, unfortunately, dead. The dignitary's wife had introduced this worthy to the Epankins. This lady posed as the patroness of literary people, and she certainly had succeeded in obtaining pensions for a few of them, thanks to her influence with those in authority on such matters. She was a lady of weight in her own way. Her age was about 45, so that she was a very young wife for such an elderly husband as the dignitary. She had been a beauty in her day and still loved, as many ladies of 45 do love, to dress a little too smartly. Her intellect was nothing to boast of, and her literary knowledge very doubtful. Literary patronage was, however, with her as much a mania as was the love of gorgeous clothes. Many books and translations were dedicated to her by her protégés. And a few of these talented individuals had published some of their own letters to her, upon very weighty subjects. This, then, was the society that the prince accepted at once as true coin, as pure gold without alloy. It so happened, however, that on this particular evening all these good people were in excellent humor and highly pleased with themselves. Every one of them felt that they were doing the Epinkins the greatest possible honor by their presence. But alas! The prince never suspected any such subtleties. For instance, he had no suspicion of the fact that the Epinkins, having in their mind so important a step as the marriage of their daughter, would never think of presuming to take it without having previously shown off the proposed husband to the dignitary, the recognized patron of the family. The latter, too, though he would probably have received news of a great disaster to the Epinkin family with perfect composure, would nevertheless have considered it a personal offence if they had dared to marry their daughter without his advice, or we might almost say, his leave. The amiable and undoubtedly witty Prince N could not but feel that he was as a sun, risen for one night only to shine upon the Epinkin drawing-room. He accounted them immeasurably his inferiors, and it was this feeling which caused his special amiability and delightful ease and grace towards them. He knew very well that he must tell some story this evening for the edification of the company, and led up to it with the inspiration of anticipatory triumph. The prince, when he heard the story afterwards, felt that he had never yet come across so wonderful a humorist, or such remarkable brilliancy as was shown by this man, and yet if he had only known it, this story was the oldest, stalest, and most worn-out yarn, and every drawing-room in town was sick to death of it. It was only in the innocent Epinkin household that it passed for a new and brilliant tale, as a sudden and striking reminiscence of a splendid and talented man. Even the German poet, though as amiable as possible, felt that he was doing the house the greatest of honors by his presence in it. But the prince only looked at the bright side, he did not turn the coat and see the shabby lining. Aglaya had not foreseen that particular calamity. She herself looked wonderfully beautiful this evening. All three sisters were dressed very tastefully, and their hair was done with special care. Aglaya sat next to Evgeny Pavlovitch, and laughed and talked to him with an unusual display of friendliness. Evgeny himself behaved rather more sedately than usual, probably out of respect to the dignitary. Evgeny had been known in society for a long while. He had appeared at the Epinkins today with crepe on his hat, and Princess Bielokonsky had commended this action on his part. Not every society man would have worn crepe for such an uncle. Lizabetha Prokofyevna had liked it also, but was too preoccupied to take much notice. The prince remarked that Aglaya looked attentively at him 2 or 3 times, and seemed to be satisfied with his behavior. Little by little he became very happy indeed. All his late anxieties and apprehensions, after his conversation with Lebedev, now appeared like so many bad dreams, impossible, and even laughable. He did not speak much, only answering such questions as were put to him, and gradually settled down into unbroken silence, listening to what went on, and steeped in perfect satisfaction and contentment. Little by little a sort of inspiration, however, began to stir within him, ready to spring into life at the right moment. When he did begin to speak, it was accidentally, in response to a question, and apparently without any special object. Chapter 7. While he feasted his eyes upon Aglaya, as she talked merrily with Evgeny and Prince N, suddenly the old Anglomaniac, who was talking to the dignitary in another corner of the room, apparently telling him a story about something or other, suddenly this gentleman pronounced the name of Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev aloud. The prince quickly turned towards him, and listened. The conversation had been on the subject of land, and the present disorders, and there must have been something amusing said, for the old man had begun to laugh at his companion's heated expressions. The latter was describing in eloquent words how, in consequence of recent legislation, he was obliged to sell a beautiful estate in the N province, not because he wanted ready money, in fact, he was obliged to sell it at half its value. To avoid another lawsuit about the Pavlishev estate, I ran away, he said. With a few more inheritances of that kind I should soon be ruined. At this point General Epinkin, noticing how interested Muishkin had become in the conversation, said to him, in a low tone. That gentleman, Ivan Petrovitch, is a relation of your late friend, Mr. Pavlishev. You wanted to find some of his relations, did you not? The general, who had been talking to his chief up to this moment, had observed the prince's solitude and silence, and was anxious to draw him into the conversation, and so introduce him again to the notice of some of the important personages. Lev Nikolaevich was a ward of Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev, after the death of his own parents, he remarked, meeting Ivan Petrovitch's eye. Very happy to meet him, I'm sure, remarked the latter. I remember Lev Nikolaevich well. When General Epinkin introduced us just now, I recognized you at once. Prince, you are very little changed, though I saw you last as a child of some 10 or 11 years old. There was something in your features, I suppose, that... You saw me as a child, exclaimed the prince, with surprise. Oh, yes, long ago, continued Ivan Petrovitch, while you were living with my cousin at Zlatoverhof. You don't remember me? No, I dare say you don't. You had some malady at the time. I remember it was so serious that I was surprised. No, I remember nothing, said the prince. A few more words of explanation followed, words which were spoken without the smallest excitement by his companion, but which evoked the greatest agitation in the prince, and it was discovered that two old ladies to whose care the prince had been left by Pavlishev, and who lived at Zlatoverhof, were also relations of Ivan Petrovich. The latter had no idea and could give no information as to why Pavlishev had taken so great an interest in the little prince, his ward. "In point of fact, I don't think I thought much about it," said the old fellow. He seemed to have a wonderfully good memory, however, for he told the prince all about the two old ladies, Pavlishev's cousins, who had taken care of him, and whom, he declared, he had taken to task for being too severe with the prince as a small sickly boy. The elder sister, at least, the younger had been kind, he recollected. They both now lived in another province, on a small estate left to them by Pavlishev. The prince listened to all this with eyes sparkling with emotion and delight. He declared with unusual warmth that he would never forgive himself for having travelled about in the central provinces during these last 6 months without having hunted up his two old friends. He declared, further, that he had intended to go every day, but had always been prevented by circumstances, but that now he would promise himself the pleasure, however far it was, he would find them out. And so Ivan Petrovich really knew Natalia Nikitishna, what a saintly nature was hers, and Martha Nikitishna. Ivan Petrovich must excuse him, but really he was not quite fair on dear old Martha. She was severe, perhaps, but then what else could she be with such a little idiot as he was then? Ha, ha, he really was an idiot then, Ivan Petrovich must know, though he might not believe it. Ha, ha, so he had really seen him there. Good heavens! And was he really and truly and actually a cousin of Pavlishev's? I assure you of it, laughed Ivan Petrovich, gazing amusedly at the prince. Oh, I didn't say it because I doubt the fact, you know. Ha, ha, how could I doubt such a thing? Ha, 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 I made the remark because Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev was such a splendid man, don't you see? Such a high-souled man, he really was, I assure you. The prince did not exactly pant for breath, but he seemed almost to choke out of pure simplicity and goodness of heart, as Adelaida expressed it, on talking the party over with her fiancé, the princess, next morning. But, my goodness me, laughed Ivan Petrovich, why can't I be cousin to even a splendid man? Oh, dear, cried the prince, confused, trying to hurry his words out, and growing more and more eager every moment. I've gone and said another stupid thing. I don't know what to say. I didn't mean that, you know. He really was such a splendid man, wasn't he? The prince trembled all over. Why was he so agitated? Why had he flown into such transports of delight without any apparent reason? He had far outshot the measure of joy and emotion consistent with the occasion. Why this was it would be difficult to say. He seemed to feel warmly and deeply grateful to someone for something or other, perhaps to Ivan Petrovich, but likely enough to all the guests, individually, and collectively. He was much too happy. Ivan Petrovich began to stare at him with some surprise. The dignitary, too, looked at him with considerable attention. Princess Bielokonsky glared at him angrily, and compressed her lips. Prince N, Evgeny, Princess, and the girls, all broke off their own conversations and listened. Aglaya seemed a little startled. As for Lizabetha Prokofyevna, her heart sank within her. This was odd of Lizabetha Prokofyevna and her daughters. They had themselves decided that it would be better if the prince did not talk all the evening. Yet seeing him sitting silent and alone, but perfectly happy, they had been on the point of exerting themselves to draw him into one of the groups of talkers around the room. Now that he was in the midst of a talk they became more than ever anxious and perturbed. That he was a splendid man is perfectly true, you are quite right, repeated Ivan Petrovich, but seriously this time. He was a fine and a worthy fellow, worthy, one may say, of the highest respect, he added, more and more seriously at each pause, and it is agreeable to see, on your part, such. Wasn't it this same Pavlishev about whom there was a strange story in connection with some abbot? I don't remember who the abbot was, but I remember at one time everybody was talking about it, remarked the old dignitary. Yes, Abbot Garot, a Jesuit, said Ivan Petrovich. Yes, that's the sort of thing our best men are apt to do. A man of rank, too, and rich, a man who, if he had continued to serve, might have done anything, and then to throw up the service and everything else in order to go over to Roman Catholicism and turn Jesuit, openly, too, almost triumphantly. By Jove, it was positively a mercy that he died when he did, it was indeed, everyone said so at the time. The prince was beside himself. Pavlishev turned Roman Catholic, impossible, he cried, in horror. Impossible is rather a strong word, said Ivan Petrovich. You must allow, my dear prince, however, of course you value the memory of the deceased so very highly, and he certainly was the kindest of men, to which fact, by the way, I ascribe, more than to anything else, the success of the abbot in influencing his religious convictions. But you may ask me, if you please, how much trouble and worry I, personally, had over that business, and especially with this same Garot, would you believe it, he continued, addressing the dignitary, they actually tried to put in a claim under the deceased's will, and I had to resort to the very strongest measures in order to bring them to their senses? I assure you they knew their cue, did these gentlemen. Wonderful. Thank goodness all this was in Moscow, and I got the court, you know, to help me, and we soon brought them to their senses. You wouldn't believe how you have pained and astonished me, cried the prince. Very sorry, but in point of fact, you know, it was all nonsense and would have ended in smoke, as usual, I'm sure of that last year. He turned to the old man again. Countess K joined some Roman convent abroad. Our people never seem to be able to offer any resistance so soon as they get into the hands of these intriguers, especially abroad. That is all thanks to our lassitude, I think, replied the old man, with authority. And then their way of preaching, they have a skillful manner of doing it, and they know how to startle one, too. I got quite a fright myself in '32, in Vienna, I assure you, but I didn't cave in to them, I ran away instead, ha, ha. Come, I've always heard that you ran away with the beautiful Countess Levitsky that time, throwing up everything in order to do it, and not from the Jesuits at all, said Princess Bielokonsky, suddenly. Well, yes, but we call it from the Jesuits, you know, it comes to the same thing, laughed the old fellow, delighted with the pleasant recollection. You seem to be very religious, he continued, kindly, addressing the prince, which is a thing one meets so seldom nowadays among young people. The prince was listening open-mouthed, and still in a condition of excited agitation. The old man was evidently interested in him, and anxious to study him more closely. Pavlichev was a man of bright intellect and a good Christian, a sincere Christian, said the prince, suddenly. How could he possibly embrace a faith which is unchristian? Roman Catholicism is, so to speak, simply the same thing as unchristianity, he added with flashing eyes, which seemed to take in everybody in the room. Come, that's a little too strong, isn't it? Murmured the old man, glancing at General Epenkin in surprise. How do you make out that the Roman Catholic religion is unchristian? What is it, then? Asked Ivan Petrovich, turning to the prince. It is not a Christian religion, in the first place, said the latter, in extreme agitation, quite out of proportion to the necessity of the moment. And in the second place, Roman Catholicism is, in my opinion, worse than atheism itself. Yes, that is my opinion. Atheism only preaches a negation, but Romanism goes further, it preaches a disfigured, distorted Christ, it preaches Antichrist, I assure you, I swear it. This is my own personal conviction, and it has long distressed me. The Roman Catholic believes that the Church on earth cannot stand without universal temporal power. He cries non possumus. In my opinion, the Roman Catholic religion is not a faith at all, but simply a continuation of the Roman Empire, and everything is subordinated to this idea, beginning with faith. The Pope has seized territories and an earthly throne, and has held them with the sword. And so the thing has gone on, only that to the sword they have added lying, intrigue, deceit, fanaticism, superstition, swindling. They have played fast and loose with the most sacred and sincere feelings of men, they have exchanged everything for money, for base earthly power. And is this not the teaching of Antichrist? How could the upshot of all this be other than atheism? Atheism is the child of Roman Catholicism, it proceeded from these Romans themselves, though perhaps they would not believe it. It grew and fattened on hatred of its parents, it is the progeny of their lies and spiritual feebleness. Atheism. In our country it is only among the upper classes that you find unbelievers, men who have lost the root or spirit of their faith, but abroad whole masses of the people are beginning to profess unbelief, at first because of the darkness and lies by which they were surrounded, but now out of fanaticism, out of loathing for the Church and Christianity. The prince paused to get breath. He had spoken with extraordinary rapidity, and was very pale. All present interchanged glances, but at last the old dignitary burst out laughing frankly. Prince N took out his eyeglass to have a good look at the speaker. The German poet came out of his corner and crept nearer to the table, with a spiteful smile. You exaggerate the matter very much, said Ivan Petrovich, with rather a bored air. There are, in the foreign churches, many representatives of their faith who are worthy of respect and esteem. Oh, but I did not speak of individual representatives. I was merely talking about Roman Catholicism, and its essence. Of Rome itself a church can never entirely disappear, I never hinted at that. Agreed that all this may be true, but we need not discuss a subject which belongs to the domain of theology. Oh, no, not to theology alone, I assure you. Why, socialism is the progeny of Romanism and of the Romanistic spirit. It and its brother atheism proceed from despair. In opposition to Catholicism it seeks to replace in itself the moral power of religion, in order to appease the spiritual thirst of parched humanity and save it, not by Christ, but by force. Don't dare to believe in God, don't dare to possess any individuality, any property, fraternité ou la mort, 2 million heads. By their works ye shall know them, we are told, and we must not suppose that all this is harmless and without danger to ourselves. Oh, no, we must resist. And quickly, we must let our Christ shine forth upon the Western nations, our Christ whom we have preserved intact, and whom they have never known not as slaves, allowing ourselves to be caught by the hooks of the Jesuits, but carrying our Russian civilization to them. We must stand before them, not letting it be said among us that their preaching is skillful, as someone expressed it just now. But excuse me, cried Ivan Petrovich considerably disturbed, and looking around uneasily. Your ideas are, of course, most praiseworthy, and in the highest degree patriotic, but you exaggerate the matter terribly. It would be better if we dropped the subject. No, sir, I do not exaggerate, I understate the matter, if anything, undoubtedly understate it, simply because I cannot express myself as I should like, but... Allow me. The prince was silent. He sat straight up in his chair and gazed fervently at Ivan Petrovich. It seems to me that you have been too painfully impressed by the news of what happened to your good benefactor, said the old dignitary, kindly, and with the utmost calmness of demeanor. You are excitable, perhaps as the result of your solitary life. If you would make up your mind to live more among your fellows in society, I trust, I am sure, that the world would be glad to welcome you, as a remarkable young man, and you would soon find yourself able to look at things more calmly. You would see that all these things are much simpler than you think, and, besides, these rare cases come about, in my opinion, from ennui and from satiety. Exactly, that is a true thought, cried the prince. From ennui, from our ennui, but not from satiety? Oh, no, you are wrong there. Say from thirst if you like, the thirst of fever, and please do not suppose that this is so small a matter that we may have a laugh at it and dismiss it. We must be able to foresee our disasters and arm against them. We Russians no sooner arrive at the brink of the water, and realize that we are really at the brink, than we are so delighted with the outlook that in we plunge and swim to the farthest point we can see. Why is this? You say you are surprised at Pavlicheff's action, you ascribe it to madness, to kindness of heart, and what not, but it is not so. Our Russian intensity not only astonishes ourselves, all Europe wonders at our conduct in such cases, for, if one of us goes over to Roman Catholicism, he is sure to become a Jesuit at once, and a rabid one into the bargain. If one of us becomes an atheist, he must needs begin to insist on the prohibition of faith in God by force, that is, by the sword. Why is this? Why does he then exceed all bounds at once? Because he has found land at last, the fatherland that he sought in vain before, and because his soul is rejoiced to find it, he throws himself upon it and kisses it. Oh, it is not from vanity alone, it is not from feelings of vanity that Russians become atheists and Jesuits, but from spiritual thirst, from anguish of longing for higher things, for dry firm land, for foothold on a fatherland which they never believed in because they never knew it. It is easier for a Russian to become an atheist, than for any other nationality in the world. And not only does a Russian become an atheist, but he actually believes in atheism, just as though he had found a new faith, not perceiving that he has pinned his faith to a negation. Such is our anguish of thirst. Whoso has no country has no God. That is not my own expression, it is the expression of a merchant, one of the old believers, whom I once met while traveling. He did not say exactly these words. I think his expression was, whoso forsakes his country forsakes his God. But let these thirsty Russian souls find, like Columbus discoverers, a new world. Let them find the Russian world, let them search and discover all the gold and treasure that lies hid in the bosom of their own land, show them the restitution of lost humanity, in the future, by Russian thought alone, and by means of the God and of the Christ of our Russian faith, and you will see how mighty and just and wise and good a giant will rise up before the eyes of the astonished and frightened world. Astonished because they expect nothing but the sword from us, because they think they will get nothing out of us but barbarism. This has been the case up to now, and the longer matters go on as they are now proceeding, the more clear will be the truth of what I say, and I. But at this moment something happened which put a most unexpected end to the orator's speech. All this heated tirade, this outflow of passionate words and ecstatic ideas which seemed to hustle and tumble over each other as they fell from his lips, bore evidence of some unusually disturbed mental condition in the young fellow who had boiled over in such a remarkable manner, without any apparent reason. Of those who were present, such as knew the prince listened to his outburst in a state of alarm, some with a feeling of mortification. It was so unlike his usual timid self-constraint, so inconsistent with his usual taste and tact, and with his instinctive feeling for the higher proprieties. They could not understand the origin of the outburst, it could not be simply the news of Pavlicheff's perversion. By the ladies the prince was regarded as little better than a lunatic, and Princess Bielokonsky admitted afterwards that in another minute she would have bolted. The two old gentlemen looked quite alarmed. The old general, Epankin's chief, sat and glared at the prince in severe displeasure. The colonel sat immovable. Even the German poet grew a little pale, though he wore his usual artificial smile as he looked around to see what the others would do. In point of fact it is quite possible that the matter would have ended in a very commonplace and natural way in a few minutes. The undoubtedly astonished, but now more collected, General Epankin had several times endeavored to interrupt the prince, and not having succeeded he was now preparing to take firmer and more vigorous measures to attain his end. In another minute or two he would probably have made up his mind to lead the prince quietly out of the room, on the plea of his being ill, and it was more than likely that the general was right in his belief that the prince was actually ill, but it so happened that destiny had something different in store. At the beginning of the evening, when the prince first came into the room, he had sat down as far as possible from the Chinese vase which Aglaya had spoken of the day before. Will it be believed that, after Aglaya's alarming words, an ineradicable conviction had taken possession of his mind that, however he might try to avoid this vase next day, he must certainly break it. But so it was. During the evening other impressions began to awaken in his mind, as we have seen, and he forgot his presentiment. But when Pavlichev was mentioned and the general introduced him to Ivan Petrovich, he had changed his place, and went over nearer to the table, when, it so happened, he took the chair nearest to the beautiful vase, which stood on a pedestal behind him, just about on a level with his elbow. As he spoke his last words he had risen suddenly from his seat with a wave of his arm, and there was a general cry of horror. The huge vase swayed backwards and forwards, it seemed to be uncertain whether or no to topple over onto the head of one of the old men, but eventually determined to go the other way, and came crashing over towards the German poet, who darted out of the way in terror. The crash, the cry, the sight of the fragments of valuable china covering the carpet, the alarm of the company, what all this meant to the poor prince it would be difficult to convey to the mind of the reader, or for him to imagine. But one very curious fact was that all the shame and vexation and mortification which he felt over the accident were less powerful than the deep impression of the almost supernatural truth of his premonition. He stood still in alarm, in almost superstitious alarm, for a moment, then all mist seemed to clear away from his eyes, he was conscious of nothing but light and joy and ecstasy, his breath came and went, but the moment passed. Thank God it was not that. He drew a long breath and looked around. For some minutes he did not seem to comprehend the excitement around him, that is, he comprehended it and saw everything, but he stood aside, as it were, like someone invisible in a fairy tale, as though he had nothing to do with what was going on, though it pleased him to take an interest in it. He saw them gather up the broken bits of china, he heard the loud talking of the guests and observed how pale Aglaya looked, and how very strangely she was gazing at him. There was no hatred in her expression, and no anger whatever. It was full of alarm for him, and sympathy and affection, while she looked around at the others with flashing, angry eyes. His heart filled with a sweet pain as he gazed at her. At length he observed, to his amazement, that all had taken their seats again, and were laughing and talking as though nothing had happened. Another minute and the laughter grew louder, they were laughing at him, at his dumb stupor, laughing kindly and merrily. Several of them spoke to him, and spoke so kindly and cordially, especially Lizabetha Prokofyevna, she was saying the kindest possible things to him. Suddenly he became aware that General Epankin was tapping him on the shoulder, Ivan Petrovich was laughing too, but still more kind and sympathizing was the old dignitary. He took the prince by the hand and pressed it warmly, then he patted it, and quietly urged him to recollect himself, speaking to him exactly as he would have spoken to a little frightened child, which pleased the prince wonderfully, and next seated him beside himself. The prince gazed into his face with pleasure, but still seemed to have no power to speak. His breath failed him. The old man's face pleased him greatly. "Do you really forgive me?" he said at last. And Lizabetha Prokofyevna too. The laugh increased, tears came into the prince's eyes, he could not believe in all this kindness, he was enchanted. "The vase certainly was a very beautiful one, I remember it here for 15 years, yes, quite that," remarked Ivan Petrovich. "Oh, what a dreadful calamity, a wretched vase smashed, and a man half dead with remorse about it," said Lizabetha Prokofyevna, loudly. "What made you so dreadfully startled, Lev Nikolaevich?" she added, a little timidly. "Come, my dear boy, cheer up, you really alarm me, taking the accident so to heart. Do you forgive me all, besides the vase, I mean," said the prince, rising from his seat once more, but the old gentleman caught his hand and drew him down again, he seemed unwilling to let him go. "Say tres curios et say tres serios," he whispered across the table to Ivan Petrovich, rather loudly. Probably the prince heard him. "So that I have not offended any of you, you will not believe how happy I am to be able to think so it is as it should be, as if I could offend anyone here, I should offend you again by even suggesting such a thing. Calm yourself, my dear fellow, you are exaggerating again, you really have no occasion to be so grateful to us, it is a feeling which does you great credit, but an exaggeration, for all that. I am not exactly thanking you, I am only feeling a growing admiration for you, it makes me happy to look at you. I dare say I am speaking very foolishly, but I must speak, I must explain, if it be out of nothing better than self-respect." All he said and did was abrupt, confused, feverish, very likely the words he spoke, as often as not, were not those he wished to say. He seemed to inquire whether he might speak. His eyes lighted on Princess Bilokonsky. "All right, my friend, talk away," she remarked. "Only don't lose your breath, you were in such a hurry when you began, and look what you've come to now, don't be afraid of speaking, all these ladies and gentlemen have seen far stranger people than yourself, you don't astonish them, you are nothing out of the way remarkable, you know you've done nothing but break a vase, and give us all a fright. The prince listened, smiling. Wasn't it you, he said, suddenly turning to the old gentleman, who saved the student Porkunov and a clerk called Shoabrin from being sent to Siberia, 2 or 3 months since. The old dignitary blushed a little, and murmured that the prince had better not excite himself further. And I have heard of you, continued the prince, addressing Ivan Petrovitch, that when some of your villagers were burned out you gave them wood to build up their houses again, though they were no longer your serfs and had behaved badly towards you. Oh, come, come, you are exaggerating, said Ivan Petrovitch, beaming with satisfaction, all the same. He was right, however, in this instance, for the report had reached the prince's ears in an incorrect form. And you, princess, he went on, addressing Princess Bielokonsky, was it not you who received me in Moscow, 6 months since, as kindly as though I had been your own son, in response to a letter from Lizabetha Prokofyevna, and gave me one piece of advice, again as to your own son, which I shall never forget, do you remember? What are you making such a fuss about, said the old lady, with annoyance. You are a good fellow, but very silly, one gives you a halfpenny, and you are as grateful as though one had saved your life. You think this is praiseworthy on your part, but it is not, indeed. She seemed to be very angry, but suddenly burst out laughing, quite good-humouredly. Lizabetha Prokofyevna's face brightened up, too, so did that of General Epenkin. I told you Lev Nikolaevich was a man, if only he would not be in such a hurry, as the princess remarked, said the latter, with delight. Aglaya alone seemed sad and depressed, her face was flushed, perhaps with indignation. He really is very charming, whispered the old dignitary to Ivan Petrovitch. I came into this room with anguish in my heart, continued the prince, with ever-growing agitation, speaking quicker and quicker, and with increasing strangeness. I was afraid of you all, and afraid of myself. I was most afraid of myself when I returned to Petersburg. I promised myself to make a point of seeing our greatest men, and members of our oldest families, the old families like my own. I am now among princes like myself, am I not? I wished to know you, and it was necessary, very, very necessary. I had always heard so much that was evil said of you all, more evil than good, as to how small and petty were your interests, how absurd your habits, how shallow your education, and so on. There is so much written and said about you. I came here today with anxious curiosity. I wished to see for myself and form my own convictions as to whether it were true that the whole of this upper stratum of Russian society is worthless, has outlived its time, has existed too long, and is only fit to die, and yet is dying with petty, spiteful warring against that which is destined to supersede it and take its place, hindering the coming men. And knowing not that itself is in a dying condition. I did not fully believe in this view even before, for there never was such a class among us, excepting perhaps at court, by accident or by uniform, but now there is not even that, is there? It has vanished, has it not? No, not a bit of it, said Ivan Petrovitch, with a sarcastic laugh. Good Lord, he's off again, said Princess Bielokonsky, impatiently. Laissez-le dire, he is trembling all over, said the old man, in a warning whisper. The prince certainly was beside himself. Well, what have I seen, he continued. I have seen men of graceful simplicity of intellect, I have seen an old man who is not above speaking kindly and even listening to a boy like myself. I see before me persons who can understand, who can forgive, kind, good Russian hearts, hearts almost as kind and cordial as I met abroad. Imagine how delighted I must have been, and how surprised. Oh, let me express this feeling. I have so often heard, and I have even believed, that in society there was nothing but empty forms, and that reality had vanished, but I now see for myself that this can never be the case here, among us. It may be the order elsewhere, but not in Russia. Surely you are not all Jesuits and deceivers. I heard Prince N.'s story just now. Was it not simple-minded, spontaneous humor? Could such words come from the lips of a man who is dead, a man whose heart and talents are dried up? Could dead men and women have treated me so kindly as you have all been treating me today? Is there not material for the future in all this, for hope? Can such people fail to understand? Can such men fall away from reality? Once more let us beg you to be calm, my dear boy. We'll talk of all this another time. I shall do so with the greatest pleasure, for one, said the old dignitary, with a smile. Ivan Petrovitch grunted and twisted round in his chair. General Epenkin moved nervously. The latter's chief had started a conversation with the wife of the dignitary, and took no notice whatever of the prince, but the old lady very often glanced at him, and listened to what he was saying. No, I had better speak, continued the prince, with a new outburst of feverish emotion, and turning towards the old man with an air of confidential trustfulness. Yesterday, Aglaya Ivanovna forbade me to talk, and even specified the particular subjects I must not touch upon. She knows well enough that I am odd when I get upon these matters. I am nearly 27 years old, and yet I know I am little better than a child. I have no right to express my ideas, and said so long ago only in Moscow, with Rogojin, did I ever speak absolutely freely. He and I read Pushkin together, all his works. Rogojin knew nothing of Pushkin, had not even heard his name. I am always afraid of spoiling a great thought or idea by my absurd manner. I have no eloquence, I know. I always make the wrong gestures, inappropriate gestures, and therefore I degrade the thought, and raise a laugh instead of doing my subject justice. I have no sense of proportion either, and that is the chief thing. I know it would be much better if I were always to sit still and say nothing. When I do so, I appear to be quite a sensible sort of a person, and what's more, I think about things. But now I must speak. It is better that I should. I began to speak because you looked so kindly at me, you have such a beautiful face. I promised Aglaya Ivanovna yesterday that I would not speak all the evening. Really, said the old man, smiling. But, at times, I can't help thinking that I am wrong in feeling so about it. You know, sincerity is more important than elocution, isn't it? Sometimes. I want to explain all to you, everything, everything. I know you think me utopian, don't you, an idealist? Oh, no, I'm not, indeed. My ideas are all so simple you don't believe me. You are smiling. Do you know, I am sometimes very wicked, for I lose my faith. This evening as I came here, I thought to myself, what shall I talk about, how am I to begin, so that they may be able to understand partially, at all events, how afraid I was, dreadfully afraid, and yet, how could I be afraid? Was it not shameful of me? Was I afraid of finding a bottomless abyss of empty selfishness? Ah! That's why I am so happy at this moment, because I find there is no bottomless abyss at all, but good, healthy material, full of life. It is not such a very dreadful circumstance that we are odd people, is it? For we really are odd, you know, careless, reckless, easily wearied of anything. We don't look thoroughly into matters, don't care to understand things. We are all like this, you and I, and all of them. Why, here are you, now, you are not a bit angry with me for calling you odd, are you? And, if so, surely there is good material in you. Do you know, I sometimes think it is a good thing to be odd. We can forgive one another more easily, and be more humble. No one can begin by being perfect, there is much one cannot understand in life at first. In order to attain to perfection, one must begin by failing to understand much. And if we take in knowledge too quickly, we very likely are not taking it in at all. I say all this to you, you who by this time understand so much, and doubtless have failed to understand so much, also. I am not afraid of you any longer. You are not angry that a mere boy should say such words to you, are you? Of course not. You know how to forget and to forgive. You are laughing, Ivan Petrovitch? You think I am a champion of other classes of people, that I am their advocate, a democrat and an orator of equality. The prince laughed hysterically, he had several times burst into these little, short nervous laughs. Oh, no, it is for you, for myself, and for all of us together, that I am alarmed. I am a prince of an old family myself, and I am sitting among my peers, and I am talking like this in the hope of saving us all, in the hope that our class will not disappear altogether, into the darkness, unwitting its danger, blaming everything around it, and losing ground every day. Why should we disappear and give place to others, when we may still, if we choose, remain in the front rank and lead the battle? Let us be servants, that we may become lords in due season. He tried to get upon his feet again, but the old man still restrained him, gazing at him with increasing perturbation as he went on. Listen, I know it is best not to speak, it is best simply to give a good example, simply to begin the work I have done. This, I have begun, and, oh, can anyone be unhappy, really? Oh, what does grief matter, what does misfortune matter, if one knows how to be happy? Do you know, I cannot understand how anyone can pass by a green tree, and not feel happy only to look at it, how anyone can talk to a man and not feel happy in loving him. Oh, it is my own fault that I cannot express myself well enough. But there are lovely things at every step I take, things which even the most miserable man must recognize as beautiful. Look at a little child, look at God's day dawn, look at the grass growing, look at the eyes that love you, as they gaze back into your eyes. He had risen, and was speaking standing up. The old gentleman was looking at him now in unconcealed alarm. Lizabetha Prokofyevna wrung her hands. Oh, my God, she cried. She had guessed the state of the case before anyone else. Aglaya rushed quickly up to him, and was just in time to receive him in her arms, and to hear with dread and horror that awful, wild cry as he fell writhing to the ground. There he lay on the carpet, and someone quickly placed a cushion under his head. No one had expected this. In a quarter of an hour or so Prince N and Evgeny Pavlovitch and the old dignitary were hard at work endeavoring to restore the harmony of the evening, but it was of no avail, and very soon after the guests separated and went their ways. A great deal of sympathy was expressed, a considerable amount of advice was volunteered. Ivan Petrovitch expressed his opinion that the young man was a Slavophile, or something of that sort, but that it was not a dangerous development. The old dignitary said nothing. True enough, most of the guests, next day and the day after, were not in very good humor. Ivan Petrovich was a little offended, but not seriously so. General Epankin's chief was rather cool towards him for some while after the occurrence. The old dignitary, as patron of the family, took the opportunity of murmuring some kind of admonition to the general, and added, in flattering terms, that he was most interested in Aglaya's future. He was a man who really did possess a kind heart, although his interest in the prince, in the earlier part of the evening, was due, among other reasons, to the latter's connection with Nastasia Philippovna, according to popular report. He had heard a good deal of this story here and there, and was greatly interested in it, so much so that he longed to ask further questions about it. Princess Bielokonsky, as she drove away on this eventful evening, took occasion to say to Lizaveta Prokofyevna, "Well, he's a good match, and a bad one, and if you want my opinion, more bad than good you can see for yourself the man is an invalid." Lizaveta therefore decided that the prince was impossible as a husband for Aglaya, and during the ensuing night she made a vow that never while she lived should he marry Aglaya. With this resolve firmly impressed upon her mind, she awoke next day, but during the morning, after her early lunch, she fell into a condition of remarkable inconsistency. In reply to a very guarded question of her sister's, Aglaya had answered coldly, but exceedingly haughtily. "I have never given him my word at all, nor have I ever counted him as my future husband, never in my life. He is just as little to me as all the rest." Lizaveta Prokofyevna suddenly flared up. "I did not expect that of you, Aglaya," she said. "He is an impossible husband for you, I know it, and thank God that we agree upon that point, but I did not expect to hear such words from you. I thought I should hear a very different tone from you. I would have turned out everyone who was in the room last night and kept him. That's the sort of man he is, in my opinion." Here she suddenly paused, afraid of what she had just said. But she little knew how unfair she was to her daughter at that moment. It was all settled in Aglaya's mind. She was only waiting for the hour that would bring the matter to a final climax, and every hint, every careless probing of her wound, did but further lacerate her heart. 8. This same morning dawned for the prince pregnant with no less painful presentiments, which fact his physical state was, of course, quite enough to account for, but he was so indefinably melancholy, his sadness could not attach itself to anything in particular, and this tormented him more than anything else. Of course certain facts stood before him, clear and painful, but his sadness went beyond all that he could remember or imagine. He realized that he was powerless to console himself unaided. Little by little he began to develop the expectation that this day something important, something decisive, was to happen to him. His attack of yesterday had been a slight one. Excepting some little heaviness in the head and pain in the limbs, he did not feel any particular effects. His brain worked all right, though his soul was heavy within him. He rose late, and immediately upon waking remembered all about the previous evening. He also remembered, though not quite so clearly, how, half an hour after his fit, he had been carried home. He soon heard that a messenger from the Epankins had already been to inquire after him. At 11:30 another arrived, and this pleased him. Vera Lebedev was one of the first to come to see him and offer her services. No sooner did she catch sight of him than she burst into tears, but when he tried to soothe her she began to laugh. He was quite struck by the girl's deep sympathy for him. He seized her hand and kissed it. Vera flushed crimson. "Oh, don't," she exclaimed in alarm, snatching her hand away. She went hastily out of the room in a state of strange confusion. Lebedev also came to see the prince, in a great hurry to get away to the deceased, as he called General Ivolgin, who was alive still, but very ill. Kolya also turned up, and begged the prince for pity's sake to tell him all he knew about his father which had been concealed from him till now. He said he had found out nearly everything since yesterday. The poor boy was in a state of deep affliction. With all the sympathy which he could bring into play, the prince told Kolya the whole story without reserve, detailing the facts as clearly as he could. The tale struck Kolya like a thunderbolt. He could not speak. He listened silently, and cried softly to himself the while. The prince perceived that this was an impression which would last for the whole of the boy's life. He made haste to explain his view of the matter, and pointed out that the old man's approaching death was probably brought on by horror at the thought of his action, and that it was not everyone who was capable of such a feeling. Kolya's eyes flashed as he listened. "Gania and Varya and Titsin are a worthless lot, I shall not quarrel with them, but from this moment our feet shall not travel the same road. Oh, Prince, I have felt much that is quite new to me since yesterday. It is a lesson for me. I shall now consider my mother as entirely my responsibility, though she may be safe enough with Varya still, meat and drink is not everything." He jumped up and hurried off, remembering suddenly that he was wanted at his father's bedside, but before he went out of the room he inquired hastily after the prince's health, and receiving the latter's reply, added, "Isn't there something else, Prince? I heard yesterday, but I have no right to talk about this. If you ever want a true friend and servant, neither you nor I are so very happy, are we? Come to me, I won't ask you questions, though." He ran off and left the prince more dejected than ever. Everyone seemed to be speaking prophetically, hinting at some misfortune or sorrow to come. They had all looked at him as though they knew something which he did not know. Lebedev had asked questions, Kolya had hinted, and Vera had shed tears. What was it? At last, with a sigh of annoyance, he said to himself that it was nothing but his own cursed sickly suspicion. His face lighted up with joy when, at about 2 o'clock, he espied the Epankins coming along to pay him a short visit. Just for a minute. They really had only come for a minute. Lizaveta Prokofyevna had announced, directly after lunch, that they would all take a walk together. The information was given in the form of a command, without explanation, drilly and abruptly. All had issued forth in obedience to the mandate, that is, the girls, Mama, and Princess Lizaveta Prokofyevna went off in a direction exactly contrary to the usual one, and all understood very well what she was driving at, but held their peace, fearing to irritate the good lady. She, as though anxious to avoid any conversation, walked ahead, silent and alone. At last Adelaide remarked that it was no use racing along at such a pace, and that she could not keep up with her mother. Look here, said Lizaveta Prokofyevna, turning round suddenly, we are passing his house whatever Aglaya may think, and in spite of anything that may happen, he is not a stranger to us, besides which, he is ill and in misfortune. I, for one, shall call in and see him. Let anyone follow me who cares to. Of course every one of them followed her. The prince hastened to apologize, very properly, for yesterday's mishap with the vase, and for the scene generally. Oh, that's nothing, replied Lizaveta, I'm not sorry for the vase, I'm sorry for you. So you can see that there was a scene, can you? Well, it doesn't matter much, for everyone must realize now that it is impossible to be hard on you. Well, au revoir. I advise you to have a walk, and then go to sleep again if you can come in as usual, if you feel inclined, and be assured, once for all, whatever happens, and whatever may have happened, you shall always remain the friend of the family. Mine, at all events. I can answer for myself. In response to this challenge all the others chimed in and re-echoed Mama's sentiments. And so they took their departure, but in this hasty and kindly designed visit there was hidden a fund of cruelty which Lizaveta Prokofyevna never dreamed of. In the words as usual, and again in her added, mine, at all events, there seemed an ominous knell of some evil to come. The prince began to think of Aglaya. She had certainly given him a wonderful smile, both at coming and again at leave-taking, but had not said a word, not even when the others all professed their friendship for him. She had looked very intently at him, but that was all. Her face had been paler than usual, she looked as though she had slept badly. The prince made up his mind that he would make a point of going there as usual, tonight, and looked feverishly at his watch. Vera came in 3 minutes after the Epankins had left. Lev Nikolaevich, she said, Aglaya Ivanovna has just given me a message for you. The prince trembled. Is it a note? No, a verbal message. She had hardly time even for that. She begs you earnestly not to go out of the house for a single moment all today, until 7 o'clock in the evening. It may have been 9, I didn't quite hear. But, why is this, what does it mean? I don't know at all, but she said I was to tell you particularly. Did she say that? Not those very words. She only just had time to whisper as she went by, but by the way she looked at me I knew it was important. She looked at me in a way that made my heart stop beating. The prince asked a few more questions, and though he learned nothing else, he became more and more agitated. Left alone, he lay down on the sofa, and began to think. Perhaps, he thought, someone is to be with them until 9 tonight and she is afraid that I may come and make a fool of myself again, in public. So he spent his time longing for the evening and looking at his watch. But the clearing up of the mystery came long before the evening, and came in the form of a new and agonizing riddle. Half an hour after the Epankins had gone, Hippolyte arrived, so tired that, almost unconscious, he sank into a chair, and broke into such a fit of coughing that he could not stop. He coughed till the blood came. His eyes glittered, and 2 red spots on his cheeks grew brighter and brighter. The prince murmured something to him, but Hippolyte only signed that he must be left alone for a while, and sat silent. At last he came to himself. I am off, he said, hoarsely, and with difficulty. Shall I see you home? Asked the prince, rising from his seat, but suddenly stopping short as he remembered Aglaya's prohibition against leaving the house. Hippolyte laughed. I don't mean that I am going to leave your house, he continued, still gasping and coughing. On the contrary, I thought it absolutely necessary to come and see you, otherwise I should not have troubled you. I am off there, you know, and this time I believe, seriously, that I am off. It's all over. I did not come here for sympathy, believe me. I lay down this morning at 10 o'clock with the intention of not rising again before that time, but I thought it over and rose just once more in order to come here, from which you may deduce that I had some reason for wishing to come. It grieves me to see you so, Hippolyte. Why didn't you send me a message? I would have come up and saved you this trouble. Well, enough, you've pitied me, and that's all that good manners exact. I forgot, how are you? I'm all right, yesterday I was a little I know, I heard, the china vase caught it. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I've come about something important. In the first place, I had the pleasure of seeing Gavrila Ardalionovich and Aglaya Ivanovna enjoying a rendezvous on the green bench in the park. I was astonished to see what a fool a man can look. I remarked upon the fact to Aglaya Ivanovna when he had gone. I don't think anything ever surprises you, Prince, added Hippolyte, gazing incredulously at the prince's calm demeanor. To be astonished by nothing is a sign, they say, of a great intellect. In my opinion it would serve equally well as a sign of great foolishness. I am not hinting about you, pardon me, I am very unfortunate today in my expressions. I knew yesterday that Gavrila Ardalionovich, began the prince, and paused in evident confusion, though Hippolyte had shown annoyance at his betraying no surprise. You knew it, come, that's news, but no, perhaps better not tell me. And were you a witness of the meeting? If you were there yourself you must have known that I was not there. Oh, but you may have been sitting behind the bushes somewhere. However, I am very glad, on your account. Of course I was beginning to be afraid that Mr. Gania might have the preference. May I ask you, Hippolyte, not to talk of this subject, and not to use such expressions. Especially as you know all, et. You are wrong. I know scarcely anything, and Aglaya Ivanovna is aware that I know nothing. I knew nothing whatever about this meeting. You say there was a meeting. Very well, let's leave it so. Why, what do you mean? You said you knew, and now suddenly you know nothing. You say very well, let's leave it so. But I say, don't be so confiding, especially as you know nothing. You are confiding simply because you know nothing. But do you know what these good people have in their minds? Gania and his sister, perhaps you are suspicious? Well, I'll drop the subject, he added, hastily, observing the prince's impatient gesture. But I've come to you on my own business. I wish to make you a clear explanation. What a nuisance it is that one cannot die without explanations. I have made such a quantity of them already. Do you wish to hear what I have to say? Speak away, I am listening. Very well, but I'll change my mind, and begin about Gania. Just fancy, to begin with, if you can, that I, too, was given an appointment at the green bench today. However, I won't deceive you. I asked for the appointment. I said I had a secret to disclose. I don't know whether I came there too early, I think I must have, but scarcely had I sat down beside Aglaya Ivanovna than I saw Gavrila Ardalionovich and his sister Varya coming along, arm in arm, just as though they were enjoying a morning walk together. Both of them seemed very much astonished, not to say disturbed, at seeing me. They evidently had not expected the pleasure. Aglaya Ivanovna blushed up, and was actually a little confused. I don't know whether it was merely because I was there, or whether Gania's beauty was too much for her. But anyway, she turned crimson, and then finished up the business in a very funny manner. She jumped up from her seat, bowed back to Gania, smiled to Varya, and suddenly observed, I only came here to express my gratitude for all your kind wishes on my behalf, and to say that if I find I need your services, believe me. Here she bowed them away, as it were, and they both marched off again, looking very foolish. Gania evidently could not make head nor tail of the matter, and turned as red as a lobster, but Varya understood at once that they must get away as quickly as they could, so she dragged Gania away. She is a great deal cleverer than he is. As for myself, I went there to arrange a meeting to be held between Aglaya Ivanovna and Nastasia Philipovna. Nastasia Philipovna, cried the prince. Aha, I think you are growing less cool, my friend, and are beginning to be a trifle surprised, aren't you? I'm glad that you are not above ordinary human feelings. For once I'll console you a little now. After your consternation, see what I get for serving a young and high-souled maiden. This morning I received a slap in the face from the lady. A moral one? Asked the prince, involuntarily. Yes, not a physical one. I don't suppose anyone, even a woman, would raise a hand against me now. Even Gania would hesitate. I did think at one time yesterday, that he would fly at me, though I bet anything that I know what you are thinking of now. You are thinking, of course one can't strike the little wretch, but one could suffocate him with a pillow, or a wet towel, when he is asleep. One ought to get rid of him somehow. I can see in your face that you are thinking that at this very second. I never thought of such a thing for a moment, said the prince, with disgust. I don't know, I dreamed last night that I was being suffocated with a wet cloth by somebody. I'll tell you who it was. Rogojin. What do you think? Can a man be suffocated with a wet cloth? I don't know. I've heard so. Well, we'll leave that question just now. Why am I a scandalmonger? Why did she call me a scandalmonger? And mind, after she had heard every word I had to tell her, and had asked all sorts of questions besides, but such is the way of women. For her sake I entered into relations with Rogojin, an interesting man. At her request I arranged a personal interview between herself and Nastasia Philipovna. Could she have been angry because I hinted that she was enjoying Nastasia Philipovna's leavings? Why, I have been impressing it upon her all this while for her own good. 2 letters have I written her in that strain, and I began straight off today about its being humiliating for her. Besides, the word leavings is not my invention. At all events, they all used it at Gania's, and she used it herself. So why am I a scandalmonger? I see you are tremendously amused, at this moment. Probably you are laughing at me and fitting those silly lines to my case. Maybe sad love upon his setting smiles, and with vain hopes his farewell hour beguiles. Ha, ha, ha. Hippolyte suddenly burst into a fit of hysterical laughter, which turned into a choking cough. Observe, he gasped, through his coughing, what a fellow Gania is. He talks about Nastasia's leavings, but what does he want to take himself? The prince sat silent for a long while. His mind was filled with dread and horror. You spoke of a meeting with Nastasia Philipovna, he said at last, in a low voice. Oh, come, surely you must know that there is to be a meeting today between Nastasia and Aglaya Ivanovna, and that Nastasia has been sent for on purpose, through Rogojin, from St. Petersburg. It has been brought about by invitation of Aglaya Ivanovna and my own efforts, and Nastasia is at this moment with Rogojin, not far from here, at Dana Alexeyevna's, that curious friend of hers, and to this questionable house Aglaya Ivanovna is to proceed for a friendly chat with Nastasia Philipovna, and for the settlement of several problems. They are going to play at arithmetic, didn't you know about it? Word of honor. It's a most improbable story. Oh, very well, if it's improbable, it is, that's all, and yet, where should you have heard it, though I must say, if a fly crosses the room it's known all over the place here. However, I've warned you, and you may be grateful to me. Well, au revoir, probably in the next world. One more thing, don't think that I am telling you all this for your sake. Oh, dear, no, do you know that I dedicated my confession to Aglaya Ivanovna? I did though, and how she took it, ha, ha, oh, no, I am not acting from any high, exalted motives. But though I may have behaved like a cad to you, I have not done her any harm. I don't apologize for my words about leavings and all that. I am atoning for that. You see, by telling you the place and time of the meeting. Goodbye, you had better take your measures, if you are worthy the name of a man. The meeting is fixed for this evening, that's certain. Hippolyte walked towards the door, but the prince called him back and he stopped. Then you think Aglaya Ivanovna herself intends to go to Nastasia Philipovna's tonight? He asked, and bright hectic spots came out on his cheeks and forehead. I don't know absolutely for certain, but in all probability it is so, replied Hippolyte, looking round. Nastasia would hardly go to her, and they can't meet at Gania's, with the man nearly dead in the house. It's impossible, for that very reason, said the prince. How would she get out if she wished to? You don't know the habits of that house. She could not get away alone to Nastasia Philipovna's. It's all nonsense. Look here, my dear prince, no one jumps out of the window if they can help it, but when there's a fire, the dandiest gentleman or the finest lady in the world will skip out. When the moment comes, and there's nothing else to be done, our young lady will go to Nastasia Philipovna's. Don't they let the young ladies out of the house alone, then? I didn't mean that exactly. If you didn't mean that, then she has only to go down the steps and walk off, and she need never come back unless she chooses. Ships are burned behind one sometimes, and one doesn't care to return whence one came. Life need not consist only of lunches and dinners and princesses. It strikes me you take Aglaya Ivanovna for some conventional boarding school girl. I said so to her, and she quite agreed with me. Wait till 7 or 8 o'clock in your place. I would send someone there to keep watch, so as to seize the exact moment when she steps out of the house. Send Kolya. He'll play the spy with pleasure, for you at least. Ha, ha, ha. Hippolyte went out. There was no reason for the prince to set anyone to watch, even if he had been capable of such a thing. Aglaya's command that he should stay at home all day seemed almost explained now. Perhaps she meant to call for him herself, or it might be, of course, that she was anxious to make sure of his not coming there, and therefore bade him remain at home. His head whirled, the whole room seemed to be turning round. He lay down on the sofa, and closed his eyes. One way or the other the question was to be decided at last, finally. Oh, no, he did not think of Aglaya as a boarding school miss, or a young lady of the conventional type. He had long since feared that she might take some such step as this. But why did she wish to see Nastasia? He shivered all over as he lay. He was in high fever again. No. He did not account her a child. Certain of her looks, certain of her words, of late, had filled him with apprehension. At times it had struck him that she was putting too great a restraint upon herself, and he remembered that he had been alarmed to observe this. He had tried, all these days, to drive away the heavy thoughts that oppressed him, but what was the hidden mystery of that soul? The question had long tormented him, although he implicitly trusted that soul. And now it was all to be cleared up. It was a dreadful thought. And that woman again. Why did he always feel as though that woman were fated to appear at each critical moment of his life, and tear the thread of his destiny like a bit of rotten string? That he always had felt this he was ready to swear, although he was half delirious at the moment. If he had tried to forget her, all this time, it was simply because he was afraid of her. Did he love the woman or hate her? This question he did not once ask himself today. His heart was quite pure. He knew whom he loved. He was not so much afraid of this meeting, nor of its strangeness, nor of any reasons there might be for it, unknown to himself. He was afraid of the woman herself, Nastasia Philipovna. He remembered, some days afterwards, how during all those fevered hours he had seen but her eyes, her look, had heard her voice, strange words of hers. He remembered that this was so, although he could not recollect the details of his thoughts. He could remember that Vera brought him some dinner, and that he took it, but whether he slept after dinner, or no, he could not recollect. He only knew that he began to distinguish things clearly from the moment when Aglaya suddenly appeared, and he jumped up from the sofa and went to meet her. It was just 7:15 then. Aglaya was quite alone, and dressed, apparently hastily, in a light mantle. Her face was pale, as it had been in the morning, and her eyes were ablaze with bright but subdued fire. He had never seen that expression in her eyes before. She gazed attentively at him. "You are quite ready, I observe," she said, with absolute composure, "dressed, and your hat in your hand. I see somebody has thought fit to warn you, and I know who. Hippolyte." "Yes, he told me," said the prince, feeling only half alive. "Come then, you know, I suppose, that you must escort me there. You are well enough to go out, aren't you?" "I am well enough, but is it really possible?" He broke off abruptly, and could not add another word. This was his one attempt to stop the mad child, and, after he had made it, he followed her as though he had no will of his own. Confused as his thoughts were, he was, nevertheless, capable of realizing the fact that if he did not go with her, she would go alone, and so he must go with her at all hazards. He guessed the strength of her determination, it was beyond him to check it. They walked silently, and said scarcely a word all the way. He only noticed that she seemed to know the road very well, and once, when he thought it better to go by a certain lane, and remarked to her that it would be quieter and less public, she only said, "It's all the same," and went on. When they were almost arrived at Darya Alexeyevna's house, it was a large wooden structure of ancient date. A gorgeously dressed lady and a young girl came out of it. Both these ladies took their seats in a carriage, which was waiting at the door, talking and laughing loudly the while, and drove away without appearing to notice the approaching couple. No sooner had the carriage driven off than the door opened once more, and Rogojin, who had apparently been awaiting them, let them in and closed it after them. "There is not another soul in the house now excepting our four selves," he said aloud, looking at the prince in a strange way. Nastasia Philipovna was waiting for them in the first room they went into. She was dressed very simply, in black. She rose at their entrance, but did not smile or give her hand, even to the prince. Her anxious eyes were fixed upon Aglaya. Both sat down, at a little distance from one another, Aglaya on the sofa, in the corner of the room, Nastasia by the window. The prince and Rogojin remained standing, and were not invited to sit. Muishkin glanced at Rogojin in perplexity, but the latter only smiled disagreeably, and said nothing. The silence continued for some few moments. An ominous expression passed over Nastasia Philipovna's face, of a sudden. It became obstinate-looking, hard, and full of hatred, but she did not take her eyes off her visitors for a moment. Aglaya was clearly confused, but not frightened. On entering she had merely glanced momentarily at her rival, and then had sat still, with her eyes on the ground, apparently in thought. Once or twice she glanced casually round the room. A shade of disgust was visible in her expression. She looked as though she were afraid of contamination in this place. She mechanically arranged her dress, and fidgeted uncomfortably, eventually changing her seat to the other end of the sofa. Probably she was unconscious of her own movements, but this very unconsciousness added to the offensiveness of their suggested meaning. At length she looked straight into Nastasia's eyes, and instantly read all there was to read in her rival's expression. Woman understood woman. Aglaya shuddered. "You know of course why I requested this meeting," she said at last, quietly, and pausing twice in the delivery of this very short sentence. "No, I know nothing about it," said Nastasia, drily and abruptly. Aglaya blushed. Perhaps it struck her as very strange and impossible that she should really be sitting here and waiting for that woman's reply to her question. At the first sound of Nastasia's voice a shudder ran through her frame. Of course that woman observed and took in all this. "You know quite well, but you are pretending to be ignorant," said Aglaya, very low, with her eyes on the ground. "Why should I?" asked Nastasia Philipovna, smiling slightly. "You want to take advantage of my position, now that I am in your house," continued Aglaya, awkwardly. "For that position you are to blame and not I," said Nastasia, flaring up suddenly. "I did not invite you, but you me, and to this moment I am quite ignorant as to why I am thus honored." Aglaya raised her head haughtily. "Restrain your tongue," she said. "I did not come here to fight you with your own weapons." "Oh, then you did come to fight, I may conclude, dear me, and I thought you were cleverer." They looked at one another with undisguised malice. One of these women had written to the other, so lately, such letters as we have seen, and it all was dispersed at their first meeting. Yet it appeared that not one of the four persons in the room considered this in any degree strange. The prince who, up to yesterday, would not have believed that he could even dream of such an impossible scene as this, stood and listened and looked on, and felt as though he had long foreseen it all. The most fantastic dream seemed suddenly to have been metamorphosed into the most vivid reality. One of these women so despised the other, and so longed to express her contempt for her, perhaps she had only come for that very purpose, as Rogojin said next day, that howsoever fantastical was the other woman, howsoever afflicted her spirit and disturbed her understanding, no preconceived idea of hers could possibly stand up against that deadly feminine contempt of her rival. The prince felt sure that Nastasia would say nothing about the letters herself, but he could judge by her flashing eyes and the expression of her face what the thought of those letters must be costing her at this moment. He would have given half his life to prevent Aglaya from speaking of them. But Aglaya suddenly braced herself up, and seemed to master herself fully, all in an instant. "You have not quite understood," she said. "I did not come to quarrel with you, though I do not like you. I came to speak to you as one human being to another. I came with my mind made up as to what I had to say to you, and I shall not change my intention, although you may misunderstand me, so much the worse for you, not for myself. I wish to reply to all you have written to me and to reply personally, because I think that is the more convenient way. Listen to my reply to all your letters. I began to be sorry for Prince Lev Nikolaevich on the very day I made his acquaintance, and when I heard, afterwards, of all that took place at your house in the evening, I was sorry for him because he was such a simple-minded man, and because he, in the simplicity of his soul, believed that he could be happy with a woman of your character. What I feared actually took place. You could not love him, you tortured him, and threw him over. You could not love him because you are too proud. No, not proud, that is an error. Because you are too vain. No, not quite that either. Too self-loving. You are self-loving to madness. Your letters to me are a proof of it. You could not love so simple a soul as his, and perhaps in your heart you despised him and laughed at him. All you could love was your shame and the perpetual thought that you were disgraced and insulted. If you were less shameful, or had no cause at all for shame, you would be still more unhappy than you are now." Aglaya brought out these thronging words with great satisfaction. They came from her lips hurriedly and impetuously, and had been prepared and thought out long ago, even before she had ever dreamed of the present meeting. She watched with eagerness the effect of her speech as shown in Nastasia's face, which was distorted with agitation. "You remember," she continued, "he wrote me a letter at that time. He says you know all about that letter and that you even read it. I understand all by means of this letter, and understand it correctly. He has since confirmed it all to me, what I now say to you, word for word. After receiving his letter I waited. I guessed that you would soon come back here, because you could never do without Petersburg. You are still too young and lovely for the provinces. However, this is not my own idea," she added, blushing dreadfully, and from this moment the color never left her cheeks to the end of her speech. "When I next saw the prince I began to feel terribly pained and hurt on his account. Do not laugh. If you laugh you are unworthy of understanding what I say." "Surely you see that I am not laughing," said Nastasia, sadly and sternly. "However, it's all the same to me, laugh or not, just as you please. When I asked him about you, he told me that he had long since ceased to love you, that the very recollection of you was a torture to him, but that he was sorry for you, and that when he thought of you his heart was pierced. I ought to tell you that I never in my life met a man anything like him for noble simplicity of mind and for boundless trustfulness. I guessed that anyone who liked could deceive him, and that he would immediately forgive anyone who did deceive him, and it was for this that I grew to love him." Aglaya paused for a moment, as though suddenly brought up in astonishment that she could have said these words, but at the same time a great pride shone in her eyes, like a defiant assertion that it would not matter to her if this woman laughed in her face for the admission just made. "I have told you all now, and of course you understand what I wish of you." "Perhaps I do, but tell me yourself," said Nastasia Philipovna, quietly. Aglaya flushed up angrily. "I wish to find out from you," she said, firmly, "by what right you dare to meddle with his feelings for me, by what right you dared send me those letters, by what right do you continually remind both me and him that you love him, after you yourself threw him over and ran away from him in so insulting and shameful a way?" "I never told either him or you that I loved him," replied Nastasia Philipovna, with an effort. And I did run away from him, you are right there," she added, scarcely audibly. "Never told either him or me," cried Aglaya. "How about your letters? Who asked you to try to persuade me to marry him? Was not that a declaration from you? Why do you force yourself upon us in this way? I confess I thought at first that you were anxious to arouse an aversion for him in my heart by your meddling, in order that I might give him up, and it was only afterwards that I guessed the truth. You imagined that you were doing an heroic action. How could you spare any love for him, when you love your own vanity to such an extent? Why could you not simply go away from here, instead of writing me those absurd letters? Why do you not now marry that generous man who loves you, and has done you the honor of offering you his hand? It is plain enough why. If you marry Rogojin you lose your grievance, you will have nothing more to complain of. You will be receiving too much honor. Evgeny Pavlovich was saying the other day that you had read too many poems and are too well educated for your position, and that you live in idleness. Add to this your vanity, and there you have reason enough. And do you not live in idleness?" Things had come to this unexpected point too quickly. Unexpected because Nastasia Filipovna, on her way to Pavlovsk, had thought and considered a good deal, and had expected something different, though perhaps not altogether good, from this interview, but Aglaya had been carried away by her own outburst, just as a rolling stone gathers impetus as it careers downhill, and could not restrain herself in the satisfaction of revenge. It was strange, Nastasia Filipovna felt, to see Aglaya like this. She gazed at her, and could hardly believe her eyes and ears for a moment or two. Whether she were a woman who had read too many poems, as Evgeny Pavlovich supposed, or whether she were mad, as the prince had assured Aglaya, at all events, this was a woman who, in spite of her occasionally cynical and audacious manner, was far more refined and trustful and sensitive than appeared. There was a certain amount of romantic dreaminess and caprice in her, but with the fantastic was mingled much that was strong and deep. The prince realized this, and great suffering expressed itself in his face. Aglaya observed it, and trembled with anger. "How dare you speak so to me?" she said, with a haughtiness which was quite indescribable, replying to Nastasia's last remark. "You must have misunderstood what I said," said Nastasia, in some surprise. "If you wished to preserve your good name, why did you not give up your guardian, Totsky, without all that theatrical posturing," said Aglaya, suddenly apropos of nothing. "What do you know of my position, that you dare to judge me?" cried Nastasia, quivering with rage, and growing terribly white. "I know this much, that you did not go out to honest work, but went away with a rich man, Rogojin, in order to pose as a fallen angel. I don't wonder that Totsky was nearly driven to suicide by such a fallen angel." "Silence!" cried Nastasia Filipovna. "You are about as fit to understand me as the housemaid here, who bore witness against her lover in court the other day. She would understand me better than you do. Probably an honest girl living by her own toil. Why do you speak of a housemaid so contemptuously?" "I do not despise toil, I despise you when you speak of toil. If you had cared to be an honest woman, you would have gone out as a laundress." Both had risen, and were gazing at one another with pallid faces. "Aglaya, don't, this is unfair," cried the prince, deeply distressed. Rogojin was not smiling now, he sat and listened with folded arms, and lips tight compressed. "There, look at her," cried Nastasia, trembling with passion. "Look at this young lady, and I imagined her an angel. Did you come to me without your governess, Aglaya Ivanovna? Oh, fie, now shall I just tell you why you came here today? Shall I tell you without any embellishments? You came because you were afraid of me." "Afraid of you?" asked Aglaya, beside herself with naive amazement that the other should dare talk to her like this. "Yes, me, of course you were afraid of me, or you would not have decided to come. You cannot despise one you fear, and to think that I have actually esteemed you up to this very moment. Do you know why you are afraid of me, and what is your object now? You wish to satisfy yourself with your own eyes as to which he loves best, myself or you, because you are fearfully jealous." "He has told me already that he hates you," murmured Aglaya, scarcely audibly. Perhaps, I am not worthy of him, I know, but I think you are lying. All the same, he cannot hate me, and he cannot have said so. I am ready to forgive you, in consideration of your position, but I confess I thought better of you. I thought you were wiser, and more beautiful, too. I did, indeed. Well, take your treasure. See, he is gazing at you, he can't recollect himself. Take him, but on one condition: go away at once, this instant." She fell back into a chair, and burst into tears. But suddenly some new expression blazed in her eyes. She stared fixedly at Aglaya, and rose from her seat. "Or would you like me to bid him, do you hear, command him, now, at once, to throw you up, and remain mine forever? Shall I? He will stay, and he will marry me too, and you shall trot home all alone. Shall I say the word?" She screamed like a madwoman, scarcely believing herself that she could really pronounce such wild words. Aglaya had made for the door in terror, but she stopped at the threshold, and listened. "Shall I turn Rogojin off? Ha, you thought I would marry him for your benefit, did you? Why, I'll call out now, if you like, in your presence. Rogojin, get out, and say to the prince, do you remember what you promised me? Heavens, what a fool I have been to humiliate myself before them. Why, prince, you yourself gave me your word that you would marry me whatever happened, and would never abandon me. You said you loved me and would forgive me all, and resp, yes, you even said that. I only ran away from you in order to set you free, and now I don't care to let you go again. Why does she treat me so shamefully? I am not a loose woman, ask Rogojin there. He'll tell you. Will you go again now that she has insulted me, before your eyes, too, turn away from me and lead her away, arm in arm? May you be accursed too, for you were the only one I trusted among them all. Go away, Rogojin, I don't want you, she continued, blind with fury, and forcing the words out with dry lips and distorted features. Evidently not believing a single word of her own tirade, but, at the same time, doing her utmost to prolong the moment of self-deception. The outburst was so terribly violent that the prince thought it would have killed her. There he is, she shrieked again, pointing to the prince and addressing Aglaya. There he is, and if he does not approach me at once and take me and throw you over, then have him for your own, I give him up to you, I don't want him. Both she and Aglaya stood and waited as though in expectation, and both looked at the prince like madwomen. But he, perhaps, did not understand the full force of this challenge, in fact, it is certain he did not. All he could see was the poor despairing face which, as he had said to Aglaya, had pierced his heart forever. He could bear it no longer, and with a look of entreaty, mingled with reproach, he addressed Aglaya, pointing to Nastasia the while. How can you, he murmured, she is so unhappy. But he had no time to say another word before Aglaya's terrible look bereft him of speech. In that look was embodied so dreadful a suffering and so deadly a hatred, that he gave a cry and flew to her, but it was too late. She could not hold out long enough even to witness his movement in her direction. She had hidden her face in her hands, cried once "Oh, my God!" and rushed out of the room. Rogojin followed her to undo the bolts of the door and let her out into the street. The prince made a rush after her, but he was caught and held back. The distorted, livid face of Nastasia gazed at him reproachfully, and her blue lips whispered. What, would you go to her, to her? She fell senseless into his arms. He raised her, carried her into the room, placed her in an armchair, and stood over her, stupefied. On the table stood a tumbler of water. Rogojin, who now returned, took this and sprinkled a little in her face. She opened her eyes, but for a moment she understood nothing. Suddenly she looked around, shuddered, gave a loud cry, and threw herself in the prince's arms. Mine, mine, she cried. Has the proud young lady gone? Ha, 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 she laughed hysterically. And I had given him up to her, why did I? Mad, mad, get away, Rogojin, ha, ha, ha. Rogojin stared intently at them, then he took his hat, and without a word, left the room. A few moments later, the prince was seated by Nastasia on the sofa, gazing into her eyes and stroking her face and hair, as he would a little child's. He laughed when she laughed, and was ready to cry when she cried. He did not speak, but listened to her excited, disconnected chatter, hardly understanding a word of it the while. No sooner did he detect the slightest appearance of complaining, or weeping, or reproaching, than he would smile at her kindly, and begin stroking her hair and her cheeks, soothing and consoling her once more, as if she were a child. Chapter 9. A fortnight had passed since the events recorded in the last chapter, and the position of the actors in our story had become so changed that it is almost impossible for us to continue the tale without some few explanations. Yet we feel that we ought to limit ourselves to the simple record of facts, without much attempt at explanation, for a very patent reason, because we ourselves have the greatest possible difficulty in accounting for the facts to be recorded. Such a statement on our part may appear strange to the reader. How is anyone to tell a story which he cannot understand himself? In order to keep clear of a false position, we had perhaps better give an example of what we mean, and probably the intelligent reader will soon understand the difficulty. More especially are we inclined to take this course since the example will constitute a distinct march forward of our story, and will not hinder the progress of the events remaining to be recorded. During the next fortnight, that is, through the early part of July, the history of our hero was circulated in the form of strange, diverting, most unlikely sounding stories, which passed from mouth to mouth, through the streets and villas adjoining those inhabited by Lebedev, Titsyn, Nastasia Philippovna and the Epankins, in fact, pretty well through the whole town and its environs. All society, both the inhabitants of the place and those who came down of an evening for the music, had got hold of one and the same story, in 1,000 varieties of detail, as to how a certain young prince had raised a terrible scandal in a most respectable household, had thrown over a daughter of the family, to whom he was engaged, and had been captured by a woman of shady reputation whom he was determined to marry at once, breaking off all old ties for the satisfaction of his insane idea. And, in spite of the public indignation roused by his action, the marriage was to take place in Pavlovsk openly and publicly. And the prince had announced his intention of going through with it with head erect and looking the whole world in the face. The story was so artfully adorned with scandalous details, and persons of so great eminence and importance were apparently mixed up in it, while, at the same time, the evidence was so circumstantial, that it was no wonder the matter gave food for plenty of curiosity and gossip. According to the reports of the most talented gossip-mongers, those who, in every class of society, are always in haste to explain every event to their neighbors, the young gentleman concerned was of good family, a prince, fairly rich, weak of intellect, but a democrat and a dabbler in the nihilism of the period, as exposed by Mr. Turgenev. He could hardly talk Russian, but had fallen in love with one of the Miss Epankins, and his suit met with so much encouragement that he had been received in the house as the recognized bridegroom-to-be of the young lady. But like the Frenchman of whom the story is told that he studied for holy orders, took all the oaths, was ordained priest, and next morning wrote to his bishop informing him that, as he did not believe in God and considered it wrong to deceive the people and live upon their pockets, he begged to surrender the orders conferred upon him the day before, and to inform his lordship that he was sending this letter to the public press, like this Frenchman. The prince played a false game. It was rumored that he had purposely waited for the solemn occasion of a large evening party at the house of his future bride, at which he was introduced to several eminent persons, in order publicly to make known his ideas and opinions, and thereby insult the bigwigs, and to throw over his bride as offensively as possible, and that, resisting the servants who were told off to turn him out of the house, he had seized and thrown down a magnificent china vase. As a characteristic addition to the above, it was currently reported that the young prince really loved the lady to whom he was engaged, and had thrown her over out of purely nihilistic motives, with the intention of giving himself the satisfaction of marrying a fallen woman in the face of all the world, thereby publishing his opinion that there is no distinction between virtuous and disreputable women, but that all women are alike, free, and a fallen woman, indeed, somewhat superior to a virtuous one. It was declared that he believed in no classes or anything else, excepting the woman question. All this looked likely enough, and was accepted as fact by most of the inhabitants of the place, especially as it was borne out, more or less, by daily occurrences. Of course much was said that could not be determined absolutely. For instance, it was reported that the poor girl had so loved her future husband that she had followed him to the house of the other woman, the day after she had been thrown over. Others said that he had insisted on her coming, himself, in order to shame and insult her by his taunts and nihilistic confessions when she reached the house. However all these things might be, the public interest in the matter grew daily, especially as it became clear that the scandalous wedding was undoubtedly to take place. So that if our readers were to ask an explanation, not of the wild reports about the prince's nihilistic opinions, but simply as to how such a marriage could possibly satisfy his real aspirations, or as to the spiritual condition of our hero at this time, we confess that we should have great difficulty in giving the required information. All we know is, that the marriage really was arranged, and that the prince had commissioned Lebedev and Keller to look after all the necessary business connected with it, that he had requested them to spare no expense, that Nastasia herself was hurrying on the wedding, that Keller was to be the prince's best man, at his own earnest request, and that Burdovsky was to give Nastasia away, to his great delight. The wedding was to take place before the middle of July. But, besides the above, we are cognizant of certain other undoubted facts, which puzzle us a good deal because they seem flatly to contradict the foregoing. We suspect, for instance, that having commissioned Lebedev and the others, as above, the prince immediately forgot all about masters of ceremonies and even the ceremony itself, and we feel quite certain that in making these arrangements he did so in order that he might absolutely escape all thought of the wedding, and even forget its approach if he could, by detailing all business concerning it to others. What did he think of all this time, then? What did he wish for? There is no doubt that he was a perfectly free agent all through, and that as far as Nastasia was concerned, there was no force of any kind brought to bear on him. Nastasia wished for a speedy marriage, true, but the prince agreed at once to her proposals. He agreed, in fact, so casually that anyone might suppose he was but acceding to the most simple and ordinary suggestion. There are many strange circumstances such as this before us, but in our opinion they do but deepen the mystery, and do not in the smallest degree help us to understand the case. However, let us take one more example. Thus, we know for a fact that during the whole of this fortnight the prince spent all his days and evenings with Nastasia. He walked with her, drove with her, he began to be restless whenever he passed an hour without seeing her. In fact, to all appearances, he sincerely loved her. He would listen to her for hours at a time with a quiet smile on his face, scarcely saying a word himself. And yet we know, equally certainly, that during this period he several times set off, suddenly, to the Epankins, not concealing the fact from Nastasia Philipovna, and driving the latter to absolute despair. We know also that he was not received at the Epankins so long as they remained at Pavlovsk, and that he was not allowed an interview with Aglaya, but next day he would set off once more on the same errand, apparently quite oblivious of the fact of yesterday's visit having been a failure, and, of course, meeting with another refusal. We know, too, that exactly an hour after Aglaya had fled from Nastasia Philipovna's house on that fateful evening, the prince was at the Epankins, and that his appearance there had been the cause of the greatest consternation and dismay, for Aglaya had not been home, and the family only discovered then, for the first time, that the two of them had been to Nastasia's house together. It was said that Elizabetha Prokofyevna and her daughters had there and then denounced the prince in the strongest terms, and had refused any further acquaintance and friendship with him, their rage and denunciations being redoubled when Varya Ardalionovna suddenly arrived and stated that Aglaya had been at her house in a terrible state of mind for the last hour, and that she refused to come home. This last item of news, which disturbed Elizabetha Prokofyevna more than anything else, was perfectly true. On leaving Nastasia's, Aglaya had felt that she would rather die than face her people, and had therefore gone straight to Nina Alexandrovna's. On receiving the news, Lizabetha and her daughters and the general all rushed off to Aglaya, followed by Prince Lev Nikolaevich, undeterred by his recent dismissal, but through Varya he was refused a sight of Aglaya here also. The end of the episode was that when Aglaya saw her mother and sisters crying over her and not uttering a word of reproach, she had flung herself into their arms and gone straight home with them. It was said that Gania managed to make a fool of himself even on this occasion, for, finding himself alone with Aglaya for a minute or two when Varia had gone to the Epankins, he had thought it a fitting opportunity to make a declaration of his love, and on hearing this Aglaya, in spite of her state of mind at the time, had suddenly burst out laughing, and had put a strange question to him. She asked him whether he would consent to hold his finger to a lighted candle in proof of his devotion. Gania, it was said, looked so comically bewildered that Aglaya had almost laughed herself into hysterics, and had rushed out of the room and upstairs, where her parents had found her. Hippolyte told the prince this last story, sending for him on purpose. When Muishkin heard about the candle and Gania's finger he had laughed so that he had quite astonished Hippolyte, and then shuddered and burst into tears. The prince's condition during those days was strange and perturbed. Hippolyte plainly declared that he thought he was out of his mind. This, however, was hardly to be relied upon. Offering all these facts to our readers and refusing to explain them, we do not for a moment desire to justify our hero's conduct. On the contrary, we are quite prepared to feel our share of the indignation which his behavior aroused in the hearts of his friends. Even Vera Lebedev was angry with him for a while, so was Kolya, so was Keller, until he was selected for best man, so was Lebedev himself, who began to intrigue against him out of pure irritation, but of this anon. In fact, we are in full accord with certain forcible words spoken to the prince by Evgeny Pavlovich, quite unceremoniously, during the course of a friendly conversation, 6 or 7 days after the events at Nastasia Filipovna's house. We may remark here that not only the Epankins themselves, but all who had anything to do with them, thought it right to break with the prince in consequence of his conduct. Prince S even went so far as to turn away and cut him dead in the street. But Evgeny Pavlovich was not afraid to compromise himself by paying the prince a visit, and did so, in spite of the fact that he had recommenced to visit at the Epankins, where he was received with redoubled hospitality and kindness after the temporary estrangement. Evgeny called upon the prince the day after that on which the Epankins left Pavlovsk. He knew of all the current rumors. In fact, he had probably contributed to them himself. The prince was delighted to see him, and immediately began to speak of the Epankins, which simple and straightforward opening quite took Evgeny's fancy, so that he melted at once, and plunged in medias residential without ceremony. The prince did not know, up to this, that the Epankins had left the place. He grew very pale on hearing the news, but a moment later he nodded his head, and said thoughtfully, "I knew it was bound to be so." Then he added quickly, "Where have they gone to?" Evgeny meanwhile observed him attentively, and the rapidity of the questions, their simplicity, the prince's candor, and at the same time, his evident perplexity and mental agitation, surprised him considerably. However, he told Muishkin all he could, kindly and in detail. The prince hardly knew anything, for this was the first informant from the household whom he had met since the estrangement. Evgeny reported that Aglaya had been really ill, and that for 2 nights she had not slept at all, owing to high fever, that now she was better and out of serious danger, but still in a nervous, hysterical state. "It's a good thing that there is peace in the house, at all events," he continued. "They never utter a hint about the past, not only in Aglaya's presence, but even among themselves. The old people are talking of a trip abroad in the autumn." Immediately after Adelaida's wedding, Aglaya received the news in silence. Evgeny himself was very likely going abroad also, so were Prince S and his wife. If affairs allowed of it, the general was to stay at home. They were all at their estate of Kamina now, about 20 miles or so from St. Petersburg. Princess Bilokonsky had not returned to Moscow yet, and was apparently staying on for reasons of her own. Lizabetha Prokofyevna had insisted that it was quite impossible to remain in Pavlovsk after what had happened. Evgeny had told her of all the rumors current in town about the affair, so that there could be no talk of their going to their house on the Yelagin as yet. "And in point of fact, Prince," added Evgeny Pavlovich, "you must allow that they could hardly have stayed here, considering that they knew of all that went on at your place, and in the face of your daily visits to their house, visits which you insisted upon making in spite of their refusal to see you." "Yes, yes, quite so, you are quite right. I wish to see Aglaya Ivanovna, you know," said the prince, nodding his head. "Oh, my dear fellow," cried Evgeny, warmly, with real sorrow in his voice, "how could you permit all that to come about as it has? Of course, I know it was all so unexpected. I admit that you, only naturally, lost your head, and could not stop the foolish girl. That was not in your power. I quite see so much, but you really should have understood how seriously she cared for you. She could not bear to share you with another, and you could bring yourself to throw away and shatter such a treasure." "Oh, Prince. Yes, you are quite right again," said the poor prince, in anguish of mind. "I was wrong, I know, but it was only Aglaya who looked on Nastasia Filipovna so, no one else did, you know. But that's just the worst of it all, don't you see, that there was absolutely nothing serious about the matter in reality," cried Evgeny, beside himself. "Excuse me, Prince, but I have thought over all this, I have thought a great deal over it. I know all that had happened before, I know all that took place 6 months since, and I know there was nothing serious about the matter, it was but fancy, smoke, fantasy, distorted by agitation, and only the alarmed jealousy of an absolutely inexperienced girl could possibly have mistaken it for serious reality. Here Evgeny Pavlovitch quite let himself go, and gave the reins to his indignation. Clearly and reasonably, and with great psychological insight, he drew a picture of the prince's past relations with Nastasia Philipovna. Evgeny Pavlovitch always had a ready tongue, but on this occasion his eloquence surprised himself. From the very beginning, he said, you began with a lie. What began with a lie was bound to end with a lie. Such is the law of nature. I do not agree, in fact I am angry, when I hear you called an idiot. You are far too intelligent to deserve such an epithet, but you are so far strange as to be unlike others, that you must allow, yourself now, I have come to the conclusion that the basis of all that has happened, has been first of all your innate inexperience, remark the expression innate. Prince. Then follows your unheard of simplicity of heart, then comes your absolute want of sense of proportion, to this want you have several times confessed, and lastly, a mass, an accumulation, of intellectual convictions which you, in your unexampled honesty of soul, accept unquestionably as also innate and natural and true. Admit, Prince, that in your relations with Nastasia Philipovna there has existed, from the very first, something democratic and the fascination, so to speak, of the woman question. I know all about that scandalous scene at Nastasia Philipovna's house when Rogojin brought the money, 6 months ago. I'll show you yourself as in a looking glass, if you like. I know exactly all that went on, in every detail, and why things have turned out as they have. You thirsted, while in Switzerland, for your home country, for Russia. You read, doubtless, many books about Russia, excellent books, I dare say, but hurtful to you, and you arrived here, as it were, on fire with the longing to be of service. Then, on the very day of your arrival, they tell you a sad story of an ill-used woman. They tell you, a knight, pure and without reproach, this tale of a poor woman. The same day you actually see her, you are attracted by her beauty, her fantastic, almost demoniacal, beauty. I admit her beauty, of course. Add to all this your nervous nature, your epilepsy, and your sudden arrival in a strange town, the day of meetings and of exciting scenes, the day of unexpected acquaintanceships, the day of sudden actions, the day of meeting with the 3 lovely Epankin girls, and among them Aglaya. Add your fatigue, your excitement, add Nastasia's evening party, and the tone of that party, and, what were you to expect of yourself at such a moment as that? Yes, 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 said the prince, once more, nodding his head, and blushing slightly. Yes, it was so, or nearly so, I know it, and besides, you see, I had not slept the night before, in the train, or the night before that, either, and I was very tired. Of course, quite so, that's what I am driving at, continued Evgeny, excitedly. It is as clear as possible, and most comprehensible, that you, in your enthusiasm, should plunge headlong into the first chance that came of publicly airing your great idea that you, a prince, and a pure living man, did not consider a woman disgraced if the sin were not her own, but that of a disgusting social libertine. Oh, heavens, it's comprehensible enough, my dear prince, but that is not the question. Unfortunately, the question is, was there any reality and truth in your feelings? Was it nature, or nothing but intellectual enthusiasm? What do you think yourself? We are told, of course, that a far worse woman was forgiven, but we don't find that she was told that she had done well, or that she was worthy of honor and respect. Did not your common sense show you what was the real state of the case, a few months later? The question is now, not whether she is an innocent woman. I do not insist one way or the other, I do not wish to, but can her whole career justify such intolerable pride, such insolent, rapacious egotism as she has shown? Forgive me, I am too violent, perhaps, but... Yes, I dare say it is all as you say, I dare say you are quite right, muttered the prince once more. She is very sensitive and easily put out, of course, but still, she is worthy of sympathy. Is that what you wish to say, my good fellow? But then, for the mere sake of vindicating her worthiness of sympathy, you should not have insulted and offended a noble and generous girl in her presence. This is a terrible exaggeration of sympathy. How can you love a girl, and yet so humiliate her as to throw her over for the sake of another woman, before the very eyes of that other woman, when you have already made her a formal proposal of marriage? And you did propose to her, you know, you did so before her parents and sisters. Can you be an honest man, prince, if you act so? I ask you. And did you not deceive that beautiful girl when you assured her of your love? Yes, you are quite right. Oh, I feel that I am very guilty, said Muishkin, in deepest distress. But as if that is enough, cried Evgeny, indignantly. As if it is enough simply to say, I know I am very guilty, you are to blame, and yet you persevere in evil doing. Where was your heart, I should like to know, your Christian heart, all that time? Did she look as though she were suffering less? At that moment, you saw her face, was she suffering less than the other woman? How could you see her suffering and allow it to continue? How could you? But I did not allow it, murmured the wretched prince. How, what do you mean you didn't allow? Upon my word, I didn't. To this moment I don't know how it all happened. I ran after Aglaya Ivanovna, but Nastasia Philipovna fell down in a faint, and since that day they won't let me see Aglaya, that's all I know. It's all the same, you ought to have run after Aglaya though the other was fainting. Yes, yes, I ought, but I couldn't, she would have died, she would have killed herself. You don't know her, and I should have told Aglaya everything afterwards, but I see, Evgeny Pavlovich, you don't know all. Tell me now, why am I not allowed to see Aglaya? I should have cleared it all up. You know neither of them kept to the real point. You see I could never explain what I mean to you, but I think I could to Aglaya. Oh, my God, you spoke just now of Aglaya's face at the moment when she ran away. Oh, my God. I remember it. Come along, quick. He pulled at Evgeny's coat sleeve nervously and excitedly, and rose from his chair. Where to? Come to Aglaya, quick. But I told you she is not at Pavlovsk, and what would be the use if she were? Oh, she'll understand, cried the prince, clasping his hands. She would understand that all this is not the point, not a bit the real point, it is quite foreign to the real question. How can it be foreign? You are going to be married, are you not? Very well, then you are persisting in your course. Are you going to marry her or not? Yes, I shall marry her, yes. Then why is it not the point? Oh, no, it is not the point, not a bit. It makes no difference, my marrying her, it means nothing. How means nothing? You are talking nonsense, my friend. You are marrying the woman you love in order to secure her happiness, and Aglaya sees and knows it. How can you say that it's not the point? Her happiness, oh, no, I am only marrying her, well, because she wished it. It means nothing, it's all the same. She would certainly have died. I see now that marriage with Rogojin was an insane idea. I understand all now that I did not understand before, and, do you know, when those two stood opposite to one another, I could not bear Nastasia Philipovna's face. You must know, Evgeny Pavlovich, I have never told anyone before, not even Aglaya, that I cannot bear Nastasia Philipovna's face. He lowered his voice mysteriously as he said this. You described that evening at Nastasia Philipovna's, 6 months since, very accurately just now, but there is one thing which you did not mention, and of which you took no account, because you do not know. I mean her face. I looked at her face, you see, even in the morning when I saw her portrait, I felt that I could not bear to look at it now. There's Vera Lebedev, for instance, her eyes are quite different. You know I'm afraid of her face, he added, with real alarm. You are afraid of it? Yes, she's mad, he whispered, growing pale. Do you know this for certain? Asked Evgeny, with the greatest curiosity. Yes, for certain, quite for certain. Now, I have discovered it absolutely for certain, these last few days. What are you doing, then? Cried Evgeny, in horror. You must be marrying her solely out of fear, then. I can't make head or tail of it. Prince, perhaps you don't even love her. Oh, no, I love her with all my soul. Why, she is a child, she's a child now, a real child. Oh, you know nothing about it at all, I see. And are you assured, at the same time, that you love Aglaya too? Yes, oh, yes. How so? Do you want to make out that you love them both? Yes, both, I do. Excuse me, Prince, but think what you are saying, recollect yourself. Without Aglaya, I must see Aglaya, I shall die in my sleep very soon. I thought I was dying in my sleep last night. Oh, if Aglaya only knew all, I mean really all, because she must know all, that's the first condition towards understanding. Why cannot we ever know all about another, especially when that other has been guilty? But I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm so confused. You pained me so dreadfully. Surely Aglaya has not the same expression now as she had at the moment when she ran away? Oh, yes. I am guilty and I know it. Probably I am in fault all round, I don't quite know how, but I am in fault, no doubt. There is something else, but I cannot explain it to you, Evgeny Pavlovich. I have no words, but Aglaya will understand. I have always believed Aglaya will understand, I am assured she will. No, Prince, she will not. Aglaya loved like a woman, like a human being, not like an abstract spirit. Do you know what, my poor Prince, the most probable explanation of the matter is that you never loved either the one or the other in reality. I don't know. Perhaps you are right in much that you have said, Evgeny Pavlovich. You are very wise, Evgeny Pavlovich. Oh, how my head is beginning to ache again. Come to her, quick, for God's sake, come. But I tell you she is not in Pavlovsk, she's in Kamina. Oh, come to Kamina, then, come, let us go at once. No, impossible, said Evgeny, rising. Look here, I'll write a letter, take a letter for me. No, Prince, you must forgive me, but I can't undertake any such commissions, I really can't. And so they parted. Evgeny Pavlovich left the house with strange convictions. He, too, felt that the prince must be out of his mind. And what did he mean by that face, a face which he so fears, and yet so loves, and meanwhile he really may die, as he says, without seeing Aglaya, and she will never know how devotedly he loves her? Ha, 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 how does the fellow manage to love two of them, two different kinds of love, I suppose, this is very interesting, poor idiot, what on earth will become of him now? Chapter 10. The prince did not die before his wedding, either by day or night, as he had foretold that he might. Very probably he passed disturbed nights, and was afflicted with bad dreams, but, during the daytime, among his fellow men, he seemed as kind as ever, and even contented, only a little thoughtful when alone. The wedding was hurried on. The day was fixed for exactly a week after Evgeny's visit to the prince. In the face of such haste as this, even the prince's best friends, if he had had any, would have felt the hopelessness of any attempt to save the poor madman. Rumor said that in the visit of Evgeny Pavlovich was to be discerned the influence of Lizaveta Prokofyevna and her husband, but if those good souls, in the boundless kindness of their hearts, were desirous of saving the eccentric young fellow from ruin, they were unable to take any stronger measures to attain that end. Neither their position, nor their private inclination, perhaps, and only naturally, would allow them to use any more pronounced means. We have observed before that even some of the prince's nearest neighbors had begun to oppose him. Vera Lebedev's passive disagreement was limited to the shedding of a few solitary tears, to more frequent sitting alone at home, and to a diminished frequency in her visits to the prince's apartments. Kolya was occupied with his father at this time. The old man died during a second stroke, which took place just 8 days after the first. The prince showed great sympathy in the grief of the family, and during the first days of their mourning he was at the house a great deal with Nina Alexandrovna. He went to the funeral, and it was observable that the public assembled in church greeted his arrival and departure with whisperings, and watched him closely. The same thing happened in the park and in the street, wherever he went. He was pointed out when he drove by, and he often overheard the name of Nastasia Filipovna coupled with his own as he passed. People looked out for her at the funeral, too, but she was not there, and another conspicuous absentee was the captain's widow, whom Lebedev had prevented from coming. The funeral service produced a great effect on the prince. He whispered to Lebedev that this was the first time he had ever heard a Russian funeral service since he was a little boy. Observing that he was looking about him uneasily, Lebedev asked him whom he was seeking. Nothing, I only thought I. Is it Rogojin? Why, is he here? Yes, he's in church. I thought I caught sight of his eyes, muttered the prince, in confusion. But what of it, why is he here, was he asked. Oh, dear, no, why, they don't even know him, anyone can come in, you know. Why do you look so amazed? I often meet him, I've seen him at least 4 times, here at Pavlovsk, within the last week. I haven't seen him once, since that day, the prince murmured. As Nastasia Filipovna had not said a word about having met Rogojin since that day, the prince concluded that the latter had his own reasons for wishing to keep out of sight. All the day of the funeral our hero was in a deeply thoughtful state, while Nastasia Filipovna was particularly merry, both in the daytime and in the evening. Kolya had made it up with the prince before his father's death, and it was he who urged him to make use of Keller and Burdovsky, promising to answer himself for the former's behavior. Nina Alexandrovna and Lebedev tried to persuade him to have the wedding in St. Petersburg, instead of in the public fashion contemplated, down here at Pavlovsk in the height of the season. But the prince only said that Nastasia Filipovna desired to have it so, though he saw well enough what prompted their arguments. The next day Keller came to visit the prince. He was in a high state of delight with the post of honor assigned to him at the wedding. Before entering he stopped on the threshold, raised his hand as if making a solemn vow, and cried, "I won't drink." Then he went up to the prince, seized both his hands, shook them warmly, and declared that he had at first felt hostile towards the project of this marriage, and had openly said so in the billiard rooms, but that the reason simply was that, with the impatience of a friend, he had hoped to see the prince marry at least a princess de Rohan or de Shabu, but that now he saw that the prince's way of thinking was 10 times more noble than that of all the rest put together, for he desired neither pomp nor wealth nor honor, but only the truth. The sympathies of exalted personages were well known, and the prince was too highly placed by his education, and so on, not to be in some sense an exalted personage. But all the common herd judged differently, in the town, at the meetings, in the villas, at the band, in the inns and the billiard rooms. The coming event has only to be mentioned and there are shouts and cries from everybody. I have even heard talk of getting up a chivalry under the windows on the wedding night. So if you have need of the pistol of an honest man, prince, I am ready to fire half a dozen shots even before you rise from your nuptial couch. Keller also advised, in anticipation of the crowd making a rush after the ceremony, that a fire hose should be placed at the entrance to the house, but Lebedev was opposed to this measure, which he said might result in the place being pulled down. I assure you, prince, that Lebedev is intriguing against you. He wants to put you under control. Imagine that, to take from you the use of your free will and your money, that is to say, the two things that distinguish us from the animals, I have heard it said positively, it is the sober truth. The prince recollected that somebody had told him something of the kind before, and he had, of course, scoffed at it. He only laughed now, and forgot the hint at once. Lebedev really had been busy for some little while, but, as usual, his plans had become too complex to succeed, through sheer excess of ardor. When he came to the prince, the very day before the wedding, to confess, for he always confessed to the persons against whom he intrigued, especially when the plan failed, he informed our hero that he himself was a born Talleyrand, but for some unknown reason had become simple Lebedev. He then proceeded to explain his whole game to the prince, interesting the latter exceedingly. According to Lebedev's account, he had first tried what he could do with General Epenkin. The latter informed him that he wished well to the unfortunate young man, and would gladly do what he could to save him, but that he did not think it would be seemly for him to interfere in this matter. Lizaveta Prokofyevna would neither hear nor see him. Prince S. and Evgeny Pavlovich only shrugged their shoulders, and implied that it was no business of theirs. However, Lebedev had not lost heart, and went off to a clever lawyer, a worthy and respectable man, whom he knew well. This old gentleman informed him that the thing was perfectly feasible if he could get hold of competent witnesses as to Muishkin's mental incapacity. Then, with the assistance of a few influential persons, he would soon see the matter arranged. Lebedev immediately procured the services of an old doctor, and carried the latter away to Pavlovsk to see the prince, by way of viewing the ground, as it were, and to give him, Lebedev, counsel as to whether the thing was to be done or not. The visit was not to be official, but merely friendly. Muishkin remembered the doctor's visit quite well. He remembered that Lebedev had said that he looked ill, and had better see a doctor, and although the prince scouted the idea, Lebedev had turned up almost immediately with his old friend, explaining that they had just met at the bedside of Hippolyte, who was very ill, and that the doctor had something to tell the prince about the sick man. The prince had, of course, at once received him, and had plunged into a conversation about Hippolyte. He had given the doctor an account of Hippolyte's attempted suicide, and had proceeded thereafter to talk of his own malady, of Switzerland, of Schneider, and so on, and so deeply was the old man interested by the prince's conversation and his description of Schneider's system, that he sat on for 2 hours. Muishkin gave him excellent cigars to smoke, and Lebedev, for his part, regaled him with liqueurs, brought in by Vera, to whom the doctor, a married man and the father of a family, addressed such compliments that she was filled with indignation. They parted friends, and, after leaving the prince, the doctor said to Lebedev, if all such people were put under restraint, there would be no one left for keepers. Lebedev then, in tragic tones, told of the approaching marriage, whereupon the other nodded his head and replied that, after all, marriages like that were not so rare, that he had heard that the lady was very fascinating and of extraordinary beauty, which was enough to explain the infatuation of a wealthy man, that, further, thanks to the liberality of Totsky and of Rogojin, she possessed, so he had heard, not only money but pearls, diamonds, shawls, and furniture, and consequently she could not be considered a bad match. In brief, it seemed to the doctor that the prince's choice, far from being a sign of foolishness, denoted, on the contrary, a shrewd, calculating, and practical mind. Lebedev had been much struck by this point of view, and he terminated his confession by assuring the prince that he was ready, if need be, to shed his very life's blood for him. Hippolyte, too, was a source of some distraction to the prince at this time. He would send for him at any and every hour of the day. They lived, Hippolyte and his mother and the children, in a small house not far off, and the little ones were happy, if only because they were able to escape from the invalid into the garden. The prince had enough to do in keeping the peace between the irritable Hippolyte and his mother, and eventually the former became so malicious and sarcastic on the subject of the approaching wedding, that Muishkin took offense at last, and refused to continue his visits. A couple of days later, however, Hippolyte's mother came with tears in her eyes, and begged the prince to come back, or he would eat her up bodily. She added that Hippolyte had a great secret to disclose. Of course the prince went. There was no secret, however, unless we reckon certain pantings and agitated glances around, probably all put on, as the invalid begged his visitor to beware of Rogojin. He is the sort of man, he continued, who won't give up his object. You know, he is not like you and me, prince, he belongs to quite a different order of beings. If he sets his heart on a thing he won't be afraid of anything, and so on. Hippolyte was very ill, and looked as though he could not long survive. He was tearful at first, but grew more and more sarcastic and malicious as the interview proceeded. The prince questioned him in detail as to his hints about Rogojin. He was anxious to seize upon some facts which might confirm Hippolyte's vague warnings, but there were none, only Hippolyte's own private impressions and feelings. However, the invalid, to his immense satisfaction, ended by seriously alarming the prince. At first Muishkin had not cared to make any reply to his sundry questions, and only smiled in response to Hippolyte's advice to run for his life, abroad. If necessary, there are Russian priests everywhere, and one can get married all over the world. But it was Hippolyte's last idea which upset him. What I am really alarmed about, though, he said, is Aglaya Ivanovna. Rogojin knows how you love her. Love for love you took Nastasia Philipovna from him. He will murder Aglaya Ivanovna, for though she is not yours, of course, now, still such an act would pain you, wouldn't it? He had attained his end. The prince left the house beside himself with terror. These warnings about Rogojin were expressed on the day before the wedding. That evening the prince saw Nastasia Philipovna for the last time before they were to meet at the altar, but Nastasia was not in a position to give him any comfort or consolation. On the contrary, she only added to his mental perturbation as the evening went on. Up to this time she had invariably done her best to cheer him. She was afraid of his looking melancholy. She would try singing to him, and telling him every sort of funny story or reminiscence that she could recall. The prince nearly always pretended to be amused, whether he were so actually or no, but often enough he laughed sincerely, delighted by the brilliancy of her wit when she was carried away by her narrative, as she very often was. Nastasia would be wild with joy to see the impression she had made, and to hear his laugh of real amusement, and she would remain the whole evening in a state of pride and happiness. But this evening her melancholy and thoughtfulness grew with every hour. The prince had told Evgeny Pavlovich with perfect sincerity that he loved Nastasia Philipovna with all his soul. In his love for her there was the sort of tenderness one feels for a sick, unhappy child which cannot be left alone. He never spoke of his feelings for Nastasia to anyone, not even to herself. When they were together they never discussed their feelings, and there was nothing in their cheerful, animated conversation which an outsider could not have heard. Darya Alexeyevna, with whom Nastasia was staying, told afterwards how she had been filled with joy and delight only to look at them, all this time. Thanks to the manner in which he regarded Nastasia's mental and moral condition, the prince was to some extent freed from other perplexities. She was now quite different from the woman he had known 3 months before. He was not astonished, for instance, to see her now so impatient to marry him, she who formerly had wept with rage and hurled curses and reproaches at him if he mentioned marriage. It shows that she no longer fears, as she did then, that she would make me unhappy by marrying me, he thought. And he felt sure that so sudden a change could not be a natural one. This rapid growth of self-confidence could not be due only to her hatred for Aglaya. To suppose that would be to suspect the depth of her feelings. Nor could it arise from dread of the fate that awaited her if she married Rogojin. These causes, indeed, as well as others, might have played a part in it, but the true reason, Myushkin decided, was the one he had long suspected, that the poor sick soul had come to the end of its forces. Yet this was an explanation that did not procure him any peace of mind. At times he seemed to be making violent efforts to think of nothing, and one would have said that he looked on his marriage as an unimportant formality, and on his future happiness as a thing not worth considering. As to conversations such as the one held with Evgeny Pavlovich, he avoided them as far as possible, feeling that there were certain objections to which he could make no answer. The prince had observed that Nastasia knew well enough what Aglaya was to him. He never spoke of it, but he had seen her face when she had caught him starting off for the Epankins' house on several occasions. When the Epankins left Pavlovsk, she had beamed with radiance and happiness. Unsuspicious and unobservant as he was, he had feared at that time that Nastasia might have some scheme in her mind for a scene or scandal which would drive Aglaya out of Pavlovsk. She had encouraged the rumors and excitement among the inhabitants of the place as to her marriage with the prince, in order to annoy her rival, and, finding it difficult to meet the Epankins anywhere, she had, on one occasion, taken him for a drive past their house. He did not observe what was happening until they were almost passing the windows, when it was too late to do anything. He said nothing, but for 2 days afterwards he was ill. Nastasia did not try that particular experiment again. A few days before that fixed for the wedding, she grew grave and thoughtful. She always ended by getting the better of her melancholy, and becoming merry and cheerful again, but not quite so unaffectedly happy as she had been some days earlier. The prince redoubled his attentive study of her symptoms. It was a most curious circumstance, in his opinion, that she never spoke of Rogojin. But once, about 5 days before the wedding, when the prince was at home, a messenger arrived begging him to come at once, as Nastasia Philipovna was very ill. He had found her in a condition approaching to absolute madness. She screamed and trembled and cried out that Rogojin was hiding out there in the garden, that she had seen him herself, and that he would murder her in the night, that he would cut her throat. She was terribly agitated all day. But it so happened that the prince called at Hippolyte's house later on, and heard from his mother that she had been in town all day, and had there received a visit from Rogojin, who had made inquiries about Pavlovsk. On inquiry, it turned out that Rogojin visited the old lady in town at almost the same moment when Nastasia declared that she had seen him in the garden, so that the whole thing turned out to be an illusion on her part. Nastasia immediately went across to Hippolyte's to inquire more accurately, and returned immensely relieved and comforted. On the day before the wedding, the prince left Nastasia in a state of great animation. Her wedding dress and all sorts of finery had just arrived from town. Myushkin had not imagined that she would be so excited over it, but he praised everything, and his praise rendered her doubly happy. But Nastasia could not hide the cause of her intense interest in her wedding splendor. She had heard of the indignation in the town, and knew that some of the populace was getting up a sort of chivalry with music, that verses had been composed for the occasion, and that the rest of Pavlovsk society more or less encouraged these preparations. So, since attempts were being made to humiliate her, she wanted to hold her head even higher than usual, and to overwhelm them all with the beauty and taste of her toilette. Let them shout and whistle, if they dare, her eyes flashed at the thought. But, underneath this, she had another motive, of which she did not speak. She thought that possibly Aglaya, or at any rate someone sent by her, would be present incognito at the ceremony, or in the crowd, and she wished to be prepared for this eventuality. The prince left her at 11, full of these thoughts, and went home. But it was not 12 o'clock when a messenger came to say that Nastasia was very bad, and he must come at once. On hurrying back he found his bride locked up in her own room and could hear her hysterical cries and sobs. It was some time before she could be made to hear that the prince had come, and then she opened the door only just sufficiently to let him in, and immediately locked it behind him. She then fell on her knees at his feet. So at least Dana Alexeyevna reported. "What am I doing, what am I doing to you?" she sobbed convulsively, embracing his knees. The prince was a whole hour soothing and comforting her, and left her, at length, pacified and composed. He sent another messenger during the night to inquire after her, and 2 more next morning. The last brought back a message that Nastasia was surrounded by a whole army of dressmakers and maids, and was as happy and as busy as such a beauty should be on her wedding morning, and that there was not a vestige of yesterday's agitation remaining. The message concluded with the news that at the moment of the bearer's departure there was a great confabulation in progress as to which diamonds were to be worn, and how. This message entirely calmed the prince's mind. The following report of the proceedings on the wedding day may be depended upon, as coming from eyewitnesses. The wedding was fixed for 8 o'clock in the evening. Nastasia Filipovna was ready at 7. From 6 o'clock groups of people began to gather at Nastasia's house, at the prince's, and at the church door, but more especially at the former place. The church began to fill at 7. Kolya and Vera Lebedev were very anxious on the prince's account, but they were so busy over the arrangements for receiving the guests after the wedding, that they had not much time for the indulgence of personal feelings. There were to be very few guests besides the best men and so on, only Dana Alexeyevna, the Ptitsins, Gania, and the doctor. When the prince asked Lebedev why he had invited the doctor, who was almost a stranger, Lebedev replied, "Why, he wears an order, and it looks so well." This idea amused the prince. Keller and Burdovsky looked wonderfully correct in their dress coats and white kid gloves, although Keller caused the bridegroom some alarm by his undisguisedly hostile glances at the gathering crowd of sightseers outside. At about 7:30 the prince started for the church in his carriage. We may remark here that he seemed anxious not to omit a single one of the recognized customs and traditions observed at weddings. He wished all to be done as openly as possible, and in due order. Arrived at the church, Muishkin, under Keller's guidance, passed through the crowd of spectators, amid continuous whispering and excited exclamations. The prince stayed near the altar, while Keller made off once more to fetch the bride. On reaching the gate of Darya Alexeyevna's house, Keller found a far denser crowd than he had encountered at the prince's. The remarks and exclamations of the spectators here were of so irritating a nature that Keller was very near making them a speech on the impropriety of their conduct, but was luckily caught by Burdovsky, in the act of turning to address them, and hurried indoors. Nastasia Filipovna was ready. She rose from her seat, looked into the glass and remarked, as Keller told the tale afterwards, that she was as pale as a corpse. She then bent her head reverently, before the icon in the corner, and left the room. A torrent of voices greeted her appearance at the front door. The crowd whistled, clapped its hands, and laughed and shouted, but in a moment or two isolated voices were distinguishable. "What a beauty!" cried one. "Well, she isn't the first in the world, nor the last," said another. "Marriage covers everything," observed a third. "I defy you to find another beauty like that," said a fourth. "She's a real princess, I'd sell my soul for such a princess as that." Nastasia came out of the house looking as white as any handkerchief, but her large dark eyes shone upon the vulgar crowd like blazing coals. The spectators' cries were redoubled, and became more exultant and triumphant every moment. The door of the carriage was open, and Keller had given his hand to the bride to help her in, when suddenly with a loud cry she rushed from him, straight into the surging crowd. Her friends about her were stupefied with amazement. The crowd parted as she rushed through it, and suddenly, at a distance of 5 or 6 yards from the carriage, appeared Rogojin. It was his look that had caught her eyes. Nastasia rushed to him like a madwoman, and seized both his hands. "Save me," she cried. "Take me away, anywhere you like, quick." Rogojin seized her in his arms and almost carried her to the carriage. Then, in a flash, he tore a 100-ruble note out of his pocket and held it to the coachman. "To the station, quick, if you catch the train you shall have another, quick." He leaped into the carriage after Nastasia and banged the door. The coachman did not hesitate a moment, he whipped up the horses, and they were off. "One more second and I should have stopped him," said Keller, afterwards. In fact, he and Burdovsky jumped into another carriage and set off in pursuit, but it struck them as they drove along that it was not much use trying to bring Nastasia back by force. Besides, said Burdovsky, the prince would not like it, would he, so they gave up the pursuit. Rogojin and Nastasia Filipovna reached the station just in time for the train. As he jumped out of the carriage and was almost on the point of entering the train, Rogojin accosted a young girl standing on the platform and wearing an old-fashioned, but respectable-looking, black cloak and a silk handkerchief over her head. "Take 50 rubles for your cloak," he shouted, holding the money out to the girl. Before the astonished young woman could collect her scattered senses, he pushed the money into her hand, seized the mantle, and threw it and the handkerchief over Nastasia's head and shoulders. The latter's wedding array would have attracted too much attention, and it was not until some time later that the girl understood why her old cloak and kerchief had been bought at such a price. The news of what had happened reached the church with extraordinary rapidity. When Keller arrived, a host of people whom he did not know thronged around to ask him questions. There was much excited talking, and shaking of heads, even some laughter, but no one left the church, all being anxious to observe how the now celebrated bridegroom would take the news. He grew very pale upon hearing it, but took it quite quietly. "I was afraid," he muttered, scarcely audibly, "but I hardly thought it would come to this." Then after a short silence, he added, "However, in her state, it is quite consistent with the natural order of things." Even Keller admitted afterwards that this was extraordinarily philosophical on the prince's part. He left the church quite calm, to all appearances, as many witnesses were found to declare afterwards. He seemed anxious to reach home and be left alone as quickly as possible, but this was not to be. He was accompanied by nearly all the invited guests, and besides this, the house was almost besieged by excited bands of people, who insisted upon being allowed to enter the veranda. The prince heard Keller and Lebedev remonstrating and quarreling with these unknown individuals, and soon went out himself. He approached the disturbers of his peace, requested courteously to be told what was desired, then politely putting Lebedev and Keller aside, he addressed an old gentleman who was standing on the veranda steps at the head of the band of would-be guests, and courteously requested him to honor him with a visit. The old fellow was quite taken aback by this, but entered, followed by a few more, who tried to appear at their ease. The rest remained outside, and presently the whole crowd was censuring those who had accepted the invitation. The prince offered seats to his strange visitors, tea was served, and a general conversation sprang up. Everything was done most decorously, to the considerable surprise of the intruders. A few tentative attempts were made to turn the conversation to the events of the day, and a few indiscreet questions were asked, but Myushkin replied to everybody with such simplicity and good humor, and at the same time with so much dignity, and showed such confidence in the good breeding of his guests, that the indiscreet talkers were quickly silenced. By degrees the conversation became almost serious. One gentleman suddenly exclaimed, with great vehemence, "Whatever happens, I shall not sell my property, I shall wait. Enterprise is better than money, and there, sir, you have my whole system of economy, if you wish." He addressed the prince, who warmly commended his sentiments. Though Lebedev whispered in his ear that this gentleman, who talked so much of his property, had never had either house or home. Nearly an hour passed thus, and when tea was over the visitors seemed to think that it was time to go. As they went out, the doctor and the old gentleman bade Myushkin a warm farewell, and all the rest took their leave with hearty protestations of goodwill, dropping remarks to the effect that it was no use worrying, and that perhaps all would turn out for the best, and so on. Some of the younger intruders would have asked for champagne, but they were checked by the older ones. When all had departed, Keller leaned over to Lebedev, and said, "With you and me there would have been a scene. We should have shouted and fought, and called in the police, but he has simply made some new friends, and such friends, too, I know them." Lebedev, who was slightly intoxicated, answered with a sigh, "Things are hidden from the wise and prudent, and revealed unto babes. I have applied those words to him before, but now I add that God has preserved the babe himself from the abyss, he and all his saints." At last, about 10:30, the prince was left alone. His head ached. Kolya was the last to go, after having helped him to change his wedding clothes. They parted on affectionate terms, and, without speaking of what had happened, Kolya promised to come very early the next day. He said later that the prince had given no hint of his intentions when they said goodbye, but had hidden them even from him. Soon there was hardly anyone left in the house. Burdovsky had gone to see Hippolyte, Keller and Lebedev had wandered off together somewhere. Only Vera Lebedev remained hurriedly rearranging the furniture in the rooms. As she left the veranda, she glanced at the prince. He was seated at the table, with both elbows upon it, and his head resting on his hands. She approached him, and touched his shoulder gently. The prince started and looked at her in perplexity. He seemed to be collecting his senses for a minute or so, before he could remember where he was. As recollection dawned upon him, he became violently agitated. All he did, however, was to ask Vera very earnestly to knock at his door and awake him in time for the first train to Petersburg next morning. Vera promised, and the prince entreated her not to tell anyone of his intention. She promised this, too, and at last, When she had half closed the door, he called her back a third time, took her hands in his, kissed them, then kissed her forehead, and in a rather peculiar manner said to her, "Until tomorrow." Such was Vera's story afterwards. She went away in great anxiety about him, but when she saw him in the morning, he seemed to be quite himself again, greeted her with a smile, and told her that he would very likely be back by the evening. It appears that he did not consider it necessary to inform anyone excepting Vera of his departure for town. Chapter 11. An hour later he was in St. Petersburg, and by 10 o'clock he had rung the bell at Rogagin's. He had gone to the front door, and was kept waiting a long while before anyone came. At last the door of old Mrs. Rogagin's flat was opened, and an aged servant appeared. "Parfen Semyonovich is not at home," she announced from the doorway. "Whom do you want?" "Parfen Semyonovich. He is not in." The old woman examined the prince from head to foot with great curiosity. "At all events tell me whether he slept at home last night, and whether he came alone." The old woman continued to stare at him, but said nothing. "Was not Nastasia Philipovna here with him, yesterday evening? And, pray, who are you yourself?" "Prince Lev Nikolaevich Muishkin, he knows me well." "He is not at home." The woman lowered her eyes. "And Nastasia Philipovna?" "I know nothing about it." "Stop a minute, when will he come back?" "I don't know that either." The door was shut with these words, and the old woman disappeared. The prince decided to come back within an hour. Passing out of the house, he met the porter. "Is Parfen Semyonovich at home?" he asked. "Yes." "Why did they tell me he was not at home, then?" "Where did they tell you so, at his door?" "No, at his mother's flat. I rang at Parfen Semyonovich's door and nobody came." "Well, he may have gone out. I can't tell. Sometimes he takes the keys with him, and leaves the rooms empty for 2 or 3 days. Do you know for certain that he was at home last night?" "Yes, he was." "Was Nastasia Philipovna with him?" "I don't know, she doesn't come often. I think I should have known if she had come." The prince went out deep in thought, and walked up and down the pavement for some time. The windows of all the rooms occupied by Rogojin were closed, those of his mother's apartments were open. It was a hot, bright day. The prince crossed the road in order to have a good look at the windows again. Not only were Rogojin's closed, but the white blinds were all down as well. He stood there for a minute and then, suddenly and strangely enough, it seemed to him that a little corner of one of the blinds was lifted, and Rogojin's face appeared for an instant and then vanished. He waited another minute, and decided to go and ring the bell once more. However, he thought better of it again and put it off for an hour. The chief object in his mind at this moment was to get as quickly as he could to Nastasia Philipovna's lodging. He remembered that, not long since, when she had left Pavlovsk at his request, he had begged her to put up in town at the house of a respectable widow, who had well-furnished rooms to let, near the Ismailovsky barracks. Probably Nastasia had kept the rooms when she came down to Pavlovsk this last time, and most likely she would have spent the night in them, Rogojin having taken her straight there from the station. The prince took a droshky. It struck him as he drove on that he ought to have begun by coming here, since it was most improbable that Rogojin should have taken Nastasia to his own house last night. He remembered that the porter said she very rarely came at all, so that it was still less likely that she would have gone there so late at night. Vainly trying to comfort himself with these reflections, the prince reached the Ismailovsky barracks more dead than alive. To his consternation, the good people at the lodgings had not only heard nothing of Nastasia, but all came out to look at him as if he were a marvel of some sort. The whole family, of all ages, surrounded him, and he was begged to enter. He guessed at once that they knew perfectly well who he was, and that yesterday ought to have been his wedding day, and further that they were dying to ask about the wedding, and especially about why he should be here now, inquiring for the woman who in all reasonable human probability might have been expected to be with him in Pavlovsk. He satisfied their curiosity, in as few words as possible, with regard to the wedding, but their exclamations and sighs were so numerous and sincere that he was obliged to tell the whole story, in a short form, of course. The advice of all these agitated ladies was that the prince should go at once and knock at Rogojin's until he was let in, and when let in insist upon a substantial explanation of everything. If Rogojin was really not at home, the prince was advised to go to a certain house, the address of which was given, where lived a German lady, a friend of Nastasia Philipovna's. It was possible that she might have spent the night there in her anxiety to conceal herself. The prince rose from his seat in a condition of mental collapse. The good ladies reported afterwards that his pallor was terrible to see, and his legs seemed to give way underneath him. With difficulty he was made to understand that his new friends would be glad of his address, in order to act with him if possible. After a moment's thought he gave the address of the small hotel, on the stairs of which he had had a fit some 5 weeks since. He then set off once more for Rogojin's. This time they neither opened the door at Rogojin's flat nor at the one opposite. The prince found the porter with difficulty, but when found, the man would hardly look at him or answer his questions, pretending to be busy. Eventually, however, he was persuaded to reply so far as to state that Rogojin had left the house early in the morning and gone to Pavlovsk, and that he would not return today at all. I shall wait, he may come back this evening. He may not be home for a week. Then, at all events, he did sleep here, did he? Well, he did sleep here, yes. All this was suspicious and unsatisfactory. Very likely the porter had received new instructions during the interval of the prince's absence, his manner was so different now. He had been obliging, now he was as obstinate and silent as a mule. However, the prince decided to call again in a couple of hours, and after that to watch the house, in case of need. His hope was that he might yet find Nastasia at the address which he had just received. To that address he now set off at full speed. But alas! At the German lady's house they did not even appear to understand what he wanted. After a while, by means of certain hints, he was able to gather that Nastasia must have had a quarrel with her friend 2 or 3 weeks ago, since which date the latter had neither heard nor seen anything of her. He was given to understand that the subject of Nastasia's present whereabouts was not of the slightest interest to her, and that Nastasia might marry all the princes in the world for all she cared. So Muishkin took his leave hurriedly. It struck him now that she might have gone away to Moscow just as she had done the last time, and that Rogojin had perhaps gone after her, or even with her. If only he could find some trace. However, he must take his room at the hotel, and he started off in that direction. Having engaged his room, he was asked by the waiter whether he would take dinner, replying mechanically in the affirmative, he sat down and waited, but it was not long before it struck him that dining would delay him. Enraged at this idea, he started up, crossed the dark passage, which filled him with horrible impressions and gloomy forebodings, and set out once more for Rogojin's. Rogojin had not returned, and no one came to the door. He rang at the old lady's door opposite, and was informed that Parfen Semyonovich would not return for 3 days. The curiosity with which the old servant stared at him again impressed the prince disagreeably. He could not find the porter this time at all. As before, he crossed the street and watched the windows from the other side, walking up and down in anguish of soul for half an hour or so in the stifling heat. Nothing stirred, the blinds were motionless, indeed, the prince began to think that the apparition of Rogojin's face could have been nothing but fancy. Soothed by this thought, he drove off once more to his friends at the Ismailovsky barracks. He was expected there. The mother had already been to 3 or 4 places to look for Nastasia, but had not found a trace of any kind. The prince said nothing, but entered the room, sat down silently, and stared at them, one after the other, with the air of a man who cannot understand what is being said to him. It was strange, one moment he seemed to be so observant, the next so absent, his behavior struck all the family as most remarkable. At length he rose from his seat, and begged to be shown Nastasia's rooms. The ladies reported afterwards how he had examined everything in the apartments. He observed an open book on the table, Madame Bovary, and requested the leave of the lady of the house to take it with him. He had turned down the leaf at the open page, and pocketed it before they could explain that it was a library book. He had then seated himself by the open window, and seeing a card table, he asked who played cards. He was informed that Nastasia used to play with Rogojin every evening, either at preference or little fool, or whist, that this had been their practice since her last return from Pavlovsk, that she had taken to this amusement because she did not like to see Rogojin sitting silent and dull for whole evenings at a time, that the day after Nastasia had made a remark to this effect, Rogojin had whipped a pack of cards out of his pocket. Nastasia had laughed, but soon they began playing. The prince asked where were the cards, but was told that Rogojin used to bring a new pack every day, and always carried it away in his pocket. The good ladies recommended the prince to try knocking at Rogojin's once more, not at once, but in the evening. Meanwhile, the mother would go to Pavlovsk to inquire at Dana Alexeyevna's whether anything had been heard of Nastasia there. The prince was to come back at 10 o'clock and meet her, to hear her news and arrange plans for the morrow. In spite of the kindly meant consolations of his new friends, the prince walked to his hotel in inexpressible anguish of spirit, through the hot, dusty streets, aimlessly staring at the faces of those who passed him. Arrived at his destination, he determined to rest a while in his room before he started for Rogojin's once more. He sat down, rested his elbows on the table and his head on his hands, and fell to thinking. Heaven knows how long and upon what subjects he thought. He thought of many things, of Vera Lebedev, and of her father, of Hippolyte, of Rogojin himself, first at the funeral, then as he had met him in the park, then, suddenly, as they had met in this very passage, outside, when Rogojin had watched in the darkness and awaited him with uplifted knife. The prince remembered his enemy's eyes as they had glared at him in the darkness. He shuddered, as a sudden idea struck him. This idea was, that if Rogojin were in Petersburg, though he might hide for a time, yet he was quite sure to come to him, the prince, before long, with either good or evil intentions, but probably with the same intention as on that other occasion. At all events, if Rogojin were to come at all he would be sure to seek the prince here, he had no other town address, perhaps in this same corridor, he might well seek him here if he needed him. And perhaps he did need him. This idea seemed quite natural to the prince, though he could not have explained why he should so suddenly have become necessary to Rogojin. Rogojin would not come if all were well with him, that was part of the thought. He would come if all were not well, and certainly, undoubtedly, all would not be well with him. The prince could not bear this new idea. He took his hat and rushed out towards the street. It was almost dark in the passage. What if he were to come out of that corner as I go by and stop me, thought the prince, as he approached the familiar spot. But no one came out. He passed under the gateway and into the street. The crowds of people walking about, as is always the case at sunset in Petersburg, during the summer, surprised him, but he walked on in the direction of Rogojin's house. About 50 yards from the hotel, at the first crossroad, as he passed through the crowd of foot passengers sauntering along, someone touched his shoulder, and said in a whisper into his ear, "Lev Nikolaevich, my friend, come along with me." It was Rogojin. The prince immediately began to tell him, eagerly and joyfully, how he had but the moment before expected to see him in the dark passage of the hotel. "I was there," said Rogojin, unexpectedly. "Come along." The prince was surprised at this answer, but his astonishment increased a couple of minutes afterwards, when he began to consider it. Having thought it over, he glanced at Rogojin in alarm. The latter was striding along a yard or so ahead, looking straight in front of him, and mechanically making way for anyone he met. "Why did you not ask for me at my room if you were in the hotel?" asked the prince, suddenly. Rogojin stopped and looked at him, then reflected, and replied as though he had not heard the question. "Look here, Lev Nikolaevich, you go straight on to the house, I shall walk on the other side, see that we keep together." So saying, Rogojin crossed the road. Arrived on the opposite pavement, he looked back to see whether the prince were moving, waved his hand in the direction of the Gorohovaya, and strode on, looking across every moment to see whether Muishkin understood his instructions. The prince supposed that Rogojin desired to look out for someone whom he was afraid to miss, but if so, why had he not told him whom to look out for? So the two proceeded for half a mile or so. Suddenly the prince began to tremble from some unknown cause. He could not bear it, and signaled to Rogojin across the road. The latter came at once. "Is Nastasia Philipovna at your house?" "Yes." "And was it you looked out of the window under the blind this morning?" "Yes." "Then why did?" But the prince could not finish his question. He did not know what to say. Besides this, his heart was beating so that he found it difficult to speak at all. Rogojin was silent also and looked at him as before, with an expression of deep thoughtfulness. "Well, I'm going," he said, at last, preparing to recross the road. "You go along here as before, we will keep to different sides of the road, it's better so, you'll see." When they reached the Gorohovaya, and came near the house, the prince's legs were trembling so that he could hardly walk. It was about 10 o'clock. The old lady's windows were open, as before, Rogojin's were all shut, and in the darkness the white blinds showed whiter than ever. Rogojin and the prince each approached the house on his respective side of the road. Rogojin, who was on the near side, beckoned the prince across. He went over to the doorway. "Even the porter does not know that I have come home now. I told him, and told them at my mother's too, that I was off to Pavlovsk," said Rogojin, with a cunning and almost satisfied smile. "We'll go in quietly and nobody will hear us." He had the key in his hand. Mounting the staircase he turned and signaled to the prince to go more softly. He opened the door very quietly, let the prince in, followed him, locked the door behind him, and put the key in his pocket. "Come along," he whispered. He had spoken in a whisper all the way. In spite of his apparent outward composure, he was evidently in a state of great mental agitation. Arrived in a large salon, next to the study, he went to the window and cautiously beckoned the prince up to him. "When you rang the bell this morning I thought it must be you. I went to the door on tiptoe and heard you talking to the servant opposite. I had told her before that if anyone came and rang, especially you, and I gave her your name, she was not to tell about me. Then I thought, what if he goes and stands opposite and looks up, or waits about to watch the house, so I came to this very window, looked out, and there you were staring straight at me. That's how it came about." "Where is Nastasia Philipovna?" asked the prince, breathlessly. "She's here," replied Rogojin, slowly, after a slight pause. "Where?" Rogojin raised his eyes and gazed intently at the prince. "Come," he said. He continued to speak in a whisper, very deliberately as before, and looked strangely thoughtful and dreamy. Even while he told the story of how he had peeped through the blind, he gave the impression of wishing to say something else. They entered the study. In this room some changes had taken place since the prince last saw it. It was now divided into two equal parts by a heavy green silk curtain stretched across it, separating the alcove beyond, where stood Rogojin's bed, from the rest of the room. The heavy curtain was drawn now, and it was very dark. The bright Petersburg summer nights were already beginning to close in, and but for the full moon, it would have been difficult to distinguish anything in Rogojin's dismal room, with the drawn blinds. They could just see one another's faces, however, though not in detail. Rogojin's face was white, as usual. His glittering eyes watched the prince with an intense stare. Had you not better light a candle, said Myushkin. No, I needn't, replied Rogojin, and taking the other by the hand he drew him down to a chair. He himself took a chair opposite and drew it up so close that he almost pressed against the prince's knees. At their side was a little round table. Sit down, said Rogojin, let's rest a bit. There was silence for a moment. I knew you would be at that hotel, he continued, just as men sometimes commence a serious conversation by discussing any outside subject before leading up to the main point. As I entered the passage it struck me that perhaps you were sitting and waiting for me, just as I was waiting for you. Have you been to the old lady at Ismailovsky barracks? Yes, said the prince, squeezing the word out with difficulty owing to the dreadful beating of his heart. I thought you would. They'll talk about it, I thought, so I determined to go and fetch you to spend the night here. We will be together, I thought, for this one night. Rogojin, where is Nastasia Philipovna? Said the prince, suddenly rising from his seat. He was quaking in all his limbs, and his words came in a scarcely audible whisper. Rogojin rose also. There, he whispered, nodding his head towards the curtain. Asleep, whispered the prince. Rogojin looked intently at him again, as before. Let's go in, but you mustn't. Well, let's go in. He lifted the curtain, paused, and turned to the prince. Go in, he said, motioning him to pass behind the curtain. Myushkin went in. It's so dark, he said. You can see quite enough, muttered Rogojin. I can just see there's a bed. Go nearer, suggested Rogojin, softly. The prince took a step forward, then another, and paused. He stood and stared for a minute or two. Neither of the men spoke a word while at the bedside. The prince's heart beat so loud that its knocking seemed to be distinctly audible in the deathly silence. But now his eyes had become so far accustomed to the darkness that he could distinguish the whole of the bed. Someone was asleep upon it, in an absolutely motionless sleep. Not the slightest movement was perceptible, not the faintest breathing could be heard. The sleeper was covered with a white sheet, the outline of the limbs was hardly distinguishable. He could only just make out that a human being lay outstretched there. All around, on the bed, on a chair beside it, on the floor, were scattered the different portions of a magnificent white silk dress, bits of lace, ribbons, and flowers. On a small table at the bedside glittered a mass of diamonds, torn off and thrown down anyhow. From under a heap of lace at the end of the bed peeped a small white foot, which looked as though it had been chiseled out of marble. It was terribly still. The prince gazed, and felt that the more he gazed the more death-like became the silence. Suddenly a fly awoke somewhere, buzzed across the room, and settled on the pillow. The prince shuddered. Let's go, said Rogojin, touching his shoulder. They left the alcove and sat down in the two chairs they had occupied before, opposite to one another. The prince trembled more and more violently, and never took his questioning eyes off Rogojin's face. I see you are shuddering, Lev Nikolaevich, said the latter, at length, almost as you did once in Moscow, before your fit. Don't you remember? I don't know what I shall do with you. The prince bent forward to listen, putting all the strain he could muster upon his understanding in order to take in what Rogojin said, and continuing to gaze at the latter's face. Was it you? He muttered, at last, motioning with his head towards the curtain. Yes, it was I, whispered Rogojin, looking down. Neither spoke for 5 minutes. Because, you know, Rogojin recommenced, as though continuing a former sentence, if you were ill now, or had a fit, or screamed, or anything, they might hear it in the yard, or even in the street, and guess that someone was passing the night in the house. They would all come and knock and want to come in, because they know I am not at home. I didn't light a candle for the same reason when I am not here, for 2 or 3 days at a time. Now and then, no one comes in to tidy the house or anything. Those are my orders. So that I want them to not know we are spending the night here. Wait, interrupted the prince. I asked both the porter and the woman whether Nastasia Philipovna had spent last night in the house, so they knew. I know you asked. I told them that she had called in for 10 minutes, and then gone straight back to Pavlovsk. No one knows she slept here last night. We came in just as carefully as you and I did today. I thought as I came along with her that she would not like to creep in so secretly, but I was quite wrong. She whispered, and walked on tiptoe. She carried her skirt over her arm, so that it shouldn't rustle, and she held up her finger at me on the stairs, so that I shouldn't make a noise. It was you she was afraid of. She was mad with terror in the train, and she begged me to bring her to this house. I thought of taking her to her rooms at the Ismailovsky barracks first, but she wouldn't hear of it. She said, no, not there, he'll find me out at once there. Take me to your own house, where you can hide me, and tomorrow we'll set off for Moscow. Thence she would go to Orel, she said. When she went to bed, she was still talking about going to Orel. Wait, what do you intend to do now, Parfen? Well, I'm afraid of you. You shudder and tremble, so we'll pass the night here together. There are no other beds besides that one, but I've thought how we'll manage. I'll take the cushions off all the sofas, and lay them down on the floor, up against the curtain here, for you and me. so that we shall be together, for if they come in and look about now, you know, they'll find her, and carry her away, and they'll be asking me questions, and I shall say I did it, and then they'll take me away. 2. Don't you see? So let her lie close to us, close to you and me. Yes, yes, agreed the prince, warmly. So we will not say anything about it, or let them take her away. Not for anything, cried the other, no, no, no. So I had decided, my friend, not to give her up to anyone, continued Rogojin. We'll be very quiet. I have only been out of the house 1 hour all day, all the rest of the time I have been with her. I dare say the air is very bad here. It is so hot. Do you find it bad? I don't know, perhaps, by morning it will be. I've covered her with oilcloth, best American oilcloth, and put the sheet over that, and 4 jars of disinfectant, on account of the smell, as they did at Moscow, you remember, and she's lying so still, you shall see, in the morning, when it's light. What, can't you get up? Asked Rogojin, seeing the other was trembling so that he could not rise from his seat. My legs won't move, said the prince, it's fear. I know when my fear is over, I'll get up. Wait a bit, I'll make the bed, and you can lie down. I'll lie down too, and we'll listen and watch, for I don't know yet what I shall do, I tell you beforehand, so that you may be ready in case I. Muttering these disconnected words, Rogojin began to make up the beds. It was clear that he had devised these beds long before. Last night he slept on the sofa. But there was no room for 2 on the sofa, and he seemed anxious that he and the prince should be close to one another, therefore, he now dragged cushions of all sizes and shapes from the sofas, and made a sort of bed of them close by the curtain. He then approached the prince, and gently helped him to rise, and led him towards the bed. But the prince could now walk by himself, so that his fear must have passed. For all that, however, he continued to shudder. It's hot weather, you see, continued Rogojin, as he lay down on the cushions beside Muishkin, and, naturally, there will be a smell. I daren't open the window. My mother has some beautiful flowers in pots, they have a delicious scent. I thought of fetching them in, but that old servant will find out, she's very inquisitive. Yes, she is inquisitive, assented the prince. I thought of buying flowers, and putting them all round her, but I was afraid it would make us sad to see her with flowers round her. Look here, said the prince, he was bewildered, and his brain wandered. He seemed to be continually groping for the questions he wished to ask, and then losing them. Listen, tell me, how did you, with the knife, that same one? Yes, that same one. Wait a minute, I want to ask you something else, Parfen, all sorts of things, but tell me first, did you intend to kill her before my wedding, at the church door, with your knife? I don't know whether I did or not, said Rogojin, drily, seeming to be a little astonished at the question, and not quite taking it in. Did you never take your knife to Pavlovsk with you? No. As to the knife, he added, this is all I can tell you about it. He was silent for a moment, and then said, I took it out of the locked drawer this morning about 3, for it was in the early morning. All this happened. It has been inside the book ever since, and, this is what is such a marvel to me, the knife only went in a couple of inches at most, just under her left breast, and there wasn't more than half a tablespoonful of blood altogether, not more. Yes, 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 the prince jumped up in extraordinary agitation. I know, I've read of that sort of thing, it's internal hemorrhage, you know sometimes there isn't a drop, if the blow goes straight to the heart. Wait, listen, cried Rogojin, suddenly, starting up. Somebody's walking about, do you hear? In the hall both sat up to listen. I hear, said the prince in a whisper, his eyes fixed on Rogojin. Footsteps. Yes. Shall we shut the door, and lock it, or not? Yes, lock it. They locked the door, and both lay down again. There was a long silence. Yes, by the by, whispered the prince, hurriedly and excitedly as before, as though he had just seized hold of an idea and was afraid of losing it again. I wanted those cards. They say you played cards with her. Yes, I played with her, said Rogojin, after a short silence. Where are the cards? Here they are, said Rogojin, after a still longer pause. He pulled out a pack of cards, wrapped in a bit of paper, from his pocket, and handed them to the prince. The latter took them, with a sort of perplexity. A new, sad, helpless feeling weighed on his heart. He had suddenly realized that not only at this moment, but for a long while, he had not been saying what he wanted to say, had not been acting as he wanted to act, and that these cards which he held in his hand, and which he had been so delighted to have at first, were now of no use. He rose, and wrung his hands. Rogojin lay motionless, and seemed neither to hear nor see his movements, but his eyes blazed in the darkness, and were fixed in a wild stare. The prince sat down on a chair, and watched him in alarm. Half an hour went by. Suddenly Rogojin burst into a loud abrupt laugh, as though he had quite forgotten that they must speak in whispers. That officer, that young officer, don't you remember that fellow at the band, ha, 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 didn't she whip him smartly, eh? The prince jumped up from his seat in renewed terror. When Rogojin quieted down, which he did at once, the prince bent over him, sat down beside him, and with painfully beating heart and still more painful breath, watched his face intently. Rogojin never turned his head, and seemed to have forgotten all about him. The prince watched and waited. Time went on, it began to grow light. Rogojin began to wander, muttering disconnectedly, then he took to shouting and laughing. The prince stretched out a trembling hand and gently stroked his hair and his cheeks, he could do nothing more. His legs trembled again and he seemed to have lost the use of them. A new sensation came over him, filling his heart and soul with infinite anguish. Meanwhile the daylight grew full and strong, and at last the prince lay down, as though overcome by despair, and laid his face against the white, motionless face of Rogojin. His tears flowed onto Rogojin's cheek, though he was perhaps not aware of them himself. At all events when, after many hours, the door was opened and people thronged in, they found the murderer unconscious and in a raging fever. The prince was sitting by him, motionless, and each time that the sick man gave a laugh, or a shout, he hastened to pass his own trembling hand over his companion's hair and cheeks, as though trying to soothe and quiet him. But alas! He understood nothing of what was said to him, and recognized none of those who surrounded him. If Schneider himself had arrived then and seen his former pupil and patient, remembering the prince's condition during the first year in Switzerland, he would have flung up his hands, despairingly, and cried, as he did then. An idiot. Chapter 12. When the widow hurried away to Pavlovsk, she went straight to Darya Alexeyevna's house, and telling all she knew, threw her into a state of great alarm. Both ladies decided to communicate at once with Lebedev, who, as the friend and landlord of the prince, was also much agitated. Vera Lebedev told all she knew, and by Lebedev's advice it was decided that all three should go to Petersburg as quickly as possible, in order to avert what might so easily happen. This is how it came about that at 11 o'clock next morning Rogojin's flat was opened by the police in the presence of Lebedev, the two ladies, and Rogojin's own brother, who lived in the wing. The evidence of the porter went further than anything else towards the success of Lebedev in gaining the assistance of the police. He declared that he had seen Rogojin return to the house last night, accompanied by a friend, and that both had gone upstairs very secretly and cautiously. After this there was no hesitation about breaking open the door, since it could not be got open in any other way. Rogojin suffered from brain fever for 2 months. When he recovered from the attack he was at once brought up on trial for murder. He gave full, satisfactory and direct evidence on every point, and the prince's name was, thanks to this, not brought into the proceedings. Rogojin was very quiet during the progress of the trial. He did not contradict his clever and eloquent counsel, who argued that the brain fever, or inflammation of the brain, was the cause of the crime, clearly proving that this malady had existed long before the murder was perpetrated, and had been brought on by the sufferings of the accused. But Rogojin added no words of his own in confirmation of this view, and as before, he recounted with marvelous exactness the details of his crime. He was convicted, but with extenuating circumstances, and condemned to hard labor in Siberia for 15 years. He heard his sentence grimly, silently, and thoughtfully. His colossal fortune, with the exception of the comparatively small portion wasted in the first wanton period of his inheritance, went to his brother, to the great satisfaction of the latter. The old lady, Rogojin's mother, is still alive, and remembers her favorite son Parfen sometimes, but not clearly. God spared her the knowledge of this dreadful calamity which had overtaken her house. Lebedev, Keller, Gania, Titson, and many other friends of ours continue to live as before. There is scarcely any change in them, so that there is no need to tell of their subsequent doings. Hippolyte died in great agitation, and rather sooner than he expected, about a fortnight after Nastasia Philippovna's death. Kolya was much affected by these events, and drew nearer to his mother in heart and sympathy. Nina Alexandrovna is anxious, because he is thoughtful beyond his years, but he will, we think, make a useful and active man. The prince's further fate was more or less decided by Kolya, who selected, out of all the persons he had met during the last 6 or 7 months, Evgeny Pavlovitch as friend and confidant. To him he made over all that he knew as to the events above recorded, and as to the present condition of the prince. He was not far wrong in his choice. Evgeny Pavlovitch took the deepest interest in the fate of the unfortunate idiot, and, thanks to his influence, the prince found himself once more with Dr. Schneider, in Switzerland. Evgeny Pavlovitch, who went abroad at this time, intending to live a long while on the continent, being, as he often said, quite superfluous in Russia, visits his sick friend at Schneider's every few months. But Dr. Schneider frowns ever more and more and shakes his head. He hints that the brain is fatally injured. He does not as yet declare that his patient is incurable, but he allows himself to express the gravest fears. Evgeny takes this much to heart, and he has a heart, as is proved by the fact that he receives and even answers letters from Kolya. But besides this, another trait in his character has become apparent, and as it is a good trait we will make haste to reveal it. After each visit to Schneider's establishment, Evgeny Pavlovitch writes another letter, besides that to Kolya, giving the most minute particulars concerning the invalid's condition. In these letters is to be detected, and in each one more than the last, a growing feeling of friendship and sympathy. The individual who corresponds thus with Evgeny Pavlovitch, and who engages so much of his attention and respect, is Vera Lebedev. We have never been able to discover clearly how such relations sprang up. Of course the root of them was in the events which we have already recorded, and which so filled Vera with grief on the prince's account that she fell seriously ill. But exactly how the acquaintance and friendship came about, we cannot say. We have spoken of these letters chiefly because in them is often to be found some news of the Epankin family, and of Aglaya in particular. Evgeny Pavlovitch wrote of her from Paris, that after a short and sudden attachment to a certain Polish count, an exile, she had suddenly married him, quite against the wishes of her parents, though they had eventually given their consent through fear of a terrible scandal. Then, after a 6-month silence, Evgeny Pavlovitch informed his correspondent, in a long letter, full of detail, that while paying his last visit to Dr. Schneider's establishment, he had there come across the whole Epankin family, excepting the general, who had remained in St. Petersburg, and Prince S. The meeting was a strange one. They all received Evgeny Pavlovitch with effusive delight. Adelaida and Alexandra were deeply grateful to him for his angelic kindness to the unhappy prince. Lizaveta Prokofyevna, when she saw poor Muishkin, in his enfeebled and humiliated condition, had wept bitterly. Apparently all was forgiven him. Prince S. had made a few just and sensible remarks. It seemed to Evgeny Pavlovitch that there was not yet perfect harmony between Adelaida and her fiancé, but he thought that in time the impulsive young girl would let herself be guided by his reason and experience. Besides, the recent events that had befallen her family had given Adelaida much to think about, especially the sad experiences of her younger sister. Within 6 months, everything that the family had dreaded from the marriage with the Polish count had come to pass. He turned out to be neither count nor exile, at least, in the political sense of the word, but had had to leave his native land owing to some rather dubious affair of the past. It was his noble patriotism, of which he made a great display, that had rendered him so interesting in Aglaya's eyes. She was so fascinated that, even before marrying him, she joined a committee that had been organized abroad to work for the restoration of Poland, and further. She visited the confessional of a celebrated Jesuit priest, who made an absolute fanatic of her. The supposed fortune of the count had dwindled to a mere nothing, although he had given almost irrefutable evidence of its existence to Lizaveta Prokofyevna and Prince S. Besides this, before they had been married half a year, the count and his friend the priest managed to bring about a quarrel between Aglaya and her family, so that it was now several months since they had seen her. In a word, there was a great deal to say, but Mrs. Epankin, and her daughters, and even Prince S., were still so much distressed by Aglaya's latest infatuations and adventures, that they did not care to talk of them, though they must have known that Evgeny knew much of the story already. Poor Lizaveta Prokofyevna was most anxious to get home, and, according to Evgeny's account, she criticized everything foreign with much hostility. They can't bake bread anywhere decently and they all freeze in their houses, during winter, like a lot of mice in a cellar at all events. I've had a good Russian cry over this poor fellow, she added, pointing to the prince, who had not recognized her in the slightest degree. So enough of this nonsense, it's time we faced the truth. All this continental life, all this Europe of yours, and all the trash about going abroad is simply foolery, and it is mere foolery on our part to come. Remember what I say, my friend, you'll live to agree with me yourself. So spoke the good lady, almost angrily, as she took leave of Evgeny Pavlovitch.